Chapter 251. A true strongman will never be constrained by the environment. After confirming that the enemy life breath had completely dissipated, Sunan retracted his palm and nodded secretly. The reason why he personally took action was that he did not want to damage the wizard tower too much. He planned to keep it for research and then dismantle it into materials to upgrade the Starlight Wizard Tower in the future. If he could not continue to destroy the wizard tower, he could only deal with a person who controlled the wizard tower. The other reason was that it was rare to meet a second-level wizard. And Sunan also wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of talent specialization. After 2 synthetic upgrades of breaking through the second-level liquefaction and breaking through the second-level crystallization, the strengthening effect of talent specialization on talent ability has been increased to about 1 time. And the power of liquid metal and absolute restricted area at twice the power did not disappoint him. And he easily crushed a second-level liquefied wizard. The only thing that made Sunan a little regretful was that the enemy was a little weak and was defeated before he could use his third talent ability. Otherwise, he would also like to test the power of Falling Star Rain. After coming to his senses, Sunan made the 3 wizard souls he had extracted into soul crystals on the spot, and collected them together with the space ring, and then began to investigate the wizard tower. Although the 3 wizards of the Dark Throne had died, the tower spirit of the wizard tower was still faithfully executing the program of killing the invaders, constantly mobilizing puppets from the tower. Sunan simply destroyed the crystal ball that contained the tower spirit, and the wizard tower was completely quiet now, slowly descending to the ground. After that, Sunan searched the wizard tower inside and out. Perhaps this wizard tower was built specifically for fighting, and there were not many resources stored in it, mostly some common potions and metals, etc. There were also very few books. Sunan was a little disappointed, but soon put this disappointment behind him. This wizard tower itself is the biggest gain. After the research, the wizard tower was disassembled into materials, and with the materials disassembled from the Falling Star City, the resources needed to upgrade the intermediate wizard tower were basically gathered. There were no living creatures in the dark wizard tower, and even the tower spirit was destroyed and could be put into the Rubik Cube. Sunan directly put away the wizard tower, and then returned to the Starlight Wizard Tower. Top Control Center. Liz looked at the light screen projected by Tower Spirit number 3 in the void, on which was the scene of the Golem army killing the Winged Bone Claw, with the annihilation of the Tower Spirit of the Dark Wizard Tower. These puppets also lost their command and fell into chaos like headless flies, and were easily killed by the Golem army. The battle soon came to an end. Liz, who watched the entire battle, was full of emotion. Although she had long known that the Dark Throne Vanguard was not soon an opponent, she couldn't help but sigh secretly when she saw soon an easy victory. The Starlight Continent of the Elemental Desert is a bad hand of cards, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a miracle that it can still play such a good situation with a bad hand of cards. Not long after, Sunan returned to the Starlight Wizard Tower. Liz collected her thoughts and asked with a smile, "What did you get?" Sunan shook his head. Apart from the Wizard Tower, there is only one first-level wizard weapon that is of some value, and the rest can only be said to be better than nothing. Lisa pursed her lips and smiled. After all, it is the Dark Throne. They exploit the lower-level wizards a lot, and it is reasonable that those wizards are not wealthy. After a pause, Liz looked slightly solemn and asked, "What should we do next?" Sunan pondered for a moment and said, "We acted quickly and wiped out the advanced team in the first place. They should not have time to. The Dark Throne has passed on the situation here. The Dark Throne should not send anyone here in the short term. However, if there is no news for a long time, they are likely to continue to send people to investigate. We just need to keep an eye on the Eye of the Star. Once we find someone invading, we will immediately deal with the enemy." Lisa nodded slightly. With the current strength of the Star Alliance, as long as the Dark Throne does not send out medium-sized wizard towers or third-level wizards, there is almost no threat to the Star Alliance. As many as they come, they will be killed. The key is how to deal with the anger of the Dark Throne after the plane blockade is lifted. Let's go back. There is still a lot to do next, Sunan said. The matter of the Dark Throne has come to an end, and with this experience, the Star Alliance has also gained experience in dealing with foreign invasions, and the next matter can be left to Lisa, unless he encounters a strong enemy that he must go out. Otherwise he can focus all his energy on training and upgrading the Wizard Tower. Underground World. Yohu City. On the corridor of the Central Stone Pillar Palace, Tanner stood by the window, looking at the purple demonic fire burning on the stalactites above, with a thoughtful look on his face. He had been on this continent for more than 200 years, and he had gradually gotten used to life here. Although it was a pity that he could not explore new planes, it was quite interesting to witness the thriving development of the Starlight continent with his own eyes, which became stronger year by year. The Star Alliance attitude towards him was good, except for a different dimension called Longlin that he was not allowed to enter. There were no restrictions on him in other places. They even arranged a dedicated laboratory, meditation room and spell practice room for him at base number 2, and allowed him to exchange knowledge for practice resources. Tanner was quite grateful for this. But recently, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The Star Alliance seemed to have encountered something and frequently mobilized troops and wizards. Although the signs were not very obvious, Tanner, who was in the core territory of the Star Alliance, was still keenly aware of it. It was as if the Star Alliance was on guard against the arrival of some enemies. And just now, he suddenly felt an extremely strong energy particle fluctuation erupting. Judging from the direction, the location should be on the surface. Even through the thick rock crust, it can be felt. So you can imagine how strong the energy particle fluctuation is. No, the battle of a second-level wizard should not be this intense. Is it a third-level wizard? Or a wizard tower? Although he couldn't see through Sunan power level, Tanner felt that the other party should not be a third-level wizard. As for the wizard tower, Tanner had never seen it on the Starlight continent. It was impossible to build a wizard tower in the environment of the Starlight continent. So this energy particle fluctuation should not be caused by the Star Alliance. But if it is not the Star Alliance, what is going on? Tanner wanted to explore the place where the energy particles exploded. But Yohu City, or the entire underground world, issued a ban not long ago. Without permission, no wizard or legion may leave the city and stay in place. Although Tanner is not a member of the Star Alliance, he is also within the scope of the ban. Or, it is precisely because he is not a member of the Star Alliance that he will be more restricted by the ban. But fortunately, the ban was lifted after just over an hour. Soon someone came to tell Tanner that he could move freely. Please wait a moment. Just as the other party was about to leave, Tanner stopped him, recalled a little, and quickly remembered the other party's name. It seemed that he was also one of the wizards of the Star Alliance. Mr. Fleming, can I ask what happened just now? Fleming smiled slightly. Mr. Tanner felt the energy particle fluctuation just now. Seeing Tanner nod, Fleming thought for a while and said, Mr. Tanner's words. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Anyway, you will know it soon. Just now, an enemy invaded the Starlight continent. But it was solved by Lord Sunan himself. For an enemy invasion, Tanner was surprised and subconsciously questioned, isn't the blockade of the Starlight continent not lifted yet? How could the creatures outside come in? Since it is described as invasion, it means that it is not like him who entered the Starlight continent by chance, but a premeditated crossing of the plane barrier. That's right. Fleming shrugged. Ordinary beings certainly can't enter the Starlight continent. But they came to the Dark Throne. They left an anchor point on this continent. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can still enter the Starlight continent at the node where the plane barrier is about to be repaired. You mean the Dark Throne? Tanner's face changed slightly, and the astonishment in his eyes increased. Of course, he knew about the Dark Throne. It was one of the most notorious large wizard forces in the multiverse. But he never thought that it was the Dark Throne that invaded the Starlight continent. But soon, he remembered what Su Nen had told him about what happened 2,000 years ago. And he understood it after a little thought. It seems that the Dark Throne has set its sights on the Starlight continent and wants to occupy it before the plane blockade is lifted. With the Dark Throne style of doing things, it is not surprising that it would do such a thing. After hesitating for a while, Tanner couldn't help but ask, what about the energy particle fluctuations just now? Fleming did not hide it, and said truthfully, the Dark Throne dispatched a wizard tower. Wizard tower. Tanner was shocked. It was not because the Dark Throne dispatched the wizard tower, but from what Fleming said. Under this circumstance, the Star Alliance seemed to have one. How did they do this? The wizard tower cannot be solved by human wave tactics. If you can't beat it, you can run away. Even if the Star Alliance has hundreds of wizard-level puppets, it is impossible to defeat the wizard tower of the Dark Throne, unless the Star Alliance also has a wizard tower. But how can a wizard tower be built in the environment of the Starlight continent? But Tanner thought about it. Sunan could create the wizard force of the Star Alliance. And it seems that it is not impossible to build a wizard tower? Hasn't that man created enough miracles so far? For a moment, Tanner was a little surprised and doubtful. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Does the Star Alliance also have a wizard tower?" Hearing this, Fleming smiled and did not answer the question, but said, "In more than 10 years, the plane blockade will be lifted, and then Mr. Tanner can leave here. Don't worry. The Dark Throne will not implicate you. I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. Goodbye." After saying that, Fleming turned and left. Although there was no direct answer, this attitude actually said a lot. Tanner was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. Sure enough, the real strong will never be constrained by the environment. After solving the problem of the Dark Throne, Sunan reinvested in constructing the talent crystal model. With sufficient construction potions, the entire construction process went very smoothly. It took only 1 year and more than 3 months for Sunan to successfully construct the talent crystal model of Falling Star Shower. There was another magnificent and beautiful hollow crystal in the depths of the Sea of Consciousness. The next step is to fill the mental power. Sunan sat cross-legged beside the element pool, calmed down and began to fill the mental power. This practice lasted for a month. Talent crystal model filling progress. 0.01%. It took a month to fill 0.01% of the mental power. Sunan shook his head secretly. At this rate, it will take about 800 years to fill the talent crystal model. This is when the concentration of energy particles in the Starlight continent has almost recovered to its peak. And there is also a large element pool buff. It can be seen how time-consuming it is to fill the third talent crystal model with mental power. This efficiency is too slow. We have to find a way to speed up the filling speed. A thoughtful look appeared in Sunan's eyes. After the blockade of the Starlight continent plane is lifted, resources can be traded with other wizard forces to obtain resources such as spirit beads that can speed up the recovery of mental power. However, Sunan did not have high expectations in this regard. After all, such resources are scarce and in high demand, and few wizard forces are willing to sell them to outsiders. Even if you are lucky enough to buy a little, it is just a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of mental power required for filling. Unless you join that wizard force. Just like students to the Starlight Academy, they can buy many resources that cannot be bought outside with their contribution points. Another way is to continue to upgrade the element pool. Generally speaking, a large element pool is already a top-level element pool, and above that is an element furnace. However, that is an energy supply device that only floating cities use. Sunan does not have the ability to manufacture it now, nor does he have the corresponding resources. But it is not a problem for him that others cannot continue to improve the large element pool. As long as he continues to invest in small element pools for synthesis, he can continue to upgrade and improve the effect. It just so happens that the Star Alliance income has increased significantly now, so it should be no problem to extract a part of it to upgrade the element pool. Sunan has a plan in mind. It just so happens that after the element pool is upgraded, it will also be beneficial to improve the long-range strike firepower of the Starlight Wizard Tower. The battle with the Dark Wizard Tower has proved the power of the Spell Turret Type 2 and the Dissociation Cannon Type 2. If Sunan wants, he doesn't even need to send out the Golem Legion. He can destroy the Dark Wizard Tower with firepower alone. The only problem is that the energy consumption of these two is too high. Even if the energy consumption is reduced after improvement, it is still quite amazing. 300 Spell Turret Type 2 fired 3 rounds at the same time, plus a shot of the Dissociation Cannon Type 2, which drained nearly half of the energy of the Wizard Tower. It's okay to deal with small Wizard Towers, but once it faces a medium-sized Wizard Tower, the defect of insufficient firepower sustainability will be highlighted. The upgrade of the element pool can solve this problem. It just so happens that the Wizard Tower is going to be upgraded and renovated next, so the problem of the element pool will be solved smoothly. Chapter 252 Upgrade Plan. Apprenticeship. The Dark Wizard Tower is a standard small wizard tower. Whether it is the elemental pool, the protective energy field of the maze lock, or the floating ring, they are all of the lowest small level and have not undergone any strengthening and transformation. The long-range strike device also has only 100 spell turrets and 1 dissociation cannon. If you insist on saying that there is anything worth studying, it is probably only the Tower Spirit and the Blackline Flying Wing Bone Claw. The Dark Throne is an expert in studying souls, and is best at using souls to make various puppets and magic props. In the plane communities it controls, a large amount of flesh and soul of intelligent life is used in the experiments and manufacturing of wizards, apprentices, every year, which is extremely bloody and cruel. This also makes many wizards in the Dark Throne very good at making souls. Therefore, compared with ordinary wizards, who use soul crystals to make tower spirits, the wizards of the Dark Throne prefer to consume more souls with better quality, abandon the step of soul crystallization, and directly make tower spirits. The tower spirits created by this method have stronger computing and data analysis capabilities than ordinary tower spirits. Otherwise, the Dark Wizard Tower would not have only one tower spirit. Although the Dark Wizard Tower was built for combat, and the demand for experiments and living is not high, so the number of tower spirits is not high. But it is enough to show the power of the tower spirits created by the Dark Throne. After studying the container fragments of the tower spirit, Sunan also gained some results. He plans to apply them when upgrading the tower spirit in the future to strengthen the computing and data analysis capabilities of the tower spirit. As for the black pattern flying wing bone claws, Sunan also kept 2 for research. Although he did not intend to imitate it, it is a wizard level puppet after all, and he can learn a lot from it. After the study, Sunan dismantled the entire Dark Wizard Tower without hesitation and sorted out the materials. As for the Falling Star City, he had already decomposed it into various materials. Now it is just right to use them together in the upgrade and transformation of the Starlight Wizard Tower. As for how to upgrade, Sunan already has a plan in mind. First of all, in terms of energy supply, the Central Crystal Energy Transmission System and the Element Pool must be upgraded and strengthened. Needless to say, the Central Crystal Energy Transmission System is the core hardware of the Wizard Tower. If the Wizard Tower wants to be upgraded to the medium standard, the Central Crystal Energy Transmission System is the first to be strengthened and transformed. As for the Element Pool, it has actually exceeded the standard of the medium-sized Wizard Tower by a large margin. But in order to improve the efficiency of filling spiritual power, Sunan plans to continue to strengthen it. Originally, the floating ring also needed to be transformed. But the Star Alliance is now short of mithril, and the floating ring has been synthesized and strengthened once before. So Sunan is not going to include it in the upgrade list this time. The second is space planning. This is relatively simple, which is to expand the internal space of each area. The last one is the combat device, including the protective energy field of the maze, the long-range strike device, and the built-in legion. Among them, the protective energy field of the maze, like the element pool, has been strengthened to the large level, far exceeding the standard of the medium-sized wizard tower. However, Sunan still plans to continue to synthesize and strengthen it. After all, no one will think that the defense is low. As for long-range strike devices, namely the Spell Turret 2 and Dissociation Cannon 2, the firepower is sufficient for the time being, although there is no plasma cannon that is standard for medium-sized wizard towers. The power of Dissociation Cannon 2 is only stronger than that of plasma cannons. Not to mention that there are 300 Spell Turret 2. In terms of long-range firepower alone, the Starlight Wizard Tower is more than the medium-sized Wizard Tower. As long as the energy keeps up, the long-range firepower does not need to be increased for the time being. Of course, the improvement of Spell Turret 2 and Dissociation Cannon 2 will continue, mainly aimed at reducing energy consumption. The last built-in legion, 5,000 adamantium golems are enough for the time being, and Sunan is not going to increase it. However, the number of wizard-level puppets is only 25, which is a bit small. Sunan plans to increase it to 100. In the end, if the upgrade of the element pool and the protective energy field of the maze is not included, the cost of upgrading the Starlight Wizard Tower to the medium level is almost more than 1 billion gold coins. Of course, this is just a general number. After all, at this level, many materials can no longer be bought with gold coins, especially when it comes to large-scale purchases. So in the wizard world, magic stones are used for more transactions. If I use magic stones, it would be much simpler. I can use gold coins to purchase secondary magic stones, and then synthesize magic stones to buy other things, and the gold coins spent are lower. This is also the reason why Sunan is eager to lift the plane blockade and trade with other wizard forces. The cost of many resources in his hands is far lower than the market price, and it is very cost-effective to use them to trade with other wizard forces. For example, magic stones, magic crystals, magic stone essence mothers, elemental crystal cores, soul crystals, etc. Once they can be traded freely. The huge profits brought by these resources will surely bring about a leap forward in the development of the Star Alliance. However, at this stage, due to resource limitations, the upgrade and transformation of the Wizard Tower can only be carried out slowly. Especially the upgrade of the element pool and the protective energy field of the maze lock. After formulating a detailed Wizard Tower upgrade plan, Sunan sent the secret puppet to pass the plan to Liz, asking her to coordinate the supply of resources according to the plan, and then return to the element pool to continue practicing. The next is another busy time. Time is like fine sand in the palm of your hand, and it will slip through your fingers if you don't pay attention. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Starlight Calendar 1999. The month of flowing fire, July. The blazing sun hangs high in the sky, and the scorching sun burns the earth. After walking on the street for a while, the sweat that flows out has soaked the clothes. Under the high temperature, the central avenue of the flashing city, which is usually bustling with people, is extremely deserted today, with few pedestrians. Didi. A strange vehicle drove from a distance. The appearance of the vehicle looks very similar to the luxurious carriages commonly used by nobles. But it is made of metal, and is not pulled by horses. The four wheels roll forward quickly, driven by some invisible force. The sound of the wheels rolling attracted the attention of many pedestrians. Their eyes fell on the metal vehicle, and pedestrians showed envious eyes. It is the latest model of magic energy car. I heard that this kind of magic energy car uses magic stone as energy, so it can pull the all-metal body. I'm so envious. I wish I had one. Don't daydream. Do you know how rare and precious this kind of magic energy car is? Ordinary nobles can't afford it. Do you see the emblem on the outer wall of the carriage? That's the emblem of the royal family. Oh my god. It's true. Which princess or prince is sitting inside? The magic energy car drove forward, leaving the crowd of discussions far behind. In the spacious carriage, Highland held a thick book in his hand and read it attentively, as if he didn't hear the sound outside. On the contrary, the young men and women sitting on both sides of the carriage heard the discussion outside, but did not speak. They still sat quietly, fearing to disturb Highland. The magic car passed through the central avenue and arrived directly at the gate of the palace. The young man of the two opened the window, stuck his head out, and said something. And the soldiers at the gate immediately let him go, without even checking him. The magic car continued to drive until it entered a luxurious palace and stopped. There was already a group of people waiting in the palace, led by the second prince of the current empire, Jerry. Standing behind him were his wife and children. Seeing Highland and the other two get off the car, Jerry immediately greeted them and said with a smile, "Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule, Lord Highland." The others also saluted quickly. Several young boys and girls couldn't help but secretly look at Highland, full of curiosity. In terms of seniority, the young man in front of them, who looked only in his 20s at most, should be considered their father's great-uncle. It's just that wizards don't like to talk about blood and seniority. So my father called him sir? After a few pleasantries, the group walked towards the hall. During this period, Highland did not introduce the two boys and girls behind him, and Jerry did not ask. He guessed that the two should be Highland's disciples. In the hundreds of years since the death of the founding emperor, with the support of the Star Alliance, a large number of wizard apprentices have sprung up in the royal family like mushrooms after rain. To date, there are more than 300 wizard apprentices registered in the royal family who are still alive. Among them, there is even a wizard. It is Highland in front of him. Therefore, Highland has an extremely high status in the empire, and even His Majesty the Emperor has to say hello when he sees him. Jerry also spent a lot of money to invite Highland over. Highland and the other two and Jerry entered the hall, and the others left. Only a boy of 16 or 17 followed into the hall. After sitting down, without waiting for Jerry to think about how to open the topic, Highland went straight to the point and said, "Tell me, why did you go to so much trouble to invite me here?" Jerry knew that most wizards didn't like to beat around the bush, so he gritted his teeth and told the purpose of this time. "I want you to accept my youngest son Guy as your disciple." Highland raised his eyebrows and looked at the nervous teenager standing behind Jerry. He exuded a faint energy particle fluctuation. Judging from the intensity, he should be a second-level wizard apprentice. Is he a student of Starlight Academy? Yes. For the sake of our same clan. As long as he passes the Morning Star test, I will accept him as my disciple. Jerry's expression froze. Any second-level wizard apprentice under the age of 30 can participate in the Morning Star test. Although Guy meets the requirements, he is too young and his accumulation is not deep enough. If he signs up at this time, the chance of passing is very small. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to ask Highland for help. Studying in the Wizard Academy, he made rapid progress step by step. He became a disciple of Highland in advance. With the guidance of a wizard teacher and the support of his family's resources, Guy could grow faster than other students. In the future, he might become a wizard like Highland. Highland knew what Jerry was thinking without thinking. He saw Jerry's changes in expression. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. Since he was promoted to a wizard, countless people from the Annis family asked him to accept him as a disciple. But he glanced at Guy, a second-level wizard apprentice of 16 or 17 years old, with good qualifications. Not much worse than he was back then. "Sir, I beg you to accept Guy as your disciple." Jerry made the request again with a sincere look. But this time, he also handed over a space ring. "Here is 1,000 lower-level magic stones, which is Guy apprenticeship fee. I will offer the same amount every year in the future. Please consider it." The young man and girl standing behind Highland were surprised to hear this, and their eyes looking at the space ring suddenly took on a hint of heat. The secondary magic technology has now spread throughout the entire continent. But because of the low production of magic stones, magic technology has only been promoted and popularized in Jiangnan province. The nobles and royal families living in Jiangnan province are naturally close to the water and can collect magic stones to trade with wizards, apprentices. 1,000 magic stones is already a considerable amount. Put it in the Starlight Academy. It is enough for a third-level wizard apprentice to spend for several years. It is worthy of being the second prince. And he is really generous. Highland's expression was also moved. He glanced at Guy, pondered for a moment, and finally agreed. In addition to magic stones, he also took a fancy to Guy qualifications. "Okay. From today on, he is my disciple." Seeing Highland agreed, Jerry was overjoyed and shouted to his youngest son, "Come and meet the teacher." Guy's face flushed with excitement, and he hurriedly walked to Highland to salute. "Teacher." Highland nodded calmly. "Go back to the academy with me later." After that, he looked at Jerry again. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first. The goal has been achieved." Jerry naturally did not dare to delay Highland's time, and sent him out with a smile on his face. Watching the four people get on the car, the magic car immediately drove out of the palace and headed out of the city. Guy sat in the car a little stiffly. Highland glanced at him, pointed at the two boys and girls and said, "This is Raymond and Elisa, your senior brothers and sisters, both third-level wizard apprentices. If I am not here in the future, ask them if you don't understand anything." "Hello, senior brothers and sisters." Guy greeted them quickly. Raymond and Elisa also smiled back at Guy with a kind attitude. Even if we don't consider that he and the teacher belong to the same family as the Annis family, his qualifications alone are enough to make them look at him differently. At this moment, Highland's expression suddenly changed, and a book appeared out of thin air with a flip of his wrist. He quickly turned the pages of the book, and a thin ray of light overflowed from the pages, interweaving to outline a somewhat illusory figure. "What's the matter?" Highland asked. The figure said in a deep voice, "About 120 kilometers north of Flash City, there are unrecorded energy particle fluctuations. The number is 13. The witch hunting army has rushed over. You also go to support." After a pause, he added, "This is the order of Lord Xingyun." Highland's expression became serious, and he nodded, "I know." The light and shadow dissipated. Highland closed the book, and said to the three stunned boys and girls, "You go back to the academy first." As soon as the voice fell, Highland had disappeared, leaving Guy and the other two in the carriage looking at each other. Chapter 253, Wizards from Other Planes Looking for Their Pets. In the sky, the wind was howling. Highland flew towards the north like a stream of light, and the distance of more than 100 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When he was about to approach his destination, he saw the battle taking place there from afar. On one side of the battle were the secret puppets and touch puppets of the witch hunting army, as well as several wizards from the Star Alliance. And on the other side were 13 wizards in robes. Looking at this scene, Highland sneered. Since the advance team of the Dark Throne was destroyed in the Starlight Continent 16 years ago, the Dark Throne has sent several waves of people to invade the Starlight Continent. The strongest invasion lineup was even led by 3 second-level wizards, plus 25 first-level wizards, and 20,000 flying wing bone claws, riding on a small wizard tower. But in the end, they were wiped out by the Star Alliance. Highland also participated in that battle. That was his first time fighting with wizards. I thought the wizards of the large wizard forces were so powerful. But who would have thought they were worse than them? Especially in terms of magic items. They were completely crushed by them. Almost every wizard of the Star Alliance had 1 or 2 magic weapons. And there were also powerful weapons such as engraved gems. On the other hand, there were very few wizards of the Dark Throne who had magic weapons. Not to mention other trump cards. But what was more amazing and admirable was Lord Sunan. In that battle, Lord Sunan fought 1 against 3, and almost killed the 3 second-level wizards of the Dark Throne like a landslide. The crushing and tyrannical power displayed during the period was really awe-inspiring. While thinking in his mind, Highland did not slow down. After arriving at the battlefield, he joined the battle without saying a word and used his innate ability to attack a first-level gasification wizard. The invasion lineup sent by the Dark Throne this time was far inferior to any previous time. With only 13 first-level wizards, there were as many as 30 puppets that besieged them. Together with Highland and the wizards of the Star Alliance, who came one after another, their strength completely crushed the Dark Throne. In less than half an hour, all 13 wizards of the Dark Throne were wiped out. After the battle, Highland came to Fleming, who also participated in the battle, and frowned and said, "It's strange. Why did the Dark Throne only send so few people this time? What's the difference between a mere 13 first-level wizards and a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth? Are there so many wizards in the Dark Throne that they can be lost without feeling sorry?" Fleming shrugged and said, "These guys are not strong in combat, but they are very good at hiding. The Star Eye had not detected their existence before, until they attacked an Imperial Earl not long ago, and the Star Eye discovered them. When the witch-hunting army arrived, these guys were arranging magic circles to transmit messages to the Dark Throne. Highland immediately understood that these people were abandoned. The Dark Throne sent them here, most likely not expecting them to return alive. And the ultimate goal was to explore the true situation of the Starlight Continent and pass on the information. In the final analysis, the reason why the Dark Throne's previous invasions failed miserably was because it was not clear about the situation of the Starlight Continent and did not have enough understanding of the strength of the Star Alliance. So it took this action. In the entire multiverse, I am afraid that only the deformed system of the Dark Throne can do this. Except for the Dark Throne. No wizard force can force 13 wizards to perform such a mission that is almost equivalent to sending them to death. The Dark Throne may have known the situation of the Starlight Continent," Fleming said, "before the plane blockade is lifted. It is estimated that no more people will be sent here to die." Highland nodded in agreement. As long as the plane blockade is not lifted, the Dark Throne will have limited troops to invade, and it will not pose a threat to the Star Alliance at all. It can only serve to train them and send spoils. "By the way, why did you come here so quickly?" Fleming suddenly remembered and asked. Highland said calmly, "I just happened to go to Flash City for something." Fleming understood immediately. It was probably the Imperial family's business again. As a member of the Imperial family, Highland must shoulder certain responsibilities and do something for the Imperial family. But at the same time, Highland can also get the resources support of the Imperial family. It is precisely because of this that Highland, who is much younger than him, was promoted to a wizard almost at the same time as him. Fleming actually envied the other party's resources. "I can earn some contribution points this time, and I can exchange them for some adamantine golems when I go back. I remember that you seem to have a 200-scale adamantine golem army. Not enough to hunt elemental spirits. The more adamantine golems the better." Highland was silent. In the Star Alliance, elemental crystal dust is almost equal to contribution points. The task hall has been hanging the task of acquiring elemental crystal dust all year round, and it has never been withdrawn. Many wizards form golem legions to enter the elemental plane for hunting, collect elemental crystal dust to earn contribution points, and then exchange them for adamantium golems to expand the size of the legion and continue to enter the elemental plane for hunting. Through this snowballing method, many wizards are now earning contribution points at an astonishingly high efficiency. Highland doesn't understand why the Star Alliance collects so many elemental crystal dusts. Although this thing has a wide range of uses, the Star Alliance doesn't seem to need elemental crystal dusts in so many places. The accumulated amount of elemental crystal dusts collected by the Star Alliance over the years has reached an astronomical figure, and no one knows where they have been used. However, despite his doubts, Highland is actually a little tempted. The Imperial Royal Family now has a 1,000-scale adamantine golem army, which belongs to the royal family's private army. He can borrow 200 or 300 adamantine golems from the royal family and raise a golem army to hunt in the elemental plane. Compared with other wizards, who accumulate adamantine golems bit by bit, he has the original capital directly, and the price he pays is just the repair of the damaged adamantine golems. The more Highland thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. After being promoted to a wizard, more and more resources are needed, and he urgently needs to get more contribution points. Just as Highland was thinking about how to convince the Emperor, his expression suddenly changed, and he took out a book from the space ring. On the other side, Fleming also made the same move. The two opened the book, and strands of light immediately emerged from the pages, interweaving to form the same figure. New unrecorded energy particle fluctuations were discovered. Number 1. 280 kilometers east of your current location. Another new invader? Fleming and Highland looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised and doubtful. Could it be that the Dark Throne sent 2 waves of people? But why was there only one person? What is the meaning of doing this? As if seeing the doubts of the two, the figure continued, the other party may not be from the Dark Throne. Don't rush to take action after you go over. Find out their identities first. Just in case. You two go together. I know. Go now. Putting away the book, Fleming turned around and looked around, and found that the other wizards had left, and the witch-hunting army had also retreated, leaving only him and Highland at the scene. Let's go and have a look. Maybe it's a wizard apprentice who just came out of the countryside. Fleming shrugged. Highland smiled and said, such a person hasn't appeared for a long time. With the establishment of the teleportation array network and the popularization of sub-magic technology, the transportation conditions in the Starlight continent have been greatly improved, far exceeding the past. The speed of information transmission has also been greatly improved. Nowadays, the wizard qualification test of the Star Alliance is already known to everyone. Almost every child who meets the age and literacy requirements will participate in the wizard qualification test. Anyone with a little qualification will be included in the Star Alliance. In addition, the entire Starlight continent has been explored by the Star Alliance, and almost all wizard inheritance and circulating wizard books have fallen into the hands of the Star Alliance. The situation like before, where a lucky person accidentally came into contact with the wizard inheritance and activated his mental power to become a wizard apprentice, has rarely appeared. Therefore, there have been almost no wild wizard apprentices in recent years. So Fleming and Highland just thought of the Dark Throne at the first time, and only now realized that it might be a wild wizard apprentice. The two performed levitation and soared into the sky, flying towards the east, because the unrecorded energy particle fluctuations were also moving, and the speed was not slow. The two had to take out the star book from time to contact the monitor to determine the target position and readjust the direction. It took half a day, and the two finally found the target. The other party was sitting under the tree, leaning against the trunk, holding a compass in his hand, staring at the lines on it, looking very focused. To their surprise, the target was actually a woman, and a great beauty. After the fierce sunlight passed through the shade of the tree, it suddenly became much warmer, falling on the woman, outlining the curve of her face, ivory skin, and finally sinking into the light silver eyes. She looked only about 25 or 26 years old, with long hair like a silver waterfall, a pair of purple crystal earrings sparkling beside her earlobes, and some tiny gold tassels hanging under the crystals. She had a special temperament that made people feel unpredictable. She was very quiet, but this quietness could not be described as indifference, nor did it carry the color of indifference or arrogance. There was only peace and quiet, as if she was always sober and rational. Fleming and Highland looked at each other, and their expressions became solemn, even though the energy particle fluctuations on the woman's body were very faint, at most only at the level of a second-level wizard apprentice. Their intuition told them that this woman was not simple. The woman withdrew her gaze from the compass and looked up at Fleming and Highland. She had long noticed the approach of the two. "Who are you?" The woman's voice was very pleasant, but a little cold. "We are from the Star Alliance." Fleming chose his words and said, "Who are you?" The woman did not answer the question, but looked at the two of them deeply. I didn't expect that wizards were born in the Starlight Continent. Is the Star Alliance you mentioned a wizard organization? Fleming was shocked, and his eyes showed a look of vigilance. You are not from the Starlight Continent. Indeed not, the woman admitted frankly. Seeing the two people's vigilance, she shook her head and said, Don't be nervous. I have no hostility towards you. I came to the Starlight Continent just to find my magic pet. Seeing that the woman didn't seem to be lying, Fleming and Highland felt a little relieved. It seems that the other party is not from the Dark Throne. Having said that, the two did not relax their vigilance. And at the same time, they were more confused. Since there is a magic pet, this woman should be a wizard. But a wizard from the outer plane came to the Starlight Continent to find his magic pet. How can this sound so strange? Why is your magic pet on the Starlight Continent? Fleming asked. The woman put down the compass, stood up and said, For some reason, when I left the Starlight Continent, I had to leave it behind to prevent it from getting into danger. Fleming and Highland were slightly stunned, and then quickly reacted. Their eyes widened. Are you the expedition wizard who left the Starlight Continent 2,000 years ago? Fleming cried out in a low voice. It's not an expedition. The woman shook her head slightly. The sphere of influence of the major wizard forces at that time was no longer limited to the Starlight Continent. The Starlight Continent was just one of the many planes they controlled. It was just because it was the origin of many wizard forces. So it seemed more special. Rather than an expedition, it was more appropriate to say that it was shelved for use. Fleming and Highland were stunned. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. But what shocked them even more was the woman's identity. If what the other party said was true, then wouldn't she have lived for more than 2,000 years? You know, this is not 2,000 years in the Starlight Continent of the Elemental Desert. The cultivation environment of the outer plane does not have the problem of elemental desert and lack of resources. If this woman is not lying, then she has been practicing for more than 2,000 years in the same environment as the wizard's heyday. And she is at least a second-level wizard, or even a third-level wizard. Fleming and Highland were shocked and confused for a while, not knowing whether to believe what this woman said. Originally, they wanted to take the other party back to Longlin for questioning. But if this woman is really a third-level wizard, then taking her back to Longlin would be like inviting a wolf into the house. For a while, both of them were a little hesitant. After hesitating for a while, Fleming asked, What does the magic pet you are looking for look like? A white cat. Are there any other clues? Highland asked. If it is just the feature of a white cat, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. I went to the place where it was sleeping, but it was empty. The wizard books and magic items left behind were also taken away. I suspect it was taken away by a wizard apprentice or wizard. Judging from the traces at the scene, it should have been 700 or 800 years ago. Fleming pondered. 700 or 800 years ago. There were no other wizards except Lord Sunan. The one who took away the white cat magic pet should be a wizard apprentice. But after so many years, the wizard apprentice may have died of old age and most likely cannot be found. In addition, it has a golden bell around its neck. The woman continued. Fleming and Highland were both stunned and looked surprised. Golden bell? A petite white figure flashed in their minds at the same time. The white cat magic pet you mentioned. Can't it be very good at space travel? Fleming looked strange. The woman's eyes lit up. Have you seen Amy? Chapter 254 Maisha Edwards. Fleming and Highland were a little stunned. They never thought that the pet that the person in front of them was looking for was Amy. After thinking about it carefully, they did hear people say that Amy was not the pet of Lord Sunan. And it did come from the wizard's heyday 2,000 years ago. So, Amy's master is most likely the person in front of him. After coming back to his senses, Fleming said with a strange look, The Star Alliance does have a white cat beast named Amy. And it has survived for at least 2,000 years. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the pet you are looking for. Don't worry. It is fine now. After hearing this, a look of relief flashed across the woman's face. It's good that it's okay. Can you take me to find it? Fleming hesitated, exchanged glances with Highland, and said, Sorry, I don't have the right to make a decision. I have to report to the higher-ups. A trace of surprise flashed across the woman's eyes. The two official wizards are not high level. It seems that the wizard organization called Star Alliance is quite powerful. I understand. Thank you for your help. Fleming took out the Book of Stars and began to report to the higher-ups. Looking at the Book of Stars, a strange color flashed across the woman's face. Ultra-long-range projection contact props? It should be part of the ubiquitous detection network that she felt after entering the Starlight continent. It seems that this wizard organization called Star Alliance has completely controlled the entire Starlight continent. The plane of the elemental desert can actually give birth to such a powerful wizard organization. It really makes people curious about what happened in this plane in the past 2,000 years. Starlight Wizard Tower. Laboratory. The hand of the manipulator carved the last line, and the weak light spread along the line, flowing through the floor, walls and ceiling of the entire laboratory. And the whole room suddenly produced some strange changes. Done! Sudan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. In this way, the space planning part was completed. The central crystal energy transmission system and element pool have also been upgraded. The only things left are the protective energy field of the maze lock and the puppet army. Number 1. Scan the status of the wizard tower. Receive the command. Started scanning. And the scanning was completed. Wizard tower, Starlight. Level, medium, upgrade progress, 93.16%, current remaining energy, 82.19%. Energy storage, 50%. Intelligent auxiliary life. Tower spirit number 1, enhanced. Tower spirit number 2, enhanced. Tower spirit number 3. Facilities, element pool, super large/enhanced. Floating ring. Central crystal energy transmission system. Living area. Warehouse area. Experimental area. Practice area. Meditation area. Planting area. Servants, Clay Golem X300. Water Elves X482. Flower Fairies X502. Protective device, Mystical Lock Protective Energy Field, large/enhanced, combat device, Spell Turret Type 2 X300. Dissociation Cannon Type 2. Golem Legion, Adamantium Golem X5000. Touch Master Puppet X63. Secret Doll X31. Over the past decade, Sunan has continuously synthesized the element pool, and finally upgraded it to a level from large to super large. The super large element pool, in addition to the greatly increased energy limit and energy recovery speed, also has an additional energy storage function. In simple terms, it is to store energy. You can store more energy on weekdays, and use it to replenish the energy consumption of the element pool in wartime. Sudan has done a test. 150% of the full energy is enough for 300 spell turrets 2 to fire 16 rounds. The energy is much more abundant than before. In this way, the energy consumption problem of long-range strike firepower has been basically solved. In addition, Sudan also borrowed the knowledge of the Dark Throne to manufacture Tower Spirits, and strengthened and transformed Tower Spirit number 1 and Tower Spirit number 2, improving the computing power and data analysis capabilities. Next, he plans to transform Tower Spirit number 3. It is worth mentioning that after the Wizard Tower level becomes medium, the strengthened suffix of the floating ring disappears. This shows that the current functional strength of the floating ring just meets the standard of the medium level and does not exceed it. Unless it continues to synthesize and upgrade, the strengthened suffix will reappear. If we combine the protective energy field of the maze lock into 3 small-scale ones, it should be able to be upgraded to a super large one. We only need 6 more wizard-level puppets to reach the goal of 100. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to the Dark Throne, which later sent him a small wizard tower, which greatly relieved his resource pressure. If not for this, the upgrade and transformation of the Starlight Wizard Tower would not have been carried out so smoothly. But there should be no such good things in the future. If the Dark Throne is not stupid, it should know that the difficulty of conquering the Starlight continent has far exceeded their original estimate. Unless the plain blockade is lifted and a stronger legion is sent, it will be useless to fight small, and will only give the enemy spoils. The Dark Throne will probably not send wizard towers again. Waving his hand to disperse the three-dimensional model, Sunan sat down cross-legged, and was about to fill the talent crystal model when he suddenly received a message from Liz. Seeing this, he had to get up and teleport to the study. As soon as they met, Liz said, "The Dark Throne has sent people to invade the Starlight continent again." What lineup? 12 first-level wizards. Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then quickly reacted. Their purpose is to pass the information of the Starlight continent back? That's right. Lisa nodded. All the wizards who came are good at hiding. Until they took action, the Eye of the Stars could not detect their existence. By the time we found those people, They had already passed the information out. Sunan narrowed his eyes. But soon waved his hand. Forget it. It doesn't matter at this time. After all, the sensing ability of the Eye of the Stars is not omnipotent. And it can't do anything when encountering wizards, who are good at hiding energy particle fluctuations. Anyway, the plane barrier will be completely repaired in a year at most. By then, the Star Alliance will be completely exposed to many wizard forces. If the information is leaked earlier, it will not affect the overall situation. There is one more thing. Liz suddenly showed a strange expression. Amy's master is here. Sunan was stunned for a while before reacting. Amy's master? Fleming and Highland met a woman who seemed to be from the outer plane. The other party claimed to be in the Starlight Continent to find the lost magic pet. And the characteristics and name of the magic pet happened to be very consistent with Amy. Liz recounted the whole story. After listening, Sunan couldn't help but be stunned. Since the other party could say Amy's name and the golden bell, it was most likely Amy's master. But Sunan didn't expect that before the Dark Throne invaded the Starlight Continent. Amy's master came first. By the way, she could actually enter the Starlight Continent? Sunan frowned in confusion. But on second thought, the other party probably left an anchor point on Amy. Where is that person now? Near the Flash City. Fleming and Highland are monitoring her. Without your permission, they dare not take her into the Dragon Forest. Sunan was thoughtful. According to Amy's description, her master is a descendant of the True Spirit. At this point in time, it is very likely that he has been promoted to a True Spirit Wizard, or at least a level 3 crystallized wizard. With her power, it is not difficult to destroy the Star Alliance. Although Sunan can fight above his level, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can beat a level 3 crystallized wizard. Especially since the other party is a descendant of the True Spirit. He probably has as many trump cards as him. The reason why that person was willing to wait patiently for Fleming and Highland to report, instead of relying on his strength to break into the Dragon Forest, is probably because the Star Alliance adopted Amy. Having said that, Sunan did not intend to let the other party enter the Dragon Forest. You must be on guard against others. But it is necessary to meet the other party in person. A faint light flashed in Sunan's eyes. And he had already connected to the Star Eye network and quickly found Amy's whereabouts. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. And when he appeared again, he was already beside Amy. The little guy was lying on the back of the hidden dragon to bask in the sun. He suddenly saw someone appear and was immediately startled. But when he saw who it was, he shouted happily again. Meow. Sunan. Why are you here? Sunan smiled slightly. I came to tell you a good news. What good news, Meow? Your master is here. Amy was stunned for a long time before she realized what Sunan meant. And her eyes widened in surprise. The master is here? Really, Meow? The master really came to see Amy, Meow? The little guy was so excited that he almost slipped off the back of the hidden dragon. It should be right. Sunan reached out to catch Amy. Whether it is true, you and I will know if it is true. Then let's go now, Meow. Amy couldn't wait to jump on Sunan's shoulder. After 2,000 years, she was finally able to see the master she had been thinking about. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Sunan did not delay and immediately took Amy from Long Lin to the teleportation point of Flash City, and then flew to the destination, flying at full speed. In less than 2 minutes, one person and one cat arrived at the destination. Seeing Sunan, Fleming and Highland immediately bowed. Lord Sunan. Before Sunan could respond, he heard an excited shout in his ear. Master. Then, with a lightness on his shoulders, Amy instantly shuttled through space, threw himself into the woman's arms, and hugged her tightly. Woo woo. Master, Amy missed you so much. You finally came, Meow. The woman showed a soft look, stretched out her hand and gently stroked Amy's fur, and whispered, I'm sorry, Amy. I left you alone on the Starlight Continent for so long. But I'm back now, and I won't abandon you again in the future. The woman's cold voice seemed to contain some strange power, which made people feel at peace. Amy gradually regained her composure, sniffed, and then remembered Sunan beside her. She quickly pulled the woman's robe and raised her paw to point at Sunan. Master. That's Sunan. It was Sunan who took care of me after I woke up. He is a very good person. Meow. The woman looked up at Sunan and nodded slightly. Thank you for taking care of Amy. You're welcome. Sunan looked at the woman inconspicuously. The energy particles covering the other person were extremely weak. just like a wizard apprentice. Even if a first-level wizard came, he might not be able to see through the woman's true power. But Su Nan could vaguely feel the unfathomable soul breath on the other person. Like the abyss. He understood vaguely in his heart. Master, listen to me. Amy chattered and told the woman about Su Nan. When she heard that Su Nan was a second-level crystal wizard and the controller who created the Star Alliance, the woman's eyes finally changed when she looked at him, with a hint of surprise. Then, the woman introduced herself. My name is Maisha Edwards. Su Nan Yinist, Su Nan said, and added a sentence in his heart. This is a proud woman. Although Maisha looks gentle and kind, Su Nan can still clearly perceive one thing. This gentleness and humility actually has a condescending taste behind it. This is not to say that Maisha is hypocritical or pretentious, but because she is a true spirit wizard. A true spirit wizard may be polite to ordinary wizards, but can she still be expected to respect ordinary wizards? This kind of condescending humility means cultivation, bearing or politeness, but it does not mean respect at all. Su Nan is very clear about this and has nothing to complain about. After all, when facing those wizard apprentices of the Star Alliance, he and Maisha are no different. But perhaps because of his status as a second-level wizard and his experience in creating the Star Alliance, Maisha looked at him differently. So she took the initiative to introduce her name for the first time. Amy is my most important pet. Maisha stroked Amy's head, making the latter show an expression of enjoyment. At that time, I was in crisis. In order to prevent Amy from being implicated, I let her hide and sleep, and planned to pick her up after the crisis was resolved. However, when I got away, the Starlight Continent plane had been blocked. It was not until today that I was able to return to the Starlight Continent. Amy is innocent and simple, living alone on the Starlight Continent. She will definitely suffer a lot. Thanks to your care, she can live safely. Maisha looked at Su Nan and thanked him again with a sincere look. I am very grateful for your help to Amy. In return, if you have any requests, I will try my best to meet them. As soon as the voice fell, Amy couldn't wait to speak. Great. Meow. Master, can you help Su Nan deal with those bad guys in the Dark Throne? Dark Throne? Maisha's face flashed with surprise, and she glanced at Su Nan, and soon understood. Did the Dark Throne invade the Starlight Continent in advance? That's right. Su Nan did not hide it. They started invading more than 10 years ago. And so far, we have fought several times. Su Nan also destroyed 2 wizard towers of the Dark Throne, Amy said proudly. Maisha looked at Su Nan with a hint of surprise. You actually have your own wizard tower? It's just a small wizard tower, Su Nan said calmly. That's also amazing. Maisha knew how difficult it was to build a wizard tower, not to mention on the Starlight Continent in the elemental desert. The young wizard in front of her was more outstanding than she had imagined. Maisha's knowledge and experience are not comparable to those of ordinary wizards. After a little thought, she understood the current predicament of the Star Alliance, and her eyes flickered slightly. Maybe I can help you, she said softly. I forgot to say just now. I come from the Code of Wisdom. Chapter 255 Subsidiary Organizations and Autonomy. Wisdom Code. Su Nan's heart moved, and he was surprised and a little happy at the same time. He had been thinking about how to contact other wizard forces, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come to him. In the multiverse, there are only a handful of large wizard forces that can compete with the Dark Throne with comprehensive strength and are hostile to the Dark Throne. Namely the Deep Blue Alliance, the Wisdom Code, and the Star Spirit Clock Tower. Among them, the Wisdom Code has the most profound attainments in the fields of puppet refining, magic item manufacturing, potion making and biological transformation, and is famous for its proficiency in side jobs among all wizard forces. Su Nan originally preferred to cooperate with the Wisdom Code. After all, to maximize the role of the magic cube, it is inseparable from deep cultivation in these 4 fields. So the best choice is naturally to cooperate with the Wisdom Code and trade more knowledge and inheritance. This is also conducive to the rapid development of the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance is his base, and the stronger the strength, the better it will be for his future development. With his mind racing, Su Nan quickly came up with a plan and said, This is not a place to chat. If you don't mind, come to my place and be my guest, and let me show my hospitality. Yes. Yes. Master. Su Nan Dragon Forest is very beautiful. Meow, Amy said, patting her paws. Maisha patted Amy's head with a gentle look and said to Sunan, "Then I won't be polite." The group then returned to the Dragon Forest. When she saw the lush and verdant forest in the Dragon Forest, Maisha nodded slightly, but was not too surprised. Ecological parks are not uncommon in the Wisdom Code. This kind of extra-dimensional space is not like a half-plane. The latter can only be built by true spirit wizards. But in the extra-dimensional space, third-level wizards can try to build it. For example, she herself has more than one ecological park. It was not until she entered Area 2 and saw the more than 10 Tyrannosaurus Rex that Maisha finally showed a hint of surprise on her face. Not only sub-dragon species, but also real giant dragons are cultivated. This level of ecological park is really rare. Then the group passed by the Starlight Academy, overlooking the panoramic view of the academy from a high altitude. Seeing the apprentices coming and going like ants, Maisha couldn't help but flash a strange color in her eyes. The Wizard Academy, the Wizard Tower, and Sunan, a second-level crystal wizard, plus the ability to resist the invasion of the Dark Throne. The Star Alliance must have a large number of formal wizards, which seems to have met the standard of a qualified wizard force. Thinking of this, Maisha glanced at Sunan, and her evaluation of the latter in her heart was raised by 1 point. In fact, this was also intended by Sunan. If you want to cooperate with a behemoth like the Wisdom Code, you must first show your own value. Only in this way can you gain more benefits in the cooperation. Otherwise, you can be directly teleported to the Wizard Tower after entering the Dragon Forest, and there is no need to fly to travel. Not long after, the group entered the Starlight Wizard Tower. Entering the reception room, Lizzie was already waiting here. "This is my deputy, Liz Russell," Sunan introduced, and then introduced Maisha to Liz. Maisha looked at Liz with some surprise, as if she didn't expect that the deputy of the Star Alliance controller would be a ghost. "Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Maisha." Liz bowed slightly. On the way here, Sunan had already explained everything to her, and Liz also knew that the person in front of her was a true spirit wizard, and she naturally had to show corresponding respect to the strong. After the greetings, the three of them sat down, knowing that the three of them were going to talk about business. Amy honestly lay beside Maisha's hand and didn't interrupt. Sunan went straight to the point and said, "What exactly does the help that Lord Maisha just mentioned mean?" Maisha did not answer but asked, "How much do you know about the Wisdom Code?" "A little bit." Sunan smiled and said, "The Wisdom Code is good at manufacturing. The puppets, potions and magic items it produces are well known in the entire wizard world. The headquarters is located in the Holy Tree Plain community. The highest ruling body is the Wisdom Society, which has great scholars and high-level scholars under it. They are the middle and high levels of the Wisdom Code, and the grassroots wizards are collectively referred to as scholars." Sunan's eyes swept across the emblem worn on Maisha's chest. The pattern on it was an open silver book, and a key of the same color was suspended above the page. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a great scholar of the Wisdom Code." Maisha was really surprised this time. Not only was he familiar with the organizational structure of the Wisdom Code, but he also recognized her identity as a great scholar just by the emblem style. This is not called a little understanding, but clearly very familiar. Lisa on the side was also secretly surprised. "I didn't expect that in addition to the Dark Throne. Sunan also knew so much about the Wisdom Code. The Starlight Continent has been sealed off for 2,000 years. Where on earth did he get so much information?" Maisha quickly recovered from her surprise. Her eyes flashed, and she said, "Since you know so much about the Wisdom Code, you should also know what my suggestion is." At this point, Sunan stopped probing and said directly, "Star Alliance becomes a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code, and gets the protection and internal trading rights of the Wisdom Code. In return, Star Alliance will provide a certain amount of resources to the Wisdom Code every year." In fact, Sunan's original plan was to take Star Alliance to join a large wizard force directly, completely abandoning autonomy in exchange for a chance to survive. But as Star Alliance grew stronger, his ambitions grew, and he was no longer satisfied with being a member of a large wizard force. Even if he could become a high-level leader of a large wizard force, there would be no more benefits than directly controlling a wizard force. The reason why his strength has improved so rapidly over the years is because he can use all the power of Star Alliance to improve himself. Unless he has to, Sunan will not give up the autonomy of Star Alliance. So after building the Wizard Tower and being promoted to a second-level wizard, he decided to make Star Alliance a subsidiary organization of a large wizard force. In this way, Star Alliance retains its autonomy and also gets the protection of a large wizard force, making it possible to fight against the Dark Throne. If they want to break away from independence in the future, they will not be restricted. Maisha looked at Sunan deeply. In the multiverse, the only wizard force with an affiliated organization is the Wisdom Code, because the Wisdom Code can produce a large amount of resources for trading with affiliated organizations. With this advantage, the Wisdom Code has absorbed a large number of small and medium-sized wizard forces as affiliated organizations, firmly tying them together. It is precisely because of this that even though the number of wizards and overall strength of the Wisdom Code are not as good as those of several other large wizard forces, it can still be compared with them. Sunan was able to think of this plan at the first time, which was obviously not a temporary idea. Perhaps even if she did not appear, Sunan would find a way to connect with the Wisdom Code. I can apply to the Wisdom Society to absorb the Star Alliance as a subsidiary organization, but I can't guarantee whether it will be approved. The Star Alliance can increase the amount of resources it provides. It's not about resources. Maisha shook her head. The resources collected by the Wisdom Code from the subsidiary organizations are not actually many. We absorb the subsidiary organizations not for these resources, but because of their strength. Sunan's expression moved and he understood. That's right. The resources provided by the subsidiary organizations are not as much as the output of 2 or 3 subplanes. The real purpose of the Wisdom Code to absorb the subsidiary organizations is obviously to have a group of younger brothers waving flags and shouting, so as to compete with other large wizard forces. Maisha's next words also proved his guess. Not all wizard forces are qualified to become affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code. We value strength and potential. Either they are strong enough to be at least a second-rate wizard force, or they have enough potential. Other wizard forces, no matter how much resources they offer, we will not absorb them as affiliated organizations. Sunan understood and asked calmly, how can the Star Alliance prove its potential? The current Star Alliance is obviously far from the standard of a second-rate wizard force, so it can only try to meet the second standard. Maisha said, the plain blockade of the Starlight Continent will be lifted soon, and the revenge of the Dark Throne will come soon. If we can show enough strength in this war, I will have a better chance of convincing the Wisdom Society. After hearing this, Liz, who had been silent all the time, finally couldn't help but interrupt and said, this is too much to ask. If we have the strength to fight against the Dark Throne, we don't have to seek to become a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code. Maisha was not angry when she heard this, and said calmly, the Dark Throne is now invading the Crescent Plane community. It wants to take it as the second plane community, and has invested most of its strength for this. The energy that can be put on the Starlight Continent will not be too much. After the plane blockade is lifted, the attack intensity of the Dark Throne may be much more difficult than before. But it should not be so that the Star Alliance cannot contend. If the attack intensity really exceeds the Star Alliance ability to cope with it, I can help you fight it, as a reward for your care for Amy. Liz was silent immediately. Maisha's consideration was very thorough, and her meaning was very clear. If the Dark Throne's attack is too fierce, she can help. With a true spirit wizard joining the battle, it should not be a problem to repel the Dark Throne. But in this way, the favor of taking care of Amy will be over. She will not continue to help in becoming an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Code. And if the Dark Throne attacks again in the future, she will not intervene again. After thinking for a moment, Sunan smiled and said, it's fair. I accept the advice of Lord Maisha. It's indeed fair. There is nothing to complain about. Maisha is not his relative, so it is very good that she can help him like this. Taking care of Amy's kindness and getting a promise from a true spirit wizard in return is already a very cost-effective deal. To make more requests is too greedy. If the worst happens, at most, we can give up the autonomy of the Star Alliance and join the Wisdom Code or other large wizard forces, so that we will not be left with no way out. Seeing that Sunan accepted it, Maisha's eyes flashed with admiration. She admires people who are self-aware and can recognize the reality the most. Out of admiration for Sunan, she also wanted to invest in him. Maisha then said, although I can't give you too much help, I can still help you with a little bit. Before the attack of the Dark Throne comes, I can open up the internal trading rights of the Wisdom Code to you and supply you with resources at internal prices, provided that the quantity is not too large. Sunan's eyes lit up. This is the most practical help for him at the moment. If possible, I want the Spirit Pearl, Sunan said seriously, although there are many resources he wants. Most of them cannot be transformed into strength in a short time. Only the Spirit Pearl is different. As long as there are enough Spirit Pearls, he can quickly fill the Talent Crystal model and be promoted to a 3rd level wizard. This is also a huge improvement in the overall strength of the Star Alliance. For Sunan's choice, Maisha was not surprised, and said lightly, even if it is the internal price, the price of the Spirit Pearl is not cheap. How much? 10 magic crystals. Lisa's eyes twitched slightly. Not magic stones, but more precious magic crystals can be traded. That's right. The Spirit Pearl is so precious that almost all wizards below level 3 are eager to get it. The trading threshold must be high. However, after hearing this, a smile flashed in Sunan's eyes. If it were other resources, he might not be able to take out much. But magic crystals are different. When he used magic stones to synthesize magic stone essence mother, he synthesized magic crystals. As long as there are enough secondary magic stones, he can synthesize as many magic crystals as he wants. How many can you trade at most? Sunan asked. Maisha was slightly startled. This sounded a bit like a rich man. Could it be that Sunan had a lot of magic crystals? But magic crystals are the byproducts of magic stone mines. A magic stone mine often contains only a small amount of magic crystals, less than 1% of the magic stone output. According to the situation in the Starlight Continent, there should be no magic stone mines. Maisha didn't ask any more questions, and said, within 50, I can make the decision and trade with you. Then 50. Sunan was overjoyed. As expected of a true spirit wizard, he is generous. If it were a normal transaction, even if the Star Alliance became a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code, it would probably not be able to trade so many spirit beads at one time. After all, this thing is a hot commodity, and many wizards want it. Most of the time, it is in a state of being out of stock. With these 50 spirit beads, the time he spends filling the Talent Crystal model will undoubtedly be greatly shortened. After reaching a cooperation, both parties were very happy. Sunan arranged a room for Maisha to stay. After not seeing each other for a long time, this pair of master pets should have a lot to say. After Maisha took Amy away, Lise frowned and asked, Is it okay? Sunan nodded slightly. This is already the best result. At least as long as we can withstand the first wave of attacks after the plane blockade, we will have a bright future. Lise sighed and said, The problem is this first wave of attacks. How confident are you? That depends on our next preparations, Sunan said. Chapter 256 Armament Expansion. Synthesis of Spiritual Pearls. In Sunan memory, after the year 2000 of the Starlight Calendar, the Dark Throne invaded the Starlight Continent without the appearance of true spirit wizards or large wizard towers. Now that I think about it, perhaps, as Maisha said, the Dark Throne put most of its energy into conquering the second plane community, and did not pay much attention to a single plane. But Sunan vaguely remembered that the Dark Throne seemed to have dispatched the war force of an entire plane at that time, which eventually evolved into a large-scale plane war. But even so, this is already considered good. At least the Star Alliance also controls an entire plane and has the power to fight back. How is the armament expansion going? Sunan asked. Leisha was familiar with it, and said without thinking, the 8th large golem army is already being formed, and it should be completed before the plane blockade is lifted. The current official members of the Magic Pattern Knights have increased to 58,000, and the candidate members, who are not equipped with magic pattern constructs, have exceeded 500,000. The total number of the core Subdragon Knights has expanded to 8,500. A new batch of Subdragons have just come out of the pasture and have been distributed. They are now in the adaptation period. It is expected that the entire force will be expanded to 9,000 next year, as early as the completion of the construction of the Starlight Wizard Tower. The Star Alliance focused its resources on the expansion of military power to prepare for the battle against the Dark Throne. As the core armed forces of the Star Alliance, the Golem Army and the Magic Pattern Knights are naturally the top priority of the expansion. The total number of a large Golem Army is 125,000. 8 armies means 1 million. In other words, by next year, the Star Alliance will have 1 million golems. If we add the local defense forces guarding the various cities and resource points in the underground world, the number of golems can increase by another 300,000 or 400,000. 1.3 or 400,000 golems, although most of them are stone golems and double-bladed spiders. This number is also very exaggerated. That is to say, Starlight Academy has cultivated a large number of wizard apprentices in the past few hundred years. And there are enough tools to refine puppets. Otherwise, Sudan alone would not be able to refine so many golems even if he died of exhaustion. As for the magic pattern knights, the number of formal members is relatively small. Don't underestimate the fact that there are less than 60,000 people. But they are all elites. You should know that the minimum standard for formal members of the magic pattern knights is a high-level knight, and equipped with magic pattern equipment. The combat effectiveness has broken through to the level of legendary knights without exception. In other words, this is the combat power of 58,000 legendary knights. As the core of the ace, the Asian Dragon Knight is the best among the legendary knights. And it is an indestructible blade on the battlefield. In terms of combat power alone, the three large golem core combined are no match for the magic pattern knights. What's more, the magic pattern knights have more than 500,000 reserve members. Although the reserve members do not have magic pattern constructs, they are all knights or great knights, which is more than enough for a regular core, not much inferior to the golem core. Increase the task reward for manufacturing magic pattern constructs, and then manufacture as many magic pattern constructs as possible, and strive to exceed 60,000 formal members of the magic pattern knights next year. Sunan ordered, and after Lise agreed, he changed the subject. What about the fleet? Lisa said, considering that the probability of a naval battle is not high. Only 5 naval fleets have been established. As long as there is no large-scale naval battle, it should be enough. Sunan nodded slightly. It is rare to encounter naval battles in plane wars, unless the plane being attacked happens to be a plane dominated by the ocean. But the probability of this is very low. Even if it really happens, with the logistical strength of the Star Alliance, it can also explode several naval fleets in a short time. However, the naval fleet did not expand. But another type of magic ship was in the expansion focus of the Star Alliance. That is the flying magic ship. This type of magic ship has a wide range of uses. It can be used in naval battles, land battles and air battles, and can also be used to quickly transport troops. On the Starlight continent, the Star Alliance can transport troops efficiently and quickly through the transmission network. But once it attacks other planes, this advantage will disappear. Considering this, Sunan ordered the formation of a flying fleet. There is another more important reason. That is, the flying fleet can deal with the wizard tower. Before the Starlight Wizard Tower is upgraded to a large wizard tower, Sunan does not plan to build a second wizard tower. He plans to invest all the extra resources in the Starlight Wizard Tower. But in this way, the Star Alliance strength in large-scale war creations is a bit weak. It was okay before, because of the plane blockade, the Dark Throne could not send multiple wizard towers to invade the Starlight continent at the same time. But once the plane blockade is lifted, and the Dark Throne invades in large numbers, Sunan can guarantee that there will definitely be more than one wizard tower coming. It will definitely be difficult to cope with it, with the Starlight Wizard Tower alone. So we must find a way to increase help. The flying fleet is the result of his repeated consideration. The magic ship with flying ability and long-range strike firepower is undoubtedly the best armed force to deal with the wizard tower at this stage. Although the overall strength is far inferior to the wizard tower, it is superior in number and can implement ship-sea tactics. Moreover, the research and development of the flying magic ship is not difficult. It is to add a copycat version of the ultra-small floating ring on the basis of the original magic ship, and then strengthen the long-range firepower. Today, the flying fleet of the Star Alliance has also taken shape. In addition, Sunan also plans to study a war fortress between the flying magic ship and the wizard tower as a conventional large-scale war creation for the Star Alliance to conduct plane wars in the future. However, it is still in the conception at present. He has no energy to focus on it in the short term. He can only take action after overcoming the current crisis. Currently, 12 flying fleets have been formed. The fleet size is the same as the Navy fleet. Each fleet includes 5 third-level magic ships, 25 second-level magic ships, and 250 first-level magic ships. In addition, the 13th and 14th fleets are also being formed. If we speed up the work, it should be completed next year. Sunan nodded secretly. 14 flying fleets are barely enough. It's a pity that the time is too short. Plus the resource limit. Otherwise, if hundreds of flying fleets are formed, even if the Dark Throne sends 5 or 6 small wizard towers, he has the confidence to make the opponent have no return. The Golem Corps, the Magic Pattern Knights, the magic ship fleet, plus the Starlight Wizard Tower. In addition, the military strength of the Star Empire is a little weaker, but it can also be regarded as a force. In general, the power of the Starlight continent is now far greater than many subplanes and single planes. This is the difference between planes with or without wizard forces. If the opponent is not the Dark Throne, but any other ordinary plane, the current power of the Star Alliance can completely crush it. Good. Let's continue with this trend. Sunan smiled. The next things are all up to you. You are such a leisurely boss. Lisa rolled her eyes at him. That being said, she actually knew that Sunan was not leisurely. Whether it was upgrading the Wizard Tower or filling the Talent Crystal model, it was a matter that required a lot of energy and time. Strictly speaking, what Sunan did was more important than what she was responsible for, so there was nothing to complain about. After leaving the living room, Sunan returned to the element pool to continue practicing whether he could withstand the first wave of attack from the Dark Throne after the plane blockade. In addition to the progress of the Star Alliance military expansion, it was more important to look at the upgrade of the Starlight Wizard Tower and whether he could be promoted to a third-level wizard, especially the latter. It goes without saying that the attack from the Dark Throne a year later would definitely involve third-level wizards. If it was a third-level gasification wizard, it would be fine. But if it was a third-level liquefaction or third-level crystallization, with his current strength, it would be a bit difficult to deal with it, and he had to be promoted to a third-level wizard as soon as possible. Although the deal was reached, due to the blockade of the plane, Maisha had to spend a lot of effort to enter the Starlight continent. It was not until a month later that she brought the promised 50 spirit beads. Happy cooperation. Sunan took out the 500 magic crystals synthesized in the past few days. These 500 magic crystals almost emptied most of the secondary magic stone inventory of the Star Alliance. Happy cooperation. Maisha put away the magic crystals and looked at Sunan deeply. I wish you an early promotion to a third-level wizard. Thank you for your good wishes. Both of them have a straightforward personality, and they separated after the transaction was completed. The Starlight continent will soon become a battlefield. Maisha is worried that Amy will continue to stay here, so she is ready to take it back to the Wisdom Code. Although Amy is very reluctant, she can only follow her master to leave. Sunan, you must beat those bad guys, and then come to the Wisdom Code to see me, Amy said reluctantly. I will. Sunan nodded with a smile. After watching Maisha and Amy leave, Sunan returned to the Wizard Tower and prepared to absorb the spirit bead. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sunan held a spirit bead tightly in his palm, closed his eyes, and began to practice. While filling the talent crystal model with mental power, he absorbed the spirit bead. Time passed slowly. In less than half a day, Sunan opened his eyes and frowned slightly. A spirit bead only increased by less than 0.4%? Sunan sighed with some disappointment. He was not too surprised by this result. When filling the first talent crystal model, a spirit bead only filled less than 2% of the mental power. Now that it has changed to the third talent crystal model, more mental power is required. And it is normal that the filling progress has dropped significantly. Who told him to construct a super talent crystal, which requires much more mental power than ordinary talent crystals? The spiritual beads that are very effective on ordinary wizards are not so effective on him. No, that can't be said. This progress is almost equivalent to the results of more than 3 years of practice, which is not a small amount. 50 spiritual beads can shorten my practice time by about 170 to 180 years. If it's just like this, I will definitely not be promoted to a third-level wizard before the plane blockade is lifted. Is there any other way to restore mental power faster? Sunan sat there and pondered. And Su? An idea gradually took shape in his mind. Compared with others, his biggest advantage is that he has a synthetic magic cube. Then to improve the efficiency of practice, it must start from this aspect. According to this idea, the solution is very clear. Synthesize spiritual beads. Although the synthetic magic cube has the word synthesis, its most essential effect is to strengthen objects. By synthesizing similar objects, its effect and power are greatly improved. And this can also be used on spiritual beads. Worth a try. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the magic cube and put in the spiritual beads. Spiritual beads, crystals formed by highly condensed mental power, can be used to restore mental power, containing 14,394 standard units of mental power. Sunan then put the remaining 48 spiritual beads into the Rubik Cube one by one to check the information. Although the amount of mental power contained in each spiritual bead is different, it is between 14,000 and 15,000, with a difference of only a few hundred. Sunan picked 2 at random and put them into the Rubik Cube. The synthesis interface flashed, and then new information appeared. Spiritual beads. Crystals formed by highly condensed mental power. Can be used to restore mental power. Containing 38,285 standard units of mental power. Sure enough, Sunan looked very happy. Just as he thought, synthesizing spiritual beads can really greatly improve the effect. And the increase is not low. More than 20% and close to 30%. He continued to put in the 3rd spiritual bead. And the amount of mental power of the synthesized product soared to more than 57,000 standard units. An increase of more than 30%. Sunan was refreshed and continued to synthesize. However, he was careful. Every time he synthesized a spirit bead, he would take it out to try to absorb it. Past experience told him that this kind of synthesis is not unlimited, but has an upper limit. Just like synthesizing element crystal cores with element crystal dust. When the element crystal core reaches a certain strength, he can no longer absorb divine energy from it. If the divine energy in the element crystal core was just a piece of stone before, he could control his mental power to slowly grind the stone into powder and absorb it. Then the divine energy after that was like iron, and it was difficult to shake it no matter how he tried. It is very likely that there is a similar upper limit for spirit beads. This guess was soon confirmed. When the number of synthesized beads increased to 23, Sunan felt obvious resistance when absorbing mental power from the spirit beads. Seeing this, he wisely stopped synthesizing. At this time, the amount of mental power contained in the spirit bead was more than 5 times the sum of the 23 spirit beads. Looking at the spirit bead in his hand that became more crystal clear and brilliant, Sunan showed an extremely happy smile on his face. At the same time, there was a trace of regret. If I hadn't been so hasty when I first absorbed the spirit beads, and had thought of this method, I could have wasted at least 2 years less. After calming down, Sunan put away his distracting thoughts and began to absorb the spirit beads. After synthesizing 2 extreme spirit beads, the remaining 3 spirit beads were also synthesized before being absorbed. When all the spirit beads were absorbed, Sunan talent crystal model filling progress had soared to 99.88%. And he was only 1 step away from promotion. The rest is just grinding. Sunan took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and continued to immerse himself in practice. Promotion to the 3rd level wizard is just around the corner. Chapter 257 promoted to level 3 wizard. The Dark Moon Plain. Dark City. This giant city suspended in the sky is built entirely of black and white. The base is an inverted cone-shaped bone mountain made of countless pale bones. And the city buildings built on it are all pitch black. However, in the dark night, these buildings did not blend into the darkness, but instead emitted a faint blue light, which made them significantly different from the surrounding darkness. But it also gave the whole city a cold and eerie atmosphere. In the center of the city, a dark tower pierced the sky like a spear, as if it split the entire sky in 2, which was extremely eye-catching. As soon as Yushi walked out of the tower, he was stopped by someone. Looking back, the person who stopped him was Turaman, one of the few colleagues in the Dark Throne who he could talk to and had worked with several times. The reason why they were not good friends was because there was no such thing as friends in the Dark Throne. Either a competitor or a partner. And most of the time it's the former. I heard that you applied to Lord Wood to be in charge of the affairs of the Starlight Continent, Tulaman asked. Yushi nodded and said expressionlessly, "What's wrong?" Tulaman's eyes flashed, and he smiled, "Nothing. Just a little curious." Lord Wood had sent several waves of people into the Starlight Continent before, but without exception, they were silent, and all the people were trapped inside. Until recently, some information came that wizard forces appeared on the Starlight Continent, and their strength was not weak. Why would you want to wade into this muddy water? Yushi glanced at him and said lightly, "Don't compare me with those trash. I won't repeat their mistakes." Tulaman was not angry after being choked, and smiled. "You are indeed better than those trash. But even if you want to gnaw on the hard bone of the Starlight Continent, you will have to pay a big price. At least the Wolf-Tide plane you control will definitely suffer heavy losses. What did Lord Wood promise you that made you take on this task even though you knew the price was huge? This is what you really want to know." A hint of sarcasm flashed in Yushi's eyes. Just consider it as satisfying my curiosity. Yushi was silent for a while, and said, "It's okay to tell you. Lord would promise that as long as I can take over the Starlight Continent and offer it to him, he will propose to the 3 thrones to promote me to the King's Robe Wizard. It's true." Turaman took a deep breath and suppressed the strong jealousy in his heart. Becoming a King's Robe Wizard is the goal of almost every low-level wizard in the Dark Throne. As long as you enter this class, you can get rid of the identity of being exploited and become a member of the exploiters. They have endured the exploitation of the upper class for so many years. Isn't it just to become an exploiting class one day? I didn't expect Yushi to get the opportunity so soon. It seems that the Dark Throne's battles in the Crescent Moon Plane and the Realm of Truth are not going well, and it has taken up too much power. Otherwise, Lord would not have made such an attractive promise to let you conquer the Starlight Continent. For Turaman's words that implied jealousy, Yushi sneered in his heart, but did not show any expression on his face, and said lightly, "It is because of this that we have a chance. Right? I advise you to conquer a plane if you have a chance. Controlling at least one plane is the minimum standard for becoming a royal wizard. If you do not meet the standard, even if the opportunity is in front of you, you will not be able to grasp it." Turaman's cheeks twitched slightly, and his hands in his sleeves could not help but clench. Although he was a little annoyed by Yushi's secret sarcasm, he had to admit that what he said made sense. No matter which wizard force, wizards who can control the plane alone have more status and position. This is true even in the Dark Throne that adheres to the law of the Dark Jungle. Without controlling the plane, even a 3rd-level wizard cannot obtain the status of a royal wizard. You'd better be careful. The wizard forces that can develop in the environment of Starlight Continent are definitely not that simple. Maybe, but the wizard force called Star Alliance only takes advantage of the plane blockade. Once this advantage is lost, it will be easy to deal with them. Seeing Turaman silent, Yushi sneered secretly, turned around and left without saying anything more. There is less than a year left before the plane blockade of Starlight Continent is lifted. Time is tight, and he needs to go back and make preparations. It is related to whether he can become a King Robe Wizard. This expedition can only succeed and cannot fail. He must conquer Starlight Continent. Time flies, and it enters the 2000th year of Starlight calendar in a blink of an eye. The top floor of Starlight Wizard Tower. Sunan sat cross-legged beside the element pool, practicing with concentration. In the sea of consciousness, the 3rd talent crystal shines with beautiful light. As the last trace of mental power sank into the talent crystal model, filling the last trace of blank, a ray of dazzling light suddenly bloomed from the surface of the crystal. The 3rd talent crystal was constructed successfully. A familiar feeling of sublimation that seemed to come from the soul level surged up from deep inside his body. Sunan opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the void behind him suddenly darkened and turned into an endless starry sky, as if dazzling stars were dragging tail flames like meteors passing by. The entire void seemed to tremble, and countless tiny cracks appeared in an instant. It only lasted for 3 or 4 seconds, and these tiny cracks returned to their original state in an instant, and the illusory starry sky disappeared, and the hall returned to normal. Feeling the strong energy particle fluctuations remaining in the surrounding void, Sunan showed a happy smile from the heart on his face. The 3rd talent crystal Falling Star Rain has been constructed. This also means that from this moment on, he has been promoted to a 3rd-level wizard. The essence of life has evolved again. At this moment, it has been less than 600 years since he was promoted to a 2nd-level wizard. It took only 570 years to break through from level 2 to level 3. This promotion is as fast as those descendants of the true spirit. It's all thanks to the Spirit Pearl. Otherwise, I would have to spend at least another 700 to 800 years to take this step. Sunan was full of joy. Successfully promoted to level 3 wizard, and he was more confident in fighting against the Dark Throne. After a long while, Sunan came back to his senses from the ecstasy of the breakthrough, and checked the condition of the sea of consciousness as soon as possible. The 3 talent crystals were arranged in a row, like the most magnificent gems in the world. 2 of them were surrounded by countless crystals, and the other was shrouded in mist, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The spiritual power filled in the sea of consciousness made Sunan feel intoxicated. The next step is to continue to condense spiritual power. Level 3 wizards also have to go through the 3 stages of gasification, liquefaction, and crystallization. However, after breaking through to crystallization, They no longer need to construct talent crystals, but condense the true spirit, communicate with the laws of the multiverse, and begin to contact the power of the law. Once successful, they can be promoted to the True Spirit Wizard. That is the realm that countless wizards dream of. True Spirit Wizard? Sunan let out a long breath. Although the difference between level 3 wizards and True Spirit Wizards is only one realm, it is this realm that has stopped countless wizards. In the multiverse, the True Spirit Wizard is already enough to be called the top combat power, and is a great existence that can kill gods. Countless wizards have fought one after another on the road to seeking the truth, but only 1 in 10,000 can finally become a True Spirit Wizard. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts. Before condensing the True Spirit, there are 2 major thresholds of liquefaction and crystallization. If you practice step by step, it will not be achieved without 1,000 years. The True Spirit Wizard is still far away from him, so he should get through the crisis first. The Starlight Wizard Tower has been upgraded, and all the necessary preparations have been made. In the past year or so, in addition to cultivation, Sunan has not neglected the upgrade of the Starlight Wizard Tower, and soon completed the last bit of upgrade progress, including the enhancement of Tower Spirit number 3, the completion of the wizard level puppets, and the upgrade of the protective energy field of the maze lock. Now the Starlight Wizard Tower is already a genuine medium-sized wizard tower, and it is an enhanced version, mainly reflected in the super large element pool and the protective energy field of the maze lock. If the long-range strike firepower and the comprehensive strength of the puppet army can be improved, Sunan thinks that the Starlight Wizard Tower will have no problem fighting against the large wizard tower. After solving the problem of the Dark Throne, you must get the design drawings of the plasma cannon and the pulse cannon as soon as possible. Coming back to his senses, Sunan left the control center and came to the study. Lizzie was busy reviewing documents when she suddenly realized something. She looked up and saw that it was Sunan, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She was about to speak, but suddenly she seemed to feel something. Looked Sunan up and down, and gradually showed shock on her face. You have been promoted to a 3rd level wizard? Sunan smiled and nodded. I was promoted just now. Lizzie pursed her lips and took a breath to suppress the strong shock in her heart. Even though she had experienced many surprises brought by Sunan, she was still deeply shocked at this moment. You know, Sunan had just broken through to the 2nd level crystallization 17 years ago. In such a short time, he successfully constructed the 3rd talent crystal and was promoted to a 3rd level wizard. This speed is simply shocking. Even if there are 50 spirit beads to absorb and assist, it is very exaggerated. Sometimes I really suspect that you are a descendant of the True Spirit. After a long silence, Lizzie said this sentence with a sigh. Sunan sat down opposite her and said with a smile, if I were a descendant of the True Spirit, I wouldn't have to worry about the Dark Throne's attack here. I could just find a backer. That's true. Lisa's mouth slightly raised, and she was obviously in a good mood. The Dark Throne's upcoming attack was like a mountain pressing on her heart, making her feel deeply stressed. And Sunan's breakthrough and promotion at this moment undoubtedly greatly reduced her pressure and made her feel much more relaxed. You're just in time. Take a look at these documents. Lizzie waved her hand, and the documents on the table floated up and landed in front of Sunan. Sunan scanned them with his mental power and quickly understood the contents. These were the details of the expansion of the Star Alliance military power over the past year or so, and basically achieved the goals he and Lizzie had discussed at the beginning. The last document was a summary of the current combat power of the Star Alliance. In addition to the Golem Corps, the Magic Pattern Knights and the Flying Fleet, it also includes wizards, the Witch Hunting Corps, the Starlight Academy, the Imperial Army, and the Sub-Dragons and Dragons of the Dragon Forest. So far, the Star Alliance has 83 wizards, including 5 first-level liquefied wizards. As for the first-level crystallization, there is none. To be honest, this number of wizards is definitely the bottom of the many wizard forces. There is no way. The Star Alliance was established too recently, and coupled with the limitations of the Starlight Continent environment, various debuffs can be said to be stacked. The birth of more than 80 wizards is still thanks to Sunan providing enough resources. Fortunately, there is still the Witch Hunting Corps, with the Star Alliance focus on investment. The size of the Witch Hunting Army has now expanded to 730, including 650 puppets and 80 secret puppets. If the Witch Hunting Army is included, the wizard-level combat power of the Star Alliance will at least not be at the bottom. Should we let the wizard apprentices of the Starlight Academy participate in the war? Liz asked. Let's not talk about the first and second level wizard apprentices. But the third level wizard apprentices already have strong combat power and are enough to participate in the war. Sunan thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. Let them be responsible for logistics. The Star Alliance has few wizard-level combat power, so wizards must participate in the war. But wizard apprentices are still exempted. He has always positioned wizard apprentices as practical labor, not combat power. Especially the third-level wizard apprentices. They are all future wizard seedlings, and important labor of the Star Alliance. Sunan is reluctant to use these people as cannon fodder, which is too wasteful. If the golem is gone, it can be refined again. But if too many third-level wizard apprentices are killed or injured, it will inevitably shake the foundation of the Star Alliance. The Imperial Army can participate in the war. As for Longlin, forget about the sub-dragon species. But the giant dragons can go to the battlefield. There are not many sub-dragon species in Longlin. Even if they are moved to the battlefield, they cannot improve the combat power of the Star Alliance too much. A lot of mental symbols will be wasted for control, which is not cost-effective. Moreover, if the sub-dragon species suffer heavy casualties, it will inevitably affect the future expansion of the sub-dragon Knight Force and the plan to cultivate giant dragons. Sunan will not do such a thing that is not worth the loss. Is there any problem with controlling the giant dragon? No problem. Liz smiled slightly. The mental symbol you improved is very useful. The 17 Tyrannosaurus dragons have never shown any signs of resistance. It is very suitable for use as a war weapon. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Dragons are born to be the darlings of the battlefield. Whether it is dragon power or breath, they can play a significant role on the battlefield. In terms of lethality on the battlefield, 2 or 3 wizards of similar strength are no match for a giant dragon. Thank you for your hard work. Sunan nodded to Liz. Liz shook her head and said nothing. As long as the Dark Throne's next offensive can be repelled, the Star Alliance can join the Wisdom Code and become its affiliated organization. With the Wisdom Code, it will be much easier to collect materials to reshape the body. It won't be long before she can regain her human body. Sunan stood up. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the wall, looking at the end of the sky in the distance. All preparations have been completed, and the next step is to wait for the plane blockade to be lifted. Calculating the time. It should be about time. Chapter 258. Sunan did not disappoint. The wind howled in the sky. 2 figures stood side by side, looking at the outline of the city in the distance. Lord Maisha, do you think the Star Alliance can withstand the attack of the Dark Throne? The middle-aged man on the left couldn't help asking. The gray robe wrapped his whole body, but from the waist down, it gave people a feeling of emptiness. From time to time, there was a strong wind blowing, and the hem of the robe was lifted up a little, so that the fog gathered inside could be seen. There was nothing else. Why not? Maisha asked back. Cyril said, the Dark Throne sent Yushi to take action this time. He is one of the most promising candidates for the Dark Throne to become the King's Robe Wizard in recent years. His strength should not be underestimated. Maisha said lightly. Sunan is also not simple. I don't think it will be so easy for someone who can establish a wizard force in the Starlight Continent to be defeated. That's right. Cyril did not refute this point. In fact, he was also surprised when he learned that wizard forces had appeared on the Starlight Continent. He was also amazed at the founder of the Star Alliance. This kind of thing is not something that everyone can do. But the Star Alliance has risen too quickly after all. It is limited by the local environment of the Starlight Continent, and its strength is limited after all. Yushi is not only a third-level crystallized wizard, but also controls the Wolf-Tide plane, which is also a beast plane with high war potential. The chances of the Star Alliance winning are probably very slim. Maybe. Let's wait and see, Maisha said calmly. Intellectually, the possibility of the Star Alliance losing is indeed greater, but she inexplicably feels that Sunan may bring her a surprise. This is not an unfounded guess. After returning to the Wisdom Code, Maisha listened to what Amy said about Sunan. This young wizard born in the Starlight Continent has done countless amazing deeds that can be called miracles so far. She has a vague intuition that this time may be no exception. Even if the Star Alliance fails in the end, it doesn't matter. She would rescue Sunan and recruit him into the Wisdom Code. This was not only because Sunan had taken care of Amy for many years, but also because she was optimistic about Sunan's future development. A second-level crystal wizard who was less than 800 years old could be called a genius in any large wizard force. Such a good seedling was worth cultivating. And even the Wisdom Society would not refuse. Cyril shook his head and said nothing more. He could not understand where Lady Maisha's confidence came from. It was just a second-rate wizard force. The Dark Throne could easily solve it with a third-level wizard. Not to mention a candidate for the King's Robe wizard. The result of this war was actually predictable. At this moment, the two of them suddenly looked up at the sky. With their powerful mental power, they both felt a strange wave sweeping across the entire continent at the same time. The entire starlight plane seemed to have broken free from some kind of bondage at this moment. Cyril understood immediately. The plane blockade has been lifted. Maisha nodded slightly. And just as she was about to speak, she raised her eyebrows and looked into the distance. At the end of the sky, a layer of scarlet blood was dyed at some point. At first it was just a small piece. And then it spread rapidly at an alarming speed visible to the naked eye. And in a blink of an eye half of the sky turned blood red. Looking at this scene, a cold color flashed in Maisha's eyes. Cyril also reacted and sneered. The Dark Throne is really impatient. Plane overlap. This is a sign of plane invasion. Unlike the Dark Throne's previous small-scale invasions. At the beginning of this invasion, Yushi directly launched a plane invasion, connecting the Wolf-Tide plane with the Starlight continent, thereby opening up an invasion entrance. This is also a common method used by many wizards, who control planes to conquer other planes. After the connection, the two planes will partially overlap, and the overlapping land will become the area where the two sides fight fiercely, also known as the plane battlefield. In the vision of Maisha and Cyril, the area in the distance that should have been a vast grassland suddenly had countless pieces of gravel land, just like countless alopecia suddenly appeared in a lush green. As they went deeper, the gravel land became more and more, and finally gradually connected into one piece, turning into a wide wilderness. But at the end suddenly appeared a dense forest. Such a strange and peculiar terrain is the change brought about by the overlap of planes. Awooh! A distant wolf howl suddenly sounded in the forest. Then more wolf howls echoed from the forests far and near. Moving black shadows began to appear among the dense trees. Here they come. Cyril's eyes flickered slightly. As his voice fell, countless black shadows suddenly rushed out of the forest. They were black wolves that were almost the size of a carriage. They have scarlet eyes and sharp fangs and claws like blades, exuding a primitive and savage aura. Obviously not ordinary creatures. Black wolf? Cyril murmured. This is a unique beast in the Wolf-Tide plane. An adult black wolf has the power of a knight, and its claws can easily tear through hard rocks. And it is extremely fierce. Elite black wolves can reach the level of great knights. If it is a lord-level black wolf, it can easily reach the legendary level, enough to compete with high-level puppets. There are tens of thousands of black wolves rushing out of the forest. Countless black wolves gathered together, like a rolling black carpet, moving quickly on the plain. And even the ground seemed to shake. With an extremely shocking momentum, the howls of wolves rose and fell over the plain, echoing from far and near. The air seemed to be filled with the low roars of these grinning beasts. They ran forward without stopping, ready to kill all the lives they saw along the way. But at this moment, heavy hoofbeats suddenly sounded in the distance. Cyril turned his head and saw a black line suddenly appear at the end of the plain. The black line stretched out for thousands of meters and was rapidly expanding. As the distance got closer, he realized that it was the knights who were charging rapidly. The knights, wearing armor and with strange patterns on their exposed faces, rode on agile black panthers and ran fast, rushing towards the Wolf-Tide like a tide. It's the Magic Pattern Knights, one of the core legions of the Star Alliance, Maisha said. Cyril's eyes flashed with a strange color. It came quite quickly. The Star Alliance could not know the location of the Wolf-Tide plane invasion in advance, which is also one of the advantages of the invaders. But not long after the plane overlap occurred, the Star Alliance immediately reacted and quickly sent troops to the invasion site. This efficiency was a bit exaggerated. As if seeing Cyril doubts, Maisha said, the Star Alliance seems to have inherited the legacy of the Falling Star Society and established a magic network that can monitor the energy particle fluctuations of the entire Starlight continent. In addition, they have also established thousands of teleportation arrays throughout the continent. As long as they need it, they can quickly send a large number of troops to any place in a short time. I see. Cyril suddenly realized, and was secretly amazed. In the harsh environment of the Starlight continent, it can actually achieve this. The wizard named Sunan is really good. Just as Maisha and Cyril were talking, A battle had already broken out on the plain. The black beast and the armored knight collided fiercely, and blood splattered in an instant, and bones and flesh flew everywhere. The deafening shouts of killing suddenly rose to the sky. It was as if red ink was splashed on a piece of white paper like raindrops, slowly spreading, and the huge field was soaked in blood in an instant. Countless long swords instantly pierced the black wolves and took their lives. On the other hand, the black wolf's claws landed on the knight armor, but only left a shallow claw mark. A layer of extremely faint light enveloped each knight body, greatly offsetting the damage of the black wolf. This is the protection from the magic pattern structure. In terms of number alone, the black wolves are dozens of times more than the magic pattern knights. But as soon as they fought, the latter had the upper hand. The magic pattern knight with legendary strength can easily kill a black wolf every time he attacks. And the black wolf often has to pay dozens of times the price to kill a magic pattern knight. Looking up from a high altitude, the entire plain has become a battlefield like a meat grinder. Almost every minute and every second, lives are constantly disappearing. However, despite the heavy casualties, the number of black wolves still has no trend of decreasing. More and more black wolves continue to pour out of the forest, as if endless, rushing to the magic pattern knights from both sides like a torrent, intending to surround them. Maisha looked across the battlefield and looked at the back of the magic pattern knights. As early as when the battlefield broke out, the wizard apprentices who followed the magic pattern knights were already drawing and carving magic circles in the back. In just over 10 minutes, 12 huge temporary teleportation magic circles had been drawn and carved. As the dazzling magic light lit up, puppets walked out one after another. Stone golems, double-bladed spiders, steel golems, elite double-bladed spiders, and adamantium golems. Countless golems took heavy or vigorous steps and joined the battlefield fearlessly, instantly stopping the somewhat declining situation of the magic pattern knights. At the same time, farther away, a group of magic pattern knights rushed over and arrived at the battlefield in a short time. This is the territory of the Star Alliance. As long as they can withstand the initial invasion offensive and stand firm, there will be a steady stream of troops coming later. Both sides of the war continued to invest their troops without any regrets, and the battlefield gradually expanded. At a glance, the mountains and plains were full of fighting beasts, puppets and knights, all over the plains, and there was a faint trend of spreading outward. High in the sky, Maisha and Cyril looked down at the battlefield with calm expressions. This is the plain war, with tens of millions of troops deployed, and the scale is far greater than that of ordinary wars. The fight between human kingdoms is no different from playing house in the face of the plain war. And this is just an initial tentative confrontation. At this time, the strongest on the battlefield is the legendary level. The wizard level combat force has not yet been deployed, and the two sides of the war have not yet started to fight seriously. The adamantium golem swung its metal fist and smashed the black wolf into a meat paste like a dead tree in rotten wood. From time to time, it released a crushing sound wave to clear a blank area in the dense wolf pack. The magic pattern knights rode the black rock leopard into the wolf pack, waving their long swords and constantly killing black wolves. The powerful defense given by the magic pattern structure made them like charging tanks, invincible and unstoppable. Only when they encountered the lord-level black wolf would their steps stop slightly. As time passed, more and more magic pattern knights and golem legions arrived on the battlefield and joined the battle. The black wolves that emerged from the forest were gradually unable to catch up with the speed of death in the battle. The Star Alliance gradually took control of the rhythm of the battle and began to expand its advantage. Maisha saw it and nodded secretly. The Star Alliance reaction speed was too fast, so that the Wolf-Tide plane could not play much of a surprise attack. Otherwise, as long as the Wolf-Tide formed a sufficient scale at the beginning, it could firmly gain a foothold on the plain battlefield. With a foothold, there would be enough space and time to expand the plain rift and allow more wolves to enter the Starlight continent. Unfortunately, the Star Alliance did not give them this opportunity at all. If this continues, the wolf pack will only be gradually compressed in space, and the Star Alliance will eventually counterattack the Wolf-Tide plane. In this situation, Yushi should be unable to sit still, and it is estimated that he will soon take real action. As if to confirm Maisha's guess, the sky above the forest in the distance suddenly twisted, and 5 cracks suddenly opened, from small to large, and expanded to hundreds of meters in a blink of an eye. From a distance, it seemed that there were 5 huge black eyes in the sky. The next second, 5 wizard towers slowly flew out from the gap. The towering wizard tower was suspended 1,000 meters in the air. Even if you stand on the ground, you can clearly see the towering and huge tower, which seems to occupy the entire sky, making people feel a little insignificant from the bottom of their hearts. 1 medium-sized wizard tower, and 4 small wizard towers. Yushi has invested a lot of money, and brought all his assets out. Cyril's eyes condensed slightly. This is the most important reason why he never thinks that the Star Alliance can beat Yushi. If wizards are sharp knives on the battlefield, then wizard towers are well-deserved war weapons. 1 wizard tower is worth thousands of troops. Not to mention 5 wizard towers, including a medium-sized wizard tower. In contrast, the Star Alliance only has 1 small wizard tower. Even if they can gain an advantage in dealing with wolves, they cannot make up for the huge disadvantage brought by the difference of 4 wizard towers. The foundation of the Star Alliance is still a little lacking after all. Just when Cyril thought that victory was certain, his eyes suddenly fixed. I saw black dots flying in the distance, at a very fast speed, and arrived at the edge of the battlefield in a blink of an eye. They were huge metal ships. The huge ship body made of metal shone with a cold luster in the sunlight, engraved with strange patterns, and left long shadow tracks on the ground as it flew. Thousands of flying magic ships covered the sky, like dark clouds covering the entire sky, and dispelled the heavy oppression brought by the 5 wizard towers at once. What is this? Cyril's eyes widened in surprise. However, Maisha didn't know either. She stared at the flying magic ships intently, and a faint smile gradually appeared on her face. Sunan really didn't disappoint. Chapter 259. The invasion war turned into a defense war. What is that? In the Dusk Wizard Tower, a group of wizards from the Dark Throne showed a look of doubt on their faces. Enchanted ships? It should be some kind of magic item. Ridiculous. Could it be that the Star Alliance intends to use these ships to fight against the Wizard Tower? A burst of disdainful sneers sounded. These ships look huge, but in front of the even more majestic and huge Wizard Tower, they are no different from toys. Fantastical guy. A sneer flashed in Yushi's eyes. Although the surprise attack did not bring the expected effect due to the Star Alliance quick reaction speed. It doesn't matter. The Wizard Tower is his real trump card. As long as these 5 Wizard Towers are there, the final victory of this war will still be his. Release all the Dusk Wolves. Yushi waved his hand. Receive the order. The tower's spirit responded immediately. In the sky above the battlefield, in front of the 5 Wizard Towers, countless magic circles appeared one after another, and ferocious giant wolves roared out of them. These giant wolves are more than twice the size of black wolves. Like black wolves, they are completely black, but they are different in some details. Or a pair of claws are dark gray, or fangs are blood red, or mist is lingering around the body, and even the body is faintly illusory and blurred like mist. Or the body is slightly twisted, looking like it is made of shadows. Gray claw, blood fawn, mist howl, night shadow. Is this the dusk wolf of the Wolf-Tide Plain? Cyril showed an interested look and kept looking at the giant wolves. I heard that each dusk wolf has the power of a first-level wizard, and is very fierce. Maisha nodded slightly. Yes. The Dusk Valley in the Wolf-Tide Plain is a rare biological nest that can give birth to wizard-level beasts. It can be said to be the most precious resource in the entire Wolf-Tide Plain. Yushi can stand out among the 3rd-level wizards in the Dark Throne and become a candidate for the King's Robe Wizard, relying on these dusk wolves. Cyril's face flashed with envy. As a 3rd-level wizard, he also controls a plane. But whether it is war potential or resource richness, it can only be considered average, far inferior to the Wolf-Tide Plain. The plane that can mass-produce wizard-level combat power is the treasure plane that wizards dream of. Star Alliance will have a headache now. Cyril sighed. Maisha remembered what Amy had said before. Her eyes moved slightly, and said, "That's not necessarily true." "Why, Lord Maisha?" Cyril asked in confusion. Maisha smiled slightly, and cast her eyes towards the sky above the battlefield. "You know, if you look down?" As soon as it appeared, the Dusk Wolf roared and rushed towards the fleet. More than 200 wizard-level beasts launched a charge, and the terrifying momentum that soared into the sky seemed to change the color of the entire sky and dye it dark. At this moment, the walls of the 3 magic ships at the front of the fleet suddenly opened on both sides, revealing a dark exit. The next moment, a group of squid-like puppets jumped out, waving their tentacles and rushing towards the wolves. At the same time, A group of graceful girls also jumped down from the deck, paused slightly in the air, and then swept towards the wolves like a stream of light. Looking at this scene, the wizards in the Dusk Wizard Tower frowned. What is that? Puppets and wizards? No. Those guys all look the same. They are not humans. But puppets? Humanoid puppets? They must have used golem miniaturization technology. No matter what technology, they can't be the opponent of the Dusk Wolf. A wizard sneered. But before he finished speaking, he saw the tentacles of the squid puppets suddenly lit up with dazzling magic light. The next second, countless spells flooded the Dusk Wolf. Awooh! The number of squid puppets is more than twice that of the Dusk Wolf. And if the tentacles are counted, it is dozens of times the latter, being hit by spells dozens of times more than their own. Even wizard-level beasts can't help but howl miserably. When they finally survived this wave of attacks, the next wave of attacks had already arrived. A violent metal storm suddenly submerged them. It was the secret puppet girls who used the magic pattern core. Wizard-level puppets. A dark wizard screamed in shock. The other wizards also changed their expressions. So many puppets. All wizard-level puppets? How is it possible? Where does the Star Alliance have the ability and resources to refine so many wizard-level puppets? Yushi's face suddenly darkened, and he was a little bit unbelievable. There were more than 700 puppets that came down from the magic ship. How did a second-rate wizard force that developed from a blocked plane refine so many wizard-level puppets? With some strength. No wonder they dared to challenge us. Yushi sneered, and seeing that the Dusk Wolf was retreating step by step under the fierce attack of the puppets, he decisively ordered the wizard tower to launch an attack. In the sky, 5 wizard towers stood still. Only near the top of the tower, a few stars suddenly appeared. The light expanded rapidly, and finally turned into a dazzling light ball like the sun. The next second, countless red rays shot out from the light ball, densely sweeping towards the flying magic ship. Boom! 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 The magic ship hit by the red light instantly turned into a ball of fire and exploded. In an instant, more than a dozen first and second level magic ships turned into scrap iron and fell to the ground. Only the third level magic ship with the strongest defense blocked the red rays. At the same time, the flying magic ship also launched a counterattack, and countless spell rays shot out, attacking the wizard tower like a storm. The war instantly became white-hot. The wizard tower is far superior to the flying magic ship in both attack and defense. Each wizard tower can often destroy 2 or 3 magic ships in one attack. As a medium-sized wizard tower, the Dusk Wizard Tower can destroy 7 or 8 magic ships in one attack. On the other hand, the spell rays and magic shells fired by the flying magic ships were blocked by the energy field of the wizard tower without exception. Although it seemed to be completely at a disadvantage, none of the flying magic ships retreated, and they still surrounded the wizard tower fearlessly and poured firepower on it. Although the damage was weak, it could not withstand the high frequency. Soon, a small wizard tower that suffered the most concentrated fire began to shrink its energy field and became unstable. My lord, the energy field of the Great Claw Wizard Tower has less than 15% durability left, a dark wizard said solemnly. Yushi's eyes twitched slightly. Don't underestimate these toys. They are still somewhat useful. Send a message to the Great Claw Wizard Tower to retreat and repair the energy field. Yes, sir. Before the Great Claw Wizard Tower could execute the order and retreat, a gap suddenly appeared in the void hundreds of meters away, and a wizard tower flew out of it. As soon as it appeared, a blinding light lit up on the top of the wizard tower. The next moment, countless spell rays shot out and hit the Great Claw Wizard Tower with a bang. The number of spell rays was far more than any wizard tower present. Even the Dusk Wizard Tower could not match it. With just one strike, the energy field of the Great Claw Wizard Tower, which was on the verge of collapse, was instantly broken, and the spell rays then penetrated the wizard tower, leaving dense and shocking pits. Boom! The Great Claw Wizard Tower emitted bursts of green smoke mixed with star-like fire, and fell to the ground involuntarily. Damn it! Yushi was shocked and angry. What made me angry was that the enemy chose to attack the Great Claw Wizard Tower when it was at its most vulnerable. What was horrifying was the strong attack power of the opponent's wizard tower. Even if the Great Claw Wizard Tower's energy field had less than 15% durability, it shouldn't be able to withstand even one attack. And what's the matter with that number of spell rays? How many spell turrets were installed on that wizard tower? On the other side, Cyril was also shocked. Isn't the power of this spell turret too strong? Maisha's eyes lit up. 300 spell turrets. Or improved ones. Equipped with so many spell turrets. I wonder if the energy can support it. In the Dusk Wizard Tower, Yushi, who had come to his senses, gave an order with an ugly face. Focus on that wizard tower and destroy it first. So the 4 wizard towers turned their firepower and changed the target of attack to the Starlight Wizard Tower. Instantly, countless spell rays hit the Starlight Wizard Tower. But they were like a drop in the ocean, with no reaction. Instead, the rays fired back by the Starlight Wizard Tower directly reduced the durability of the Bloodfang Wizard Tower's energy field by 20%. Damn. The firepower of this wizard tower is not just small-sized. It is definitely medium-sized. Equipped with so many spell turrets. Is the builder of the wizard tower crazy? Not only that, its energy field seems to be more than small. What are you panicking about? With this density of firepower, even a medium-sized wizard tower will soon be unable to withstand it. Yushi calmed everyone with one sentence, and then gave a cold order. Bloodfang, Mist Howl, and Night Shadow Wizard Towers all start dissociation cannons. Tower Spirit number 1. Start plasma cannons. I want to see how long you can hold on. As Yushi gave the order, the 4 wizard towers started their strongest firepower. 3 thick light gray rays and a blue lightning hit the Starlight Wizard Tower almost at the same time. But the result was exactly the same as before. The Starlight Wizard Tower blocked all attacks without any damage. Only slight ripples appeared on the surface. Looking at this scene, Yushi and others lost their voices and widened their eyes in horror. Cyril, who was watching the battle, took a breath and quickly reacted. Large-scale maze protective energy field. No, that's not right. Even if it is a large-scale one, it is impossible to easily block the firepower siege of a medium-sized and 3 small wizard towers. That's right. Maisha stared at the Starlight Wizard Tower with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Its energy field has been improved, and its defense is even better than that of a large-scale one. Cyril was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses, and a look of amazement appeared on his face involuntarily. This wizard tower of the Star Alliance has obviously reached the medium-sized level, not the small level as reported in the intelligence, and it has probably just been upgraded and renovated. In terms of defense, the level is far higher than that of a large-scale wizard tower. With the protective energy field of the magic lock, this wizard tower is even qualified to fight against a large-scale wizard tower. However, Cyril soon discovered that the Starlight Wizard Tower was not only superior in defense, but also in energy. A normal medium-sized wizard tower equipped with 300 spell turrets and fully fired would run out of energy in at most 2 or 3 rounds of salvos. A large-scale wizard tower can last a little longer, but 7 or 8 rounds of salvos is the upper limit. But the Starlight Wizard Tower fired 10 rounds in a row. But there was no sign of running out of energy. The energy reserve is obviously far beyond that of a large wizard tower. Even the element pool has been improved to exceed the large level? Cyril was full of amazement. With the special environment of the Starlight Continent, it was really a pity that Suning could build such a wizard tower. When destroying the magic ship before, the 4 wizard towers of the Dark Throne had consumed a lot of energy. So it didn't take long for the siege of the Starlight Wizard Tower to weaken the fierce concentrated fire by several levels. But the firepower intensity of the Starlight Wizard Tower did not decrease at all. At the same time, the remaining flying magic ships around were also constantly pouring firepower towards the 4 wizard towers. Not long after, following the Grey Claw Wizard Tower, the energy field of the Bloodfang Wizard Tower was also broken, and it was beaten to pieces by a round of volleys from the Starlight Wizard Tower, and fell to the ground with green smoke. Looking at this scene, the wizards of the Dark Throne finally began to panic. Sir, what should we do? They all turned to look at Yushi. Yushi's face was gloomy, and his teeth were almost broken. Seeing this, he didn't understand that the defense and energy reserve of the Wizard Tower of the Star Alliance were clearly far beyond the medium-sized level. I thought that the Star Alliance had only a small wizard tower at most, but I didn't expect that it was actually a reinforced medium-sized wizard tower. It even surpassed the Twilight Wizard Tower that he had spent a lot of effort and invested countless resources to build. This was completely beyond his expectations. Yushi looked elsewhere, besieged by more than twice the number of wizard-level puppets. The Twilight Wolf suffered heavy casualties, and it was estimated that it would be wiped out in a short time. On the battlefield below, the Black Wolf was originally at a disadvantage. and more than a dozen giant dragons came out from nowhere, flapping their wings and hovering over the battlefield, constantly spewing dragon breath to slaughter the black wolf. Under such a fierce offensive, the wolf pack naturally retreated step by step. Almost every minute, the battle line was advancing towards the forest. It can be predicted that if this continues, the black wolf pack will soon be pushed back to the wolf-tide plain. By then, the plain invasion will turn around and become the Starlight Continent's counterattack on the wolf-tide plain. At this moment, they are undoubtedly completely at a disadvantage. Should we retreat? This thought emerged in Yushi's mind, and he struggled in his heart. He finally got the opportunity to be promoted to the King Robe Wizard. If he gave up here, not only would he suffer heavy losses, but even Lord Wood would be extremely disappointed in him. His hope of being promoted to the King Robe Wizard in the future would probably be very slim. Just when Yushi was hesitating, a loud bang suddenly came from his ears, and the Mist Howl Wizard Tower was also shot down by the Starlight Wizard Tower. There are only 2 of the 5 Wizard Towers now. My lord! The wizards were horrified. Yushi took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat." These 2 short words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. In the sky, the remaining Dusk Wolves seemed to be crazy, leaving behind the Touch Master Puppet and the Secret Puppet Girl, and turned to rush towards the Starlight Wizard Tower. Seeing this, Cyril was slightly startled, and when he saw the Dusk Wizard Tower and the Night Shadow Wizard Tower retreating, he suddenly realized, Yoshi is going to escape. Buzz! The Starlight Wizard Tower shot out a spell ray, sweeping away the Dusk Wolves that blocked the road, and then chased after the Dusk and Night Shadow Wizard Towers without hesitation. Looking at this scene, Maisha showed a faint smile on her face. The outcome of the war has been decided. The Star Alliance won this invasion war, but it is not over yet, and another war is about to begin. The defense of the Wolf-Tide Plain. Chapter 260. Just give it a try and you know. Escaped? Inside the Starlight Wizard Tower, looking at the 2 wizard towers fleeing in a panic on the light screen, Sudan sneered slightly. Lisa, standing behind him, couldn't hide her joy, and breathed a sigh of relief. With the war developing to this point, the victory of the Star Alliance is beyond doubt. The sword hanging over their heads finally disappeared, at least temporarily. But the war is not over yet, and it's their turn to fight back. Lisa looked at Sunan, who had already issued a pursuit order. The Starlight Wizard Tower quickly chased the enemy, followed closely by the Touch Master Puppet and the Secret Doll. The Flying Fleet stayed behind to assist the Golem Legion and the Magic Pattern Knights in killing the Black Wolf. Tower Spirit number 1. How much energy is left? The main container has 4.29% energy remaining. Have you consumed so much? Enable the reserve energy. The reserve energy has been enabled, and the remaining energy has increased to 54.29%. Launch the Dissociation Cannon Type 2. Receive the order. A thick gray ray quickly shot out from the top of the Starlight Wizard Tower, instantly crossing a distance of more than 2,000 meters and accurately hitting the Night Shadow Wizard Tower. Buzz! The energy field covering the Night Shadow Wizard Tower instantly collapsed, and the durability returned to 0. The remaining dissociation ray hit the tower body, as if it was bitten hard by an invisible beast, and a large piece of the tower body was suddenly missing. Following closely, countless dense spell rays broke through the air and instantly beat the Night Shadow Wizard Tower into a sieve. The Night Shadow Wizard Tower quickly followed the footsteps of other wizard towers and fell to the ground with green smoke. Damn it! Looking at this scene, Yushi was angry and distressed. He had accumulated for more than 3,000 years, and there were only 5 wizard towers under his command. Now 4 of them were destroyed at once. Thousands of years of hard work went down the drain. At this moment, he was so distressed that his heart was bleeding. But no matter how angry he was, Yushi did not dare to turn around and fight back, but had to speed up to escape. But he soon found that no matter how fast he sped up, he could not distance himself from the Starlight Wizard Tower behind him, and he was always within the range of the opponent's long-range firepower. The spell rays continued to bombard, and from time to time, there was a dissociation ray. The durability of the energy field of the Dusk Wizard Tower continued to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Warning! The durability of the energy field dropped sharply, and 30% remained. Warning! The durability of the energy field dropped sharply, and 20% remained. Warning! The durability of the energy field dropped sharply, and 10% remained, and it has entered the danger range. As soon as the tower spirit's warning sounded, another dissociation ray hit the energy field, instantly knocking the durability down to below 5%. Seeing this, a group of Dark Throne wizards finally couldn't sit still. Why haven't they run out of energy yet? Large element pools don't have that much energy. Right? No. If this continues, the Twilight Wizard Tower will surely be destroyed. Lord Yushi, let's abandon the tower. That's right. As long as we return to the Wolf-Tide Plain, we have time to rest. Yushi's face was extremely ugly. After retreating, are we going to abandon the Twilight Wizard Tower again? This is his biggest support besides the Wolf-Tide Plain. Without the Twilight Wizard Tower, his position in the Dark Throne will inevitably plummet, and he won't be able to recover in 1,000 years. However, just when he hesitated for a moment, the energy field of the Twilight Wizard Tower was finally knocked out of the last bit of durability, and it completely collapsed and disappeared. In the distance, a dazzling light bloomed from the top of the Starlight Wizard Tower, and a new wave of firepower was already brewing. Lord, the wizards were anxious. Yushi took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "Abandon the tower." Everyone felt relieved and left the Twilight Wizard Tower one after another. The next second, the sky was flooded with light, and the Dusk Wizard Tower was covered with smoke. With a loud bang, the huge wizard tower fell to the ground. Yushi and his 20 or so wizards turned into streams of light and rushed towards the forest without looking back. Quite decisive. Sunan sneered and chased after him without stopping. Yushi was powerful, and his wizards were also strong, including several second-level wizards. Even the spell turret too was not a big threat to these people when its power was dispersed. In just a few kilometers, the Starlight Wizard Tower only shot and killed 4 first-level wizards. The rest had already fled into the forest. Looking down from the sky, there was a wide open space in the middle of the dense forest. On the open space stood a huge door more than 50 meters high and more than 20 meters wide. Countless black wolves were pouring out from behind the door, with a flash of light and shadow. Yushi and others had already rushed into the door and disappeared. A plain channel? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he gave the order without hesitation. Number 1. Travel through the plains. The remaining energy is 5.29%, which is not enough for plane travel. Sunan frowned slightly. Unlike ordinary creatures that can enter other planes through plane channels, the Wizard Tower, a huge war creation, cannot pass through the plane channel and can only travel through the plane. But doing so consumes a lot of energy. The firebombing just now was so exciting that now there is not enough energy for plane travel. Lise said, "Wait a minute. The plane channel cannot be closed for a while. We have enough time to wait for the army to advance, and then counterattack the Wolf-Tide Plain." Sunan shook his head. "In this way, those guys will definitely run away. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Kill those wizards cleanly, so that he can better conquer the Wolf-Tide Plain. Otherwise, letting the controller of the Wolf-Tide Plain run away will only make the process of receiving the plane in the future twists and turns. You stay at the Wizard Tower and assist the Legion to counterattack the Wolf-Tide Plain. I will lead the Witch-Hunting Legion to chase those guys." Without much hesitation, Sunan made a decision quickly. Liz was shocked. "This is too dangerous." "Don't worry," Sunan said. "If those guys had other trump cards, they would have used them long ago. Or do you think they could have expected that I would chase into the Wolf-Tide Plain? So they set a trap for this early?" Liz's expression froze. A normal wizard would not risk chasing into the Wolf-Tide Plain. And only Sunan, who has many trump cards and is skilled and bold, would do so. The wizards of the Dark Throne could not have anticipated this in advance. "Be careful," Liz finally compromised. Sunan smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was outside the Wizard Tower, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the plane channel. Hundreds of touch puppets and secret puppets followed closely behind, rushing into the plane channel one after another. Liz suppressed her worries, took over the battlefield command and began to kill the Black Wolf. She had to push the front to the plane channel as soon as possible, and then counterattack into the Wolf-Tide Plain to assist Sunan. Pass the order and let the wizards take action. The Asian Dragon Knight troops on standby will also go out together. The war went more smoothly than expected. The Star Alliance had not even put all its cards on the table before it had already repelled the Dark Throne. Facts have proved that after hundreds of years of development, The power accumulated by the Star Alliance is already stronger than she imagined. Back to the familiar wolf-tide plane. All wizards, including Yushi, breathed a sigh of relief. But what followed was full of frustration and confusion. Originally thought that this invasion of the Starlight Continent was an easy operation and a feast that could be eaten up. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Not only were all 5 wizard towers destroyed, but the dusk wolves that had been cultivated with great difficulty were also completely killed. The loss is too heavy to describe. Looking at the dejected subordinates, Yushi was in a terrible mood. But he quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "It's not time to relax yet. The Star Alliance will attack soon. Joseph, you go and call all the wolves in the dens to prepare for the battle. And the rest of you, come with me and close the plane channel immediately." After losing the wizard tower, Yushi absolutely did not allow the wolf-tide plane, which was the foundation of his existence, to be lost. Otherwise, he would have no chance of turning over in the Dark Throne. Will the wizard tower of the Star Alliance follow? Someone worried. Yushi thought about it and shook his head, saying, "It shouldn't be." In the last few waves of attacks, the firepower of the Star Alliance wizard tower has obviously weakened. The energy is estimated to be almost exhausted, and it should not be enough for plane travel. Even if it really travels through, there must be little energy left. We can deal with it and slowly consume it. Yushi now hopes that the wizard tower really follows. If we can take it down, we can also make up for some losses. After Yushi said this, everyone's expression relaxed a little. But at this moment, a strong wave of energy particles suddenly came out from the plane channel. Everyone looked back in horror and saw many figures rushing out of the plane channel. It was the squid puppets and human puppets. What surprised them even more was that the leader was a human wizard. Yushi was stunned at first, and then he became furious. It's fine that he drove the wizard tower to chase them back to the wolf-tide plane. But he dared to chase them alone with puppets. Did he really think they were made of mud? Is everyone here? Good. I don't have to chase them one by one. Sunan's face showed a simple smile as he swept his eyes over everyone. This contemptuous look of not taking them seriously completely angered all the Dark Throne wizards. Yushi looked at Sunan with a cold look, and said in a cold tone, "You are the controller of the Star Alliance. Sunan, you dared to chase us alone without the wizard tower. Do you really think you can defeat us with some wizard-level puppets?" Sunan said with a half-smile, "Just give it a try and you know." Yushi's face was completely gloomy. The defeat on the front battlefield had already made him feel very humiliated and angry. Now that he saw that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, the anger in his heart had reached its peak. No longer hesitating, Yushi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he shouted coldly, "Kill him!" The moment the voice fell, he had already rushed towards Sunan. The battle broke out instantly, and a group of Dark Throne wizards and Touch Master puppets and secret puppets fought in an instant. Sunan and Yushi fought at the level of third-level wizards. They have basically mastered all the extraordinary skills. The two cast spells without stopping, and the dazzling spell brilliance almost never faded. And just when the battle was in full swing, Maisha and Cyril also passed through the plane channel and arrived at the wolf-tide plane. The two saw Sunan and Yushi, who were fighting fiercely at first sight. Sunan has been promoted to a third-level wizard? Cyril was surprised. This promotion speed is too fast. Maisha's eyes also flashed with surprise. As far as she knows, Sunan seems to have just broken through to the second-level crystallization not long ago. Even if he traded 50 spirit beads from her, it is impossible for him to be promoted to a third-level wizard so quickly. This strength improvement speed is simply amazing. No wonder he dared to chase Yushi and others alone with his puppets. Cyril also came back to his senses at this time, observed carefully for a moment, and shook his head slightly. Sunan is still impulsive. Yushi is a third-level crystallization wizard, 2 small realms higher than him. Sunan is not his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Maisha's eyes flashed, but she didn't speak, although they had only met a few times. She could see that Sunan was not an impulsive person. Since he dared to do this, he must have a backhand. Perhaps he can bring some more surprises. After the initial tentative confrontation, Yushi felt relieved and sneered. "I thought you were so powerful. But it turns out you're just a third-level gasification wizard. I don't know where you got the confidence to chase me. Today, I let you die here." As soon as the voice fell, Yushi's skin burst, and pale and sharp bone spurs drilled out of the flesh and quickly wrapped around his body. forming a bone armor covered with spikes like a hedgehog. Then he waved his hand, and with a series of hissing sounds, countless bone spurs shot out like a rainstorm. Bone talent? Although the form of use was different, Sunan immediately recognized the talent used by Yushi. As his mind moved slightly, an invisible force field with him, as the center instantly spread in all directions. In an instant, the bone spurs that were rushing towards him seemed to fall into a quagmire, and the speed suddenly slowed down. Then, there were cracks on the surface, and they soon broke apart, as if they were crushed by some invisible force. At the same time, Yushi felt his body suddenly sink, as if a mountain was crushing down, making his movements visibly slow down. What kind of talent is this? Yushi was shocked. Cyril, who was watching the battle from a distance, also widened his eyes in astonishment and expressed the same doubts. He then looked at Maisha, wanting to get an answer from the knowledgeable true spirit wizard. Unexpectedly, Maisha also shook her head, with doubts in her eyes. She thought she knew all the talents in the wizard world, and there were almost no talents she didn't know. Even if there were, they were low-level talents recently developed by a certain wizard force. The talent that Sunan displayed at this moment was obviously of a high level, but she had never seen or even heard of it before, which was really surprising. Chapter 261 Starfall. A monster without a doubt. After being promoted to the third-level wizard, the power of the absolute forbidden zone has been significantly improved. The minimum force field radius has soared to 50 meters. Within this radius, even the attack of the dissociation cannon Type 2 cannot break the force field defense. Similarly, within this radius, the pressure density of the absolute forbidden zone is the highest. Even the touch master puppet will be squeezed into a ball of scrap metal the moment it steps into the force field. Even though Yushi is a third-level crystal wizard and has bone armor to protect him, he also felt heavy pressure at this moment and felt that he could not move an inch. Superior talent? No. He is only a third-level gasification wizard. Even if he has a superior talent, he can't have such amazing power. Yushi's face changed constantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth, suddenly put his right hand together, and poked hard at the palm of his left hand. After a muffled sound, there was an egg-sized wound on the palm. What was surprising was that what flowed out of the wound was not blood, but black-gray liquid. The black-gray liquid flowed very fast. Although the wound was not big, it gave people the illusion that a dam had burst and waves were surging out. In the blink of an eye, a black-gray torrent took shape, sweeping towards Sunan with a deafening sound, and was determined to swallow him up and drown him. Phantom water. Cyril's eyes flashed with fear. Phantom water is one of the superior talents of the Dark Throne. It is a talent crystal model created based on the research of the Frost River water in the Shadow Realm. The phantom water exerted by this talent has the same shadow assimilation characteristics as the Frost River water. Any creature that is drowned by it will be assimilated into a shadow within a few seconds as long as it is touched. And shadow creatures cannot exist for a long time in the material world. It will be annihilated and disappear in a short time. Among the many talent crystal models of the Dark Throne, the power of the dark water is enough to firmly rank in the top 10. I didn't expect Yushi to master the dark water. Cyril looked slightly solemn, looking at Sunan, intending to see how he would deal with it. However, Sunan didn't need to consider how to deal with it at all. When the black and gray torrent swept to 50 meters around him, it was as if it hit an invisible wall and couldn't move forward. No matter how violently the dark water hit, it could never get close to Sunan. Looking at this scene, Sunan smiled, not surprised at all. He was familiar with the famous talent crystal models of the Dark Throne, naturally including the dark water. And the absolute forbidden area is precisely the nemesis of the dark water. As long as the force field can be maintained, the dark water cannot touch him. And the assimilation characteristics of the dark water have little effect on the force field, although it can also erode the force field. The speed is so slow that it is outrageous. Even if he stood still, it would take half a day for the dark water to completely erode the force field. Splash. Sunan's mind moved, and silver metal liquid gushed out from all parts of his body, also turning into a torrent and sweeping towards Yushi. Reciprocity. Seeing that the dark water could not do anything to Sunan, Yushi snorted coldly with a sullen face, and simply gave up the plan to attack Sunan with the dark water, and instead controlled the dark water to meet the incoming liquid metal. The two collided fiercely in the void, intertwined and mixed with each other, and then annihilated each other and disappeared. Su Nan did not expect the liquid metal to be able to deal with Yushi, and he did not mind seeing that the liquid metal was blocked. He turned his wrist, and a pitch-black spear head appeared in his palm. As he clenched his 5 fingers together, a light buzzing sound was heard, and a pitch-black spear instantly appeared in his palm. The next second, Su Nan suddenly threw the spear, turning into black lightning and attacking Yushi at high speed. Yushi sneered, took out a fist-sized pale skull, rubbed the surface of the skull with his thumb, and instantly heard a piercing cry, like a ghost crying, and a wolf howling from inside the skull. And countless ferocious black souls emerged from it, pouncing on the attacking black lightning with their fangs and claws. It was obviously an illusory soul. But the moment the black lightning hit one of the black souls, it paused. In just a moment, the other black souls had already pounced on it, clawing and biting, and in a blink of an eye, they tore the black lightning to pieces, and then rushed toward Su Nan with a howl. Yushi's eyes flashed with disdain and coldness. If it comes to comparing magic weapons, he will not lose to an indigenous wizard who came from a plane that has been sealed for 2,000 years. The Black Soul skull in his hand is a 3rd-level magic weapon. What can Su Nan compare with him? Seeing that the Black Thunder was broken, Su Nan did not panic, and took out another black spear head with his backhand, and then threw another black spear. 2 2nd-level magic weapons? I underestimated you. But it's a pity that they are useless. Before Yushi finished his mocking words, he was interrupted by a sudden deafening roar. The dark lightning pierced the sky like a spear. Several black souls wanted to stop it, but the moment they touched the black lightning, they were torn into pieces by the violent lightning energy and turned into ashes. The black lightning did not stop, breaking through the void and attacking Yushi. The power was several times stronger than before, and it was completely on a different level. A 3rd-level magic weapon. How is that possible? Yushi was horrified. Before he could react, the black lightning had already hit him. In almost an instant, all the protective spells and magic items covering his body were shattered and disintegrated. The violent lightning energy then exploded, completely submerging Yushi. It's actually a 3rd-level magic weapon. Cyril stared at the black lightning energy in astonishment. While he was surprised, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. You know, even he didn't have a 3rd-level magic weapon, and he didn't know how Sunan got it. A light flashed in Maisha's eyes. Sunan brought her more and more surprises. The lightning energy quickly dissipated, revealing Yushi's figure. The originally indestructible spiked bone armor had become tattered and covered with cracks, and the charred wounds underneath could still be seen faintly. Damn guy. Yushi's eyes were red, and he stared at Sunan with a resentful look. He didn't expect that this guy even had a 3rd-level magic weapon, and its power was obviously stronger than his own Black Soul skull. Facing the enemy gaze, Su Nan sneered slightly in his heart. After being promoted to a 3rd-level wizard, he was already able to use 3rd-level magic weapons, and immediately strengthened the Black Thunder to the limit of his own load. If it weren't for the short time and insufficient materials, he could only synthesize 1 3rd-level Black Thunder. If he was given enough time, he could kill Yushi with a pile of magic weapons. It's time to end. Su Nan's eyes condensed slightly, and he decisively activated the alchemical marks on his body. The bright silver light emerged from the surface of the skin, and soon formed strange and mysterious patterns. Talent specialization. The moment the silver lines appeared, the liquid metal that was originally in a stalemate with the dark water suddenly expanded a large circle, and even faintly glowed. The silver torrent surged and instantly swallowed up the dark water. At the same time, the radius of the force field of the absolute forbidden area suddenly expanded, and Yushi, who had originally escaped from the force field, was once again covered. The exponentially increased pressure directly caused the broken bone armor on Yushi's body to explode and turn into powder. Yushi groaned, and the sound of bones twisting under the heavy load came from his body. After being promoted to a 3rd-level wizard, Su Nan immediately strengthened his talent specialization to the limit. Now the talent specialization has tripled the strengthening effect on the talent ability. That is to say, at this time, whether it is liquid metal or absolute forbidden area, the power is 3 times the original. Even a level 3 crystal wizard can't bear the triple super talent ability. Under the fear of death, Yushi screamed, and his body suddenly swelled up as if inflated. His skin color quickly turned gray. His teeth became longer, and turned into fangs sticking out of his lips. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a hideous giant more than 10 meters tall. and a layer of mist formed by smoke surrounded him, faintly forming countless faces screaming in fear and pain. In the distance, Cyril's face suddenly changed. Dead Soul Giant. Yushi's third talent ability actually chose this. Maisha's expression also became slightly solemn. The Dead Soul Giant is also a superior talent crystal model, but among the many superior talent crystal models of the Dark Throne, it is also the most special one. It's just because this talent ability has a limit on the number of uses. For example, a first-level wizard can only use it once, while a second-level wizard and a third-level wizard can only use it twice and 3 times respectively. Only after being promoted to a true spirit wizard can one get rid of the limit on the number of uses. It can be said that this special talent is prepared for true spirit wizards. Usually only wizards who are confident that they can be promoted to true spirit wizards will choose this talent. If an ordinary wizard chooses the Dead Soul Giant, but ultimately fails to be promoted to a true spirit wizard, it means that he has one less talent than others. Of course, corresponding to the huge restrictions, the power of the Dead Soul Giant is also extremely terrifying. It far exceeds the general superior talent ability, and is even said to be able to defeat opponents across levels. As a third-level crystal wizard, Yushi used the Dead Soul Giant. It was impossible to defeat a true spirit wizard, but it was very easy to crush an ordinary third-level crystal wizard. Maisha's eyes were slightly focused, ready to rescue Sunan at any time. Even a strong man like Sunan is probably no match for Yushi, who has transformed into a Dead Soul Giant. Yushi, who has transformed into a Dead Soul Giant, suddenly got rid of the heavy pressure on his body and rushed towards Sunan with a roar. "You deserve to die for forcing me to use the Dead Soul Giant's innate ability." After hearing this, Sunan couldn't help but sneer. "You overestimate yourself too much." As soon as the voice fell, countless strange rune strips suddenly appeared, turning into 6 rune light bands that wrapped around him like colorful strips. Incredibly huge energy particles instantly overflowed from his body, condensing into a rolling cloud. Even if you don't use mental power to perceive energy particles, you can see it clearly with your naked eyes. What is this? Cyril stared at Sunan in a daze. Even though they were far away, the huge and surging energy particle fluctuations frightened him. Maisha's eyes became brighter and brighter, and there was a look of expectation in her eyes. Is this his third talent? Compared to Cyril's shock and Maisha's expectation, Yushi was filled with horror. Facing Sunan directly, he could more clearly feel how powerful and huge the energy particles surrounding him were at this time. Like a volcano ready to erupt, which would burn him to ashes and death once it erupted. Feeling the crisis of death, Yushi screamed and sped up his attack again. The dead souls around him screamed continuously, releasing their power to help him break through the force field of the absolute forbidden area, so that he could rush to Sunan faster. But at this moment, night suddenly fell. The bright and clear sky suddenly disappeared, and the vision was filled with endless darkness, with bright stars dotted on it, like flawless gems, flashing a cold silver-white light. Sunan was suspended in the night. His figure was clear, but he was faintly integrated with the night, and was with it. He looked at Yushi, whose expression was distorted. As his eyes fell, tens of millions of stars vibrated in the dark night at the same time. They were pulled by huge forces, drawing dazzling trajectories from the void, falling densely like a storm, and smashing into Yushi below. That amazing and majestic momentum. Even the most gorgeous meteor shower can't compare with it. Falling star shower. Triple power. Ah! A sharp and piercing howl came from Yushi's mouth. The strong crisis of death almost made him crazy. He didn't even care about attacking Sunan. He retreated madly, struggling to escape from the range of the falling stars. However, it was in vain. The brilliant stars trailed their tails and fell on Yushi's gigantic body. His huge body was burned, shattered, purified by the dazzling light, and disintegrated piece by piece. Various spells were cast one after another. Various magic items were activated, and the dead souls screamed and bit, shattering the stars one by one. But more stars appeared in the dark night, and then fell brilliantly, as if there was no end. In the end, Yushi was completely submerged by the stars, and the dazzling light completely swallowed him and the area within 100 meters. Boom! The violent and surging energy particle waves swept around, tearing countless fine gaps in the void. The whole world seemed to be occupied by extreme darkness and light in an instant, and it was abnormally torn apart. After a long time, the light dissipated, and only the bumpy ground was left in the original place. And Yushi had disappeared without a trace. The dead soul giant, which claimed to be able to kill opponents above its level, lasted less than 30 seconds in the storm-like starlight bombardment before it was reduced to ashes and disappeared without a trace. The starlight in the sky gradually extinguished, the darkness receded, and the sky became bright again, as if everything just now was an illusion. Only the devastated ground told that what had just happened was real. In the distance, Cyril stared at the situation in front of him in amazement, his mouth dry, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. What kind of innate ability is this? This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying innate ability. Even Yushi, who had used the dead soul giant, couldn't resist it. Cyril couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Ask yourself, if he had faced that kind of attack just now, he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. I didn't expect that Sunan actually had such a trump card. Thinking that he had thought that Sunan was not Yushi's opponent before, Cyril suddenly felt very ironic. If Yushi is a genius, then Sunan is undoubtedly a monster. It is unbelievable that a wizard who blocks the plane can do this. Chapter 262, Surprise Beyond the Standard. Biological Nest. A very powerful talent. A trace of surprise flashed in Maisha's eyes. She recognized the alchemical marks activated by Sunan, which was a talent specialization that strengthened the talent. But even if the strengthening effect of the talent specialization was removed, the talent just displayed was also very powerful, at least stronger than all the superior talents she had seen. Did you research it yourself? Or did you get it from a wizard's inheritance? 2,000 years ago, the Starlight Continent gathered a large number of wizard forces. It is not impossible that a special talent crystal model was accidentally left behind during the expedition. Even Maisha herself did not dare to say that she knew everything. In any case, the surprise that Sunan brought her was far beyond the standard. Originally, her best expectation was that the Star Alliance could repel Yushi's attack. As a result, Sunan not only repelled it, but also counterattacked the Wolf-Tide plane and killed Yushi, which was far beyond her expectations. It can only be said that the potential of Sunan and the Star Alliance is greater than she imagined. As early as when Sunan and Yushi were fighting, the Wizards of the Dark Throne were beaten back by the Touch Master Puppet and the Secret Doll, especially the self-destruction ability of these puppets, which caused them heavy casualties. When even Yushi died at the hands of Sunan, these remnants immediately lost their will to fight and turned around in panic to escape. But they were caught up by Sunan and slaughtered like a rotten wood. So far, this war has really come to an end. Without the wizards as the main force, the wolf packs of the Wolf-Tide plane alone could not resist the attack of the Star Alliance. It was only a matter of time to take over the Tide plane. With a faint smile on his face, Sunan flew towards Maisha and Cyril. He had noticed their arrival a long time ago. Lord Maisha, who is this? Sunan looked at Cyril, without waiting for Maisha to introduce herself. Cyril said quickly, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sunan. My name is Cyril Stewart, a senior scholar of the Wisdom Code." Before meeting Sunan, Cyril had a sense of superiority in his heart for being born in a large wizard force. But this sense of superiority had disappeared after seeing Sunan power. The wizard world also emphasizes that the strong are respected. Facing a being stronger than himself, Cyril showed enough respect. Senior scholar? That means a third-level wizard. Sunan smiled and nodded at Cyril, then looked at Maisha. Maisha understood, smiled and nodded, and said, "The Star Alliance has shown enough strength. After returning, I will submit a proposal to the Wisdom Society. Here, I welcome the Star Alliance to join the Wisdom Code front." "Thank you." Sunan smiled from the bottom of his heart, knowing that Sunan still had a lot of things to deal with next. Maisha did not stay for long and quickly left with Cyril. Not long after, deafening shouts of killing came from the direction of the plane channel. The Star Alliance army attacked. The leader was more than 10 giant dragons, led by the Hidden Dragon. The Hidden Dragon, whose power could compete with that of a second-level wizard, rushed through the wolf pack like a tank, leaving countless bloody limbs wherever it passed, and was invincible. Sunan saw it and laughed dumbly. The Hidden Dragon had lived in the Dragon Forest for hundreds of years in peace and stability, and had not participated in a battle for a long time. Now that it was on the battlefield, it felt like it was liberating its nature. Seeing that it was immersed in the battle, Sunan did not stop it, and returned to the Starlight Continent through the plane channel. Leisha still stayed in the Starlight Wizard Tower. Seeing that Sunan returned safely, She breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? All solved. Not one was let go. Although she had expected it. She couldn't help but smile with joy when she heard Sunan say it herself. Once those wizards died, the Wolf-Tide Plane was basically under the control of the Star Alliance. It was only natural that the Star Alliance became a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code. With the Wisdom Code on top, they had plenty of time to conquer the Wolf-Tide Plane. I'd be busy next, Sunan said. Liz smiled. I hope there will be more busy like this. Sunan laughed and nodded in agreement. That's right. The threat of the Dark Throne was temporarily lifted. But there were still many follow-up actions. Conquering the Wolf-Tide Plane was one. And in addition, the restoration of the Star Alliance was also a top priority. In this unprecedented plane war, although the Star Alliance won, the losses were also not small. 2 days later, a list of war damage was placed in front of Sunan. In this war, the Flying Fleet suffered the most serious losses. 4 fleets were completely destroyed and almost annihilated. The remaining 10 fleets also suffered losses to varying degrees. I broke up the remaining fleets and reorganized them. I barely managed to gather 5 complete fleets. The losses were nearly 60%. While Sunan was looking through the list, Maisha also explained quietly. Sunan was not surprised to hear this. After all, the Flying Fleet was facing the Wizard Towers directly. The original purpose was to consume the energy of the 5 Wizard Towers of the Dark Throne and the durability of the protective energy field of the maze. The heavy losses were expected. Sunan had already made psychological preparations. In fact, if the Flying Fleet had not consumed the enemy power in advance, he would not have been able to control the Starlight Wizard Tower so smoothly to destroy the 5 enemy Wizard Towers. He was even mentally prepared for the annihilation of the Flying Fleet. Only nearly 60% of the losses were much better than he expected. The second is the Golem Corps. The 8 large Golem Corps were reorganized after the war, and roughly 4 complete large Golem Corps and 2 central Golem Corps were formed, with nearly half of them killed. More than 10,000 people were killed in the regular troops of the Magic Pattern Knights, and more than 50,000 people were killed in the reserve troops. The Asian Dragon Knights joined the battle later, so the losses were very small and can be ignored. The wizards were the same, and there were no casualties. The wizard apprentices of the Starlight Academy were responsible for logistics, so there were almost no casualties. However, the wizard-level puppets of the Witch Hunting Corps and the Starlight Wizard Tower suffered a lot of losses. There were 362 completely damaged and irreparable, and more than 100 were severely damaged. It would take a lot of resources to repair them alone. Sunan nodded, closed the file, and had a bottom line in his mind. To be honest, this war caused great losses to the Star Alliance, almost destroying at least 1/3 of the military force that the Star Alliance had worked so hard to develop, especially the wizard-level puppets. It took hundreds of years to accumulate more than 800 puppets and secret puppets. More than 2/5 of them were destroyed at once, and the loss was close to 200 million gold coins. But Sunan was not distressed. After all, behind the huge war losses, there were also extremely rich harvests. The biggest harvest ranked first, of course, was the Wolf-Tide Plane. This will be the second plane controlled by the Star Alliance. Let's talk about the situation of the Wolf-Tide Plane. Lisa nodded and said, according to the investigation, the Wolf-Tide Plane is a beast plane, slightly smaller than the Starlight Continent, with a total area of about 2/3 of the Starlight Continent, most of which is land. There are no humans, subhumans, or bipedal humanoid races on the Wolf-Tide Plane. Almost all races are beasts. And the mainstream is the Black Wolf clan. This race is a little special. They do not expand their population by reproduction, but are born from nests. Sunan's expression moved. Nest creatures? Yes. Lisa nodded. Sunan's eyes lit up immediately. Beast planes are not uncommon in the multiverse, but beast planes with nests are very rare. In very few beast planes, there is a very small probability that some special places will be born. These places can absorb free energy particles in the plane and create creatures out of thin air, directly skipping the process of pregnancy and growth. This kind of place is called a nest. The creatures born from the nest are called nest creatures. Nest creatures are often born as mature individuals, with good strength, and can maintain long-term life activities with just a small amount of food. So they are naturally at the top of the plane food chain. Therefore, if a nest is born by chance in a plane of alien beasts, It will not take long for the creatures hatched in this nest to quickly become the mainstream race of the entire plane. Unless there is a biological race with far greater power than the nest creatures in this plane. Otherwise, if the power is weaker, it will be dragged down by the almost endless nest creatures with super high combat endurance, and finally destroyed. It can be said that for other biological races in this plane, nest creatures are a disgusting tumor. However, for the wizards who control this plane, nest creatures are undoubtedly a powerful fighting force. No wonder those wizards can control such a large number of black wolves. In fact, Sunan had some doubts that the black wolf was a nest creature before. After all, to control so many alien beasts, the spiritual seals required are undoubtedly an astronomical number. If they were alchemical creatures from the wizard's laboratory, the number would be a bit exaggerated. Only nest creatures could provide a reasonable explanation. As long as you control the nest where the black wolf is hatched, you can naturally drive the black wolf with ease. Most of the dusk wolves were also hatched in nests. That wizard named Yushi was lucky enough to conquer a beast plane, Liz said. Sudan did not deny it. The beast plane has a high war potential, but its disadvantage is that it has a weak resource development ability. After all, nest creatures cannot develop resources. The Star Alliance conducted a rough exploration of the Wolf-Tide Plain and found many undeveloped metal and magic stone veins. It can be seen how slow Yushi's development progress on the Wolf-Tide Plain is. Unlike the Star Alliance, Yushi does not have so many wizard apprentice laborers. If he wants to develop mineral veins, he can only buy slaves or golems from other places. The development of resources involving the entire plane is undoubtedly a time-consuming and huge project. Yushi controls a plane, and it has accumulated for thousands of years to build only 5 wizard towers. Perhaps it is because of this reason, but it doesn't matter to Sunan. The development resources can be handed over to the Star Alliance, and the Black Wolf can be used as an alien army. Since it is a nest creature, there is no need to fight head-on. If you want to quickly control the Wolf-Tide Plain, the best way is to find the Black Wolf's nest and then refine it. In this way, you can naturally control the Wolf Pack without investing a large number of troops to fight with the Wolf Pack. The next focus is on searching for the nest. Once the location of the nest is found, tell me immediately, and I will go there in person. I know. Lisa nodded and changed the subject immediately. What are you going to do with the 5 wizard towers? Sunan had already made plans, and said without thinking, issue the task of repairing the wizard towers. Now that the Star Alliance has obtained the internal trading rights of the Wisdom Code, if they want to continue to upgrade the wizard towers in the future, they can trade resources from the Wisdom Code, and they don't need to dismantle the confiscated wizard towers into materials. In addition, the damage to the 5 wizard towers left by the Dark Throne is not serious. They can be used again after repair and transformation, except for the medium-sized wizard tower, which is more difficult to repair and needs him to do it himself. The remaining 4 wizard towers can be handed over to other wizards for repair. Afterwards, they can be put into the exchange list for other wizards to exchange. It can also be regarded as an incentive for them. After all, the contribution value required to exchange wizard towers must be a huge number. If you don't work hard to complete more tasks, don't expect to exchange them at all. After the repair is completed, the 4 small wizard towers will be added to the exchange list. As for the medium-sized wizard tower, Sunan glanced at Lise. It will be a gift to celebrate your reshaping of your body. Lise was stunned and said with a complicated expression, you are too generous to give me a medium-sized wizard tower just like that. Sunan said calmly, you deserve this gift. For hundreds of years, Lise has been in charge of the specific affairs of the Star Alliance. Lise has made great contributions to the development of the Star Alliance to this point. Sunan will not be stingy with his own people who have made contributions. Lise is completely worthy of a medium-sized wizard tower. Lise's heart was slightly warmed, and she said softly, thank you. You don't have to be polite to your own people. Sunan waved his hand. In general, the 2 gains of the Wolf-Tide Plain and the Wizard Tower are more than enough to make up for the losses of the Star Alliance. Especially the Wolf-Tide Plain. Once the Star Alliance controls this plane, it will not only have an extra beast army, but also a super large resource point that needs to be developed urgently. After calming down, Liz also got back to the point. Although the Dark Throne should not invade again under the protection of the Wisdom Code, we still need to expand the Golem army and the Flying Fleet as soon as possible just in case. And the development of the Wolf-Tide Plain also requires a large number of clay golems and mining equipment. and the resources required are not few. Although the Wolf-Tide Plain has a lot of resources, it is still in a state of being unable to be used at this stage. The resources needed to expand military power and prepare for mining labor can only be obtained from other channels. Sunan smiled slightly. Don't worry. As long as the Wisdom Society passes, we can immediately trade resources with the Wisdom Code. Next, we will wait for good news from Maisha. Chapter 263 set a small goal first. Maisha's efficiency is higher than expected. On the 5th day after the war, Cyril brought good news. The Wisdom Society has passed the proposal of Lord Maisha. From today, the Star Alliance is one of the affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code. Congratulations. Thank you. Sunan shook hands with Cyril and smiled at each other. After congratulations, it was time to get down to business. Affiliated organizations can obtain the protection and internal trading rights of our Wisdom Code. But in return, they must also bear some obligations. Cyril handed over a few books. The Star Alliance must hand over a certain amount of resources to the Wisdom Code every year. The types are on this list. You can combine and match them at will, as long as the total value reaches 500,000 lower-level magic stones. Sunan nodded slightly, opened the book, and glanced at it roughly. It was no different from what he remembered. To be honest, the protection fee of 500,000 lower-level magic stones a year is indeed not a large amount, especially for him. The annual output of secondary magic stones from a medium-sized secondary magic stone vein is enough to synthesize 500,000 lower-level magic stones. This price alone can be exchanged for the protection of a large wizard force and the right to internal transactions, allowing the Star Alliance to obtain sufficient time and space for development. It is undoubtedly a very cost-effective deal. I will send someone to deliver the resources later, Sunan said. Cyril smiled and said, just send it to the Holy Tree Plain, and someone will receive it. By the way, the other magic books are the list of internal transaction items. You can take a look. The matter has been conveyed. I will not stay any longer. Let's go to the City of All Things for a drink when we are free. Okay. Sunan smiled and agreed. The City of All Things is a rare neutral plane in the multiverse. Only wizards are allowed to enter, and private fights in public are strictly prohibited. Even wizards from large wizard forces dare not violate the rules there, and are welcomed by many wizards who do not like fighting. Over time, the City of All Things has developed into a prosperous neutral trading platform and a place for wizards to communicate and relax. After Cyril left, Sunan casually handed the book to Liz. He was more familiar with the tradable items provided by the Wisdom Codex to its affiliated organizations than many members of the Wisdom Codex, so he didn't need to read it again. Next, we will purchase resources for expanding the Golem Core and the Flying Fleet, repairing the Wizard Tower, and refining wizard-level puppets from the Wisdom Codex. In addition, we need to get the design drawings of the Plasma Cannon and the Pulse Cannon, as well as the design drawings of the Shadow Steel Golem, the Diamond Golem, and the Supreme Golem. These potion formulas are also purchased together. Sunan handed the list he had made early to Liz. Most of the potions of the Star Alliance were synthesized by him using the Rubik Cube, and the cost was much higher than that of manual production. Now that he has a channel to get the formula, he naturally doesn't need to synthesize it through the Rubik Cube. In the future, he can hand it all over to his subordinates to make it, which not only reduces the cost, but also saves him a lot of time. Lize quickly scanned the resource list, calculated the things to be purchased in her mind, pursed her lips and said, to buy all of these, I'm afraid it will cost a lot of magic stones. Where can we get so many magic stones? Although there are many magic stone veins in the Wolf-Tide Plain, it can only be developed after the entire plane is controlled, and it takes time to mine the veins. I naturally have a way to do this. Sunan smiled meaningfully. You first purchase a batch of secondary magic stones from the Wisdom Codex. Buy as many as you can. The method that Sunan thought of was naturally to synthesize magic stones with secondary magic stones. On the transaction list given by the Wisdom Codex, many resources cannot be purchased with gold, but can only be traded with magic stones. And secondary magic stones happen to be one of the resources that can be purchased with gold. He can completely use gold to buy secondary magic stones, and then synthesize magic stones to purchase the required resources. However, this trading method that only exports gold is likely to have a certain impact on the economic system of the Starlight continent. It is best to use it only when the gold reserves are sufficient in the early stage. After that, You can switch to using secondary magic stones to synthesize magic stones. Then use magic stones to purchase secondary magic stones. And then synthesize magic stones repeatedly to earn the difference. The advantage of this trading method is that you can accumulate wealth quickly. The disadvantage is that Sunan has to take out a lot of time to synthesize magic stones. Becoming a tool man. However, Sunan said that it doesn't matter to him, as long as it is beneficial to the development and growth of the Star Alliance. He doesn't mind spending more effort. After hearing what Sunan said, Li Zhe was a little surprised. But she looked at him and didn't say anything in the end. She had vaguely guessed before that Sunan seemed to have some means to synthesize magic stones with secondary magic stones. Having said that, she didn't intend to get to the bottom of it, as long as it was beneficial to the Star Alliance. In addition, the materials for reshaping the body should be purchased as soon as possible. If there are any missing materials, please tell me, and I will find a way to solve it. When this was mentioned, Maisha suddenly became spirited and nodded heavily. Okay. It has been 2,000 years since she became a ghost. She has been looking forward to rebuilding her body as soon as possible. Now the time is finally coming. Even with her calm mind, she can't help but feel excited. In addition, collect information about other forces and playing communities. Sunan ordered again. I understand. Lisa agreed without saying a word. She is very clear about the importance of information. The multiverse is vast and boundless. Not only the wizard forces, but also various other racial forces. The relationship between them is intertwined and complicated enough to make people dizzy. If you don't figure out the context here, you may accidentally conflict with other forces in the future. Although Maisha knew many forces well when she was in the Starfall society, but after being blocked in the Starlight continent for 2,000 years, these information has lagged behind, and she must collect the latest information. As for how to collect, the traveling wizard Tanner, who is stranded in the Starlight continent, and the City of All Things are undoubtedly excellent channels for intelligence. It just so happens that the founders of the City of All Things are a group of traveling wizards. Perhaps through Tanner, we can find the intelligence dealers in the City of All Things. Let Liz handle the rest. And Sunan returned to the top floor of the Wizard Tower, successfully becoming a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code. He felt relieved. The preparations made by the Star Alliance for hundreds of years have finally paid off. But it is not time to relax completely. This time, the Dark Throne suffered such a big loss. And it is obvious that the other party will not give up. Even with the protection of the Wisdom Code, it is not necessarily 100% safe. The best way to protect yourself is to improve your own strength. If the Star Alliance is strong enough to compete with the Dark Throne, or even surpass the Dark Throne, then the latter should be worried. It's not the time to be complacent. The attacker this time is just a candidate for the King's Robe Wizard of the Dark Throne. There are also the King's Robe Wizard, the Crown Wizard, and the Three Thrones. Compared to these beings, Yushi is just a stronger ant. Having said that, Sunan would not worry too much. Large forces like the Dark Throne either focus on the realm of truth or on conquering new playing communities. They will not pay too much attention to the Starlight continent, which is still just a corner. At least in the short term. There should be no need to worry about the revenge of the Dark Throne. What we need to do next is to improve our strength and be promoted to the True Spirit Wizard as soon as possible, while strengthening the strength of the Star Alliance. The two complement each other. I remember that after 2,000 years of the Starlight calendar, several major events happened in the multiverse. Perhaps we can use them. Sunan recalled that there seemed to be 3 major events that left a deep impression on him. The first one was the Civil War in the Wizard world. A war broke out between the lawful camp led by the Deep Blue Alliance, the Wisdom Code, and the Star Spirit Clock Tower, and the evil camp led by the Dark Throne, the Bloodline Jungle, and the Savage Spirit. This war affected tens of thousands of planes. Even in the long history of the multiverse, this is a rare large-scale war. There were also gods who took the opportunity to stir up trouble, adding fuel to the fire and making the situation even more chaotic. And the second major event was related to the gods. A battle in which wizards joined forces to ambush the gods. The person who was ambushed was the Spider Queen, who had had 2 contacts with Sunan. The cause of the ambush was that the Spider Queen was injured in a battle with other gods. As a result, some wizards got the information and joined forces to attack the Spider Queen, wanting to take this opportunity to kill the gods. But the final result was that these wizards were annihilated. Afterwards, many people analyzed and suspected that it was a conspiracy set up by the Spider Queen. After all, the latter's cunning and evil are well known throughout the multiverse. Sudan thought he could pay attention to this matter. Maybe he could be a yellow bird behind the scenes. The third thing is related to the ancient insect race. The ancient insect race is a race of alien insects from the ancient insect plane community. They are extremely aggressive and destructive. They often invade other planes and bring death and destruction. However, this race used to harm some individual planes in remote areas of the multiverse. So neither wizards nor gods took it seriously. Until later, the ancient insect race suddenly attacked many planes like crazy. And even the territories of wizards and gods were not spared, which attracted a joint attack from both sides. As for the final result, Sudan had no way of knowing. Before that, he had traveled through time. The Wizard Civil War seemed to have occurred around the 2600th year of the Starlight calendar, and the ambush of the Spider God Queen occurred after the 3500th year of the Starlight calendar. The specific time. Sudan shook his head. At the beginning, he only regarded this matter as an anecdote and did not pay attention to the specific time. Now he can only recall a rough idea. Forget it. Just pay more attention to it then. Not to mention the ancient insect race. The two major events of the Wizard Civil War and the ambush of the Spider Queen can greatly speed up the development of the Star Alliance if used well. Especially the former. Even if Sudan wants to stay out of a war of this scale, it is impossible. The Star Alliance will inevitably be involved. Instead of waiting until then to be in a hurry, it is better to prepare in advance and turn the crisis into an opportunity. Set a small goal for yourself. First, lead the Star Alliance to conquer a plane community and become a large wizard force. In this way, even if you leave the Wisdom Code, you will have the power to fight against the Dark Throne alone. After deciding on the future goal, Sudan felt a little more relaxed and turned to think about cultivation. After being promoted to the 3rd level wizard, he immediately absorbed all the divine energy he had accumulated before. However, since the time from the 2nd level crystallization to the promotion to the 3rd level wizard was too short, there were not many accumulated elemental crystal cores. So there was not much change in the mental concentration after absorption. The spiritual concentration of a 3rd level wizard is increasing at an alarmingly slow rate. Even with the super large element pool and divine energy, the training speed is still not ideal. Sudan has been practicing for more than 2 months, and his spiritual concentration has only increased by 0.01%. Next, you can purchase elemental crystal dust from the Wisdom Codex and absorb divine energy to the maximum every day, which should speed up your training. Sudan roughly estimated that if there is enough divine energy to absorb, it should be possible to break through to the 3rd level liquefaction in 200 or 300 years. If everything goes well, it should be possible to break through to the 3rd level crystallization in 400 or 500 years. After that, you can start to comprehend the power of the law. If everything goes well, maybe he can be promoted to a true spirit wizard before the ambush of the Spider Queen. As a true spirit wizard, it is undoubtedly more certain to intervene in the killing of the gods. There are also magic tools that need to be synthesized and upgraded, and 5-ring spells need to be learned. In fact, at the 3rd level, the magic has not been very effective in improving the combat power of wizards. When a 3rd level wizard fights, he uses more innate abilities and magic tools. When it comes to the level of a true spirit wizard, the effect of magic is even more negligible. The key to the strength of power is the power of law. But even so, Sudan does not intend to give up learning magic. In his opinion, the greatest role of magic is not to improve combat power, but its applicability in certain special situations. A truly powerful wizard must have comprehensive abilities and no shortcomings. No matter what situation he encounters, he has a way to solve it, rather than being a reckless man who only knows how to fight and kill. And magic can play an unexpected role in many cases. Take the 5-ring spell as an example. When encountering a barrier that cannot be broken by force, you can cast the barrier breaking. When you want to drive alien creatures, you can cast the secondary alien oath. When teleporting over a long distance of hundreds of kilometers, you can cast the teleportation spell. If you want to remotely monitor a certain area or a certain target, you can cast the peeping magic eye. There is even a magic soul pot that can possess another creature. The effects of spells are varied. Attack and defense are just the 2 most common categories, and there are many other types with special effects. Maybe it will be used at a critical moment. So Sudan does not intend to give up spells. Anyway, it is not difficult for him to learn spells, which is much easier and simpler than other wizards. Take a little time every day. And over the years, the number of spells mastered will become considerable. Next, I have to take time to go to the Wolf-Tide Plain. Sunan exhaled a long breath, sat cross-legged beside the element pool, took out the element crystal core, and began to practice. Chapter 264 Soul Purifying Flower. City of all things. Awooh! The howls of wolves echoed through the wilderness. Countless scarlet eyes stared at the human figure in the sky, eager to attack, but unable to fly. They could only look at it from the ground. These black wolves look no different from ordinary creatures that have been bred. I didn't expect that they are creatures that are condensed out of energy out of thin air. The nest is really a magical existence. Siaman looked at the dense wolf pack below with interest. Corey said expressionlessly, if you are interested, catch a few and take them back for research. Now let's concentrate on finding the nest. Siaman smiled and was not angry. He had long been accustomed to Corey's character. Don't be so serious. The red-eyed crows have been released. As long as there is a harvest, we will know it first. Not long ago, the Star Alliance issued a task to find the nest of the Dusk Valley. Considering that there may still be dusk wolves in the Wolf-Tide Plain, this task is limited to wizards. Sherman and Corey took on this mission and came to the Wolf-Tide Plain. In order to improve the search efficiency, the two also specially found a group of red-eyed crows. The ultra-long-range vision of the red-eyed crows has a unique advantage in finding things, especially the red-eyed crows that have been transformed by the Star Alliance, whose ability is much better than that of ordinary people. Every time the two arrived at a place, they released the red-eyed crows and searched the area within a radius of 100 miles. If there was no harvest, they would continue to the next area. The method seems a bit stupid, but there is no other way. Although the area of the Wolf-Tide Plain is smaller than that of the Starlight Continent, it is still an entire plain, and the people living in this plain are basically all alien beasts, who cannot communicate, let alone obtain intelligence. The entire Wolf-Tide Plain is completely in a primitive state. In addition to forests and wilderness, there are lakes and mountains. The only foreign existence is the clay golem left by Yushi to mine the veins. In this case, if you want to find a nest, you can only use the simplest and most primitive method to search it bit by bit. There are still a lot of black wolves in the Wolf-Tide Plain. If we send the golem core into it, it will attract attacks from the wolf pack and a fight will break out. Otherwise, if we deploy the golem core, the search will be much easier. Shemin sighed. He originally wanted to follow the trail of the black wolves to find their lair, but later found that the black wolves were extremely scattered and could be seen everywhere. So he had to give up. It was also fortunate that when the Wolf-Tide Plain invaded, the Star Alliance reacted quickly and sent a large army to stop it in time. Otherwise, if the wolf pack had stood firm and had enough time to expand the plain channel, the size of the wolf pack that the Star Alliance had to face would probably have increased several times. Corey looked at the black torrent below, was silent for a moment, and said, the Star Eye Network and the Transmission Network were built for this purpose. Teacher is still foresight, Shemin said with admiration, and suddenly brought up another topic. Speaking of which, Master Xingyun is collecting materials to reshape his body, and Ardal should be able to recover his human body soon. When Ardal was mentioned, Corey's cold face softened a little. After all, Ardal was one of his few good friends. It's not difficult to reshape the body. The key is the materials. There are many rare materials that are difficult to collect. You should be able to find all the materials at the Wisdom Code. Among all the wizard forces, they have the most complete resources. Not necessarily. The Wisdom Code only opens a part of the resources to affiliated organizations for trading. Many rare resources are only open to internal members and exchanged with contribution points. Just like our Star Alliance. Xiaomon looked at his friend in surprise and asked curiously, how do you know this? Cole said lightly, Tanner told me. You still have contact with him? Xiaomon was really surprised this time. He didn't remember that Corey was a sociable person. I am interested in the information of other planes, so I exchanged a lot of information with him with some resources. I see. Xiaomon suddenly realized that Corey had not changed. He was still as pragmatic as ever. He was about to speak, but his expression suddenly moved. At the same time, Corey's eyes also moved slightly. The two looked at each other, and at the same time, they flew at high speed towards the northwest. Just now, the two sensed that the life breath of a red-eyed crow had disappeared. In the Wolf-Tide Plain, there are not many beasts that have the ability to fly and can kill red-eyed crows. including the dusk wolf. Unlike the black wolves that can be seen everywhere, the number of dusk wolves is very small, and they basically will not leave the nest. As long as you find the dusk wolf, you can basically determine the approximate range of the nest. Flying at full speed, the two quickly arrived at the location where the life breath of the red-eyed crow disappeared. From thousands of meters away, they saw a giant wolf with a black body, except for a pair of pupils and a pair of fangs that were blood red. It's Blood Fawn. Xiamon's face lit up with joy. It looks like the Valley of Dusk is nearby. After searching for so many days, they finally got something. Even Corey's eyes flashed with joy. Awoo! After discovering Xiamon and the others, Blood Fawn not only did not run away, but roared and rushed over. Seeing this, Xiamon was not surprised but happy. Bloodfang's performance undoubtedly confirmed his guess that the nest was indeed nearby. Both belonged to the Dusk Wolf. Bloodfang and Grey Claw belong to the physical system. Their combat power is not as strong as the natural system of Fog Howl and Night Shadow. Shemin and Corey are not afraid at all, and they greeted them calmly. In less than 5 minutes, the two of them teamed up to deal with Bloodfang. Afterwards, they searched around and soon found the target. The nest called the Valley of Dusk is not really a valley, but a cave located deep in the valley. The dark cave entrance is like a beast's mouth that is ready to bite people. Standing outside the cave, you can clearly feel the energy particles filled inside. Shemin and Corey waited patiently for a while, and indeed saw a group of black wolves coming out of the cave. The young wolf, which was less than half a meter long and covered with mucus, expanded rapidly after walking out of the cave, and the mucus on its body quickly dried up. And in a blink of an eye it became a giant wolf as big as a carriage. These black wolves soon noticed Shemin and Corey in the sky, and immediately bared their teeth and gave a warning growl. Shemin and Corey seemed not to hear, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. It seems that this is the right place. Notify the Star Alliance. Shemin took out a communication crystal and contacted the magic pattern knight guarding the plane channel, who would then pass the message back to the Star Alliance. Not long after the message was passed, a figure suddenly flashed in the sky above the valley, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Shemin and the others looked over. Their expressions suddenly became solemn, and they bowed quickly. Teacher. Sunan nodded slightly to the two of them, then looked at the cave, and immediately sensed that the concentration of energy particles in the cave was far higher than that in the surrounding area. It's the nest. He turned back to look at Sherman and Cole, smiled slightly and said, Good job. Go back and hand over the task. Yes, teacher. The two bowed and left without any hesitation. Sunan was the only one left in the valley soon. He didn't even look at the black wolves around him, and directly entered the cave with a flash. The inside of the nest was quite spacious. The strange thing was that the ground and the mountain wall were a soft pink like internal organs, covered with blood vessel-like textures. Standing in the cave, it felt like entering the internal organs of a wild beast. Sunan clearly felt that the nest rejected him. This invisible pressure is enough to crush a legendary knight of the third or fourth ring into a meat paste. As if sensing the danger, the nest began to summon the wolf pack. The black wolf outside roared and wanted to rush in. Sunan did not hesitate to open the absolute forbidden area, offsetting the invisible pressure around him, and blocked the wolf pack outside. At the same time, the pressure attached to the absolute forbidden area also made the whole nest tremble slightly, and the ground and inner walls made unbearable squirming sounds. Soon, the invisible pressure emitted by the nest dissipated, and the blood-colored textures on the ground and inner walls also dimmed. There seemed to be a faint whine in the void, as if the nest was begging for mercy from Sunan. Have you already developed an instinct similar to that of a beast? You still know to bow down to the strong and avoid harm. Sunan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes fell on the inner wall of the deepest part of the nest, where a deep red meat ball as big as a human head was embedded, and the color was clearly distinguished from the surrounding inner walls. Approaching, Sunan stretched out his hand and pressed on the meat ball, and penetrated his mental power into it. A biological nest of the level of Dusk Valley basically has no power to resist a third-level wizard, which is why it instinctively bowed its head and surrendered immediately after sensing Sunan power. In a short while, Sunan found the soul mark left by Yushi, immediately mobilized his mental power to erase it, and then engraved his own soul mark. The moment the soul mark took shape, Sunan vaguely felt that he had an inexplicable connection with the nest in front of him. When he retracted his palm, there was a black crystal in the shape of a wolf's tooth in his palm. This is the prop for controlling the wolf pack. As long as you hold the wolf's tooth crystal, you can control all the wolves hatched in the nest. Moreover, this wolf's tooth crystal can also separate a secondary crystal with lower authority, which can be used to control part of the wolf pack. Sunan slightly clenched the wolf's tooth crystal and threw the crystal in his hand. He could clearly sense the existence of all the black wolves. As long as he thought about it, he could immediately call all the black wolves here. This way, there will be nothing in the wolf-tide plane that can resist the advance of the Star Alliance. Except for the black wolf. The alien beast races pose no threat to the Star Alliance, as long as the black wolf does not resist. The Star Alliance can easily take over the entire wolf-tide plane. Putting away the wolf-tooth crystal, Sunan looked at the black meat ball on the inner wall again. After controlling the Dusk Valley, the information of the entire nest also emerged in his mind. With the current energy particle concentration of the wolf-tide plane, the Dusk Valley can hatch 45 black wolves every day and 1 dusk wolf every year. The upper limit is 434,800 black wolves and 285 dusk wolves. This is the limit of the Dusk Valley ability to fully control the creatures in the nest. If this number is exceeded, the black wolves and dusk wolves that continue to hatch will no longer be controlled by the Dusk Valley, but will instead harm the nest in the first place. However, Sunan is already quite satisfied. More than 430,000 wolves are almost equivalent to more than 3 large golem legions. What's more, there are more than 200 dusk wolves with wizard-level combat power. It is also a great military force supplement for the Star Alliance. And through the nest, Sunan also mastered the current number of wolves. About 210,000 black wolves. Because of the previous war, the number of black wolves has dropped sharply, and the Twilight wolves have been completely wiped out. One that was just hatched not long ago also died at the hands of Sherman and Corey. It takes more than 10 years for a black wolf to recover to the upper limit, but it takes at least 200 years for a Twilight wolf to reach the upper limit. 1 per year. After leaving the nest, Sunan returned to the Starlight continent. When he arrived at the Starlight Wizard Tower, he immediately found Liz and handed her the Wolf Fong crystal. The Twilight Valley has been completed, and we can move forward next. Liz smiled faintly. It's been prepared for a long time. How is the preparation for mining the vein? New clay golems and mining equipment are still being prepared, but we can transfer a batch from the old ones, which is more than enough to meet the initial development. Liz obviously had a plan in mind, and she spoke slowly. The task of exploring the nodes of the Wolf-Tide Plane has also been issued. If it is handed over to wizard apprentices, it can be completed quickly, and the project of opening up secondary magic stone veins can be carried out simultaneously. In addition, the environment of the Wolf-Tide Plane is very suitable for opening up magic plant gardens. I plan to build 200 large magic plant gardens to increase the production of dragon blood fruit. Sunan listened patiently to Li Zai's report and nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a wise choice to hand over these matters to Li Zai. How is the collection of materials for reshaping the body? Li Zai shook her head and said, other materials are fine. Basically all have been collected. But there is only one missing. The soul purifying flower, which cannot be found on the transaction list of the wisdom code. Sunan raised his eyebrows. The soul purifying flower can purify the soul and minimize its repulsion with the flesh, thereby greatly increasing the success rate of reshaping the body. It can be said to be the most important material for reshaping the body. Although the soul purifying flower is precious, the wisdom code will definitely not be without it. And it is mostly a resource that is only traded to internal members. Sunan thought for a moment and said, we can trade with Cyril and ask him to buy the soul purifying flower, as long as we pay enough. I believe he will be happy to trade with us. I have a better way, Lisa said. There may not be soul purifying flowers in other places, but there must be in the City of All Things. The City of All Things? Sunan's expression moved. The City of All Things gathers a large number of wizards, good and bad. But at the same time, it can also find many precious resources that are not available in other places. It can be said to be the largest neutral trading platform in the entire multiverse. If you go there, you can indeed find the soul purifying flower. Without much hesitation, Sunan quickly agreed to Lisa's proposal. After all, if you ask Cyril for help, even if you pay a price, you will owe him a favor. It is undoubtedly better to solve the problem yourself. Chapter 265 War Creation. Lord Sunan. In the living room, Tanner bowed respectfully to Sunan. No need to be polite. Sit down. Sunan pointed to the sofa opposite. Tanner sat down as he was told, looking at Sunan inconspicuously, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When the war between the Star Alliance and the Dark Throne broke out, he was still a guest in the Starlight Continent. So by chance, he watched the entire war, and was deeply shocked. He didn't know in advance that the Dark Throne attacked the Starlight Continent. So when he found out that Yushi invaded with the Wolf-Tide Plain and 5 Wizard Towers, he secretly felt sorry for the Star Alliance. In his opinion, it was not easy for the Star Alliance to develop to this point. But it happened to encounter the notorious Dark Throne in the multiverse, and it was afraid that it would be uprooted directly. But the subsequent development surprised him. The power displayed by the Star Alliance with its fleet of flying magic ships, giant dragons, and medium-sized wizard towers was beyond his expectation. From the beginning to the end, the Star Alliance actually had the upper hand. In the end, it was the army of the Dark Throne that was defeated. The leading wizard was forced to abandon 5 wizard towers and flee in a panic. Sunan even chased after them directly, although he was unable to see the subsequent developments with his own eyes. Judging from the Star Alliance blatant entry into the other side's plane, those wizards of the Dark Throne were probably in danger. Tanner really didn't expect that the Star Alliance could still win when the Dark Throne deployed 5 wizard towers and an entire plane. It was not until then that he realized that he had greatly underestimated the Star Alliance. Therefore, when he stood in front of Sunan again, his awe of Sunan did not decrease but increased. Lord Sunan summoned me here. Do you have any instructions? After sitting down, Tanner asked nervously. Sunan smiled and said, It's not an order. I just want to ask you for a favor. Of course. It's paid. Tanner secretly breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and said, My lord, just give me your orders. As long as I can help, I will never refuse. You should be familiar with the City of All Things. Right? The City of All Things? I am indeed familiar with it. Every time I come back from plane exploration, I will rest in the City of All Things for a while. In a sense, the City of All Things can be said to be a transit station and rest point for us traveling wizards. That's perfect. Sunan smiled faintly. I want to go to the City of All Things. Can I entrust you to be my guide? Tanner was slightly startled. He didn't expect that Sunan asked him to come here for this. But he quickly reacted and agreed without saying a word. No problem. It's my honor to help Lord Sunan. These are the rewards paid to you in advance. Sunan waved his hand, and 5 bottles of construction potions fell in front of Tanner. Tanner's smile suddenly became more sincere. Thank you, sir. Being a guide once can get 5 bottles of construction potion. This deal is really too cost-effective. After Tanner left, Liz came out from behind. Why did you think of asking Tanner to be a guide? Sunan smiled and said, He is a first-level wizard who can explore around the Shadow Realm and escape from the mouth of the Night Shadow Giant Worm. He is still quite capable. Most of these traveling wizards have some relationship with the City of All Things. It's just right to ask him to be a guide. Sunan had only been to the City of All Things a few times in his previous life. He could only say that he had some understanding of it, not that he was very familiar with it. This time, in addition to buying the soul-purifying flower, he also wanted to explore this famous neutral city. It would be better to find someone familiar to lead the way. Hearing this, Liz seemed to be thinking about something, and said nothing more. You will go with me then, Sunan suddenly said. Liz was startled. I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to do this now. After finding the soul-purifying flower, I will reshape your body as soon as possible. Liz was immediately moved, hesitated for a while, and finally agreed. After finalizing the matters of going to the City of All Things, Sunan returned to the top floor of the Wizard Tower. The lair of the Valley of Dusk has been taken down, and he doesn't need to worry about the matters of the Wolf-Tide Plain next. Just let Liz handle it. Next, he can concentrate on his own affairs. Needless to say, training, learning spells, and upgrading wizards. There are many other matters that need his personal work. For example, repairing the Wizard Tower. The repair tasks of the 4 small Wizard Towers seized from the Dark Throne have been issued, and wizards have taken over. However, the wizards of the Star Alliance are all in contact with the Wizard Tower for the first time, and they are still unfamiliar with this aspect. It is estimated that it will take a lot of time to completely repair it. The repair of the medium-sized Wizard Tower is more difficult, so Sunan needs to do it himself. In addition, the Starlight Wizard Tower will also be further upgraded. Liz has already purchased the design drawings of the plasma cannon and pulse cannon from the Codex of Wisdom. She can then start manufacturing them, synthesizing and strengthening them, and then placing them in the Starlight Wizard Tower to further enhance their long-range firepower. The design drawings of Shadow Steel Golem and Diamond Golem have also been obtained. Both of these are genuine wizard-level puppets, especially Diamond Golem, whose combat power is comparable to that of a second-level gasification wizard. Sudan plans to enchant and transform the original version, and then add it to the Golem army of the Starlight Wizard Tower to strengthen its combat power. Other aspects also need to be upgraded and transformed, with the Wisdom Code as a trading channel to obtain sufficient resources. Sudan is confident that he can upgrade the Starlight Wizard Tower to a large level as soon as possible. The last one is to study the War Fortress. In the previous war, the flying magic ship showed its excellent combat power, which is very suitable for dealing with alien beast armies such as the Black Wolf Pack or conventional Golem armies. But when facing the Wizard Tower, it is a little powerless. Even if it is just a small Wizard Tower, its combat power is far superior to that of the flying magic ship. The flying magic ship can often only use ship C tactics to fight against the Wizard Tower by relying on numbers and sacrifices. In the previous battle, the flying magic ship was nearly 60% damaged, but it still failed to destroy even a small Wizard Tower. If Sudan had not appeared later with the Starlight Wizard Tower, it would probably not have been possible until all 8 flying fleets were destroyed, and even a small Wizard Tower was buried with them. At most, it could only consume most of the energy of the 5 Wizard Towers and reduce the durability of the protective energy field of the maze. So it is imperative to study a war creation that is more powerful than the flying magic ship. In fact, other wizard forces have already created similar war creations. For example, the mobile spire of the Deep Blue Alliance, the hunting peak of the Star Spirit Clock Tower, and the skeleton hunter of the Dark Throne. These war creations are the secrets of various wizard forces, and outsiders cannot get the detailed design drawings. But Sudan has a certain understanding of these war creations. Standing on the shoulders of his predecessors, he is still confident that he can study the war creations that belong to the Star Alliance. The cost of building a wizard tower is too high. Even if there is a way to make money by synthesizing magic stones with secondary magic stones, it is not that easy to build a wizard tower. Just in case, it is better to build a batch of war fortresses first, and then the wizard towers can be accumulated slowly. Chapter 266 Master of Magic Items. Welcome to the City of All Things. Coming out of the teleportation array, Tanner turned sideways, stretched out his hand to make a leading gesture, and said to Sunan and Liz with a smile, following his palm. What came into view was a wide circular square. The ground was paved entirely with precious white jade, on which were engraved dense rune arrays, spreading from the center to the outer circle, and interweaving and hooking into teleportation arrays at the edge of the square. Sunan and the other 2 came out of one of the arrays. This is the teleportation square of the City of All Things. The City of All Things prohibits all plane passages that are not allowed by the Council of All Things. All outsiders can only enter the City of All Things through the plane teleportation array in the square. People who do not know the plane coordinates cannot enter here at all. Perhaps because he returned to a familiar place. Tanner's mood was visibly higher, and he was not as restrained as before. Where are we going next? Lisa asked. Sunan said, let's go buy some soul-purifying flowers first. Tanner had no problem with that, fulfilling his duty as a guide and walking in front to lead the way. The 3 of them walked through the square and headed outside. The name of the City of All Things has the word city in it, but it is a real plain, although its area is far smaller than that of the Starlight Continent and the Wolf-Tide Plain. A city is an entire plain, which shows how vast the City of All Things is. Its architectural styles are also varied, including dark Gothic style, red brick retro style, Oriental classical style, and houses and towers built entirely with crystal/coral/bone and other materials, giving it a sense of an architectural expo. The variety of pedestrians walking on the road is also eye-opening. Fairies, giants, beastmen, elves, and all kinds of races are mixed together. But there is no friction or conflict, but instead gives people a sense of harmony that is so harmonious, which makes people marvel. Liz, in ghost form, is particularly conspicuous in the Starlight Continent, but in the City of All Things, she suddenly looks inconspicuous. Sunan had been to the City of All Things in his previous life, and was no longer surprised by the scene of the integration of all races. On the contrary, Liz, who came to the city of all things for the first time, couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her face. Doesn't the city of all things only allow wizards to enter? Why are there so many aliens? Liz asked in confusion. Sunan smiled and explained, the aliens in the city of all things basically have three identities. Either slaves, service personnel in various industries in the city of all things, or wizards' followers. Non-wizard creatures with free identities are generally not allowed to enter here. Lord Sunan is right. Tanner agreed with a smile, and was also a little surprised. I thought Sunan had always been in the Starlight Continent, and it should be his first time to come to the city of all things. But now it seems that he seems to know the city of all things quite well. Liz carefully looked at the aliens along the way, and indeed found that many of them had slave marks on their bodies. Does the city of all things also trade slaves? Of course. The city of all things has the largest slave market in the entire multiverse. Tanner smiled with a little pride. There you can even buy dragons, divine creatures, and legendary legions of tens of thousands of people. Sunan said with a half smile, Can I buy a wizard? Tanner's smile froze, and he said embarrassedly, My lord, you are joking. Buying and selling wizard slaves is a taboo. The city of all things dare not do this. It will anger the public. As if to cover up the embarrassment, Tanner quickly changed the subject and said, My lord Sunan, let's go to the East District, which is the area with the most concentrated material transactions in the entire city of all things. There will definitely be soul-purifying flowers there. Sunan nodded, Lead the way. So the three of them turned around and walked towards the East District. Flying is prohibited in the city of all things, but there are teleportation arrays in many places. As long as you put in magic stones, you can use it and quickly reach all the places open to the public in the city of all things. If you want to visit the streets in the city, you can also rent a mount. It's a rare trip to the city of all things, so Sunan is not in a hurry to get there. He just walks there slowly and visits the streets. Liz and Tanner follow his lead and naturally will not object. After years of development, the Starlight Continent is undoubtedly much more prosperous than 1,000 years ago, especially with the popularization of sub-magic energy technology and magic energy technology. However, even the most prosperous Flash City on the Starlight Continent pales in comparison to the city of all things. Here, all kinds of magic energy products can be seen everywhere. The lights hanging outside any store are precious magic stone lights. And there are magic energy fountains that use magic stones as energy, which can slightly increase the activity of energy particles in the air. The magic energy technology here has developed to the extreme, and has even begun to enter a higher level of magic crystal technology, taking in everything around him. Sunan nodded secretly. If magic energy technology continues to be promoted and developed for a long time, perhaps the current city of all things will be the future Starlight Continent. It is worth mentioning that most of the foreigners in the city wear simple cloth clothes or armor, and only wizards wear robes, which seems to be a proof of wizards' exclusive use. So when Sunan and the other two walked on the road, the foreigners along the way unconsciously made way for them, and their eyes were full of awe. In this environment, Sunan quickly lost interest in strolling, and went directly to the nearest teleportation point and teleported into the East District. The East District has thousands of chambers of commerce, and unless it is something too rare, you can basically find it here. Tanner pointed to the surrounding shops and spoke slowly. The largest of these chambers of commerce are Guang Pavilion, the house of all things, and Jinlu Pavilion. Lisa asked curiously, What are the differences between these three? Tanner smiled and said, Guang Pavilion is opened by a Guang dragon in the ancient dragon period, but it is rumored that this store has the dragon realm as its backer, and therefore, Guang Pavilion has many treasures that cannot be bought outside. Guang Dragon is a high-level dragon clan, with a body like a shining platinum statue, emitting a heavenly glow. Guang Dragon in old age has the power of a third-level wizard. Guang Dragon in the ancient dragon period. It is estimated that the real power is infinitely close to the true spirit wizard. As for the dragon realm, it is the origin plane of the dragon. It is rumored to be the birthplace of all dragon blood sources, gathering the largest number and most types of dragons in the multiverse. Its power is not inferior to large wizard forces such as the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wisdom Code. However, although the Guang Dragon in the ancient dragon period is very powerful, it is not enough to open a large-scale chamber of commerce ranked in the top 3 in Wanwu City alone. But if there is support from the dragon realm, it will be a natural thing. Liz nodded thoughtfully. Dragons like to collect treasures the most. If it is a store opened by them, it is not surprising that there are many precious items. But will the dragons be willing to sell the treasures they have collected with great effort? Tanner smiled. That is indeed the truth. So Guang Pavilion has a special rule. That is, only accept barter. Refuse to use magic stones to buy things. And whether the transaction can be completed depends on the mood of the store owner. There is such a rule? Liz was stunned. Isn't that pushing business out? That's exactly what it means to have so many treasures in Guang Pavilion. Tanner smiled. Liz reacted quickly. With such a strange rule, Guang Pavilion can still develop into one of the 3 major chambers of commerce in Wanwu City, which is enough to show how attractive its products are. Although Sudan had been to Wanwu City, he didn't know much about the 3 largest chambers of commerce. He was very interested in Tanner's explanation and asked, "What about the House of Wanwu?" The House of Wanwu was opened by the Wanwu Association, the ruler of this city. It is an official business organization. It is famous for its complete range of products, excellent quality, and fair transactions throughout Wanwu City. But the price is a bit expensive. Sudan did not deny it. He had long guessed that Tanner had some connection with Wanwu City, and he would definitely be biased towards Wanwu Association. Even he said that the price of the House of Wanwu was expensive. So it seemed that it was really expensive. What about Jinlu Pavilion? The variety of products in Jinlu Pavilion is not as many as the previous 2 chambers of commerce. But the price is cheap. But the quality is not guaranteed. From time to time, you can hear that some unlucky person bought inferior or fake products in Jinlu Pavilion. Buying things there is a test of eyesight. Eyesight? Sunan smiled secretly. What he was least afraid of was the test of eyesight. No matter what it was, he could get detailed information by putting it into the magic cube. But he gave up the idea immediately. When buying things, merchants would definitely not allow customers to put unpurchased goods into space magic items. Doing so could easily cause conflicts. After thinking for a while, Sudan quickly made a decision. Let's go to Guang Pavilion first. If we can trade for the soul clean flower with what we have, that would be the best. If not, it would not be too late to go to Jinlu Pavilion and the House of All Things. There is a teleportation point about 100 meters away from Guang Pavilion. After coming out of the teleportation array, the 3 of them arrived at their destination not far away. Unexpectedly, Guang Pavilion looked like an ordinary hotel from the outside. If it weren't for the Guang Pavilion sign hanging outside, he would have almost thought he had gone to the wrong place. The owner of this chamber of commerce is quite unique, Liz commented with a strange look. After all, many dragons are unique. Tanner agreed with a smile. Entering the store, the space inside is not very spacious. Only about 200 square meters, with a dozen wooden shelves, on which some things are placed sparsely. However, Sunan can tell at a glance that they are all cheap goods that are not worth much. There is a counter near the door, and a tall blonde young man is flipping through the account book, seemingly not noticing the arrival of customers. His facial features were very handsome, more exquisite and perfect than those of an elf. But Sunan felt a strange breath from him, and even gave him a faint sense of oppression. Sunan immediately understood that most high-level dragons have the ability to transform. This blonde young man was obviously the owner of Guang Pavilion, the Guang dragon in his prime. But he didn't expect that the dignified Guang dragon would actually look after the store himself, without even a servant. Moreover, the furnishings in this store did not show the style of the 3 major chambers of commerce at all. "Boss," Tanner called out. Hearing the voice, the blonde young man raised his head lazily. His eyes swept over Tanner, and paused slightly when he fell on Liz, then moved away, until he saw Sunan. His platinum eyes lit up slightly. Very condensed soul breath. The 3rd level gasification has such a condensed soul breath, and he will most likely be a true spirit wizard in the future. Sunan and Liz were slightly stunned. Tanner looked at Sunan in surprise. Guan Jialong was born with the ability to detect soul aura, which can tell a person's strength. He rarely makes mistakes. To put it in a more popular way, he is very accurate in judging people. In the past, there were wizards who were evaluated by him. Afterwards, the growth trajectory of those wizards also proved the accuracy of the words of the boss of Guang Pavilion. Tanner originally thought that Sunan was very powerful, but he didn't expect that even the boss of Guang Pavilion said that he was likely to be promoted to a true spirit wizard. For a while, his evaluation of Sunan in his heart was raised a lot. Sunan also came back to his senses at this time. He just smiled at Guang Jialong's words, without commenting, and asked directly, "Boss, do you have soul-purifying flowers here?" "Of course," Guang Jialong said slowly. "What are you going to exchange?" With a wave of his hand, a puppet of the master appeared out of thin air, and its huge body almost squeezed a shelf next to it. "How about this?" Guang Jialong looked up and down at the puppet of the master and raised his eyebrows. "The touch master puppet of the Falling Star Society. I heard that the design was lost with the demise of the Falling Star Society. I didn't expect to see it here, and it's been enchanted and upgraded. Okay. Let's trade this puppet for the Soul Purifier Flower. The Soul Purifier Flower is indeed precious. But the wizard-level puppet is also valuable. The value of the two is not much different. But the Touch Master puppet is rare, and Guang Jialong intends to keep it as a collection. I want 2 Soul Purifier Flowers," Sunan said. In addition to Liz, Otto also wants to reshape his body. Guang Jialong glanced at him and said lazily, "Okay. But I only need 1 Touch Master puppet. You have to exchange the second Soul Purifier Flower with something else." Sunan frowned slightly, but Su relaxed his brows. He turned his wrist, and a shining gem with strange runes on the surface appeared out of thin air in his palm. "How about this? If you want to say the favorite treasure of the dragon, it is undoubtedly all kinds of sparkling gems. Even a high-level dragon like Guangya Dragon is no exception. However, at his level, ordinary gems can no longer attract him. Only magic gems can arouse his interest, and the imprinted gem is undoubtedly the best among magic gems." Guangya Dragon's eyes fell on the imprinted gem. At first, he was a little unimpressed, but after a careful look, his face gradually showed surprise. "A gem with rune imprints? What a delicate technique. Did you make it yourself?" Guangya Dragon asked Sunan, and when he saw the latter nod, his eyes flashed with surprise. Ordinary gems can't carry rune imprints at all, and stronger magic gems usually have their own magical properties, which are difficult to merge with rune imprints. It is much more difficult to integrate rune imprints into gems than to create a new rune imprint out of thin air. Could it be that the wizard in front of him is also a master of magic item manufacturing? Chapter 267 Starry Sky Tower. Rebuilding the body. After being promoted to the 3rd level wizard, Sunan upgraded the imprinted gemstone. The upper limit of the number of imprinted gemstones that can be synthesized has now been increased to 85, and the power is comparable to the spell Turret 2. One shot can kill a 1st level wizard in seconds and severely damage a 2nd level gasification wizard. The dragons are all experts in appraising treasures, and Guang Long can naturally see the preciousness of this imprinted gemstone. Not a bad gemstone. Guang Long reluctantly retracted his gaze. "I agree. This gemstone will be exchanged for the 2nd Soul Purifying Flower." But to his surprise, Sunan shook his head and said, "1 imprinted gemstone for 2 Soul Purifying Flowers." Guang Long was stunned, and then frowned and said, "No, I can only exchange 1. If you think it's not okay, forget it." Sunan smiled slightly, and put away the imprinted gemstone and the touch puppet. "Excuse me." After speaking, he turned and walked out the door. Liz followed without hesitation. Tanner was about to say something, looked at Guang Jialong, and finally followed Sunan. When the 3 of them walked to the door, Guang Jialong's voice suddenly came from behind. "Wait!" Sunan paused and turned to look at Guang Jialong. The latter rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "2 is 2. Sunan's mouth corners slightly raised. He just wanted to test it, but he didn't expect it to be successful. It seems that the attraction of the imprinted gem to Guang Jialong is really unusual. But think about it. A touch master puppet can be exchanged for a soul purifying flower. The imprinted gem is more valuable than the touch master puppet. In addition, the attraction of the magic gem to the dragon makes it reasonable. For Sunan, the cost of the imprinted gem is much lower than that of the touch master puppet. It is undoubtedly more profitable to exchange the imprinted gem for the soul purifying flower. If I had known that the imprinted gem was so attractive, I should have taken out the imprinted gem at the beginning and exchanged it for 2 soul purifying flowers directly." He was not afraid that Guang Long would analyze the manufacturing method of the engraved gemstone. The compatibility of gemstones and rune engravings is an unsolvable problem. There is no solution except for the magic cube. Even if Guang Long studies for thousands of years, he can't expect to gain anything. Guang Long stretched out his hand in the void and tore a space crack. Then he reached into it and fumbled for a while. and quickly took out 2 silver-gray flowers. The two then completed the transaction. After getting the engraved gemstone, Guang mood suddenly improved a lot. His eyes flickered and he said to Sunan with a smile, "Do you have any extra engraved gemstones?" Sunan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Yes. I can trade them. I just don't know if you have what I want." Guang waved his hand and said, "I have a lot of treasures here. Just tell me what you want. Do you have the design of the Supreme Golem? This thing is a secret of the major wizard forces. How can I have it? What about the design of the element furnace? This is more precious than the Supreme Golem. What about the design of the war creation?" Guang was silent. All the things that Sunan mentioned are the secrets of the major wizard forces without exception. No matter how powerful their Guangyo Pavilion is, they can't get them. Don't you want some magic tools, potions, or rare materials? Sunan thought about it, sighed and said, "Okay, let's exchange some materials. This look I'm not really willing. But seeing that you want it so much, I'm still reluctant to trade with you," made Guang expression stagnate, and his mouth twitched several times. However, it is a seller's market now, so he can only ignore it. Sunan doesn't need magic tools and potions. He can synthesize them by himself. After selecting, Sunan finally used 23 engraved gems to exchange a large number of rare materials from Guang. The upgraded engraved gems cost less than 23,000 each, and the total price of 23 gems is only a little over 520,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to the cost of a touch master puppet. The total value of the materials finally exchanged is roughly estimated to be more than 40 million. This deal is really too cost-effective. Sunan secretly decided that if he lacked materials in the future, he would just come to Guangya Pavilion to purchase them. However, things are valuable because they are rare. Once more engraved gems are traded to Guang. The attraction of engraved gems to the latter will probably drop significantly. He has to carefully grasp the degree here. After the transaction was completed, Guang was eager to appreciate the engraved gems. He waved his hands to drive the 3 people out of the store, then closed the door and hung up a sign of suspension of business. Sunan laughed and shook his head, but he didn't mind. The more than 40 million materials alone were already a great harvest today. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan turned to Tanner and asked, "Do the True Law Hall and the House of All Things sell the design drawings of the Supreme Golem, War Creations, and Elemental Furnace?" Tanner smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No. As Guang said, these 3 things are the secrets of the wizard forces, and no one will sell them." However, after a hesitation, Tanner said, "The war artifacts and elemental furnaces are definitely gone, but there may be a place where the design of the Supreme Golem can be found." Sunan's expression changed slightly. "Starry Sky Tower?" Tanner was surprised at first, but soon relieved. From the previous chat, Sunan obviously has a certain understanding of the City of All Things. In this case, he must know the most famous Starry Sky Tower in the City of All Things. Lise had never heard of this place, and asked curiously, "What is the Starry Sky Tower?" Tanner explained, "The Starry Sky Tower is a place for wizards to exchange information, find teammates to explore the plane together, or hire helpers. In short, it is a place where wizards issue tasks to each other, accept tasks, and buy and sell information." Lisa suddenly realized and was amazed. It sounded very similar to the task hall of the Starlight Academy, but with the function of buying and selling information. Most of the tasks in the Starry Sky Tower are issued by foreign wizards, and the tasks of the All Things Association only account for a small part. However, many tasks are well paid, and wizards from many wizard forces often come here to earn extra money. But in the Starry Sky Tower, you can only find level 3 wizards at most. After all, the true spirit wizards have all gone to the realm of truth and rarely come to the Starry Sky Tower. Lisa asked, "So you mean that the rewards for those tasks include the design drawings of the Supreme Golem?" Tanner shook his head and said, "No. Although the rewards for the tasks are generous, they are not enough to give you treasures like the design drawings of the Supreme Golem. I'm talking about the Duel Arena." "Duel Arena?" "Yes. There is a special place for wizards to fight on the upper floor of the Starry Sky Tower. The original intention of building this place was to provide a place for wizards to resolve conflicts privately with force, so as to avoid them fighting in public. But later, some wizards used this place to launch a duel, using magic tools, potions, and rare materials as stakes to lure other wizards to duel, and gradually set off a trend of duel battles. Today, The duel battle has become a major feature of the Starry Sky Tower. Many precious items can often be seen there. I have seen someone use the design of the Supreme Golem as a duel bet. Lisa understood. It goes without saying that wizards who participate in the duel challenge must pay a certain price. The wizard who set up the duel is attracted by the challenger's challenge fee, and the challenger is attracted by the bet of the duel. Both sides are going for the benefits. Come to think of it, otherwise, wizards who believe in pragmatism would never participate in any arena duels. That little bit of fame is worthless to wizards. This is indeed a good idea. Sudan nodded in agreement. Next, please help me keep an eye on it. If you find someone using the design of the Supreme Golem as a bet in the arena, tell me immediately. No problem. Tanner patted his chest and agreed. This is a piece of cake for him. Are you going to live in the city of all things for a long time? Liz asked Sudan. Sudan nodded and said, it just so happens that the soul purifying flower has been obtained. Next, find a place to help you reshape your body. During the time you adapt to your body, wait for the news of the design of the Supreme Golem. This arrangement is very reasonable. Liz has no objection, thinking that she will be able to reshape her body soon. She is also a little excited. There is no shortage of various laboratories in the city of all things. With Tanner's introduction, Sudan quickly found a magic workshop specializing in this business and rented a laboratory. After that, Tanner said goodbye to the two and rushed to the Starry Sky Tower. Sudan took Liz to the laboratory and began the body reconstruction operation. Compared with collecting materials, the process of body reconstruction is much simpler. After all, there is no difference between reconstructing a body and making magic items. After hundreds of years of practice, Sudan's magic item manufacturing skills have already broken through to level 6. Looking at the ranks of third-level wizards, few people can match his attainments. Even without the ability of magic cube synthesis, he can truly be called a master of magic item manufacturing. It took 2 days for Sudan to shape his body, and the process was perfect. Immediately afterwards, it was the fusion of souls, placing the codex container where Liz lived flat on the abdomen of the body. Sudan took out the essence extracted from the soul-purifying flower and poured it on the codex. The silver liquid slowly flowed down the cover of the codex, fell on the snow-white and smooth skin, and gradually sank into it. At the same time, a faint silver light gradually enveloped the body. The originally lifeless body gradually exuded a fresh breath of life from the inside out. And in Sudan's spiritual perception, at the same time, a more condensed and heavy soul breath was born from the depths of the body, and the intensity was constantly rising. Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. Level 1 Gasification Wizard. Until Level 2 Crystallization Wizard. The soul breath stagnated and no longer strengthened. After that, everything fell silent. Sudan waited patiently. Now was the critical moment for the fusion of soul and body. All the steps had been completed. All he could do now was to wait. Under the bright light of the magic stone lamp, the perfect female body lay quietly on the workbench. Under the snow-white skin, there were faintly visible muscle lines. As smooth as flowing water, the proportions of slender limbs were almost perfect. The delicate and somewhat unreal facial features and the rosy face were so beautiful that they were intoxicating. Time passed gradually, and more than 2 hours had passed before Liz on the workbench suddenly opened her eyes. She squinted her eyes and adapted to the light of the magic stone lamp, then slowly sat up, stretched out her white palms in front of her eyes, repeated the action of clenching and loosening several times, and then looked down at her body. After experiencing this for several minutes, she sighed and said, "It's true that a warm body makes people feel more comfortable. I feel great now." "That's good. Congratulations on your successful reconstruction." Sunan handed over the prepared clothes. "Thank you." Lisa smiled at him, a rare bright smile on her face, then took the clothes and put them on in front of him without any care. The fusion of soul and body is perfect, but the body still needs to adapt. During this process, your physique will gradually become stronger until it matches the strength of mental power. During this period, it is best not to practice, experiment or fight. I understand. Lisa nodded seriously. She has waited for more than 1,000 years, so she naturally doesn't mind waiting a few more months. It's just right that she can stroll around the city of everything during this time and relax. After the excitement and joy brought by the reconstruction of the body subsided slightly, Lise once again thanked Sunan with a sincere look. Sunan smiled and changed the subject. Forget about thanking me. Don't forget the deal between us. You will have to work like a slave for me from now on. Lisa rolled her eyes at him and replied, yes. Yes, Master Controller. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help laughing. The biggest goal of this trip to the city of all things has been achieved by reshaping Lisa's body. As for the design of the Supreme Golem, Sunan is in a state of mind that it doesn't matter if it's available or not. At most, it will cost more to synthesize a higher level golem. With a relaxed attitude, the two of them played around in the city of all things in the following time. And they expanded their knowledge and learned a lot of information. It was not until more than 2 months later, when Lisa had basically adapted to her new body, that Tanner brought good news. Someone in the Starry Sky Tower took out the design of the Supreme Golem as a bet for the duel on the ring. The moment he heard the news, Sunan's first reaction was that it was too coincidental. How come someone happened to take out the design of the Supreme Golem as a bet at this time? He didn't even have much hope for this. Of course, this could really be just a coincidence. But Sunan was more inclined to believe that someone was behind the development of this matter. As for who the other party was, Sunan took a deep look at Tanner in front of him and said lightly, let's go to the Starry Sky Tower. Because of Sunan's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. Tanner quickly lowered his head and walked in front to lead the way. Through the teleportation array, the group quickly arrived at the destination. What came into view was a towering white giant tower, piercing the sky like a spear. Because the view was blocked by the building, only the upper half of the tower could be seen. Even so, one could still feel the grandeur and majesty that was coming towards him. Chapter 268 Rising Fame. The predecessor of the Starry Sky Tower was a wizard tower. It is said that it was left behind by a powerful wizard who died in battle. Because it was too damaged to be repaired, only a shell was left. So the All Things Association took over and transformed it into the current Starry Sky Tower. Tanner introduced while leading Sunan and Liz into the Starry Sky Tower. The first floor is an extremely wide circular hall, which is paved with white jade, showing luxury. In the hall, there are 2-meter-high green stone tablets standing at equal intervals. At a glance, they are densely packed like a stone forest. The surface of the stone tablet displays dense text, recording detailed mission information. Sunan glanced around and found that the mission content was basically to summon wizards to explore a certain plane together, hire people to conquer the plane, purchase certain types of intelligence, etc. After looking around, Sunan quickly lost interest. Wandering wizards who have not joined the wizard forces may favor such places, where they can earn resources and obtain intelligence. But for Sunan, the role of this mission hall is minimal. The resources that he can't find are basically impossible to find here. And truly valuable intelligence is impossible to appear in such a place. Retracting their sight, the three of them entered the teleportation array in the corner of the hall, and went straight to the 7th floor, where the arena duel was held. This is also a circular hall, but the area is smaller. The number of stone tablets is relatively much less, distributed at the edge of the hall, forming a circle around the hall. Many wizards are standing in front of the stone tablets, pointing at them and whispering to each other. Sunan walked to one of the stone tablets and looked at the words on it. Arena number 13. Host, Trevor Evans. Affiliation, Steel Construct. Level 2 Crystallized Wizard. Bet, Shadow Steel Golem X10. Challenge fee, 5,000 lower level magic stones. Noticing Sunan's gaze, Tanner explained attentively. The rules of the arena duel here are that only wizards of the same level as the host can initiate a challenge. That is, only level 2 wizards can challenge level 2 wizards, and level 3 wizards can challenge level 3 wizards. Therefore, those who dare to initiate an arena duel are basically crystallized wizards, and their combat effectiveness is also among the best in the same level. Lisa glanced at the stone tablet, revealing a look of reminiscence. I remember that Steel Construct seems to be a third-rate wizard force. I heard that they are very good at refining puppets. Ms. Liz is right. Tanner smiled and agreed. After learning that Liz is a level 2 wizard, he also showed a little more respect for Liz's demeanor and behavior. The quality of the steel puppets is well known. With the same materials, the puppets made are several times stronger than those made by other wizards. They are very popular among wizards. These 10 shadow steel golems are worth at least 70,000 lower level magic stones. As long as you pay 5,000 lower level magic stones, you can get a bet worth 70,000 lower level magic stones if you win the challenge. 13 times the profit. Any wizard who is confident in his own strength will be tempted. While Su Nan and the other two were chatting, a wizard walked to the number 13 stone tablet, looked at it for a few times, and reached out to press the stone tablet. A light flashed and the man disappeared on the spot. The duel takes place in another dimension. No matter how fierce the fight is, there is no need to worry about damaging the star tower itself. As Tanner was talking, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Tanner. Looking back, a wizard in a robe came over. He was wearing a strange bird mask that covered half of his face, and there were a few red or emerald feathers on his head. His dress was a bit strange. Bryce, long time no see. Tanner was obviously very familiar with the visitor and greeted him with a smile. It's been almost 300 years since we last met. Where have you been for so long? I haven't seen you back. Tanner smiled bitterly. It's a long story. I encountered something. Seeing that Tanner didn't intend to talk more about this, Bryce didn't ask more questions and turned to look at Sunan and Liz. Who are these two? Tanner said quickly. Let me introduce them. This is Lord Sunan and Lord Liz. Bryce's face straightened. The person who could be addressed as Lord by Tanner must be at least a second-level wizard. Tanner then introduced Sunan and the others. This is Bryce from the 10,000 Birds. 10,000 Birds? Sunan quickly recalled, vaguely remembering that this seemed to be a wizard force, and seemed to be very good at breeding exotic beasts. It is said that it controls hundreds of large and medium-sized exotic beast breeding bases, ecological parks. Sunan Yinist. From the Star Alliance. Sunan nodded slightly. Lisa Russell. Lisa then introduced herself. Also from the Star Alliance. Star Alliance. Bryce's eyes lit up. Could it be the Star Alliance that just repelled the attack of the Dark Throne and joined the Wisdom Code battle line not long ago? Without waiting for Sunan and Liz to respond, Tanner smiled and said, Who else is there besides the Star Alliance? Lord Sunan is the controller of the Star Alliance. Bryce stood in awe. Things involving the Dark Throne are already very eye-catching in the wizard circle. Not to mention that it is related to the Starlight Continent that has been blocked for 2,000 years. The Dark Throne sent a King Robe wizard candidate to attack with an entire Plains army and 5 wizard towers. But the whole army was annihilated. Not to mention the death of the King Robe wizard candidate. Even the plane under control fell into the hands of the Star Alliance. In the past 2,000 years, has the Dark Throne ever suffered such a big loss? What's more, it was a local wizard force that developed in the block plane that caused all this. When this matter spread, many people's first reaction was not to believe it. And they were shocked when they confirmed the authenticity of the news. The Star Alliance also became famous in the wizard world, at least among the middle and lower level wizards. There are very few who don't know the name of the Star Alliance now. It's an honor to meet you. Bryce's demeanor was a little more respectful, and then he showed a hint of eagerness. I heard that the Star Alliance newly acquired Wolf Tide Plane has a biological nest that can hatch 2 nest creatures, the Black Wolf and the Dusk Wolf. I am very interested in these 2 nest creatures. I wonder if Lord Sunan can sell me a few. I can give me more magic stones. Sunan was slightly startled, but when he thought that the man in front of him came from the one-two bird who liked to study exotic beasts, he was relieved. The number of Dusk Wolves is rare, and the Star Alliance has no plans to sell them for the time being. But the Black Wolf can. If one-two bird wants it, it can purchase it from the Star Alliance. The Dusk Wolves in the Wolf Tide Plane are basically dead, and there is no one at present. So naturally there is no way to sell them. Even if there are, Sunan does not plan to sell them in the short term. After all, the Dusk Valley only hatches 1 Dusk Wolf a year, unless the number of Dusk Wolves reaches the upper limit. Sunan plans to digest them internally. On the contrary, the hatching speed of Black Wolves is very fast, and it will take at most 10 years to reach the upper limit. It doesn't matter if you sell tens of thousands of them. It's more profitable to exchange for some magic stones. After all, this thing has almost no cost. After listening to Sunan's words, Bryce was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up. It was good to buy Black Wolves. The key is to listen to Sunan's words. Large-scale purchases can be made. I think there should be many people in the organization who will be interested in nest creatures. Maybe he can make a little profit from the price difference. Thinking of this, Bryce suddenly became excited and thanked repeatedly. Let Bryce contact Liz later. And Sunan then asked Tanner, where is the arena where the bet is the design of the Supreme Golem? It's the number 24 arena. This way. Tanner walked forward. The group then came to the number 24 arena. Ring number 24. Ring champion, Makaro Campbell. Affiliation, Black Soto. Level 3 crystallized wizard. Bet, Supreme Golem design. Challenge fee, 50,000 lower level magic stones. A wizard from Black Soto. Lisa frowned slightly. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Black Soto is one of the wizard forces in the evil camp, also known as the Dark Wizard Force. The overall strength is inferior to that of the Dark Throne, and it belongs to the second-rate wizard force. But its notoriety is not much worse than that of the Dark Throne. Makaro is very strong. He once fought with the King Robe Wizard of the Dark Throne, and the result was inconclusive, Tanner whispered. After hearing this, Liz frowned more and more, and looked at Sunan with some concern. Bryce also understood at this time that Sunan came for the Supreme Golem design and planned to participate in the ring duel. After looking at the words on the stone tablet, he was hesitant to speak. The king-robed wizards of the Dark Throne are all outstanding among the third-level wizards. Pick any one of them, and fight 3 ordinary third-level crystal wizards alone. And being able to tie with the king-robed wizard shows how powerful Makaro is. Even Sunan may not be Makaro's opponent. Sunan didn't care about the changes in other people's expressions, and reached out to press on the stone tablet. The mechanical and monotonous voice of the tower spirit soon came to his ears. Detected the first login target. Please register your identity information. Friendly reminder. Please do not give false identity information. Once the information is verified to be false, you will be punished, including but not limited to expulsion from the Starry Sky Tower. Lifetime ban from entering the Starry Sky Tower. Permanent expulsion from the City of All Things, etc. The registration process is very simple, and Sunan completed it quickly. His identity information then appeared on the stone tablet. Challenger, Sunan Yunist. Affiliation, Star Alliance. Level 3 Gasification Wizard. Challenge rank 3. Seeing the information on the stone tablet, Tanner and Bryce both widened their eyes in surprise. They thought that since Sunan could kill Yoshi, he must be a level 3 crystallization wizard. But they didn't expect that Sunan was only a level 3 gasification wizard. The third level gasification against the third level crystallization can actually counterattack? The two looked at each other, and for a moment they doubted whether Yushi was just a name. But then they thought, no matter how famous he was, Yushi was also a genuine third level crystallization wizard. And it can only be said that Sunan power was obviously stronger than they imagined. No wonder Sunan dared to challenge, after knowing that Makaro had power comparable to that of a royal robe wizard. Ignoring the two people's thoughts, Sunan's eyes were on the challenge ranking list on the stone tablet. The wizards who initiated the challenge will be displayed on the stone tablet in chronological order. There were 2 people in front of Sunan. One was a third-level crystallization wizard named Amon Reed, who was born in the Sea King Whale. Sunan remembered that the Sea King Whale was also a second-rate wizard force, known for its water-related talents. Its magic tools, puppets, and raised exotic beasts were also mostly related to the water system. It can be said that it was a wizard force specializing in the water system. The other challenger was called Gruss Hughes, also a third-level crystal wizard, from the Pale Mask. The Pale Mask, like the Black Cable Tower, was also one of the Dark Wizard forces, with a better reputation than the Black Cable Tower. But they were equally matched. There was no distinction between factions in the Starry Sky Tower's ring duel, and wizards from the same faction would draw their swords against each other without hesitation for the sake of their interests. Although outside the Starry Sky Tower, the Dark Wizard forces also had a lot of intrigues and fights with each other. Buzz! The stone tablet suddenly lit up, and then a wizard appeared out of thin air in front of the stone tablet. He was pale, with blood on the corners of his mouth, and his face was extremely ugly. Obviously he had lost the duel. There were no perfect protection measures in the ring duel, and serious injuries were commonplace. The only protection measure was to be able to leave the duel space at any time, whether it was the challenger or the ring master. As long as they saw that the situation was not good, they could leave the battle instantly. Even so, there are still many examples of one party dying in a duel every year, and the wizard who kills the opponent in the arena duel will not be pursued by the Wanwu, nor will anyone be allowed to retaliate against the murderer in Wanwu City. Of course, Wanwu will not care so much after leaving Wanwu City. The defeated wizard glanced at Su Nan and others, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked away quickly with a gloomy face. The wizard who just finished the duel can choose to rest, but the name of the first in the sequence soon lit up, indicating that the champion gave up resting and started the next challenge directly, obviously confident in his own strength. A wizard wearing a sea blue robe and a strange animal head pattern on his cheek came over. He first glanced at the words on the stone tablet. After seeing Su Nan information, he couldn't help showing a strange look, looking at Su Nan for a few times, and then reaching out to press on the stone tablet. Please pay the challenge fee of 50,000 lower-level magic stones, or middle to high-level magic stones of equal value. Other items are not accepted for deduction. The tower spirit's voice sounded, and a crack appeared in the center of the stone tablet. The wizard took out 500 high-level magic stones, and threw them in. With a flash of light, the whole person disappeared on the spot. The second challenge began. Sir, after this challenge, the champion should rest. I think we should go back first, and come back the next day. Tanner made a suggestion. No matter how powerful the champion is, he can only challenge 2 games at most. And then he must rest and recover. Otherwise, if he fights in a bad state, it is easy to capsize in the ditch. Sudan followed the advice and left with Liz. When he came the next day, he happened to see a wizard wearing a white mask standing in front of the number 24 stone tablet. Paying the fee, sensing someone approaching, he turned around. His eyes flashed under the mask, and a dull voice came out. Sudan Yinist? Chapter 269. No chance to admit defeat. What's wrong? Sudan said calmly. The man in front of him was obviously Gruss, the challenger wizard from the pale mask. I've heard of you. The controller of the Star Alliance. Gruss's eyes under the mask stared at Sunan, his eyes flickering. I thought the one who could kill Yushi must be a level 3 crystal wizard, but I didn't expect you to be only level 3 gasification. When you break through to level 3 crystallization, you may be a genius at the level of a royal robe wizard. But now, you are simply overestimating yourself by challenging Makaro. Sunan was unmoved and said calmly, Are the people of the pale mask so nosy? I'm just kindly reminding you. Gruss shrugged. Tanner and Bryce on the side curled their lips at the same time. If the people of the pale mask are really kind, then it's weird. The pale mask and the dark throne have a relatively close relationship. This guy may know Yushi. Tanner's voice came to Sunan ears. The latter used the communication spell, and only the two of them could hear the voice. Sunan's eyes moved, and he said to Gruss lightly, As long as you beat Makaro, I naturally have no chance to challenge. Gruss' words stagnated, snorted coldly, and said nothing more. He turned around and put his hand on the stone tablet, and quickly entered the duel space. Lisa smiled slightly when she saw this. It seems that he is not very confident, although I don't want to admit it. It's Makaro after all. No third-level wizard dares to guarantee that he can beat him. While saying this, Bryce glanced at Sunan without a trace. In his opinion, Sunan might not be able to win this challenge. Without sufficient strength, Makaro dared to take out the design drawings of the Supreme Golem to set up a ring? Unexpectedly, less than a quarter of an hour later, Gruss came out of the duel space with a dark face. The words on the stone tablet still did not change, and it was obvious that he did not win the duel. Bryce laughed and said, Why did you come out so quickly? It seems that you are the one who really overestimates your own abilities. Gruss's face became more and more ugly. He snorted coldly and ignored Bryce. But he did not leave. Instead, he stood aside, obviously intending to see the result of Sunan's next challenge. Sunan did not care, and went straight to the stone tablet. Perhaps it was too easy to defeat Gruss. The champion did not rest, and started the next challenge directly. Be careful, Liz whispered. Sunan smiled and nodded, paid 500 high-level magic stones, and then stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone tablet. The next second, with a flash of light, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Looking at this scene, Gruss secretly snorted coldly. After fighting with Makaro in person, he deeply realized the horror of Makaro. Although they were both level 3 crystal wizards, the other party was completely different from ordinary level 3 crystal wizards like them. He was completely crushed during the entire battle, and could only struggle to hold on. He didn't believe that a level 3 gasification wizard could defeat Makaro. After a flash of vision, Sunan found himself standing on a barren field. All he could see was sand and jagged rocks. The bleak cold wind blew, bringing with it strands of cold whistling. The air is very thin. The temperature is a bit low, and there is no perfect ecosystem. That's right. After all, it's just a dimensional space, not a half-plane. After slightly sensing the surrounding environment, Sunan looked at the figure opposite him. A tall and thin man wearing a black robe and a gloomy temperament was squinting at him. Sunan Yinist. I remember now. You are the newly rising leader of the Star Alliance. I heard that you killed a candidate for the King's Robe Wizard of the Dark Throne. You are quite powerful. Makaro's voice was a little hoarse, and there was a hint of undisguised condescension. It's a pity that you are only at the 3rd level of gasification. If you were at the 3rd level of crystallization, you might be able to fight me with all your strength. Now your 500 upper-level magic stones are just a waste. Sunan smiled faintly. I don't think so. Makaro sneered. I have seen many opponents as confident as you. The challenger before you also looked confident. But unfortunately, he was in a mess after a while. Sunan didn't care and shrugged. You will know after a fight. Makaro laughed, but didn't say anything more. But his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. Every time he dueled in the ring, no matter how strong or weak the opponent was, he would keep the mentality of killing the opponent and fight with all his strength. Therefore, even the 3rd level wizards, who have many ways to save their lives, have died at his hands. Not long after the two fell silent, the sound of the tower spirit machine came from the void. The duel is about to begin. Countdown 5, 4, 3. The duel begins. The moment the words fell, a dark and deep flame suddenly emerged from Makaro's brow, and then quickly spread to his whole body. In a short moment, Makaro's whole body was ablaze with flames. It should have been a scorching and blazing flame, but it exuded a cold breath. With the appearance of the black flame, the temperature around not only did not rise, but dropped sharply, and the bone-chilling cold instantly swept the area within a radius of 1 kilometer. Even from a distance, one could feel the biting cold brought by the black flame. At the same time, dense and strange black lines also emerged from Makaro's body, spreading along his feet to the ground, and spreading in all directions with him as the center. Looking down from the sky, it was like a giant black magic circle with a radius of 1 kilometer appeared out of thin air in the wilderness. The position where Sunan stood was also included in the range of the black magic circle. Almost in an instant, he felt the physical and mental strength in his body rapidly draining away. There was a faint invisible wave in the air around him, slowly eroding his body, making his body gradually weak. A talent of controlling the field? Sunan thought. This talent is somewhat similar to his absolute forbidden zone, both of which have a range-type debuff effect. The difference is that the absolute forbidden zone focuses on defense, and the range debuff effect is just incidental, and therefore, the strength is not as good as the one in front of him. Superior talent? And that black flame. Judging from the strength, it is probably also a superior talent. If the 3rd talent is also superior, it is no wonder that so many 3rd-level crystal wizards have been defeated by him. 3 superior talents are almost equivalent to the reserve of the true spirit wizard. The probability of being promoted to the true spirit wizard in the future is more than 80%. After all, a wizard who can construct 3 superior talent crystals must be far superior to ordinary wizards in terms of qualifications, willpower, resources, background and connections. And the probability of being promoted to the true spirit wizard is naturally far higher than that of ordinary wizards. It seems that I have to go all out. The silver light lit up, and mysterious strange patterns emerged from Sunan's body. He activated his talent specialization immediately. When he fought Yushi, he had just been promoted and needed an opponent to test the changes in various abilities. So he fought for a long time. But now it is different. Facing an opponent of this level, what he needs to do is to go all out. Sunan used his strongest killing move without hesitation. Falling star rain. Triple power. Night fell suddenly. The whole sky was instantly occupied by endless darkness, dotted with bright stars, shining with silver-white cold light. What is this? The rich experience of fighting made Makaro aware of the danger immediately, and immediately controlled the dark flames to rush towards Sunan. And at the same time, a black light appeared between his eyebrows, and a lightning shot out, tearing through the void and attacking Sunan. But what was faster than him was the stars in the sky. Tens of millions of stars vibrated at the same time in the dark night, pulled by a huge force, and drew a dazzlingly brilliant trajectory from the void, falling densely like a storm. The overwhelming momentum seemed to crush people. Whether it was the pitch-black flame or the black lightning, they were annihilated under the continuous falling of stars, and could not touch even a hair of Sunan. At the same time, Makaro was also submerged by countless stars with tail flames. The violent impact and blazing flames instantly tore through all kinds of protection on his body, and burned his body. Ah! Makaro's face was distorted, and he howled miserably. He activated the protective magic weapon on his body without hesitation, but was soon torn and shattered by more stars. The stars in the dark night fell one after another, as if there was no end. A strong crisis of death enveloped Makaro's heart. He felt that he had already stepped half a foot into death, and immediately wanted to admit defeat and exit the duel space. But before he could say anything, a heavy pressure suddenly hit him, causing his body to bend suddenly. His bones made a crisp sound of being overwhelmed, and even his soul seemed to stagnate. He swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Makaro glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, and was shocked to find that Sunan had arrived not far in front of him without knowing when. An invisible force field emanated from him, which was exactly the terrifying pressure he felt. A silver light flashed in his vision, and a silver needle less than 10 centimeters long had already hit Makaro's eyes, and instantly sank into his eyebrows. Makaro's body froze, and his eyes widened with unwillingness and despair. The next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white flew everywhere. Xingqian followed closely, crushing and annihilating the headless body. Sunan stretched out his hand, and a simple space ring had already fallen into his palm. Looking at the ring, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had always disliked the Black Wizard, and after sensing Makaro's killing intent, he decisively attacked with all his strength and crushed him in the duel space. With Makaro's strength, it was actually difficult to kill him before he left the duel space. But his mistake was that he underestimated Sunan's strength and never thought that Sunan could burst out such amazing damage in an instant. Otherwise, if he took a defensive stance at the first time, he could have bought time to admit defeat and leave the duel space. The duel ended, and the winner was Sunan Yenist. You have automatically been promoted to the champion of the number 24 ring and inherited the corresponding bet. Do you want to continue the ring duel? Cancel the ring. Sunan refused without hesitation. The things have been obtained, so there is naturally no need to continue the ring duel. And he doesn't lack that little magic stone. Ring number 24 has been cancelled. A crack appeared in the void, and a thick book floated out of it and fell towards Sunan. He reached out to take it, flipped through it casually, and showed a satisfied look on his face. It was indeed the design of the Supreme Golem. But then again, the bets on the ring were notarized by the Starry Sky Tower, so there was no need to worry about the authenticity and quality. In the hall, in front of the number 24 stone tablet, Liz stared at the stone tablet with her lips tightly pursed. Tanner and Bryce stood aside, exchanging glances from time to time, as if they were communicating privately through the teleportation technique. Only Gruss was more than 10 meters away from the three people. His eyes swept across the stone tablet from time to time, and there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth under the mask. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of the stone tablet, and Sunan appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. It's been less than a minute since we entered, and the fight is over? It's too fast. Gruss was the first to react, with a look of contempt on his face. Sneering, I thought you still had some strength, but I didn't expect you to lose before even a minute. In his opinion, there was only one possibility for Sunan to come out of the duel space so quickly, and that was defeat. Tanner and Bryce looked at each other, and their thoughts were the same as Gruss's. Only Liz looked puzzled, although she was also worried that Sunan was not a match for Makaro. She never thought that Sunan would lose so quickly, so she looked at the stone tablet behind Sunan, and her eyes widened immediately. She saw that most of the words on the stone tablet had disappeared, leaving only a few lines of words. Ring number 24. Vacant. What this means is self-evident. Tanner and Bryce were closest to Liz, and soon noticed her shocked expression. They also looked at the stone tablet behind Sunan, and then they all looked like they had seen a ghost. Sunan ignored Gruss's ridicule, nodded slightly to Liz and said, the design has been obtained. Let's go. After that, he walked straight out with Liz without even looking at Gruss. Gruss's expression froze, and he finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at the stone tablet and was stunned. The ring has disappeared. It means that the duel is over. But Makaro did not come out, so there is only one explanation left. He died at the hands of Sunan. Just in that short minute, Sunan not only won the duel, but also killed Makaro. The Makaro who defeated many third-level crystal wizards and was terribly strong. How is it possible? Gruss couldn't believe it. It was shocking that a third-level gasification wizard could defeat Mikaro. And it was even more incredible to kill Mikaro. That means Mikaro didn't even have the chance to admit defeat in front of Sunan. And he died. The difference in strength between the two was so great. For a moment, Gruss was in a trance, feeling a sense of absurdity like a dream. Where did that guy come from? Chapter 270 Plane Exploration. Star Fortress. You mean? Sunan killed Mikaro in less than a minute? In the study, Gary put down the quill in his hand and asked with interest. Tanner nodded and said in a vague tone, I have verified with the Star Tower that Mikaro is indeed dead. Gary thought, it seems that Sunan's strength is stronger than we expected. He is worthy of being the one who can create a wizard force in the blockade plane. Make friends with him in the future. We can give him some help when necessary. Yes, sir. Tanner nodded heavily. In fact, Mikaro initiated the ring duel this time, which was planned and promoted by their All Things Association behind the scenes, in order to test Sunan's true strength and decide how to treat him next. And the result also proved that Sunan is indeed a person worth making friends with. Star Alliance is also a wizard force with great potential. For such wizard forces, All Things Association has always been willing to make friends and maintain a friendly, but not overly close relationship. This is the main reason why they can thrive in the wizard world and remain neutral. After returning to the Starlight continent, Sunan immediately started to refine puppets. So far, he has a total of 5 wizard-level puppet designs. They are the Tentacle Puppet, the Secret Puppet, the Shadow Steel Golem, the Diamond Golem, and the Supreme Golem. The first 3 are first-level wizard-level puppets, each with a different focus. The Tentacle Puppet is strong in melee combat and can be used as a frontline tank. Moreover, many tentacles can also cast spells, which can be called magic and martial arts dual cultivation. It is suitable for various battlefields and is very practical. The Secret Puppet is flexible and intelligent. It can change its appearance at will. It can become a human appearance to perform some special tasks. It is also very powerful in combat and belongs to a dexterous warrior-type puppet. As for the Shadow Steel Golem, it is made of a metal that is mined and forged entirely in the shadow world. They are silent and powerful guards with a gloomy appearance, and they move as quietly as a ghost, so they are often mistaken for undead creatures. Because Shadow Steel Golems are very good at hiding themselves and can blend into shadow actions, many wizards often use Shadow Steel Golems as hidden guards of wizard towers, or mix them with other puppets when going to the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the enemy. Shadow Steel Golems are rare assassins among golems. Sunan plans to form a witch hunting corps exclusively for the Starlight Wizard Tower. And the Tentacle Puppet, Secret Puppet, and Shadow Steel Golem are the main members and basic combat power of this witch hunting corps. As for the high-end combat power, it is served by the King Kong Golem and the Supreme Golem. The combat power of the former is equivalent to that of a second-level gasification wizard. The combat power of the latter is equivalent to that of a third-level gasification wizard. Both golems are magic and martial arts, equivalent to the advanced version of the Tentacle Puppet, especially the Supreme Golem, which is extremely powerful. Usually only large wizard towers will be equipped with a small number of them, and only floating cities will use them as regular combat sequences. The market price of a Shadow Steel Golem is about 7,000 lower-level magic stones. If you add the enchantment and constant spells, it should be about 8,000 lower-level magic stones, Sunan secretly estimated. In fact, if the value is calculated by magic stones, it will be more beneficial to the Star Alliance. After all, the cost of Sunan's synthesis of magic stones is far lower than the magic stone value recognized by the wizard world. If he was not worried that the golem puppets purchased from other wizard forces would leave some backdoors, he could directly purchase Shadow Steel Golems with magic stones, and then strengthen them according to his own wishes. Forget it. After all, it is the built-in puppet army of the wizard tower, so it is better to be safe. You can purchase some golems, and put them on the exchange list for others to exchange. The golems that wizards usually use are not so particular. Just purchase them directly. The cost of the Diamond Golem is about 9,000 intermediate magic stones. The cost of the Supreme Golem is estimated to be 10,000 upper magic stones. It is normal for the cost of wizard-level puppets to soar more than 10 times with each upgrade. And compared with the Shadow Steel Golem, the Diamond Golem and the Supreme Golem are mostly out of stock. After all, which wizard doesn't want a Diamond Golem or a Supreme Golem for self-defense? The wizard forces have an even greater demand for these two golems. Most of the diamond golems and supreme golems sold on the market are monopolized by several large wizard forces. The puppet design drawings are already available. Next, it's time to upgrade the wizard tower. With sufficient magic stone supply and the resource channels of the wisdom code, it is almost no difficulty to upgrade the Starlight Wizard Tower to a large level. All that is lacking is time. Try to complete the upgrade of the Starlight Wizard Tower before the Wizard Civil War breaks out. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it has entered the 2200th year of the Starlight calendar. Above Longland Area 3, Xiangwei looked at the wizard tower below, which had been repaired, and breathed a long sigh of relief. The 7 or 8 wizards around also showed joy on their faces. Finally completed. This is the last wizard tower. I didn't expect that it would take so much time and energy to repair the wizard tower. If we build a new one from scratch, it would probably take hundreds of years. Of course, when Lord Sunan built the Starlight Wizard Tower, it took more than 100 years for the Star Alliance to gather its strength. Everyone talked about it, looking relaxed and happy. Although repairing the wizard tower is time-consuming and labor-intensive, the corresponding task reward is also extremely generous, which is equivalent to completing hundreds of regular tasks. Thank you for your hard work. After the task is handed over, I will transfer the contribution value to you according to the proportion of your efforts. Now you can go back and have a good rest. Xiangwei turned around and looked at everyone, saying with a smile, "Yes, Lady Rose." As one of the only 3 first-level crystal wizards in the Star Alliance, Rose has a high prestige among the wizards. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately responded respectfully and left one after another. After everyone left, Rose first went to the mission hall to hand over the mission, and then returned to her practice room. Sitting cross-legged, Rose began to practice. The most obvious change after the lifting of the plane blockade is that the resources on the Star Alliance exchange list have increased significantly, and the types are richer. Take the element crystal core as an example. Before the lifting of the plane blockade, it was impossible to see the element crystal core on the exchange list of the Star Alliance, and even offered a very high price for the element crystal core. It was not until the plane blockade was lifted and the internal trading rights of the wisdom code were obtained that the element crystal core began to appear on the exchange list. Thanks to this, Rose's practice speed has accelerated a lot in recent years. It took only more than 800 years to break through to the first level crystal and successfully construct the second talent crystal model. As long as she completes the step of filling the mental power, she can be promoted to the second level wizard. When I'm promoted to a level 2 wizard, I have accumulated enough contribution points, and I should be able to exchange for a small wizard tower. When thinking of the wizard tower, Rose couldn't help but feel a little excited. Except for the medium-sized wizard tower that Lord Xingyun now Lord Leisha took away. There are a total of 4 small wizard towers on the Star Alliance exchange list, and the corresponding contribution values are set according to different equipment. Although this contribution value is undoubtedly a preferential price compared to the value of the wizard tower itself, it is still an exaggerated number for ordinary wizards. At present, in the entire Star Alliance, only the scepter can be exchanged for a wizard tower. Rose has also accumulated contribution points for nearly 200 years, and only now can she see some hope. With a wizard tower, you can explore the plane. Another change brought about by the lifting of the plane blockade is that the Star Alliance has a lot more plane tasks. There are many planes in the multiverse that are either poor in resources and not worth conquering, or the indigenous forces are too powerful, and the cost of conquering is far higher than the value of the plane itself. So no wizard force is willing to send troops to invade. They prefer to send small troops into the plane to collect resources. The Star Alliance naturally follows the local customs and has issued various resource collection tasks in recent years, and the rewards for the tasks are not cheap. After all, when collecting resources, in addition to the possibility of fighting with indigenous forces, there may also be conflicts with people from other wizard forces. However, what puzzled Xiangwei was that, in theory, which planes have resource points should be a secret that each wizard force is trying to keep. But Sudan seemed to have opened his eyes to the sky. He knew everything about which planes have precious resource points, where the specific locations are, and what powerful indigenous forces nearby need to pay attention to. I don't know where he got the information from. In addition to collecting resources, there is also a plane exploration task. As the name suggests, it is to explore strange and unknown planes. This kind of task is mainly divided into 2 categories. The first type is to know the coordinates of the plane and directly travel through the planes to explore and collect intelligence. The second type is to know the coordinates of the plane and directly travel in the star realm to find new undiscovered planes in the vast star realm. The multiverse is extremely vast, and there are countless planes. Even wizards have only explored a part of them so far, and new planes are discovered every year. Of the two types of plane exploration, the most difficult one is naturally the second one. There are countless dangerous creatures living in the vast star realm, and there are void turbulence from time to time. Even a strong wizard will lose his life if he is not careful. Therefore, the Star Alliance stipulates that only second-level wizards with wizard towers can accept the second type of plane exploration tasks. As for the first type of plane exploration tasks, any wizard can accept them. Xiangwei has accepted many such tasks in recent years and earned enough contribution points. After having a wizard tower, you can try to conquer a small plane. Rose's eyes flickered. The resources needed for wizards to advance are too huge. It is difficult for wizards, who do not control the planes alone, to go further on the wizard path. Once most wizards are promoted to level 2 and have wizard towers, they will start looking for suitable planes to launch conquests. Fortunately, the Star Alliance is quite supportive of its wizards in this regard. As long as there is enough power, Lord Sunan will provide the appropriate plane coordinates. In fact, as far as Rose knows, after completely digesting the gains brought by the Wolf-Tide plane, the Star Alliance has begun to set its sights on other planes. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Star Alliance will launch a new plane war. Knock knock. While thinking, the door suddenly knocked. Rose came back to her senses and said, "Come in." The door opened and Tatiana walked in. "Teacher." The dark elf girl bowed slightly. "You are also a wizard now. You don't need to be so restrained. We can just get along on an equal footing." Rose smiled slightly. She admired her student very much. Although not human, he has an incredibly high talent. He entered the Starlight Academy later than Fleming and others, and was promoted to a wizard at almost the same time as them. If Tatiana was a human, she would have already caught up with her in terms of strength. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "The Star Fortress has arrived at Dragon Forest Area 3 and is now outside. Do you want to take a look?" The Star Fortress is a war fortress recently developed by the Star Alliance, specifically for plane wars. The entire fortress is equipped with hundreds of spell turrets Type 3 and 10 dissociation cannons Type 3. Both turrets were recently developed by Sunan. The firepower is only slightly higher than Type 2, and the difference is not very obvious, but the consumption may be half of the latter. The total firepower is more powerful than dozens of level 3 magic ships combined. In addition, the Star Fortress is also equipped with a mini version of the floating ring, element pool and maze protective energy field, which can be regarded as a simple version of the wizard tower. After the successful development, Liz ordered that all wizards who accepted the plane exploration mission could temporarily get a Starry Sky Fortress to deal with the battles that occurred during the plane exploration, on the condition that they would submit a detailed report on the analysis of the Starry Sky Fortress's combat power afterwards. "Let's go and have a look." Xiangwei nodded slightly, stood up, and left the training room. In Longland District 3, more than a dozen metal buildings that looked like palaces stood on the wide open space, emitting strong energy particle fluctuations. The metal outer wall, which was more than 200 meters high, flashed a cold luster in the sunlight, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. That was the Starry Sky Fortress. More than a dozen wizards were surrounding the Starry Sky Fortress and talking in low voices. Shemin and Cole were among them. They also accepted the plane exploration mission. Otto was also on the scene, but she was the leader responsible for transporting the Starry Sky Fortress. Not long after returning from the City of All Things, Sunan began to reshape Otto's body. Besides recovering her human body, with the help of her two best friends, Sherman and Corey, she was successfully promoted to a wizard. Although her strength has been improving slowly since then, and she is still only at the first level gasification stage, she has at least taken the most important step. "You are also a wizard now. Why don't you accept the plane exploration mission?" Tatiana came to Otto and asked in a low voice. Otto smiled and shook his head. "I have accumulated too little. It won't be too late to accept it after a while. And Lord Liz has been busy in seclusion recently, and I have to deal with many affairs, so I can't leave in a short time. Lord Liz is also going to break through." Tatiana was slightly startled, and a sigh flashed across her face. It seems that the Star Alliance will soon have a second third level wizard. Chapter 271 Corpse of God. Under the night, the dense forest was full of strange shadows. The tall trees cast long shadows on the ground, intertwining and intertwining with each other, like a demon with bared fangs and claws, which was frightening. Bobbin had long been accustomed to this kind of scenery. After coming out of the floating city, he flew out without stopping. Not long after, a large wizard tower appeared in the field of vision. The tower was more than 500 meters high, and the whole body was a pale white color like a skeleton, glowing coldly under the moonlight. That was his Sandu Wizard Tower. As soon as he returned to the Wizard Tower, a subordinate came to report. Master Bobbin, Master Matik is waiting for you in the reception room. Bobbin nodded expressionlessly, waved away his subordinates, and then teleported to the reception room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Matik sitting leisurely on the sofa, holding a glass of blood-red liquid in his hand, sipping it leisurely. At his feet lay a woman with pale skin and no blood, who had lost her life. Bobbin frowned slightly. If you want to drink blood, go find it outside. Don't always attack the servants in my tower. Matik laughed and said, don't be so stingy. You also know that the people of the Vero tribe are in great demand. I just went a little late, and the new Vero tribe in the city of all things was snatched away, so I had to come to you to have a bite. But then again, the blood of the Vero tribe here seems to be more delicious than that of other places. Bobbin didn't really care about the life and death of a lowly servant. He snorted and didn't hold on to this topic anymore. He walked to Matik and sat down, looking at him expressionlessly. What do you want to see me for? I heard that Lord would summon you. Yes. Is it about Yushi? The death of Yushi in battle caused quite a stir in the Dark Throne. After all, no one expected Yushi to fail beforehand. Before this, everyone thought that conquering a plane that had been blocked for 2,000 years was a piece of cake. At first, Matik had envied Yoshi's luck. Who could have thought that the final result would be like this? Bobbin sneered contemptuously. What's the point of caring about a waste that can't even do a little thing? Then the Star Alliance will not care about it. The Star Alliance is now a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code. Unless you are mentally prepared to go to war with the Wisdom Code, you can't do anything to it in a short time. Bobbin said coldly. It's just a third-rate wizard force. Let it be proud for a while, and then you can always find a chance to deal with it. We have more important things to do now. Matik knew that he was going to get to the point next, and he was refreshed and asked, what's the matter? Father wants us to enter this plane and bring something back. Bobbin stretched out his hand and brushed it in the void, and a string of plane coordinates suddenly emerged. Bobbin's father is Wood. When he learned that it was Lord Wood's order, Matik's expression became more serious. What? Bobbin was silent for a while, and said, a god corpse. Starlight Wizard Tower. Top floor. Sunan sat cross-legged beside the element pool with his eyes closed. After an unknown period of time, a strong wave of energy particles suddenly erupted from his body, which lasted for a long time before calming down. After another 1 or 2 minutes, Sunan slowly opened his eyes full of joy. Level 3 Liquefaction. It took nearly 270 years from the promotion to the 3rd level wizard to finally break through to the 3rd level liquefaction. In general, the progress is similar to what he originally expected. At this speed, it will definitely break through to the 3rd level crystallization within 500 years. Sunan nodded secretly. This speed is already very fast. Although ordinary wizards can also speed up their cultivation by absorbing the divine energy in the elemental crystal cores, how can they have such convenient conditions as him? If they rely on themselves alone, it will take a lot of time to hunt elemental giants. Only those wizards with backgrounds and backers, such as descendants of true spirits, can meet his conditions. It's a pity that the divine energy absorbed every day is already saturated. Otherwise the spiritual condensation rate will increase faster. It is precisely because of this that Sunan put the extra elemental crystal cores into the list for other wizards in the Star Alliance to exchange. Now through the trading channels of the Wisdom Code and the City of All Things, the Star Alliance can purchase a large number of elemental crystal dust. It can be said that if Sunan is not too busy and has limited time, he can completely synthesize enough elemental crystal cores for all wizards in the entire Star Alliance to use. If that were the case, it would only take 1 or 2,000 years for the Star Alliance to cultivate a large number of 2nd and 3rd level wizards. Of course, it's just a thought. Sunan doesn't have that much time. In addition to cultivation, upgrading the wizard tower also takes up a lot of his energy and time. Fortunately, the Starlight Wizard Tower has already been upgraded. Wizard Tower, Starlight. Level, large. Current remaining energy, 93.22%. Energy storage, 50% per 50%. Intelligent auxiliary life. Tower Spirit number 1, enhanced. Tower Spirit number 2, enhanced. Tower Spirit number 3, enhanced. Facilities, element pool, super large/enhanced. Floating ring. Central crystal energy transmission system. Living area. Warehouse area. Experimental area. Practice area. Meditation area. Planting area. Servant, Clay Golem X1000. Water Fairy X850. Flower Fairy X10. 46. Protective device, Mystic Protective Energy Field, super large/enhanced. Combat device, Spell Turret Type 3x300. Dissociation Cannon Type 3x30. Plasma Cannon Type 2x10. Pulse Cannon Type 2x1. Golem Army, Adamantium Golem X10000. Touch Master Puppet X300. Secret Puppet X50. Shadow Steel Golem X30. Diamond Golem X20. Supreme Golem X5, in upgrading the Starlight Wizard Tower. The total value of resources invested by Sunan has exceeded 1 million upper-level magic stones. If the time span had not been extended to more than 200 years. Even if the cost of synthesizing magic stones for the Star Alliance was lower. This level of expenditure would have been enough to drag down the Star Alliance finances. It is conceivable how staggering the cost of building a large wizard tower from scratch is. The upgrade and transformation of the plasma cannon and pulse cannon accounted for a considerable part of the cost. However, the results were also very gratifying. Sunan had done a test, and the power of the plasma cannon Type 2 was enough to easily kill an ordinary third-level gasification wizard. The power of the pulse cannon Type 2 was even more powerful, and one shot could turn a third-level crystallization wizard into ashes. Generally speaking, in the face of the firepower of a large wizard tower, a third-level crystallization wizard as strong as a third level can only flee. The firepower of the Starlight Wizard Tower has been enhanced, far surpassing that of an ordinary large wizard tower. Enough to easily solve any wizard below the true spirit, and even prevent the opponent from even having a chance to escape. However, generally no third-level wizard would be stupid enough to fight against a large wizard tower alone. Level 3 wizards basically have their own wizard towers, but the levels are different. However, after the firepower is enhanced, the energy burden on the wizard tower has increased a lot. In the process of upgrading the wizard tower, Sunan strengthened the element pool and the protective energy field of the maze lock as usual. But due to the limitations of the wizard tower itself, the degree of enhancement was not significant. He has begun to think about whether to get an element source crystal and then make a simple version of the element furnace as an energy supply device for the floating city. The energy that the element furnace can provide is far greater than the element pool. The two are not at the same level at all. Even the simple version of the element furnace can supply much more energy than the element pool, which should be able to completely solve the energy problem of the Starlight Wizard Tower. The only problem is that the element source crystal is not easy to get. This thing can only be dropped by the element giant elder. After the death of the element giant elder, there is a certain probability that the body will condense into essence. That is, the element source crystal. The stronger the power level of the element giant elder, the greater the probability of forming an element source crystal after death. Even the elemental giant elders, who have just been promoted, have the same strength as the level 2 crystallization wizards in their home elemental plane. Even if level 3 gasification wizards come, they may not be their opponents. If it is an elemental giant elder who has been promoted for thousands of years, his strength can reach the level of level 3 liquefaction or even crystallization. In the elemental plane, it is estimated that only true spirit wizards can kill such existence. The key is that the elemental giant elders generally live in the depths of the elemental space, and there must be a large number of elemental giants and elemental spirits gathered around them. To kill them, you have to deal with the surrounding brothers first. If it is in other planes, Sunan can control the Starlight Wizard Tower and destroy them directly. But the elemental space is different. The energy activity there is extremely high, even violent. The entry of such a huge energy source as the Wizard Tower will inevitably cause an energy explosion, which will be rejected by the entire elemental space. Take the thunder element space as an example. If the Wizard Tower enters it, it will definitely be bombarded by countless thunders all the time. If it cannot reach the depth of the element space, It will be consumed by endless thunder and lightning and directly fall and be damaged. The same is true for war creations. But the repulsion will be weaker. But its own strength is not high. And the ending will not be any different. It is precisely because of this that the element source crystal is so precious and rare. It's a pity that the list of resources opened by the Wisdom Code to affiliated organizations does not include element source crystals. Otherwise it would be more labor-saving to buy them directly with magic stones. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts and checked the control log of the Wizard Tower. He found that Liz left a message 5 days ago, saying that Tanner wanted to see him. Tanner? Sunan's eyes flashed. Since that trip to the City of All Things, Tanner's attentiveness to him has obviously risen to a higher level. He no longer concealed his identity and took the initiative to come on behalf of the All Things Association to establish a trading relationship with the Star Alliance. He also provided some information for free from time to time. It can be said that he showed the goodwill of the All Things Association to the fullest. For this goodwill, Sunan naturally accepted it all. Establishing a relationship with the All Things Association is also good for the development of the Star Alliance. More importantly, there is no need to worry about the neutral forces like the All Things Association, which are good at dealing with people and only want to guard their own land. They have bad ideas. After leaving the top floor, Sunan then found Li Zhe. It is worth mentioning that Li Zhe successfully constructed the third talent crystal 20 years ago and became the second third-level wizard of the Star Alliance after Sunan. Unlike the ghost form at that time, Li Zhe now needs to spend most of her time on cultivation and has little energy to take care of affairs. As a capable assistant, Adel also has to focus on cultivation. Therefore, after reshaping her body, Leisha has been consciously training assistants to share various trivial matters. Now she only needs to deal with some major matters, and the rest can be handed over to many assistants. Where is Tanner? In Yohu City, Leisha said. I told him that you were in seclusion and the specific time of coming out was unknown. So I asked him to go back first. But he insisted on waiting for you here. Sudan raised his eyebrows. Did you tell me what you wanted to see me for? Leisha shook his head. He will wait until he sees you. Hearing this, Sudan nodded and said no more, and went straight to Yohu City with Leisha. Soon, the two met Tanner. Hello, Lord Sunan. Tanner smiled. Since you have come out of seclusion, you must have made a breakthrough again. Sudan did not hide it, and nodded frankly. Indeed, there has been a breakthrough. Although it was expected, Tanner could not help but secretly marvel when he heard Sunan admit it himself. The speed of strength improvement is not much slower than those descendants of the true spirits. And even faster. I have some information here, which can be used as a small gift to congratulate you on your breakthrough. Sunan smiled slightly. I'm all ears. Tanner said seriously, Lord Sunan should know the Realm of Truth. Right? Sunan nodded calmly. The Realm of Truth is also known as the Plane of Laws, which is a holy place for wizards to comprehend the laws. Basically all true spirit wizards stay there all year round to comprehend the laws in order to seek breakthroughs. This is why it is difficult to see true spirit wizards in the multiverse. In addition to wizards, there is another group that also stays in the Realm of Truth all year round. That is the gods who also control the power of laws. In order to compete for the resources of the Realm of Truth, wizards and gods have fought in the Realm of Truth. Under normal circumstances, gods will stay in their own kingdoms, and will not easily descend into the material world. And gods in the kingdom of gods are difficult to be killed. Therefore, generally speaking, there are not many successful examples of killing gods in the multiverse. The only exception is the Realm of Truth. Whether it is the Wizard Tower, the Floating City, or the Kingdom of God, it is impossible to enter the Realm of Truth. Therefore, the difficulty of killing gods in the Realm of Truth is greatly reduced. The Realm of Truth can be said to be the place where the most gods have fallen in the entire multiverse. The research materials of wizards' gods basically come from the Realm of Truth. In fact, not long ago, the true spirit wizards of several large wizard forces such as the Deep Blue Alliance, the Wisdom Code, the Dark Throne, and the Wild Spirit joined forces to ambush a god in the Realm of Truth and successfully killed it. Tanner said solemnly, however, because of the fierce resistance of the other party before his death, the space turbulence was triggered, causing the god's corpse to be involved in it, and his whereabouts are unknown. It was not until recently that the whereabouts of the god's corpse were found. It fell into a separate plane and infected all the creatures in the entire plane into monsters. Chapter 272 The Toxic Dead King. The Star Alliance's greatest advantage. God Corpse? Lisa was slightly moved. God corpses are rarer than gods. And they have fallen into the material world, which is less likely than a true spirit wizard dying at the hands of a third-level wizard. Sunan, however, looked strange. In his memory, the original source of the wizard civil war seemed to be a god corpse. Which god died? The toxic dead king. Sunan's heart skipped a beat. That's right. That's it. The god corpse that triggered the wizard civil war in his memory was the toxic dead king. But he clearly remembered that the time node of the toxic dead king's death would be delayed by more than 300 years. So why did it happen now? Could it be that his arrival caused the timeline to change? Sunan was in doubt, although he was still a long way from the level of a true spirit wizard. And it was reasonable that he could not affect the things in the realm of truth. But a nail destroyed an empire. Many major events often originated from an insignificant little thing. Perhaps it was because he defended the Starlight continent that the layers of influences were superimposed, and finally led to the premature death of the toxic king. Thinking of this, Sunan couldn't help but feel a sense of laughter and tears. Which plane did the corpse of the god fall into? Sunan asked. The Earth Crystal Plane. Tanner's face flashed a trace of sadness. The Earth Crystal Plane was originally a barren plane with few resources. The Earth Crystal people living there were also a group of weak races that did not even have wizard-level combat power. However, the appearance of the toxic king infected all creatures in the entire plane and turned them into poisonous creatures. Their power skyrocketed, but they also became monsters that lost their minds and only had the killing instinct left. The entire Earth Crystal Plane is now a hell. After all, it is an evil spirit. Sunan was not surprised at all. From the name of the god, it can be seen that the toxic king of the dead holds the duties of poison and death. The messengers, petitioners, and divine creatures under his command are mostly undead creatures carrying poison. Although the toxic king of the dead is only a weak divine power, it is the second to last in the sequence of gods, and is only slightly stronger than the weak divine power. But it is still a god. It is not surprising that the divine power that escapes after death infects a small plane. Gods are originally well known for strong polluting creatures. Why didn't the true spirit wizard who killed the toxic king of the dead reclaim the god's corpse? Liz asked curiously. I don't know much about this. Tanner hesitated, but still said, I heard that there were some changes during the ambush, and some people were not satisfied with the original distribution ratio. So after discussion, the true spirit wizards decided to send people from their respective wizard forces to enter the Earth Crystal Plane to compete for the god's corpse. While they watched and did not take action, Sunan's mouth twitched slightly. It's really what the true spirit wizard likes to do. He did not take action due to the risk of death, so he let the people below fight for him. Even if some wizards died, they did not feel sorry. A corpse of a weak god is worth much more than some low-level wizards. Tanner glanced at Sunan and continued, the Wisdom Code is also determined to obtain the corpse of the poisonous dead king. It should soon inform all affiliated organizations and summon you to enter the Earth Crystal Plane to search for the corpse. Lord Sunan had better prepare in advance. Sunan looked thoughtful, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses and nodded to Tanner with a smile. I know. Thank you for your information. You're welcome. As long as the information is useful to you. Knowing that Sunan would be busy next, Tanner stood up and said goodbye. Watching Tanner leave, Sunan's eyes flashed with thought. The information about the corpse of the god must have been given to more than one family by the City of All Things. Most of the other wizard forces that have a good relationship with the City of All Things have also received the news. Having said that, the City of All Things still has to accept this favor. If you know some things a few days in advance, you can make more preparations. What are you going to do? Liz's words pulled Sunan back from his contemplation. Sunan shrugged and said, we had no choice but to participate. One of the obligations of the affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code is to respond to its call to participate in the war when the Wisdom Code needs it. Once you refuse, and there is no suitable reason, the Wisdom Code will terminate the affiliated relationship. So this time, the Star Alliance must participate. But Sunan is not very resistant in his heart. To be honest, the god corpse is not very meaningful to him. At least not now. Even if a god corpse is handed over to him, the biggest use is to absorb the divine energy contained in it. But now he already has enough divine energy. Apart from that, at most, he can do some experiments that are of little use and can only satisfy curiosity. If you want to study the god corpse, You also need power as a prerequisite. The God Corpse can only play a greater role in the hands of the true spirit wizard. Besides, there are so many wizard forces eyeing the corpse now. Even if Sunan wants to fight for it, he can't do anything. It's better to take this opportunity to obtain some resources from the Wisdom Code and train soldiers at the same time. The only plane war that the Star Alliance has experienced so far is the one with the Wolf-Tide plane. And the plane war experience is still too little. For future considerations, more training is necessary. This search for the corpse will inevitably involve fighting with other wizard forces, which is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Moreover, since he knows that this trip to the corpse is the source of the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War, he also wants to observe it up close, which is also convenient for targeted preparations later. With a plan in mind, Sunan turned around and asked, "How are the results of the Star Fortress test?" "Very good." Mentioning this, a smile appeared on Liz's face. "The performance is the same as we predicted. I compared it with the Silver Tower purchased from the Wisdom Code. Our Star Fortress is not inferior to the Silver Tower in terms of performance and combat effectiveness, and even surpasses it in firepower. Compared with the small Wizard Tower, if the 7 Star Fortresses work together, they should be able to compete with a standard small Wizard Tower that has not been strengthened." "What about the cost?" "The cost is 1/5 of the standard small Wizard Tower. But considering that many materials for building a small Wizard Tower are relatively rare and difficult to obtain, plus the time cost, it is actually more cost-effective to build a Star Fortress. That being said, there are many functions of the Wizard Tower that the Star Fortress cannot do, such as plane shuttle and the energy particle activation effect of the element pool. In general, the Star Fortress and the Wizard Tower have their own advantages and disadvantages, and both are irreplaceable. Just like a qualified army must have diversity, it must have both charging generals and a large number of soldiers." "How many Star Fortresses have been built so far?" Sunan asked. 53. Sunan nodded slightly. "It's enough for now. But the project should not stop. We need to build more Star Fortresses." "I know. Who has redeemed the 4 Wizard Towers on the exchange list now?" "Scepter, Rose, Fakato. The remaining one has not been redeemed. But I checked and found that Sherman and Cole's contribution points are almost enough. The last Wizard Tower should be redeemed by one of them." "That's perfect. All Wizard Tower owners must participate in this operation." "Okay. How is the construction progress of the new Wizard Tower?" "Currently, 3 small Wizard Towers are being built at the same time, and it is expected to take another 12 years to complete." 12 years? It's pretty fast. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. In normal wizard forces, wizards collect resources to build wizard towers by themselves. But in the Star Alliance, Sunan decided to let the Star Alliance build wizard towers, and then put them on the exchange list for his wizards to redeem. In this way, the time for wizards under his command to build wizard towers can be greatly shortened, thereby quickly enhancing the strength of the Star Alliance. The exchange price is actually less than the value of the wizard tower itself. The difference in price is actually borne by the Star Alliance. However, as long as the strength of the Star Alliance can be quickly enhanced, Sunan thinks that this price is nothing. After all, the Star Alliance can now extract a lot of profits by synthesizing magic stones. And it doesn't matter if there is a little loss. If it develops step by step like ordinary wizard forces, it is unknown when it can become a large wizard force. The Wizard Civil War is about to come, but there is not so much time for the Star Alliance to develop calmly, and some means must be used to speed up the development speed. In Sunan's expectation, when he breaks through to the 3rd level of crystallization and no longer needs to absorb divine energy, the synthesized element crystal cores can be used to supply all the wizards under his command. At that time, the contribution value required for the exchange of element crystal cores will be reduced, which will surely greatly increase the speed of strength improvement of the wizards under his command. By then, after hundreds or thousands of years, the number of 2nd-level wizards in the Star Alliance will definitely increase significantly. The notification of the Wisdom Code came faster than expected. On the 3rd day after getting the information from Tanner, Cyril came to the door and read out the call for the Wisdom Code. The action is scheduled for 3 days later. At that time, the armies of our headquarters and all affiliated organizations will enter the Earth Crystal Plane. The plane channel will be open for 24 hours to transport the army. After that, the Earth Crystal Plane will be blocked and no one can enter or leave. After reading the call, Cyril's solemn expression disappeared and he smiled. This call came in a hurry. As compensation, all affiliated organizations participating in the action can be exempted from paying fees for a certain period of time afterwards according to their scale and strength. For example, the Star Alliance will not have to pay fees to the Wisdom Code for the next 20 years as long as they participate in the action. 20 years. That is, 10 million lower-level magic stones. It's called compensation. But it's actually the reward for sending troops. To be honest, this amount is not that high. If the intensity of the war is a little higher, the loss of troops by the Star Alliance may be more than this value. Sunan and Liz knew that the Wisdom Code would definitely not fool people with this little thing. So they didn't express their opinions and waited for Cyril's next words. As expected, Cyril said, in addition, if you find the fragments of the dead god's body of the poisonous king in the earth crystal plane, you can also get a certain reward after turning it in according to the size of the part. Sunan's expression changed. Fragments of the dead god? Cyril nodded and said, when the corpse of the poisonous dead king fell into the earth crystal plane, it was already in pieces, and the fragments of the dead god were scattered all over the plane. This is also the main reason why the earth crystal plane was fully infected so quickly. Sunan understood that the reason why those true spirit wizards decided to send troops into the plane to compete for the dead god was probably also this factor. In order to collect the fragments of the corpse of the god in the entire plane, a large number of people must be mobilized to search. Which wizard forces entered the earth crystal plane this time? Sunan thought for a while and asked. Cyril said, the large wizard forces basically participated. And the Sea King Whale, Black Soda and Pale Mask, etc. A total of 17 second-rate wizard forces also participated. One of the recognized standards for second-rate wizard forces is to have a true spirit wizard. Obviously, the true spirit wizards behind these more than a dozen second-rate wizard forces participated in the battle to ambush the poisonous dead king. And the third-rate wizard forces, and the second-rate wizard forces below them are probably all affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code. The current strength of the Star Alliance can barely rank among the ranks of third-rate wizard forces, compared with those old third-rate wizard forces, such as Steel Construct. There is still a certain gap, not to mention compared with large/second-rate wizard forces. Participating in this war that gathers many large and second-rate wizard forces is also a big test for the Star Alliance. After Cyril left, Liz said worriedly, the risk of this operation is not small. Sunan smiled slightly. The risk is not small, but not as high as you think. Liz looked at him in surprise. After all, they have been together for many years. And she immediately understood. What have you thought of? Sunan smiled meaningfully and said slowly, all wizard forces have only 24 hours to transport troops. In such a short time, no wizard force can transport all the main forces into the earth crystal plane. They can only transport a small part. Liz's expression moved slightly. When the time for transporting troops is limited, the competition is about who has a higher transportation efficiency. That is, who can build more and larger plane channels in a limited time. In this regard, even the gap between large wizard forces and second-rate wizard forces is not particularly large. At least not as large as the gap in their real strength. This point can undoubtedly narrow the gap in combat power between wizard forces. However, if it is just this point, Sunan should not be so confident. There must be other meanings. After thinking for a while, Lizay seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She remembered the scene when Sunan put away the falling star city out of thin air. Sunan saw it and smiled slightly. Yes, he still has the magic cube. He can put the puppet into the magic cube and then pass through the plane channel to enter the earth crystal plane. The magic cube has a total of 100 grids. Each grid can store up to 99 puppets of the same type, and can store up to 9,900 puppets at a time. 24 hours is enough for him to go back and forth between the two planes hundreds of times. It is more than enough to transport all the puppets of the Star Alliance to the earth crystal plane. This is his biggest trump card. And it is also the biggest advantage of the Star Alliance compared to other wizard forces. Chapter 273 The battle begins. The boundless wasteland stretches to the end of the world, and the wind whistles and rages. The blood-red sky almost completely covers the setting sun. The devastated land is covered with crisscross cracks, and faintly visible pale green liquid flows in it, from which bursts of green smoke emerge. As far as the eye can see, there are only scattered dead trees and countless rotten, cyan-skinned hideous creatures wandering in the desolate wilderness. In the sky, 6 wizard towers stand majestically. Sunan and Lizay float side by side on the top of the tower. overlooking the hellish scenery below. The entire plain has been eroded and infected. Lisa marveled at the horror of the gods. Just one god corpse can turn an entire plain into this ghostly appearance. Gods are indeed like viruses. Soon Nam released his mental power, and sensed the surrounding environment. The concentration of energy particles is very high, and the activity is much higher than that of the Starlight continent. It should be the influence of divine power. However, the energy particles here are infected with toxins. If absorbed, it will damage the body. The concentration of toxins in the air is also very high. Even a night can't last for a few days in this environment at most. Lisa frowned and said, "That's troublesome. The army's sustained combat capability may be greatly affected." Before entering the Earth crystal plane, Sunan and Liz had already anticipated this situation. But they didn't expect the situation here to be much worse than they imagined. Fortunately, the main force of the army entering the Earth crystal plane this time is the Golem Corps. Their immune to toxins make them more suitable for fighting and surviving in this environment. As for the magic pattern knights, they can only take turns to enter the wizard tower to rest and recover. Without the wizard tower as logistical support, it is impossible to fight for a long time in this environment. Lisa sighed and said, "The energy particles of the plane cannot be absorbed, so they can only be recovered through the element pool of the wizard tower. Otherwise, after one or two slightly more intense battles, the entire army would be almost paralyzed. Let's start building the plane channel without further ado." With a wave of his hand, 9,900 golems stored in the magic cube suddenly appeared in the wilderness, and began to clear the surrounding monsters. At the same time, many wizards and wizard apprentices flew out of the wizard tower, landed on the ground and began to build the plane channel. In just 2 hours, 3 large plane channels were completed. 3 huge doors suddenly appeared in the empty wilderness. Following closely, huge starry sky fortresses flew out from behind the doors, followed by large-scale flying fleets. Each starry sky fortress and each fleet carried thousands of magic pattern knights and clay golems. As the starry sky fortress and the flying fleet stopped, the magic pattern knights and clay golems got off the fortress and magic ship one after another, and began to level the land and build camps. And soon it also began to cross the plane channel back and forth, using the magic cube to transport puppets. As time passed, more and more plane channels were built, and the Star Alliance army raced against time to pass through the plane channels. When the time came to the last second of 24 hours, the plane channel suddenly trembled, followed by violent distortion, and soon dissipated in the air. At the same time, Sunan keenly felt an invisible confinement covering the entire plane. Obviously, the true spirit wizards outside have begun to block the entire plane. This special battle for the corpse of the god began from this moment. "How many troops have been transported in total?" Sunan asked. Liz looked at the list in her hand and said, "A total of 53 star fortresses, 13 flying fleets, and 2 golem armies." After the plane blockade was lifted, the Star Alliance began to expand its military power, and with sufficient resource support, the progress in this regard is very smooth, mainly reflected in the Golem Corps. When the Golem Corps was formed, Sunan also had an idea of a group army above the large Golem Corps. A group army consists of 8 large Golem Corps, with a total number of 1 million. However, the military strength of the Star Alliance was still very weak at that time, and it was unable to form a complete army group, so it was temporarily shelved. But now the Star Alliance has this ability. At present, the Star Alliance has a total of 4 army groups, plus 5 large Golem Corps, considering that a part of the army must be left to guard the Starlight continent. Sunan only brought 2 army groups this time. But even so, that is a full 2 million puppets, more than the total force that the Starlight continent dispatched when it fought against the wave plane. That is to say, there is a magic cube. Otherwise it would be a fantasy to transport such an astonishing number of golems within 24 hours. The magic pattern knights transported a total of about 120,000 people. Considering the harsh environment of the Earth crystal plane, no alternate members were dispatched. The core forces sub-dragon knights were all dispatched, in addition to more than 30 giant dragons, plus 285 wizards, and 1,363 third-level wizard apprentices. The latter mainly served as logistical assistants and did not participate in the battle. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. "That's enough. The army sent by the Star Alliance to the Earth crystal plane is almost equivalent to half of the total military force. Even large wizard forces such as the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wisdom Codex will not send much more military force than them in just 24 hours. As for other wizard forces, the troops sent in are even less. And I'm afraid they may not even be 1/10 of the total military force. And this is the normal situation. The reason why those true spirit wizards limit the 24-hour troop delivery time is to control this war within a certain scale. Otherwise, without any restrictions, allowing all wizard forces to devote their troops to fight, it will sooner or later evolve into a large-scale war. This is obviously not in their interests. What puzzled Sunan was how this war turned into a wizard civil war under such circumstances. Forget it. Let's deal with the situation first. After thinking for a while, Sunan shook his head and said to Liz, "Let's start searching for the corpse and deploy the Star Corps." "I know." Lisa turned around and gave orders. The huge army quickly took action. With the camp as the center, the Magic Pattern Knights and the Golem Corps swept in all directions like a torrent, crushing all the infected monsters along the way. In the sky, the Star Fortress and the Flying Fleet followed the army slowly. Once they found a large-scale group of monsters, they immediately fired a burst of artillery fire and instantly blasted them into ashes. Every time they expanded a certain distance, a wizard would fly away from the magic ship with his wizard apprentice and start to install the Star Corps. As time passed, the area occupied by the Star Alliance became larger and larger, and the Star Eye network gradually took shape. But at this moment, the Star Alliance army also encountered real resistance. "What is that?" In the Star Fortress, Fleming frowned and looked at the creatures rushing in from a distance, with surprise flashing in his eyes. It was a group of short humanoid creatures. They were only about 1.34 meters tall, but their bodies were extremely strong, and their width was almost the same as their height. Their heads were thick and long, and their chins were covered with a thick layer of protruding crystal beards, and two small crystal fangs protruded from their lower lips. In addition to the chin, their shoulders, joints and palms were also covered with thick crystals. They were wearing heavy armor, and the skin exposed was black and gray, and many places were festering, revealing the corroded flesh underneath. There was a greenish-green color on their faces like poison. "It's the Earth Crystal people." Tajana looked solemn. "They are all infected and have become monsters now. The Earth Crystal people are the main indigenous race of the Earth Crystal Plane. They are good at fighting and can naturally control rocks and soil. An adult Earth Crystal man has the power of a knight. Some elites can reach the level of a great knight. And because of their natural ability to control rock and soil, Earth Crystal man can easily sense the power of the earth element. So there are many legendary strongmen among Earth Crystal men, a race that was originally very powerful in combat, now strengthened by the infection of divine power. Its strength has probably increased a lot, and its terrifying degree can be imagined. Looking at the densely packed poisonous Earth Crystal man rushing in like a tide, the faces of all the wizards in the fortress were solemn. "Spell turrets fire." Fleming gave the order decisively. The starry sky fortress suddenly hummed, and a dazzling light burst out from the top of the fortress, like a rising sun, instantly dispelling the blood color of the sky. The next second, hundreds of spell turrets fired at the same time, and dense spell rays tore through the void and shot out, instantly crossing a distance of thousands of meters and hitting the Earth Crystal Man army. Amid the piercing whistling sound, hundreds of Earth Crystal warriors were instantly wiped out without even a scream. Looking down from the sky, the densely packed Earth Crystal army seemed to have been plowed out with hundreds of blank tracks out of thin air. At the same time, the Golem Corps and the Magic Pattern Knights on the ground also launched a charge, slamming into the Earth Crystals like a surging torrent, and blood and flesh splattered in an instant, and limbs flew everywhere. The same scene also happened in the wilderness and other directions. The highly toxic Earth Crystals and infected creatures within 1,000 miles were gradually attracted by the huge movement of the Star Alliance, and gathered towards the Star Alliance camp from all directions. In the meeting hall of the Starlight Wizard Tower, everyone sat around the long table. Sunan sat at the top, with Lise on his right. Down to the left and right were the second-level wizards such as Scepter, Rose, Falcardo, and Tulio. The second and third-level wizards of the Star Alliance had gathered together at this time. Above the long table, a three-dimensional model was suspended, which was a panoramic view of the Earth Crystal Plane. As the Star Alliance army continued to expand, the area of the panoramic view continued to expand. "The progress is going smoothly," Falcadu smiled. "Although those Earth Crystal people have become much stronger, they are no match for the Magic Pattern Knights and the Golem Legion." The Scepter nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "After all, The individual strength of these two legions is not inferior to that of the Earth Crystal people. The Stone Golems, the most basic soldiers of the Golem Legion, are also Night-level combat forces, and are not inferior to the Earth Crystal people warriors, not to mention the Magic Pattern Knights. Any one of them has the power comparable to the legend, and it is no problem to crush the Earth Crystal people, not to mention the firepower support of the Star Fortress and the Flying Fleet. The Earth Crystal people are easy to deal with, but the really tricky ones are those divine creatures. Lisa looked at the panoramic view above the long table. After the Star Eye network was established, the number and intensity of energy particle fluctuations at various locations can also be seen from it. At this moment, there is a very conspicuous light spot on the edge of the northwest direction. Name unknown. Divine creature. Energy level, 25, first level gasification wizard damage, high. Everyone's eyes also turn to the light spot on the light screen. At best, Earth Crystal people can only be regarded as a kind of creatures infected by divine power, only slightly stronger than other infected creatures, and are not a threat to the powerful Star Alliance. But divine creatures are different. These creatures that have absorbed the divinity contained in the fragments of the god corpse by chance and survive the mutation without dying will inevitably undergo a qualitative change in strength. And it is not surprising that they have wizard-level power, especially the death priesthood of the toxic dead king. Even if the creatures that absorb divinity cannot resist the mutation and die, there is a certain chance that they will be resurrected as undead creatures. Therefore, the number of divine creatures in the Earth Crystal Plane today must be exaggerated. These divine creatures are the real threats that many wizard forces need to face in the process of searching for the fragments of the god corpse. Who is responsible for that direction? Sunan asked. Liz replied, It's Otto. She controls a starry sky fortress. It should be no problem to deal with a first-level gasified divine creature. Sunan pondered. There is a high probability that there are fragments of divine corpses near where divine creatures appear. The scepter immediately volunteered. I go there. The others were also eager to try, but they were a step slower than the scepter and felt a little regretful. Unexpectedly, Sunan shook his head. I go there myself. No one present had ever seen a divine corpse in person. Who knows what side effects the fragments of the poisonous dead king's corpse would have? Just in case, he would go there in person. When it comes to gods, no matter how rigorous it is not too much. Sunan didn't want his wizards to suffer non-combat casualties in vain. Soon, Sunan came to the place where the divine creature appeared. At this time, the battle was over. Under the artillery fire of the starry sky fortress, the divine creature that looked like a frog magnified countless times, but with a pair of wings and disgusting tumors on its gray-white skin, soon turned into a tattered corpse. The sticky and disgusting venom flowed out of the wound of the corpse, and after falling on the ground, it sizzled and emitted green smoke, corroding shocking pits one by one. Teacher. Seeing Sunan appear, Otto immediately flew out of the starry sky fortress and greeted him. Send the corpse to the Starlight Wizard Tower Laboratory. In addition, with this place as the center, search all areas within a radius of 200 kilometers, and don't miss any place. Once you find the fragments of the divine corpse, tell me immediately. Yes, teacher. With Sunan order, a large number of magic ships scattered around and began to search for the traces of divine creatures. As long as you find the place where the divine creatures appear most frequently, you can basically find the fragments of the divine corpse. It's a pity that we are in a hurry to make more star cores and bring them here. Otherwise, it would be easy to locate the fragments of the god corpse by spreading the Star Eye network across the entire plane. Sunan thought secretly, but he also knew that this was just a thought. Not to mention how huge the project of laying the Star Eye network in the Earth Crystal Plane is. It is impossible to complete it in a short time. Even if it is possible, other wizard forces will definitely not turn a blind eye and will definitely sabotage it. Sunan doesn't think those black wizards will compete with him openly. In the Earth Crystal Plane, in addition to infected creatures and divine creatures, wizard forces on different fronts are also objects that need to be vigilant. More than an hour later, the magic ship made a discovery. Chapter 274 Star Spirit Bell Tower Wild Spirit. Is this the body fragment of the poisonous dead king? Sunan stared at the swamp below with a deep gaze. The turquoise swamp water was extremely viscous, and bubbles and turquoise smoke kept coming out. The area was about 100 square meters, and it looked particularly abrupt among the gravel. In the middle of the swamp, a thumb-sized gray-white piece of meat was suspended. Even from a distance, Su Nan could still feel the strong energy particle fluctuations contained in the meat. With the swamp as the center, there were more than 20 corpses of divine creatures, and thousands of puppet remains lying on the ground around. Just such a small piece of divine corpse fragments transformed into dozens of divine creatures. The power and strong infectiousness of the gods can be seen from this. Su Nan stretched out his hand, and used the magician's hand to grab the gray-white meat, trying to pick it up from the swamp. But before it touched the meat, the wizard's hand was quickly corroded by the green smoke coming out of the swamp. It's quite corrosive. Su Nan raised his eyebrows. And with a thought, a stream of silver liquid metal overflowed from his palm, condensing into a huge palm to grab the gray-white meat. The silver giant palm passed through the swamp without any hindrance. But the moment it touched the gray-white meat, the contact part was quickly corroded and worn away, and the whole palm shrank at a slow but visible speed. Su Nan had to fill more liquid metal to maintain the shape of the silver palm and fish out the gray-white meat. With such strong corrosiveness, creatures below the wizard level will be infected and transformed into highly poisonous monsters even if they get close to it. Even a first-level wizard would probably find it difficult to keep this thing around for a long time. A thumb-sized fragment of a god corpse is so dangerous. It is hard to imagine how terrible the corrosiveness of a complete god corpse would be. It seems that we need to make a special container. Su Nan was going to go back to the wizard tower to study the characteristics of the fragments of the god corpse, and then make a targeted container. But when he returned to the wizard tower, he found Cyril coming. It seems that you are making good progress. You found the fragments of the god corpse so quickly. Cyril's eyes fell on the silver liquid ball floating beside Su Nan, and his eyes lit up slightly. With his mental power, he could naturally sense the rich divine energy inside. It just so happens that I brought a special instrument for holding the fragments of the god corpse. Cyril threw a ring and slowly floated towards Su Nan. The latter reached out to take it and looked at it carefully. The style of the ring is quite simple, and the surface is engraved with dense and complex patterns, which gives people a sense of silence. This is the forbidden god ring created by the star spirit clock tower, which can suppress the leakage of divinity and divine power. Cyril explained. Su Nan immediately understood. Among the many wizard forces, the star spirit clock tower can be said to be the wizard force that is most keen on killing gods. Without a doubt, nearly 1/3 of the gods killed by wizards so far are the work of the star spirit clock tower. It is said that because the home plane of the founder of the star spirit clock tower was once destroyed by a god, he set his ambition to hunt gods in his lifetime and created the Star Spirit Clock Tower, a wizard force with the main purpose of killing gods. Most of the spells, magic items, and puppets against gods in the wizard world were invented by wizards of the Star Spirit Clock Tower. Put the gray-white meat into the forbidden god ring, and the corrosive energy that filled the surroundings disappeared instantly. Su Nan took back the liquid metal and nodded to Cyril. Thank you. You're welcome. Cyril hesitated, and finally gave up the idea of persuading Su Nan to hand over the fragments of the god's corpse to the wisdom code first. Judging from the other party's appearance, it is obvious that he does not intend to do so. He probably wants to keep the fragments of the god's corpse in his hands for research. In fact, almost every affiliated organization will choose this way. After all, there are not many opportunities to study the corpses of gods. How are you progressing? Su Nan's words interrupted Cyril's thoughts. He smiled and said, It's going well, and we have gained some results. After all, the army that our headquarters entered the Earth Crystal Plane this time is not small. And there are descendants of the True Spirit leading the team. Descendant of the True Spirit? Who? Ronan Ward. What is his relationship with Darius Ward? Cyril looked at Su Nan in surprise. He didn't expect that he actually knew Lord Darius. Among the many great scholars in the Wisdom Code, Darius is the most low-key one. He is not well known. Many affiliated organizations don't even know that such a person exists. Unexpectedly, Su Nan knows it. Ronan is the son of Lord Darius. Cyril said with a hint of envy. He was promoted to a 3rd-level crystal wizard 100 years ago, and is recognized by the Wisdom Code as one of the most promising talents to be promoted to a true spirit wizard. Su Nan's eyes flashed, and he asked, which other wizard forces are also led by descendants of true spirits? Cyril sneered, there are many. Deep Blue Alliance, Star Spirit Clock Tower, Dark Throne, Bloodline Jungle, all large wizard forces are led by descendants of the true spirit. In addition, the Pale Mask, Sea King Whale, 10,000 Birds, Rainbow Light City, Black Soda, and other wizard forces are the same. Speaking of this, Cyril glanced at Sunan with a strange look, and hesitated. I heard that you killed Makaro of Black Soda in the city of all things. Is it true? Sunan admitted frankly, yes. It really is. Cyril was amazed. But he was not too surprised. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the power of Sunan's third talent ability combined with the alchemical mark was. Although Makaro was also a famous strongman among the third-level wizards, he could only be defeated under such a powerful attack. What puzzled him was how come Makaro couldn't even escape. Then you have to be careful. The Black Soda always takes revenge. If you kill a promising third-level wizard, they will never let it go. It's okay at ordinary times. They don't dare to act blatantly. But in the Earth Crystal Plane, they don't have so many scruples. I guess they will most likely attack the Star Alliance. Sunan said calmly, thank you for reminding me. I will be careful. Seeing that Sunan looked like he had some plans, Cyril said no more. After chatting for a few words, he said goodbye and left. After flying a distance, he couldn't help but turn around and look at the busy golem army coming and going in the distance, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Is the number of Star Alliance troops a bit too much? Thinking for a moment, Cyril shook his head, gathered his thoughts and turned away. After Cyril left, Sunan turned to find Maisha and ordered, find the bases of other wizard forces, and then send red-eye crows to monitor their movements, especially the black wizard forces. Maisha nodded and asked, did Cyril bring any news? Sunan did not hide anything and told the story of the Black Soda. After listening, Maisha nodded slightly to show that she understood. But she was not too worried. At other times, the strength of the Black Soda would definitely be far superior to that of the Star Alliance. But the current situation is very special. In the Earth Crystal Plane, except for those large wizard forces, the Star Alliance really doesn't have to worry about anyone. After giving the order, Sunan came to the laboratory, activated the isolation array, and then took out the fragments of the god's corpse and began to study. In the wizard world, the corpse of the gods is a very precious and widely used rare material. It goes without saying that the divinity is extracted to cultivate divine creatures. It is also common to use it to make potions, magic items and puppets. For example, the god body golem. The body golem is a kind of flesh golem. You should know that the flesh golem was originally one of the lowest level golems. But the creator of the body golem took a different approach, using the corpse of the god as the main body and fusing many rare materials to refine the body golem. In addition to having an indestructible body and being immune to all spells below the 6th ring and spell-like abilities of the same level, the body golem can also use some of the power of the gods, and is called the strongest war weapon below the true spirit wizard. Even against the true spirit wizard, it has the power to fight. If the body golem is made of the corpse of a god with medium or high divine power, it can even compete head-on with the true spirit wizard. It can be said that the body golem is one of the highest masterpieces of the puppet. Only the legendary construct life of the magic energy construct can be compared with the body golem. In addition to these, there are wizards who have tried to fuse the corpse of the god to transform the body. But due to the high pollution of the gods, there are not many practical research results so far. It took Sunan 3 days to study the fragments of the god corpse. After sorting out the experimental data, he drained the divine energy from the fragments without hesitation. Although there is no shortage of divine energy, according to the principle of plucking feathers from passing geese, it is natural not to waste it. Anyway, the wisdom code does not require that the fragments of the god corpse that are handed over must retain divine energy. Time flies. It has been more than a month since I entered the Earth Crystal Plane. With the Star Alliance Army's relentless search, 5 more fragments of the god corpse were found one after another. Together with the first one, it was about 1/3 the size of a palm. However, after that, the search speed suddenly slowed down a lot, mainly because as the search range expands, the probability of encountering other wizard forces has greatly increased. In recent days, the Star Alliance Army has encountered other wizard forces search teams in the wilderness 3 times. It's just that both sides have restrained themselves and passed by each other tacitly, and there was no conflict. But Sunan knew very well that this was only temporary. When most of the fragments of the god corpse are found, and the remaining number is getting smaller and smaller, many wizard forces will inevitably resort to force to fight for the fragments of the god corpse. Only then will there be real chaos. Just after finishing his training, Sunan opened his eyes and received a message from Maisha, and came to the meeting room. Maisha and others had already gathered in the hall. staring at a light screen floating in the void. Seeing Sunan, Maisha said, "You came at the right time." The red-eyed crow detected that the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wild Spirit had started a war. "I sent a wizard over, and sent the battlefield image over. I think we need to observe the war strength of large wizard forces." Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wild Spirit would clash so quickly. It is estimated that they found a large piece of the god corpse at the same time, and neither of them planned to let go. So the battle broke out. Coming to the light screen, Sunan looked at it carefully. The picture is very clear. It is a downward angle from a distant sky, just enough to cover most of the battlefield. On the vast battlefield, millions of creatures were fighting in a melee, including human knights, golem puppets, and all kinds of strange creatures. Some of these creatures were alchemical creatures from wizard laboratories. Some were indigenous races from affiliated planes. And some were slave soldiers purchased from slave markets. There were also many strange beasts with fangs and claws, like prehistoric behemoths. Sunan even saw a giant bird with thousands of thin black smoke around its body, and covered with metal feathers fighting a giant dragon. Evenly matched. An ancient beast cultivated by the Wild Spirit? Sunan's eyes flickered. The Wild Spirit was famous for its ability to cultivate beasts, which sounded similar to the 10,000 birds. But in fact the two were very different. Not only was the Wild Spirit's skill in cultivating beasts far superior to the 10,000 birds, but its style of doing things was also much more radical than the latter. Hunting ancient beasts everywhere is commonplace, and even often attacks other wizards, just to snatch the rare beasts raised by the other party. In terms of cultivating beasts, the Wild Spirit has tried to fuse various creatures including humans with beasts in an attempt to create new creatures. There are many wizards who have been captured by the Wild Spirit and used as consumables for experiments on beast fusion. Such a radical style of behavior is naturally hated by many wizards, and the Wild Spirit is therefore classified as a black wizard force. Compared with what the Wild Spirit has done, Sunan's previous biological transformation experiments are no different from playing house. Concentrating his thoughts, he continued to look at the picture. Thousands of races fought fiercely on the battlefield, which can be called a war of all races. In this plain battlefield, knights and great knights can only be regarded as cannon fodder, and only legendary knights can barely be regarded as the backbone of combat power. In the picture, the strength of the legions of both sides of the battle is very high. The proportion of legendary combat power accounts for a large part. In addition, there are also many wizard-level combat forces, just from the picture, including wizards, puppets and various powerful creatures. The wizard-level combat force is estimated to be no less than 3,000. The wizard-level combat force of the entire Star Alliance is only over 1,000 in total. And those on the battlefield are only a small part of the total strength of the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wild Spirit. The foundation of large wizard forces is indeed very deep, and the Star Alliance still has a long way to go to catch up with them. Sunan sighed secretly and looked at the sky above the battlefield. There were densely packed war creations and wizard towers suspended there, although the number was far less than that on the ground. The intensity of the battle was only higher. One side dispatched hundreds of towering towers, which were all sea blue. Although the size was smaller than that of small wizard towers, it was still a behemoth. Mobile Spire, the Deep Blue Alliance famous war creation in the multiverse. Chapter 275 Exaggerated number of troops. As a large wizard force, the Savage Spirit naturally has its own war creations. They are huge spheres like mountains, with round cavities on the surface. The Mountain Barbarian Giant Beast is a super-large alchemical creature, a biological war creation made of metal and biological materials. At this moment, the two war creations are fighting fiercely in the sky. Hundreds of bloody meatballs are fired from the cavity of the Mountain Barbarian Giant Beast, hitting the mobile spire like a cannonball. Bang bang. And smashing out shocking huge pits. The highly corrosive liquid splashed and attached to the tower wall, sizzling with green smoke. On the other hand, the mobile spire emits ripple-like blue waves, spreading like waves in front. All the bloody meatballs that touch the blue waves explode out of thin air without exception. The skin of the Mountain Barbarian Giant Beast hit by the blue ripples collapses like butter melting, revealing the bright red flesh underneath. The two sides fought back and forth, and the battle was fierce. There were also various artillery rays from the wizard tower, intertwined and annihilated each other, and the colorful magic light almost covered the entire sky. It seems that they have started a real fire, Lise said solemnly. The battle between the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wild Spirit undoubtedly foreshadowed some signs. The battle for the fragments of the God Corpse is likely to enter a more chaotic and intense stage. Sudan pondered. Tell the people below to be careful when searching next. Lise nodded solemnly. I will tell them. After watching for a while, Sudan lost interest, turned around and left, and returned to the element pool. Even in the current situation, he still did not relax his practice. He absorbed the divine energy extracted from the fragments of the God Corpse every day, and improved his spiritual concentration bit by bit. The amount of divine energy in the fragments of the God Corpse is huge, but the purity is far less than the divine energy in the element crystal core. Rashly absorbing it will cause your soul to be polluted. Even for a true spirit wizard, it would cost a lot to purify the divine energy, compared to the elemental crystal cores that are readily available to true spirit wizards. This method is undoubtedly more time-consuming and labor-intensive. Therefore, generally no wizard would absorb the divine energy from the God Corpse, and most of the time it is used for other purposes. But Sudan is different. As long as he uses the magic cube to synthesize it, he can easily purify the faith pollution in the divine energy. The divine energy extracted from just 1/3 of the palm-sized fragment of the God Corpse is enough for me to practice for more than 10 years. If this is replaced with a complete God Corpse, it is estimated that it will be enough for me to practice for thousands of years. Moreover, this is the God Corpse after death, and most of the divine energy has been consumed after fighting. It can be seen how amazing the power of living gods is. After secretly sighing, Sudan gathered his thoughts, sat cross-legged and began to practice. Another 5 days passed. In a canyon more than 1,600 kilometers away from the Star Alliance base, a battle had just ended. The pitted ground was full of puppet wreckage, spreading all the way to the depths of the valley. Several crashed magic ships could be seen at intervals. There was also a dilapidated starry sky fortress at the deepest part of the valley, with the fortress wreckage as the center. More than 20 corpses of divine creatures lay on the ground. There was still a strong poisonous gas in the air, with a faint green color. Corey flew out of the starry sky fortress and shook his head at Otto, who was waiting outside. The damage is very serious, and there is no way to repair it. Otto sighed and said, I didn't expect that there were so many divine creatures hidden here. It's a pity that the Star Eye network has not been laid here. Otherwise, if we had noticed it in advance, we could have brought more troops. Corey said lightly, there are many divine creatures, which means that the fragments of divine corpses in the valley are not small. That's true. Otto's ugly expression eased a little. Although we lost a starry sky fortress, if we can get a larger fragment of the God Corpse, we can make up for the loss a little. Let's go! Corey took the lead and flew deep into the valley. Otto turned around and told others to transport the remains of the starry sky fortress and the corpses of the divine creatures back to the base, and then followed Corey. At the same time, in the sky not far outside the valley, 2 wizards, who had cast the invisibility spell, were overlooking the situation in the valley. The Star Alliance guys are really lucky. They found another fragment of the God Corpse so quickly, and it looks like it's not small. Not only that, after monitoring for this period of time, the Star Alliance seems to have found a lot of fragments of the God Corpse. But then again, aren't they a bit too many puppets? After all, it is a wizard force that can repel the invasion of the Dark Throne. It's normal to have some ability, but in the end it's just a third-rate wizard force. As long as we take action, it will be easy to destroy it. Are you really going to do it, Lord Elliot? Isn't this inevitable? To avenge Mikaro? This is just one of the reasons. More importantly, there are fewer and fewer fragments of the God's Corpse that have not been discovered. We can't compete with those large wizard forces, so we can only set our sights on other wizard forces and snatch their God's Corpse fragments. Isn't the Star Alliance a good target? That's true. They came out. The two stopped chatting. A faint blue light flashed in their eyes, and their eyes looked across thousands of meters, clearly seeing Corey and Otto walking out from the depths of the valley. Among them, Corey was wearing a forbidden god ring on his right hand. Looking at this scene, one of them sneered. It seems that they have got it, and they can start. Notify others. The other wizard nodded slightly, and crushed the dominoes in his hand without hesitation. The next moment, a black dot appeared out of thin air at the end of the distant sky. The black dot quickly enlarged and approached in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be an extremely large metal spaceship. The spaceship is more than 200 meters long and nearly 100 meters high. It is made of metal. The surface of the ship is also wrapped with black iron chains, which are interwoven into strange patterns like magic circles. Corey and Otto noticed the enemy at the first time, and their faces changed. It's the Black Cable giant ship of the Black Cable Tower. Corey's face was gloomy, just like what Lord Sunan said. These guys are really restless. Otto's face became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "The comers are not good. Their target may not only be us. We must notify the station as soon as possible." They had just experienced a war, and the Star Fortress was also destroyed. At this moment, their remaining troops were obviously not enough to resist the aggressive enemy. Corey and Otto made a prompt decision, leaving the Flying Fleet and the Golem Legion to stop the enemy, and then return to the station with the Magic Pattern Knights. Starlight Wizard Tower. Control Center. Sunan, who received an urgent message, interrupted his practice and came to the meeting hall. As soon as she saw him, Liz said immediately, the exploration team of Corey and Otto was attacked by the Black Soto. Sunan narrowed his eyes and said, "How are they?" "Both of them are fine," Liz said. "We made preparations in advance to ensure that the exploration team would not be too far from the area covered by the Eye of the Star, and deployed mobile forces to be ready for support at any time. The reinforcements arrived in time, and neither of them was injured. But the accompanying Flying Fleet and Golem Army were all wiped out. It's good that no one is injured." Sunan waved his hand. It was just some Flying Fleets and Golems. The loss was not a big deal. He will make the Black Soto pay the price. "Where is the Black Soto army now?" "It's coming this way." Liz waved her hand, and countless rays of light emerged out of thin air, interweaving in the void to form a picture. In the picture, densely packed Black Soto giant ships guarded the 12 wizard towers like stars surrounding the moon, and flew through the sky at high speed. On the ground, there was an army of golems, puppets and various creatures, marching in the wilderness like a torrent, covering the mountains and plains with no end in sight. Looking at the situation, the Black Soto should have come out in full force. Liz looked solemn. They have entered the range of the Eye of the Stars, and are still more than 500 kilometers away from the base. "Let's fight." Sunan stared at the screen, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. "Since someone is rushing to send the fragments of the god's corpse, we should not refuse." At the same time, more than 500 miles away from the Star Alliance base, in the meeting hall of the large wizard tower, in the middle of the Black Soto army, a group of wizards sat around a long table, staring intently at the panoramic view projected in the void. As the scouts below gathered all kinds of intelligence they had discovered, the data and text on the panoramic view were constantly updated. The Star Alliance reacted quite quickly. Most of the exploration teams sent out have returned to their bases. They seem to have a magic item that can detect the situation in a certain area in real time, and it also has a long-distance communication function, so they can detect our actions so quickly. Even so, normally the reaction speed cannot be so fast. I guess they must have been on guard against us long ago. No need to guess. Our strength is stronger than the Star Alliance. Even if we crush them openly, the Star Alliance is not our opponent. That's right. Elliot, who was sitting at the top, smiled and let his wizards talk freely, and didn't care about the slackness of everyone. After all, even he himself felt that he had a sure win in this war. Although the Star Alliance has a rising reputation, it is only a new wizard force that has just risen not long ago. Its comprehensive strength can only barely rank among the top 3. And the gap with the Black Soto Tower is very obvious. Facing such a weak opponent, he didn't think there was any possibility of losing. Apart from anything else, the 12 wizard towers of the Black Cell Tower alone, including 8 small ones, 3 medium ones and 1 large one, are not something the Star Alliance can contend with. According to their explorations these days, the Star Alliance seems to have only 1 large wizard tower, 1 medium-sized wizard tower, and 4 small wizard towers. In terms of the number of wizard towers alone, the two sides have a difference of twice, not to mention the difference in size. Elliot was a little surprised that the Star Alliance could come up with its own war creation. But that was all. The final result of this war was only one. That is, the Star Alliance was eliminated from this battle. The only person in the entire Star Alliance who deserved Elliot's attention was the controller, Sunan. I was not 100% sure that I could kill Makaro in just 1 minute. The key is that I heard that Sunan was only a 3rd-level gasification wizard. Elliot's eyes flashed coldly. Such a person. The possibility of being promoted to a true spirit wizard in the future is even greater than that of him. a descendant of the true spirit. Since the Black Soda and the Star Alliance have a feud, it is even more impossible to let Sunan grow up. It is wise to kill him now. This is the only chance to kill Sunan now. Otherwise, when he leaves the Earth Crystal Plane, there will be more concerns. While thinking, the Black Soda army is less than 50 kilometers away from the Star Alliance. Seeing this, Elliot gathered his thoughts and stood up. Everyone, let's stop chatting here. Next, we should deal with the guys from the Star Alliance. If you have anything to say, it won't be too late to talk at the celebration banquet after the victory of the war. Lord Elliot is right. After dealing with the Star Alliance, we still have to choose the next target. Everyone laughed and agreed. At this moment, the voice of the tower spirit suddenly came from the void. A large number of life forms were detected approaching 57 kilometers southeast, and contact is expected in 12 minutes. Everyone laughed or stagnated. Elliot thought about it and understood. Sneering, instead of guarding the station and preparing for battle, they dared to take the initiative to attack. It seems that our opponents are quite courageous. He stretched out his hand and brushed across the void, and the picture changed immediately. Thousands of flying magic ships were all over the sky, covering the sky like a metal torrent, exuding a sense of oppression that made people feel stuffy in the chest. Further back, there were 6 wizard towers and 40 or 50 huge metal fortresses. There were dozens of giant dragons guarding around, as well as thousands of human knights riding sub-dragons. The picture turned, and the perspective turned to the ground. Countless golem puppets marched in an orderly manner in the wilderness, and the array spread densely to the far distance. Even if the perspective was constantly raised, the end could not be seen. On the 2 wings of the golem army, there were neat square formations of cavalry. They were wearing heavy armor, holding spears, hanging heavy swords from their waists, riding black rock leopards, and their exposed skin was painted with strange silver patterns, which made them look extraordinary. Even if you just look at the picture, you can feel the awe-inspiring pressure, which is enough to show the elite of this army. Looking at this scene, the originally lively hall became silent in an instant. Many wizards in the Black Soda looked a little confused and suspicious. They had long discovered that the number of Star Alliance troops was more than expected, but they never took it to heart. After all, the 24-hour army transportation time, the restrictions of all wizard forces are the same. How many more troops can the Star Alliance transport? But until this moment, they suddenly realized that the number of Star Alliance troops seemed to be more than just a little bit too much. The thousands of spaceships are already exaggerated. What about the golem army on the ground? This number must be more than 1 million? In just 24 hours. How did the Star Alliance transport so many golem puppets? Elliot was also stunned. He had always been full of confidence, but at this moment he felt confused and shocked. Chapter 276, Alone. What on earth is going on? Elliot was incomprehensible. However, no one answered his question, and the others were also confused, until the monotonous and cold voice of the tower spirit sounded again. Everyone suddenly woke up. A large number of life forms were detected approaching 12 kilometers southeast of the location, and contact is expected in 3 minutes. Elliot looked at the army on the screen with a gloomy face, gritted his teeth, and gave an order. Attack! At this point, there is no way to retreat, and the only way is to fight. They have 12 wizard towers on their side, and the chances of winning are still great. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The armies of both sides soon met in the vast wilderness, like 2 turbulent torrents colliding with each other, without any communication. The battle broke out in an instant. The deafening shouts of killing suddenly rose to the sky. Looking down from the sky, the front rows of the 2 armies have been in a mess, fighting like a meat grinder. It was as if red ink was splashed on a piece of white paper like raindrops, slowly spreading out, and the vast wilderness was soaked in blood in an instant. At the same time, the battle above the sky also entered a white-hot stage. Ka-la-la. The black iron chain on the hull of the black cable ship suddenly fell off, and the surface was shining with dazzling magic light. It stretched rapidly like an iron whip and lashed at the starry sky fortress, twisting the energy field on its surface. The starry sky fortress did not retreat, and dense spell rays and dissociation rays shot out, sweeping towards the black cable ship. At the same time, the wizard towers of both sides opened fire at the same time. There were also dots of starlight near the top of the tower, and the light quickly expanded, and finally turned into a dazzling light ball like the sun. The next second, Countless red rays shot out from the light ball, densely shooting at each other. At the same time, a large number of golem puppets flew out of the wizard tower and fought in the sky. Compared with the Black Cable Tower, the Star Alliance Wizard Tower and War Creations were obviously inferior in number. But the Star Alliance had the advantage of the flying fleet. Thousands of flying magic ships rushed towards the Wizard Tower and the Black Cable giant ship of the Black Cable Tower with great momentum, launching a suicidal attack. Boom! 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 Under the covering attack of the Black Cable Wizard Tower, dozens of spaceships turned into fireballs and fell to the ground in an instant. However, the magic ship was not afraid. The spell turrets and magic cannons placed on the ship opened fire one after another. The dense rays and shells instantly submerged a Black Cable giant ship. Boom! Although the firepower of the magic ship was not strong, the ants bit the elephant to death. Under the saturation fire bombardment of the flying fleet, the Black Cable giant ship that was focused on only supported 2 or 3 breaths before it disintegrated and turned into scrap iron and fell to the ground. Damn it! Elliot stared at the flying magic ships with a sullen face, secretly hating them. In just a short moment, for Black Rope giant ships had crashed, while the other side had paid the price of more than 100 magic ships. Although from the perspective of the battle-loss ratio, their side had a huge advantage. But in fact, it was not calculated that way. The Black Rope giant ship was expensive, far more than those flying magic ships. Even if only one crashed, Elliot felt a little distressed. These were all his assets. Let the puppet army get rid of those spaceships first. Elliot issued a new order angrily. But as soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates on the side said with a bitter face, "My lord, I'm afraid it won't work. Our puppet army is not dominant and can't get away to deal with those spaceships." What are you kidding? Elliot looked at the wizard who spoke in astonishment. The total number of puppet armies in their 12 wizard towers has exceeded 100,000. And there are as many as 1,000 wizard-level puppets. The Star Alliance has only 6 wizard towers, and the number of puppet armies in them cannot be more than theirs. But when Elliot turned his attention to the battlefield of the puppet army, he was shocked to find that the fact was indeed so. The total number of puppet armies on the Star Alliance side is less than theirs. But the wizard-level puppets that are truly the main force are almost the same. What is even more shocking is that the wizard-level puppets of the Star Alliance do not know what they have done. Whenever they are about to be destroyed, they will suddenly explode and perish together with their opponents. Every time the Black Soto kills a wizard-level puppet of the Star Alliance, it has to pay the same or even more wizard-level puppet losses as a price. As one thing grows, the other loses. And the speed of the wizard-level puppets of the Black Soto is far faster than that of the Star Alliance, and naturally gradually falls behind. Seeing this, Elliot was shocked and angry, and vaguely understood why the army led by Yushi was defeated by the Star Alliance when the blockade of the Starlight Continent was just lifted. He originally thought that Yushi was too useless, but now it seems that the Star Alliance is too strong. As time passed, the war became more and more intense. Almost every minute and every second, there were magic ships or war fortresses emitting black smoke, like a meteor with a tail flame, falling to the ground with a bang, and exploding into huge balls of flames. The blazing flames and violent shock waves turned many golems that could not dodge into ashes. However, no one cared about the battlefield on the ground. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle in the sky. They all understood that the outcome of the battle above the sky was the key factor that really determined the direction of this war. And just when the war was about half an hour in, the first crashed wizard tower finally appeared. On the side of the Black Cable Tower, a medium-sized wizard tower fell to the ground with green smoke. The tower body was broken and covered with cavities left by dissociation rays and scorch marks left by plasma cannons. Elliot's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip. The atmosphere in the hall was stagnant, and all the wizards looked ugly. The large wizard tower of the Star Alliance was unusually strong. It was able to destroy a medium-sized wizard tower even when it was besieged by a large wizard tower and 3 medium-sized wizard towers. It was incredible. The protective energy field and elemental pool of the wizard tower are definitely strengthened. A wizard gritted his teeth and said, and the firepower is also exaggerated. There are more than 300 spell turrets alone. Elliot glared at the wizard who spoke and ignored such obvious nonsense. He wanted to concentrate his firepower to destroy the only large wizard tower of the Star Alliance first. But the other wizard towers were either entangled by the wizard tower of the Star Alliance, or were overwhelmed by the suicide attacks of the flying magic ships, and could not get away at all. The situation was deadlocked for a while, and it was even slightly disadvantageous to the Black Sox Tower. Before launching the war, Elliot never thought that his side would fall into such a situation. The confidence and assurance of victory that he had felt not long ago had now completely dissipated. If he had known that the Star Alliance had such power, he would have acted more cautiously. At least, he would have joined forces with other wizard forces to attack the Star Alliance together. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to react now. After a long while of changing his expression, Elliot's eyes became fierce, and he made up his mind. All wizard towers will be controlled and commanded by the tower spirits, and all wizards will be dispatched immediately. Since they can't gain an advantage in basic combat power and war creations, then they will compete in high-end combat power. He didn't believe that the number of wizards in the Star Alliance could be more than that of the Black Sword Tower. You know, in order to gain as much benefit as possible in this operation, he brought more than 400 wizards. There are more than 20 second-level wizards alone. Up to now, the energy of the wizard towers on both sides has been consumed by more than half, and the threat to wizards has been greatly reduced. Therefore, after hearing Elliot's order, the wizards of the Black Sword Tower did not resist, but were eager to try. Since the outbreak of the war, they have been suppressed by the Star Alliance. They have been very frustrated and eager to fight back immediately. Soon, a group of wizards rushed out of the Wizard Tower. In the Starlight Wizard Tower, Sunan, Liz and others also noticed this scene. Those guys can't hold their temper. Liz looked at Sunan. Do you want to go out to fight? Others also looked at Sunan with solemn expressions, waiting for the latter's order. The Star Alliance only dispatched more than 200 wizards this time, which is far less than the Black Sword Tower. Even with the advantage of wizard-level puppets, it can be foreseen that it will be a hard battle. But if they hide in the Wizard Tower and don't attack, so many wizards from the Black Sword Tower will join the battlefield, which will inevitably greatly affect the battlefield situation and make the Star Alliance lose the advantage they have finally established. Attack or not attack? This is undoubtedly a difficult decision. Facing the gaze of everyone, Sunan's face was as calm as ever, and he calmly gave orders. I attack first. You guys will attack later. This strange order made everyone stunned. Before they could react, Sunan had already left the Starlight Wizard Tower. Everyone looked at Liz. At the moment when Sunan was not around, Liz was the person with the highest status. The scepter frowned and said, Lord Sunan is planning to fight against the wizards of the Black Sword Tower alone? Is it too risky? Yes. Rose was a little worried. The monitoring network of the Eye of the Stars shows that the Black Sword Tower has dispatched more than 400 wizards. Lisa hesitated, and finally said, Wait a minute. Although she was also puzzled by Sunan's actions, her past experience still made her choose to believe in Sunan. Seeing that Liz said so, everyone looked at each other, said no more, and cast their eyes on the light screen. In the picture, Sunan had already arrived above the battlefield. At this time, the wizards of the Black Sword Tower also noticed Sunan's arrival. When they saw that there was only Sunan, Elliot and others showed surprised expressions. Only one person. What is the Star Alliance planning? Are they planning to stop us alone? What a joke. This is too contemptuous. Elliot snorted coldly, interrupting everyone's conversation, sneering, no matter what they are planning. Just kill them. It would be even better if the wizards of the Star Alliance hide in the Wizard Tower and don't come out. As everyone thought about it, cold murderous intent flashed in their eyes. More than 400 wizards were suspended in the air. They had no dazzling armor and no heroic spirit, but the spiritual force field of countless scattered spirits intertwined and gathered together covered most of the battlefield. The heavy sense of oppression made people feel as if a huge stone was pressing on their hearts, and they couldn't breathe heavily. The soldiers on the ground below unconsciously retreated to avoid the center of the wizard's battle, as the target of the spiritual force field. Sunan immediately felt the heavy and stagnant invisible pressure coming at him. He smiled, and the absolute restricted area force field spread out, instantly dispelling the invisible pressure covering his whole body. Immediately afterwards, the talent specialization activated. After breaking through to the third level of liquefaction, the talent specialization alchemical engraving was strengthened again, and the amplification effect on the talent ability has reached more than 3 times and nearly 4 times the power. Before the Black Soda Wizard took action, Sunan took the lead, and the first move was the biggest killer move, Falling Star Shower. The sky darkened instantly. The boundless darkness quickly swept across the entire sky, and countless bright stars suddenly appeared, flashing a silver-white cold light in the night. What is this? Innate ability? What are you doing? Kill him! Elliot woke everyone up with a cold shout. And the Black Soda Wizards also realized the risk, and attacked Sunan one after another. The colorful magic light swept towards Sunan like a torrent, but suddenly stagnated after entering within hundreds of meters in front of him, as if it hit some invisible thing, annihilated and dissipated each other, and finally disappeared completely more than 10 meters away from Sunan. This scene made everyone in the Black Soda stunned. Protective force field? No, that's not right. The protective force field can't be so powerful. It should be some kind of defensive innate ability. And that? It's alchemical engraving. Elliot was shocked. What kind of defensive talent can block the joint attack of more than 400 wizards without any damage? Even with the blessing of alchemical marks. It is too exaggerated. Elliot quickly realized that the opponent's defensive talent can have such a terrifying defensive power under the blessing of alchemical marks. So how powerful should the talent in front of him be? Instantly, a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. The next moment, the tens of thousands of stars in the night sky vibrated at the same time, and were pulled by huge forces to draw a dazzlingly brilliant trajectory from the void, and fell towards everyone with overwhelming power. Such a terrible and amazing momentum made a group of Black Soda Wizards change color at the same time. They activated the magic items on their bodies without hesitation, and at the same time frantically cast various spells and talents, trying to stop the falling stars. But everything was in vain. The brilliant stars tore all the attacks into pieces, and fell on everyone with a tail flame. In an instant, screams rose one after another, and wizards were quickly purified by the dazzling light, and pieces collapsed and annihilated. The falling stars lasted for more than 10 breaths, and then the night dissipated and the sky became clear again. Elliot dispersed the dark flames on his body, and immediately looked around. He felt a chill in his body. Originally, there were more than 400 wizards following him, but now there are less than 200 left. Nearly 300 first-level wizards died in the attack just now. In the Starlight Wizard Tower, Scepter and others looked at the picture on the light screen, and they felt dry mouths and tongues, and their minds were dazed, and they couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 277. It's a miracle. The fighting on the ground is still going on, but there is a brief silence in the sky. It's as quiet as death. Everyone stared at Sunan with dull eyes, their faces full of ghostly expressions. Killing nearly 300 first-level wizards in one blow. What kind of horrible attack is this? Is this really something a third-level wizard can do? Even Elliot, who is the descendant of the true spirit, can't do this. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. The falling star shower can be used as a single attack or a range attack, but the latter's attack power is too dispersed, so the damage to the individual is smaller. It can only kill a first-level wizard, and can only seriously injure a second-level wizard at most. And there is another problem, that it consumes too much. The previous attack directly drained more than half of his mental power, and he could no longer use it a second time. Fortunately, the goal has been achieved. At this time, everyone in the Starlight Wizard Tower also reacted, and Lise immediately ordered, "Everyone go." Everyone responded, looking excited. Sunan attack directly pulled the high-end combat power of both sides back to a situation of almost equal, greatly boosting the morale of his own side. As the Star Alliance wizards rushed out of the Wizard Tower, a new battle broke out again. Compared with the Star Alliance wizards, whose morale was greatly boosted, the morale of the Black Soda Wizards undoubtedly fell to the bottom. Elliot saw it. His face was livid, and he waved directly to Sunan in anger. He didn't believe that Sunan could perform such a powerful attack a second time. Moreover, the consumption of such an attack must be very amazing. Sunan's strength is now greatly reduced, which is undoubtedly the best time to kill him. As long as Sunan is killed, the morale of the Star Alliance can be greatly hit, and the situation can be reversed. However, Elliot guessed the first half correctly, but misjudged the second half. Although he could not perform the falling star shower again, the talent specialization, the enhancement of liquid metal, and absolute forbidden area is still there. With a nearly fourfold enhancement, the two super talents burst out with amazing power. As soon as they fought, Elliot was almost beaten into a sieve by the amazing silver metal storm. The superior talent ability of Black Soda, which was famous, was completely at a disadvantage in front of the liquid metal. Damn it! What kind of talent did this guy use? Elliot was shocked and confused. He also had a talent specialization. Alchemical engraving, which could be activated and strengthened. And the increase in talent ability was far less than that of Sunan. It was completely 2 levels. This made him full of incomprehension. After fighting for more than 10 breaths, Elliot couldn't even get close to Sunan within 10 meters. The invisible pressure in the air that was everywhere and enveloped his whole body made the black flames on his body dim a lot. And his flying speed was greatly reduced. Facing the incoming metal storm, he couldn't avoid it at all and could only resist it. Elliot's strength has always been ahead of the wizards of the same level. He has never fought such a frustrating battle. And the anger in his heart is almost bursting out. It was not until his eyes swept around that his sullen face eased a little. Although he suffered a great loss at the hands of Sunan, his more than 22nd level wizards basically did not die in the battle. And the number was far superior to that of the Star Alliance. Under their leadership, the Black Soda side still firmly controlled the situation. As time goes by, they will definitely gain the upper hand. As long as they can drag their men to deal with other wizards and come to support themselves, they will definitely kill Sunan. Elliot took a deep breath and took a defensive stance. Although it was frustrating, he decided to fight a protracted war. However, Sunan would naturally not miss anything he could notice. The accumulation of high-end combat power of the Star Alliance is still a little weak, Sunan thought secretly. After training so many wizards with great difficulty, he didn't want too many casualties in this war. Otherwise, even if he defeated the Black Soda, the fragments of the god's corpse he got would not be enough to make up for the loss. With his mind racing, Sunan quickly came up with a plan. He turned his wrist, and a pitch-black spear head appeared out of thin air in his palm. Then he clenched his 5 fingers, and a deep black light instantly burst out from between his fingers, condensing into a pitch-black spear. A thin snake-like black arc flickered on the surface of the spear, exuding a frenzy that made people's heart palpitate. The black thunder of the Dark Throne? Elliot's eyes fell on the pitch-black spear, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But soon, he felt something was wrong. The black thunder of the Dark Throne was only a faint light-level magic item, and it was impossible for it to have such an amazing aura. The black spear in Sunan's hand even made him feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. However, Elliot soon had no time to think. As Sunan threw the spear suddenly, a black lightning instantly tore through the void and shot towards him like a meteor. After breaking through to the 3rd level liquefaction, Sunan also began to synthesize and strengthen the magic weapon. The Black Thunder was originally an extremely offensive 3rd level magic weapon, and after synthetic strengthening, its attack power had already far exceeded that of ordinary 3rd level magic weapons. Approaching the 4th level, the black spear reached Elliot in the blink of an eye, and the violent lightning energy contained in it instantly broke through the layers of protection on his body, making his skin numb. Under the strong and fatal threat, Elliot's face changed drastically, and he activated the 3rd level magic weapon on his body without hesitation. Crack! With a crisp sound of metal friction, countless black iron chains as thick as thumbs emerged out of thin air, interlacing to form a huge iron wall in front of Elliot. The next second, the black spear hit the iron wall with a bang, and the dazzling magic light suddenly burst out. Crack! Large cracks appeared on the surface of the iron wall, and then it shattered. Fortunately, the black spear finally ran out of energy and disappeared without a trace. However, Elliot's expression was not good. The black spear broke through the multiple layers of defense on his body, which consumed a lot of energy, but it was still able to annihilate and offset his magic weapon. Doesn't this mean that Sunan's magic weapon is much stronger than his 3rd level magic weapon? But how is this possible? You have to know that his magic weapon was given by his father, a true spirit wizard. Looking at many 3rd level magic weapons, it is also first class, but it is surpassed by Sunan's magic weapon. How did the other party, a wizard who came from a blocked plane and had no background or connections, have such a powerful 3rd level magic weapon? Elliot was full of doubts. But before he could figure it out, his eyes suddenly widened again. I saw Sunan flip his wrist, and another identical black spear head appeared in his hand in an instant. Are you kidding? Elliot's eyes were dull. Such a powerful 3rd level magic weapon. Sunan actually has more than one. Swish! Amidst the shrill explosion, another black lightning bolt struck. Elliot's face changed drastically, and he whistled fiercely. The flames on his body suddenly grew stronger, covering his whole body layer by layer. and all kinds of protective spells and magic items were also activated. The next moment, the black lightning bolt accurately hit his body. Crack! It was like the sound of glass breaking. At this moment, countless magic items on Elliot's body broke and were damaged beyond the defense limit. And various spell lights also flashed and disappeared one after another. The violent lightning burst out, submerging Elliot completely, and a shrill scream came from it. Wow! The black flame grew stronger like a last ray of light, surging and burning to devour the lightning, and then quickly dimmed, revealing Elliot's figure. At this time, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. He was in a mess, covered with burns left by the raging lightning, and even his robes were tattered. Elliot had never been so embarrassed before, but he was too angry to care about it at this time. He stared at Su-Nan with wide eyes as he took out another black spearhead, and his twisted face showed a mixture of fear and despair. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already thousands of meters away, and then he flashed to 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Elliot had no idea of winning or anything else, and his mind was only filled with the idea of escaping. But he was frightened by Su-Nan's endless tricks. Looking at Elliot's fleeing back, Su-Nan sneered and threw the black thunder in his hand without hesitation. Swish! The pitch-black lightning instantly crossed several kilometers and hit Elliot like a lightning bolt. All the latter's trump cards had been used up in the previous battle. Now he had no choice but to be drowned by the burst of black lightning with despair. A dazzling light suddenly exploded in the sky, as if a black sun rose out of thin air, and the violently dancing lightning scattered. Then the light suddenly collapsed, and the lightning quickly shrank together, and finally turned into a black dot and disappeared. Elliot was no longer a figure. Only Su-Nan's figure was left on the spot. He spread out his palm, and there were several magic weapons and space rings lying quietly in his palm. These were the things he saved in the previous attack. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed with Elliot. After collecting the spoils, Su-Nan turned and rushed to the other Black Soda Wizards. Looking at this scene, the Black Soda Wizards were suddenly scared. They never expected that Elliot would be defeated by Su-Nan so quickly. The two fought for less than a quarter of an hour, and Elliot was wiped out. Seeing that evil star coming to kill them, the wizards on the Black Soda side were horrified, and no longer wanted to continue fighting. They turned around and ran away decisively. Su-Nan threw a sealed gemstone, which turned into a lightning and hit a wizard. After breaking through to the third level of liquefaction, the number of sealed gemstones synthesized has increased to 103, and the power has soared to the point where it can kill the second level of liquefaction in seconds. Even a second-level crystallization wizard will be seriously injured if hit by one. The most powerful Black Soda wizard present was only the second level of crystallization, and they were not in their prime. Basically, they would be killed on the spot if they were hit by a sealed gemstone. Su-Nan chased for hundreds of kilometers in one breath, and threw out 70 or 80 sealed gemstones alone, and as many as 93 wizards died at his hands. Other Star Alliance wizards beat the fallen dogs and killed many people. More than 400 Black Soda wizards, who came with great momentum. Only 20 to 30 people managed to escape in the end. The loss was not enough to describe it, as the upper-level wizards died or fled. The Black Soda army on the ground battlefield also lost their morale, except for the golems and wizard towers that continued to resist under the control of the tower spirits. The rest of the army quickly fell into disarray. On the other hand, the morale of the Star Alliance army soared, and they quickly gained the upper hand and beat the enemy back. With the war developing to this situation, the victory of the Star Alliance was a foregone conclusion. In order to take down the remaining wizard towers of the Black Soda Tower intact, Su-Nan ordered everyone to slow down the offensive and only consume the energy of the enemy wizard tower, waiting for its energy to be exhausted before taking it down in one fell swoop. While the Star Alliance was focusing on dealing with the Black Soda wizard tower, two wizards in the distance were watching the situation on the battlefield through the peeping magic eyes. When seeing Elliot die in battle, and the Black Soda wizards also defeated, the leading young wizard couldn't help but flash a strange color in his eyes. I didn't expect that the Star Alliance could send in so many troops. Cyril, who was standing half a body behind the young man, smiled and said, I felt something strange before, but I didn't expect the Star Alliance to send in so many troops. It seems that they should have mastered some means to quickly transport troops. The young man nodded slightly, but didn't take it to heart. There are so many magical means in the wizard world. As a descendant of the true spirit, He has seen many of them, so he is not too surprised. Instead, the power displayed by Sunan made him more interested. Looking at Sunan, he should have broken through to the third level of liquefaction. Only the third level of liquefaction can kill a descendant of the true spirit like Elliot. No wonder Maisha thinks so highly of him, and says that he is likely to be promoted to a true spirit wizard in the future. After hearing the young man's words, Cyril smiled and said nothing. He knew that Ronan Ward and Maisha were both descendants of the true spirit and had a competitive relationship with each other. The two had been fighting for a long time. Therefore, after Maisha recommended the Star Alliance to become a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code, Ronan paid attention to the Star Alliance. This is also the main reason why Ronan brought him here. It is a miracle that such a genius can be born in a plane that has been blocked for 2,000 years. Ronan sighed and turned away. Let's go back. There are fewer and fewer fragments of the undiscovered corpse. The Dark Throne has been making moves recently. Those guys are probably about to take action. Cyril hurriedly followed and asked, "Who do you think the Dark Throne will choose to attack?" Ronan sneered. The Dark Throne is not stupid. Unless it is a situation like the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wild Spirit. They will only choose targets weaker than themselves, which are nothing more than those second-rate wizard forces. That's right, Cyril agreed. There are only so many wizard forces that have entered the Earth Crystal Plane. Except for a few large wizard forces and affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code. There are only a few remaining wizard forces. The Dark Throne can only choose one from them. And the target options are very limited. What do you think we should do next? Cyril asked again. Luo Ning pondered for a moment. Then said slowly, the most important head of the God Corpse has not been found yet. We will focus on it next. There are not many areas in the Earth Crystal Plane that have not been searched. Chapter 278A Freak more evil than the descendants of the true spirit. At dusk, the war came to an end. The Star Alliance began to clean up the battlefield. The reports on the killing of enemies and the casualties were quickly delivered to Sunan and Liz. The main force of the Black Soto army was basically destroyed, and the remaining 3 or 2 cats no longer posed a threat. They basically withdrew from this battle. Lisa flipped through the documents in her hand and spoke slowly. As for us, the biggest loss was the flying fleet. 7 of the 13 flying fleets were completely destroyed, and the remaining 6 also suffered varying degrees of damage. If they were disbanded and reorganized, 3 more should be able to be gathered. The total damage ratio is close to 80%. There are also 23 star fortresses that are completely destroyed, and the remaining 30 are also damaged to varying degrees. They need to be repaired, which is expected to take at least 2 or 3 months. Sunan nodded calmly. The losses of the flying fleet and the star fortress were within his expectations. After all, the opponents of these 2 are the wizard towers. After all, the Star Alliance has been developing for too short a time. The lack of wizard towers is an obvious shortcoming. The purpose of building flying fleets and star fortresses is to make up for this. However, in contrast to the huge losses, the gains are also very rich. The spoils left by the Black Sortie Tower include a full 12 wizard towers, 8 small, 3 medium and 1 large. After repair and transformation, these 12 wizard towers can be used by the Star Alliance, greatly enriching the Star Alliance war power. Compared with the 12 wizard towers, the losses of the flying fleet and the star fortress suddenly seem insignificant. The Golem Corps suffered about 250,000 casualties, but we seized about 130,000 Golem puppets from the Black Soda on the battlefield. After erasing the mental imprint and repairing and transforming them, they can be used by us. Many of the wreckage can also be disassembled into materials, which can make up for a lot of losses. The Magic Pattern Knights suffered relatively small casualties, less than 10,000 people. The wizard-level puppets suffered 435 casualties. But the puppets and wreckage seized from the enemy can also make up for some of the losses. As for the wizards, Lisa paused and sighed. 18 first-level wizards unfortunately died in the battle. Sunan shook his head slightly and said nothing. War is like this. It is impossible to survive without death. Especially this time. The strength of the Black Soda army far exceeds that of Yushi and the Wolf-Tide Plane. If he hadn't caught the other party off guard at the beginning and killed Elliot with thunder, even if the Star Alliance could win in the end, the price it paid would be several times higher than it is now. In addition to the Wizard Tower and the Golem wreckage, the spoils seized from the Black Cable Tower also include fragments of the God Corpse, although not as many as the Star Alliance has found so far. The Star Alliance now has fragments of the God Corpse that are almost as big as a palm. How to deal with the fragments of the God Corpse? Lise put down the file and looked at Sunan. The war between us and Black Soda was too noisy. Other wizard forces must have known about it long ago. They must have guessed that the fragments of the God Corpse of Black Soda fell into our hands. Except for those large wizard forces. We should have the most fragments of the God Corpse at the moment. I guess many people are thinking about it. Sunan was naturally aware of this. Hearing this, he said without hesitation, the research on the fragments of the God Corpse has been basically completed. Once the divine energy is extracted, this hot potato will be handed over to the Wisdom Code. Lisa smiled slightly and nodded. It's better to make a big noise so that other wizard forces will know. The wizard forces that came here are all for the fragments of the God Corpse. If there is no benefit, even the Dark Throne that has a grudge against the Star Alliance will not bother to deal with the Star Alliance. Lisa's action is very efficient. On the same day, she sent troops to escort the fragments of the God Corpse and delivered them to the station of the Wisdom Code with great fanfare. As expected, after the fragments of the God Corpse were handed over, the various surveillances around the Star Alliance station suddenly decreased a lot. After that, the Star Alliance no longer sent troops out to search for the fragments of the God Corpse, but turned to recuperation and gradually repaired various war creations and golem puppets. As time passed, the fragments of the God Corpse that had not been discovered became fewer and fewer, and many wizard forces began to turn their targets to each other. Various conflicts of all sizes occurred frequently, and the atmosphere of the entire Earth crystal plane suddenly became extremely tense and full of gunpowder that was about to explode. When the time entered the 4th month of the blockade of the Earth crystal plane, the Dark Throne sneaked into the Sea King Whale station and destroyed its army in one fell swoop. After the Black Soda Tower, the Sea King Whale became the second wizard force to be eliminated. The attack of the Dark Throne seemed to turn on a switch, and the war between the major wizard forces suddenly broke out. Almost every day, wizard forces attacked each other, and the battles continued. In this case, the Star Alliance station became one of the few peaceful places. After the Star Alliance handed over the fragments of the God's Corpse, the affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code basically followed suit and handed over the hot potato. As the situation deteriorated rapidly, the Wisdom Code also began to summon its affiliated organizations to assist in the battle. Cyril also made a special trip to the Star Alliance base to persuade the Star Alliance to join the war. However, Sunan only sent 2 large golem legions to evade the question, saying that the Star Alliance had just experienced a fierce battle and needed to rest. Cyril had no choice but to take the 2 large golem legions of the Star Alliance back. This situation of endless attacks on each other lasted for 2 months until something suddenly happened, and many wizard forces stopped at the same time. So the reason they suddenly stopped was because they found the head of the poisonous dead king? In the meeting room, Sunan listened to Sherman's report and showed a thoughtful expression. Yes, teacher, Xiamen said confidently. The head is in a remote mountain forest. Several large wizard forces, including the Deep Blue Alliance, Dark Throne, Star Spirit Clock Tower, and Bloodline Jungle, have blocked the place and are in confrontation. The rest of the wizard forces are also heading there. After 2 months of war, there are only more than a dozen wizard forces left in the Earth Crystal Plane, 4 of which are affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code. It shouldn't be, Fakato asked. The entire Earth Crystal Plane has been dug up and searched. Even the deep sea is no exception. But it has never been found. Why did the head of the Toxic King suddenly find it now? Xiamen shook his head. I don't know. Lise took over the conversation and said, Cyril came again this morning and asked the Star Alliance to go to the place where the Toxic King's head is. It seems that the Wisdom Code is also determined to fight for this head. Should we agree? Everyone looked at Sunan, waiting for the latter's decision. Sunan sat at the head, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. It has been half a year since the battle for the corpse of the god. But the initial doubt in his heart has not been answered. That is, why did this battle turn into a wizard civil war? Although the various wizard forces have been fighting happily in recent times, their troops in the Earth Crystal Plane are only a small part of the whole. Compared with the entire wizard world, it is just a small-scale battle, and the true spirit wizards have not really ended. Once they leave the Earth Crystal Plane, everything will return to normal. If everything develops according to the current trend, there will be no wizard civil war at all. Unless something of great influence happens in the later stage of the battle, it becomes the fuse of the wizard civil war. And now it seems that the head of the poisonous dead king is likely to be the fuse. Where the head is. Maybe there is some secret hidden? Sunan thought quickly, and quickly made a plan. He said in a deep voice, "Agree to the request of the wisdom code, and the army will immediately set out to the place where the head of the poisonous dead king is." After a pause, he changed the subject again. "But the Star Alliance will not participate deeply in the battle. After arriving at the destination, first station troops on the periphery. Do not get too close. And be prepared to withdraw troops at any time." Everyone looked at each other, not quite understanding what Sunan meant. It was still Lizzie who reacted first, frowning and said, "Do you think there is danger there?" "It is possible. After all, it was just a guess, without factual basis." And Sunan did not make it too clear. The main force fighting for the head of the poisonous dead king must be those large wizard forces. Our participation in the war is just a bonus. There is no need to work too hard. Just send some people appropriately to save face. Everyone thought so. Although as an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Code, they have the obligation to assist in the battle. But they cannot put all their troops in. After all, the opponent is a large wizard force. If they work too hard, they may suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the Star Alliance's military strength in the Earth Crystal Plane is far greater than that of other affiliated organizations. Even if only a part of it is sent, it is no less than the other 3 affiliated organizations. The Wisdom Codex can't say anything about this. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Sunan immediately ordered, "Depart immediately." "Yes, sir," everyone responded. The Star Alliance station soon became busy. After 4 months of repairs, the Flying Fleet and Star Fortress damaged in the Battle of Black Cable Tower have been repaired. Although the Wizard Tower has not been completely repaired, it has also restored its flying ability. 1 Wizard Tower and Star Fortress, plus dense magic ships, quickly rose from the Star Alliance station, and slowly flew towards the destination like covering the sky and the sun. On the ground, there were golem puppets marching in a line, and the neat queues spread all the way to the distance, as if there was no end in sight. When the Star Alliance army arrived near the mountains and forests, it quickly attracted the attention of major wizard forces. Deep Blue Alliance headquarters. A group of wizards stared at the image of the Alliance marching on the light screen, with strange expressions on their faces. How could a third-rate wizard force transport so many troops? Not only that, the Star Alliance fought a battle with the Black Swordy Tower, and the losses are estimated to be not small. I'm afraid the initial force was stronger. What is the origin of this Star Alliance? How can a wizard force developed in a blockade plane be so powerful? What does Lord Caleb think? Everyone looked at the young man at the head of the conference table. He was handsome, tall, and had a rare sea blue hair. The latter is often a symbol of the descendants of the true spirit in the Deep Blue Alliance. Facing everyone gaze, Caleb smiled faintly. Compared to the Star Alliance, I am more interested in their controllers. Are you talking about Sunan? A wizard thought. According to intelligence, in the war between the Star Alliance and the Black Swordy Tower not long ago, Sunan single-handedly killed more than 200 first-level wizards of the Black Swordy Tower, which laid the foundation for victory. More than 200 wizards? Is the intelligence correct? Someone raised doubts. The information is true. Caleb stared at the screen with a sharp gaze. If nothing unexpected happens, Sunan will be promoted to a true spirit wizard sooner or later. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Star Alliance will enter the ranks of second-rate wizard forces. Seeing that Caleb endorsed the authenticity of the information, everyone no longer doubted it, and their faces showed amazement. Killing more than 200 first-level wizards in one blow, even if they are descendants of the third-level crystallized true spirit. Few people can do it. The key is that Sunan is only the third-level liquefaction. When he breaks through to the third-level crystallization and begins to comprehend the power of rules, how powerful will his power be? Such a person is even more evil than the descendants of the true spirit. Wisdom Codex is lucky to have dug up such a good seedling. If I had known this, I should have been the first to enter the Starlight Continent. And maybe I could have absorbed the Star Alliance into the organization. Maybe we can dig out the corner? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Caleb didn't care, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. I thought that the descendants of the true spirits would be the best in the younger generation. But I didn't expect a freak like Sunan to appear. He is not a descendant of the true spirits, but his talent is more outstanding than many descendants of the true spirits. Such a person will definitely have a place in the wizard world in the future. At the same time, at the Dark Throne Station, a group of Dark Throne wizards were also paying attention to the army of the Star Alliance. It was just that the entire meeting room was unusually quiet, and no one was talking in a low voice. Everyone was either staring at the light screen, or bowing their heads in thought, or observing Bobbin sitting at the top without leaving a trace. Everyone present knew that the person who sent Yushi to invade the Starlight Continent was Bobbin's father, Lord Wood. The Star Alliance killed Yushi and annexed the Wolf-Tide Plain, which can be said to have greatly humiliated Lord Wood. If the Star Alliance had not become a subsidiary organization of the Wisdom Code later, Bobbin would have led the army to attack the Starlight Continent. Even so, Bobbin still has no intention of letting the Star Alliance go to this day. If the God Corpse fragments had not been given a higher priority, he would have long ago been unable to resist attacking the Star Alliance. The silence lasted for a long time before Bobbin withdrew his gaze from the light screen and spoke to break the silence. "What's the situation in the forest?" Matik, who was sitting in the first position on the right, immediately replied, "We have locked the location of the head of the toxic dead king. It is in a cave, but there are more than 60 divine creatures nearby. It may not be realistic to rush in and get the head." Bobbin frowned and said in a deep voice, "What about the other wizard forces? The Deep Blue Alliance and the Bloodline Jungle have sent people to invite us to talk. Judging from their intentions, they should want to divide the head of the toxic dead king equally." At this point, Matik paused, looked at Bobbin carefully, and then continued, "According to the current situation, no wizard force can get the head without the obstruction of the other parties. Even if they get it, they will most likely face the siege of the other parties. So I think that dividing it equally is not a bad choice." Bobbin was silent for a while, and nodded slightly. "Let's talk." Chapter 279 God's Evil. The wizards of all parties held talks and decided to divide the head of the poisonous dead king equally. The day after arriving in the forest, Cyril brought new news to Sunan. Equally divided? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. This result is reasonable. The body of the gods is completely different from that of ordinary creatures. There is no concept of fatal points or important organs at all. The head, throat and heart are no different from other parts of the body. A head is not more precious than the same size of limbs. So it is not surprising to divide the head of the poisonous dead king equally. I think it is because there are too many wizards involved, and no one is sure to take it all. So they reached an agreement to divide it equally. How many pieces of the god's corpse are there that have not been found yet? Sunan asked again. I think you should have counted the number of god's corpse fragments in your hands. Right? Cyril looked at Sunan in surprise, and couldn't help but sighed. Sometimes I really doubt that you are a senior wizard who has lived for 5,000 or 6,000 years. And you understand the styles of the major wizard forces so thoroughly. Yes, we did exchange information. Now we only need the head. As long as we get it, the god's corpse of the poisonous dead king will be completely collected. Lisa on the side suddenly asked curiously, which wizard force has collected the most god's corpse fragments? Cyril spread his hands and said, Star Spirit Clock Tower. They are always incredibly efficient in matters related to the gods. After chatting for a few words, Cyril brought the topic back on track. Tomorrow, the major wizard forces will send some people to cooperate to deal with the divine creatures in the mountains and forests. Lord Luoning has ordered that this battle does not require the participation of affiliated organizations. You can prepare for evacuation. Once we find the head of the poisonous dead king and get our share, this battle will be over. And you can leave the Earth Crystal Plane at that time. After conveying the message, Cyril did not stay for long and hurried back to the Wisdom Code Station to prepare for the next battle. It's finally over. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. This is also the first time she has participated in commanding a plane war. She is also the most powerful commander besides Sunan. The pressure in her heart can be imagined. Although the battle lasted only more than 6 months, she felt like it had been a long time. Is it over? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. He is now more and more certain that the fuse of the Wizard Civil War is likely to be the head of the poisonous dead king. This operation may not be as smooth as Cyril and others imagined. What's wrong? Seeing Sunan in deep thought, Liz asked in confusion. Sunan shook his head and said, Let all the troops board the wizard towers, star fortresses and magic ships, and be ready to evacuate at any time. After more than half a year of fighting, the Star Alliance Golem Corps suffered a lot of casualties, and its number has been sharply reduced, with the 12 wizard towers contributed by the Black Swordy Tower. Even if the magic cube is not used now, the Star Alliance wizard towers, and war creations are more than enough to carry all the troops. Looking at Sunan in confusion, Liz nodded and agreed without saying much, and turned around to execute it. The next day, at noon, a group of wizards gathered at the entrance of the forest. Considering that they were dealing with divine creatures, the major wizard forces sent at least second-level wizards. Standing in the front were still a dozen descendants of the true spirits, basically the leaders of the major wizard forces. The spiritual power of hundreds of elite wizards intertwined together, forming a powerful spiritual force field that enveloped the forest. Even from a distance, one could feel the pressure. Sunan looked from afar, watching hundreds of wizards flying into the forest under the leadership of the descendants of the true spirit. Not long after, violent energy particle fluctuations broke out in the forest. According to Cyril, there were more than 60 divine creatures wandering in the forest, which could be said to be the largest group of divine creatures encountered so far. There were many of them that had reached the second level, and even 2 or 3 that had reached the third level. However, in front of the powerful lineup that gathered the high-end combat power of many wizard forces, the divine creatures were still no match. Sunan could clearly feel that the divine energy fluctuations in the forest were rapidly decreasing. About half an hour later, the energy particle fluctuations in the forest completely stopped, and it was obvious that the battle was over. After that, as long as he entered the cave again and got the head of the poisonous dead king, the operation would be considered a complete success. Next, let's see what secrets are hidden in the cave. A faint light flashed in Sunan's eyes. At the same time, the team formed by the Wizard Alliance had arrived at the entrance of the cave. Feeling the majestic divine energy coming from the cave, the descendants of the true spirits, led by Luoning, Bowen and others, all had a faint flash of joy in their eyes. Luoning and Bowen looked at each other and stepped into the cave side by side. Both of them are outstanding among the younger generation of descendants of the true spirit, and they are naturally regarded as the leaders of their respective camps in this operation. In order to prevent the other party from doing anything, this last step must be carried out by both of them. The other wizards stayed outside and waited. The cave is not large, only 200 or 300 square meters. The cave wall is uneven and covered with sharp protrusions. There are many wild animal footprints on the ground, which are obviously left by the divine creatures outside. As soon as they entered the cave, Ronan and Bobbin's eyes were immediately attracted by something on the ground deep inside the cave. It was a huge head with green skin and ugly and ferocious face. The top of the bald head without hair was covered with dense tumors. The epidermis of the tumor was round and thin, and the green pus inside could be vaguely seen. 2 sharp fangs protruded from the upper lip, emitting a faint cold light, even though it was the body of a fallen god, and it was just a head. When they faced it at close range, even strong men like Ronan and Bobbin still felt an indescribable pressure coming at them. A thought broke into the depths of their consciousness, turning into vague prayers and chants that kept circling, trying to change their wills. Bobbin snorted coldly and mobilized his mental power to instantly dispel the thought from his mind. At the same time, Ronan's eyes were only dazed for a moment, and then he quickly regained clarity. Even dead gods have such powerful power. I don't know how terrible living gods are. Ronan sighed. Bobbin glanced at him and sneered. It's just a god. There are not many gods who died at the hands of wizards. One day I will kill gods with my own hands and bring their bodies back to the laboratory as materials. Ronan smiled faintly and said, You are so ambitious. I trouble you to seal the head of the poisonous dead king. Bobbin curled his lips, but did not refuse. With a thought, the skin on his shoulder cracked, and the pale bone stubble drilled out from it, quickly expanding into a huge bone claw, grabbing the god's head on the ground. But at this moment, the originally quiet and motionless poisonous dead king suddenly opened his eyes, and his gray-green eyes looked coldly at the grabbing bone claw. The next moment, a strong poison gas suddenly erupted. The moment it touched the poison gas, the bone claw made a sizzling sound as if it was hit by strong sulfuric acid, and it quickly corroded and decomposed, and it was still spreading upwards. Bobbin's face changed suddenly, and he immediately cut off the bone claw. What's going on? Ronan's face also changed, his eyes fixed on the poisonous fog. A faint blue light appeared in his eyes. The originally thick and blurred poisonous fog in his vision suddenly became clear, and the situation inside gradually emerged. The head of the poisonous dead king melted quickly like butter in the heat, and turned into a disgusting meatball in an instant, and then expanded rapidly to a height of 2 meters. Swish! The meat ball suddenly cracked open, and a hideous figure came out of it. Roar! The roar of a prehistoric beast echoed in the cave, shaking the earth and rocks on the cave wall. The monster that emerged from the meat ball was 2 meters tall, and it looked like a strong humanoid creature with thick dark green skin. Its devilish face looked like a skeleton with a protruding jaw, with knotted muscles all over its body, a slightly hunched body, and 2 claws shaped like sharp blades. Divine creature? Bobbin frowned. No! Ronan's face had become extremely solemn without him noticing. Divine creatures are creatures transformed by divine infection. They cannot come out of the bodies of gods. After being reminded by Ronan, Bobbin seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. God evil? Most likely. God evil is a very scary creature. This is a consensus known by everyone in the wizard world. The original source of God evil can no longer be verified. Some say that God evil is a living weapon created in the war between gods in the ancient times. And some say that God evil comes from failed divine power experiments. But after years of research by wizards, the only way that God evil can be determined is that the dead bodies of gods mutate under certain circumstances, thus giving birth to God evil. The power of God evil born in this way depends on the power of the gods as the mother body, as well as the integrity of the body. The strong ones can have power comparable to, or even beyond the gods. The weak ones also have power close to that of true spirit wizards. Since the evil gods have extremely strong radiation energy, they can infect all the weak creatures that are close to them and transform them into monsters that only know how to destroy and ruin. Therefore, the appearance of each evil god often causes the collapse and destruction of a world or even a plane. For such existences, the multiverse has only one consensus on how to deal with them. That is, complete annihilation. Ronan and Bobbin never thought that they would encounter such a rare event as the birth of an evil god here. In addition to the body of a god, as the mother body, there must be a huge energy source nearby for it to absorb. Ronan looked around. His meaning was very clear. That is, there must be a source of energy in this cave. However, the two soon no longer had to wonder. As the godlike strong humanoid took a step, the cave wall behind it suddenly broke apart, revealing the cavity below. Inside the cavity, a colorful ball of light, as if the most dazzling and brilliant light in the world gathered together, was suspended in the air, slowly rotating like a whirlpool. A strange wave instantly enveloped the entire cave. The energy particles in the air became extremely active in an instant. Even if Ronan and Bobbin did not deliberately absorb the energy particles, they could clearly feel the energy particles frantically drilling into their bodies at this moment. At this moment, a sudden enlightenment rose in the minds of the two. In just 1 or 2 breaths, their understanding of the law, which had been stagnant for a long time and could not make any progress, suddenly took a big step forward. Seeing this, the two of them didn't understand, and their faces showed expressions of ecstasy and shock, and they blurted out almost at the same time. The source of the law. Roar. They were responded to by a deafening roar. Luo Ning and Bobbin woke up from their ecstasy and realized that now was not the time to be happy. Seeing the evil god rushing over, the two of them focused their eyes and used their talents without hesitation. Crash! The sound of waves suddenly rang out in the cave. Countless sea blue ripples emerged out of thin air, rushing forward like waves. The moment it hit the sea blue ripples, the evil god was like falling into the deep sea, and the pressure from all directions made its body stagnate. Taking advantage of this moment, Bobbin suddenly put his right hand together and poked hard at the palm of his left hand. After a muffled sound, a wound as big as an egg suddenly appeared on the palm. Immediately afterwards, black and gray liquid gushed out of the wound crazily. Although the wound was not big, it gave people the illusion that a dam had burst and waves were surging out. Crash! In the blink of an eye, a black and gray torrent took shape, sweeping towards the evil god with a deafening sound, determined to swallow it up and drown it. It was the top 10 innate abilities of the Dark Throne. The Dark Water. Roar! The evil god roared, and a thick green mist gushed out from the pores all over his body, wrapping around him to form a layer of translucent mist armor. The moment the armor was formed, its originally slowed down movement resumed its thunderous momentum, and it crashed fiercely into the surging dark water. The dark water that could corrode and assimilate all living things was smashed into pieces and scattered after it hit the evil god. On the other hand, the evil god was unscathed except that the mist on its surface was a little thinner. Looking at this scene, Ronan and Bowen were both horrified. Although they had learned about the evil god, they realized how terrifying this monster that was hated and even feared by countless races was after they actually came into contact with it. I'm afraid that anyone below the level of a true spirit wizard is no match for this evil god. The two looked at each other, turned around almost at the same time, and rushed out of the cave without hesitation. The wizards outside realized something was wrong when they heard the roar, and were hesitating whether to go in, but saw Ronin and Bowen rushing out like arrows. Looking a little panicked. Go! Leave here! Ronin and Bobbin gave orders to their companions from the Deep Blue Alliance and the Dark Throne at the same time. The two wizards were puzzled, but they followed their orders and left immediately. The other wizards were stunned for a moment before they saw a hideous figure rushing out of the cave. The next moment, a surging green poisonous fog quickly swept over and submerged the surroundings. Chapter 280. This is a rare opportunity. Let's do it. Above the forest, a group of wizards were suspended, each separated by thousands of meters, looking towards the direction of the cave. Those who participated in the search for the head of the poisonous dead king were all from large wizard forces, while those from other wizard forces were excluded. At this time, they could only watch the progress of the operation from afar. Su Nan and Li Zhe were no exception. They looked into the distance and whispered to each other. The fragments of the god's corpse we got in this battle should be able to trade a large amount of resources with the wisdom code. Enough for us to build several large and medium-sized wizard towers. Li Zhe estimated the benefits of this operation. The battle with the Black Soul Tower made her more aware of the shortcomings of the Star Alliance in wizard towers, and she was determined to make up for this shortcoming as soon as possible. This was also the consensus between her and Su Nan. Now the Star Alliance can make a lot of profits from the price difference between secondary magic stones and magic stones every year, which is enough to support the expansion of military power and the promotion and popularization of magic technology. Only the construction of wizard towers has been slow. One is the limitation of resources. Many resources needed to build wizards are relatively rare, and the wisdom code does not provide trading. They need to be collected slowly, or synthesized by Sunan himself. Another is the limitation of manpower. The number of wizards in the Star Alliance is still a little small. Puppet refining, potion making, magic item manufacturing, etc. all require the participation of wizards, and there are not many people who can be dispatched to build wizard towers. Of course, the Star Alliance can actually let its wizards collect resources and build wizard towers by themselves. But in this way, the speed is too slow. It may not be effective for 200 or 300 years. The Star Alliance is in a period of rapid development and growth, but it does not have so much time to spare. Therefore, it is the fastest for the Star Alliance to coordinate all resources and concentrate on building wizard towers. In fact, among the 18 wizard towers that the Star Alliance now has, except for the Starlight Wizard Tower, which was built by itself, the other 17 were captured from the enemy. If the risk is not too high, Sunan actually wants to fight with other wizard forces and capture more wizard towers. The wizard tower belonging to the Star Alliance is still under construction. At this time, Sunan suddenly noticed someone approaching, turned around, and saw two people flying towards him. One of them was an acquaintance. It was Bryce, who he had met in the Starry Sky Tower in the City of All Things. He belonged to the 10,000 Birds, and like the Star Alliance, it was also an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Code. Lord Sunan, long time no see. Bryce greeted with a smile, and then introduced the people around him. This is Lord Gavin, the person in charge of our 10,000 Birds operation this time. I have heard of you for a long time, Lord Sunan. Gavin smiled and nodded at Sunan, looking at the latter with a trace of scrutiny and curiosity. After all, there have been many rumors about Sunan deeds during this period of time, especially in the small circle of the Wisdom Code affiliated organization. Sunan and the Star Alliance have become more famous. Sunan also smiled and nodded in greeting. According to the information Cyril gave, the leader of the 1-2 Bird this time is also a descendant of the True Spirit, named Gavin, who is obviously the person in front of him. The Black Soda is brutal and cruel. Many of our 1-2 Bird wizards died at the hands of that group of black wizards. Your Excellency Sunan made the Black Soda suffer a big loss this time, which is really gratifying. Gavin laughed. Sunan understood why the other party suddenly came over. It turned out that he came to thank him. It seems that the 1-2 Bird hates the Black Soda deeply. We are just fighting back. Sunan smiled faintly. Anyway, Lord Sunan and the Star Alliance has surprised many people by defeating the army led by Elliot. After a few more compliments, Gavin changed the subject and said, "But the Black Soda has always been vindictive. The Star Alliance has made them suffer such a big loss this time. They will never give up." Sunan's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Do you think Lord Gavin will take the initiative to start a war? We have the wisdom code behind us. So the Black Soda will not take the initiative to start a war," Gavin said meaningfully. "But it is inevitable to make some small moves behind the scenes. It is better to be safe than sorry. If the Star Alliance and the Black Soda confront each other, we, the 10,000 birds, will be happy to provide some help." Sunan took a deep look at Gavin. It turned out that he wanted to join forces with the Star Alliance to deal with the Black Soda. But this is good news for the Star Alliance. Outside the Earth Crystal Plane, there is still a big gap between the Star Alliance and the top second-rate wizard forces like Black Soda. If they join the 10,000 Bird Alliance, the pressure of facing Black Soda will be less. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Seeing that Sunan agreed, Gavin's smile deepened. As allies on the same front, we should help each other. After reaching a cooperation intention, the atmosphere between the two sides became more friendly, and the conversation became more and more harmonious. But at this moment, a strong energy particle fluctuation suddenly erupted in the distance. Instantly, the four people present turned their heads and looked into the distance. Such a strong divine energy. Gavin's eyes flashed with astonishment. Bryce asked in doubt, "Is it a divine creature?" Sunan shook his head and said solemnly, "Divine creatures cannot have this level of divine energy." Even he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a chill on his spine the moment he felt that divine energy. "That's right." Gavin agreed with Sunan's statement. "That is definitely not a divine creature." As a third-level crystal wizard, he could feel the power and terror of that divine energy even more. Perhaps there are divine creatures that can reach this level, but they will never appear in the Earth Crystal Plane at this moment. Something must have happened over there in the cave. After the divine energy erupted, hundreds of powerful energy particle fluctuations erupted in the direction of the cave. It was obvious that all the wizards involved in the action had taken action. What shocked Sunan and others was that in just a moment, 7 or 8 energy particle fluctuations disappeared instantly. Sunan and Gavin looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became extremely solemn. It was obvious that at least 7 or 8 wizards were seriously injured or died in that moment. You should know that the weakest wizards involved in the operation were second-level wizards, and there were 7 or 8 third-level wizards' true spirit descendants. But they suffered such huge casualties in an instant. You can imagine how much trouble they encountered. Sunan took a deep breath and knew that his guess had finally come true. Without hesitation, he decisively said to Liz, "Order the army to evacuate. The farther away from here, the better. Once the plane blockade is found to be lifted, immediately open the plane channel and leave the Earth Crystal Plane." Lisa was slightly stunned, but soon reacted and nodded solemnly. "I know." Thinking of Sunan's previous actions, she vaguely understood that Sunan might have guessed that this would happen a long time ago. Once again, Sunan proved his foresight. Naturally, she had no objection to Sunan's order at this moment. Liz quickly turned around and returned to the temporary base of the Star Alliance, ready to execute the evacuation order. Gavin and Bryce looked at each other in confusion. It seemed that an unexpected change had indeed occurred in the cave. But at this moment, more than a dozen wizard forces had gathered in the forest. Millions of troops, plus thousands of wizards. Unless the existence of the true spirit wizard level took action, what kind of change could not be suppressed? Such a hasty withdrawal was a bit of a fuss. However, Sunan did not care about the changes in the two people's expressions, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of the cave. He could now be sure that some kind of change had indeed occurred at the end of the battle. And since this change could become the fuse that led to the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War, it was most likely extremely dangerous. The 7 or 8 energy particle fluctuations that disappeared in an instant just now undoubtedly proved this point. What made him curious was what had happened. Just in case, Sunan decided to let the Star Alliance army evacuate first, and he would stay. It would be easier to get away if he was alone. And in a short moment, when Sunan gave the order, the situation in the distance changed again. Many figures soared into the sky and fled in all directions. And behind them, thick green mist rose up, turned into the shape of beast mouths and claws in the void, and quickly attacked the surrounding figures. What is that? Watching the surrounding trees wither quickly in the moment of contact with the green mist, and then turned into ashes. Gavin and Bryce couldn't help but frown. Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, a tall and ferocious figure rushed out of the mist. In a flash, he appeared behind a wizard and swung his claws to grab him fiercely. Puff! At the moment of being hit by the claws, the wizard's body flashed with colorful magic light, and no one knew how many layers of protection were wrapped. But in just a blink of an eye, all the protections were broken, and the claws pierced deeply into the wizard's body. The wizard only had time to let out a short scream, and the whole person instantly melted into a pool of mucus. What kind of monster is that? Gavin was horrified. He recognized the wizard, a third-level liquefied wizard of the wild spirit. But he was killed by the monster without even a face-to-face encounter. Where did the monster come from? Realizing that things were not good, Gavin didn't care to stay any longer. He said something to Sunan and hurried back to the temporary base with Bryce. The monster flashed in the sky and killed more than a dozen wizards in a blink of an eye. Those second and third level wizards, who are powerful enough to conquer a weak plane, are as fragile as ants in the hands of monsters, and are easily crushed like cutting vegetables or chopping watermelons. That monster. Sunan watched from afar, his expression changing. The monster exuded strong divine energy, but it was completely different from ordinary divine creatures. And it also carried an extremely evil breath. It was like a demon, Sunan suddenly realized, and vague memories emerged in his mind. Although the appearance was very different, the aura of the monster was very similar to the demon in his memory. No wonder Ronin, Bobbin and others fled in panic. Even the weakest demon was not something that a mere second or third level wizard could deal with. This demon should have been born from the head of the poisonous dead king. Sunan knew a lot about demons, and after a little thought, he figured out the origin of this demon. But then came new doubts. In addition to the mother body, the birth of the demon must also have a huge energy source to provide energy for it to absorb and mutate. This energy source is not comparable to the ground vein node or element pool. It is even far beyond the element furnace of the floating city. In my impression, there are only a few energy sources that accompany the birth of evil gods. Star Singularity, Eternal Crystal Core, Source of Death Abyss, and Source Vein of Law. The energy sources mentioned above cannot appear in the Earth crystal plane. So excluding other options, there is only one answer left. Source Vein of Law. Even Sunan couldn't help but breathe faster at this moment. Source Vein of Law, in layman's terms, is the gathering point of the power of law. Once a plane has a source vein of law, it will gradually become the main plane over time, and gradually develop and differentiate into multiple subplanes, and finally form a plane community. Therefore, the source vein of law is often regarded as the prototype of the plane community. Sunan never thought that the source vein of law would appear in the Earth crystal plane. At the same time, he also understood why this incident became the fuse of the Wizard Civil War. The Earth crystal plane, which has the potential to develop into a plane community, is precious and precious. From the moment the source of the law was discovered, the Earth crystal plane has undoubtedly become a hot commodity, something that all the major wizard forces must obtain. If you take over the Earth crystal plane, you will get a plane community in time. This is a temptation that no wizard force can resist. It is probably because of the fight for the ownership of the Earth crystal plane that the major wizard forces fought each other, and finally evolved into a wizard civil war. However, if it was just like this, Sunan would at most sigh and would not be too excited. After all, the Earth crystal plane is obviously not something that the current Star Alliance can covet. He only needs to watch from a distance and prepare for the upcoming wizard civil war and reap the benefits from it. But the source of the law is different. This is the gathering point of the power of the law, which contains a large amount of the original power of the law. If you can get close to it, you can greatly improve your perception and control of the law. Even for the true spirit wizard, it has a good effect. For the third level wizard, as long as you can get close to the source of the law, you can also greatly improve your mental concentration. What's more, if he could take this opportunity to extract a trace of the power of the origin of the law and store it, and then absorb it after breaking through to the third level of crystallization, it would definitely greatly shorten the time required to comprehend the power of the law. As for the damage to the origin of the law, what does it have to do with him? The true spirit wizards outside will soon know what happened here. It involves the source of the law, and the battle for it is no longer important. They will definitely intervene at the first time. It will take some effort to lift the blockade of the plane. I don't have much time left. If I want to act, I have to take action now. Su Nan looked into the distance. The wizard towers of the Deep Blue Alliance, the Star Spirit Bell Tower, and the Dark Throne, and other wizard forces have already pressed towards the evil spirit and started to besiege it. Seeing that both sides had no time to pay attention to other places for a while, Su Nan's eyes condensed, and he quickly made up his mind. This opportunity is rare. Do it. Chapter 281 The Power of Dark Laws. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound of spell rays, plasma cannons, and pulse rays tearing through the void resounded through the sky. The colorful magic light almost covered the entire sky, attacking the evil spirit from all directions. The major wizard forces united as never before and launched a siege together. But even so, they still couldn't suppress the evil spirit. The fog surrounding the evil spirit firmly blocked the artillery fire and spells outside. After each round of concentrated fire, the fog would become dimmer and thinner. But it would not take long for it to become thick again. With the evil spirit as the center, the area of hundreds of kilometers in radius was shrouded in thick poisonous fog. Looking down from the sky, it was like a piece of green crystal appeared out of thin air in the wilderness. The originally lush and dense forest had long been corrupted and worn away by the poisonous fog. The wizard tower and war creations could travel through the poisonous fog, but ordinary soldiers and golem puppets could not. Even the golem puppets, which were extremely resistant to the poisonous fog, melted into a pool of metal liquid the moment they came into contact with the poisonous fog. Not to mention the soldiers with flesh and blood, who turned into blood in an instant. Less than a quarter of an hour after the battle, the major wizard forces suffered heavy losses and quickly evacuated their troops far back, leaving only wizards and wizard-level puppets to participate in the battle. Gavin couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling as he watched the evil gods rushing left and right in the siege, constantly killing wizards and wizard-level puppets one by one. Looking back at the 10,000-headed bird army that had already evacuated far away, his heart couldn't help but bleed. Just as the poisonous fog spread rapidly just now, the 10,000-headed bird army directly lost more than half of its troops. In the more than half a year since entering the Earth Crystal Plane, the total losses have not been so great. Only then did he admire Sunan's decisiveness and foresight. Among the many wizard forces present, only the Star Alliance, which saw the situation was not good and evacuated early, did not suffer any losses. If he had known this, he should have followed the steps of the Star Alliance and retreated. Gavin felt a little regretful. Lord Gavin, what should we do now? Bryce's words interrupted Gavin's thoughts. Coming back to his senses, Gavin said without hesitation, retreat? The farther away from here, the better? Wisdom Code. The initial agreement was just to assist the Wisdom Code in collecting the fragments of the god's corpse. Now it has been completed. We have no obligation to help them deal with the monster. What's more, the monster is not something we can deal with. The true spirit wizard outside will take action soon. Bryce secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. To be honest, he didn't want to face such a terrible monster. There was no benefit in joining the war, and it was very likely that he would lose his life. He didn't want to do such a thankless task. Bryce looked up and saw Gavin staring in a certain direction. He asked in confusion, Sir? Gavin frowned and said, Have you seen Sunan? Bryce was stunned, shook his head and said, No. He should have left. Really? Gavin remembered that he had seen Sunan watching the battle from a distance just now. But he was not careful, and found that the other party had disappeared. But he didn't think much about it, just thinking that Sunan had avoided him far away. But he never thought that Sunan had already gone deep into the poisonous fog. ZZ. There was a barely perceptible sound in his ears, which was the slight movement of the poisonous fog corroding the protective force field. In order to avoid causing too much noise, Sunan did not use the absolute forbidden area, but activated the forbidden area magic weapon on his body. However, even as the forbidden area of the top third-level magic weapon, the protective force field was worn away at a speed visible to the naked eye under the erosion of the poisonous fog. Such a strong poison! Should I say it is worthy of being a divine evil? Even with the special talent, the falling star shower strengthened, I am afraid it can only injure the divine evil, and there is no hope of seriously injuring or killing it. Su Nan was secretly awed in his heart and accelerated his pace. Although the poisonous fog obscured his vision, he quickly found the cave with his mental perception. Just standing at the door, he could already feel the powerful energy particle fluctuations coming from inside. The intensity was the strongest he had ever seen. Time was tight. and Sunan had no time to experience it. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and stepped into the cave carefully. The inner wall of the cave had obvious traces of poisonous fog corrosion, pits and bumps, and the ground was also covered with a layer of disgusting green mucus, and a faint green mist visible to the naked eye rose. The moment it came into contact with the green mist, the corrosion speed of the restricted area's protective force field accelerated again. However, Sunan had no time to care about this at this time. His eyes were completely attracted by the colorful vortex light group deep in the cave. At the moment when the ball of light jumped into his eyes, Sunan felt his sea of consciousness tremble slightly, and the flow speed of the liquid mental power around the third talent crystal suddenly accelerated, and tiny crystals condensed one after another. At the same time, the percentage of the mental power concentration on the panel also began to jump. 0.13%, 0.15%, 0.18%. It is indeed the source of law. Sunan took a deep breath, his eyes bright. Close contact with the source of law can quickly improve the wizard's mental concentration, which is one of the characteristics of the source of law. It's just that this method will cause damage to the source of law, resulting in a significant reduction in the speed of the plane developing into a plane community. So few wizards are so wasteful. Ordinary wizards will never have such an opportunity in their lifetime. In just 3 or 4 breaths, Sunan mental concentration increased by 0.38%. This is almost the result of his 2 years of step-by-step practice. Although he was extremely ecstatic, Sunan did not forget his real purpose after all. He took a deep breath to calm down and began to extract the power of law. The power of law has extremely high requirements for the carrier medium. Even high-end magic gems cannot meet the requirements. But fortunately, this is not a problem for Sunan. His space ring just happened to store a lot of divine energy crystals extracted and condensed during this period. Pure divine energy crystals are one of the best media for carrying the power of laws. Just in case, Sunan also synthesized it and increased the strength of the divine energy crystals before starting to work. As his mind moved slightly, his mental power instantly dissipated, forming an invisible palm in the void, slowly reaching out towards the colorful vortex. As the gathering point of the power of laws, the source vein of laws contains the power of laws that is not a certain attribute, but the purest original power of laws, compared with the ordinary power of laws with specific attributes. It is half a step higher in rank, and far superior to mental power. The gap between the two is like a world of difference. Therefore, the moment he touched the colorful vortex, Sunan felt that his mental power was quickly absorbed and assimilated. In just a moment, his mental power was consumed by nearly 1/10. Sunan's heart trembled, and he immediately took out a spiritual bead from the space ring and held it in his palm, quickly drawing mental power to replenish the consumption. He traded the spiritual bead from the city of all things, because it is very precious. He currently only has 3 in his hand, and originally planned to keep them for emergency use during the battle. But now the situation is special, and there is no time to be stingy. Sunan concentrated his mind and manipulated the invisible hand formed by mental power to slowly pull out a trace of 7-color rainbow light from the vortex, pulling it into the divine energy crystal. In an instant, a touch of 7-color color appeared in the center of the divine energy crystal and gradually spread. However, in more than 10 breaths, the 3 spiritual beads were all consumed, and Sunan's mental power was on the verge of exhaustion. As a last resort, he had to stop pulling. At this time, more than 2/3 of the volume of the divine energy crystal had turned into 7-color colors. Without delay, Sunan sat cross-legged and began to recover his mental power. Under the influence of the source of law, the speed of mental power recovery is also amazingly fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, Sunan's mental power recovered to its peak, so he began to extract the power of law again. After 3 consecutive times, the divine energy crystal finally turned completely into 7 colors. At the same time, Sunan's mental concentration also broke through 30%. In just a short while, the increase in mental concentration was equivalent to his more than 100 years of practice. Just as Sunan was about to synthesize the second divine energy crystal and continue to extract mental power, his expression suddenly moved and he looked up at the top of the cave. At this moment, he clearly felt that the invisible confinement that had been covering the entire Earth crystal plane had completely disappeared. The true spirit wizards have lifted the blockade of the Earth crystal plane. It can only stop here. Sunan sighed with some regret. If he was given another hour or 2, He might be able to break through to the third level of crystallization directly. And he could also extract more law power to prepare for the promotion to the True Spirit Wizard. Unfortunately, the True Spirit Wizards acted too fast. Well, we have already gained a lot, so we can't be greedy anymore. Su Nan decisively put away the divine crystal and turned to leave the cave. If he was blocked in the cave by the True Spirit Wizards, the consequences would be disastrous. After leaving the cave, Su Nan looked away from the battlefield while looking towards the center of the battlefield. The battle was still in full swing, compared with half an hour ago. The god of evil had obviously more wounds on his body, and the concentration of fog around him also decreased significantly. However, the opponent was even more miserable. Of the hundreds of wizard towers that besieged the god of evil, only 40 or 50 were left. Tens of thousands of wizards and wizard-level puppets also became sparse and scattered at this time, and it was estimated that there were less than 2,000 left, which was a heavy loss. At this time, the one fighting with the god of evil was a ferocious giant who was more than 10 meters tall, with a gray complexion and protruding fangs. A thin layer of smoke formed a mist around him, faintly forming countless faces screaming in fear and pain. Dead Soul Giant? Su Nan recognized the origin of the giant at the first time. The Dead Soul Giant is one of the most famous talents of the Dark Throne. It is extremely powerful, but it has a limit of only 3 times in a lifetime for those below the True Spirit Wizard. Unless you are a genius who thinks you can be promoted to a True Spirit Wizard, you usually don't choose this talent. Yushi used this ability at the beginning. Su Nan looked closely, and could vaguely see Bobbin's appearance from the giant's ferocious features. It seems that Bobbin was forced into a corner, and even used this trick. While watching, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Sir Su Nan. Su Nan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Gavin and Bryce flying over here. I thought you had left, but I didn't expect you to stay, Gavin said in surprise. Su Nan said calmly, after all, it's the first time I've seen a living evil god, so I'm a little curious. Gavin's expression suddenly became serious. It's really an evil god. I was a little unsure. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, and sighed. No wonder so many wizard forces can't suppress that monster together. But that's all. Su Nan looked up at the sky. More than 10 cracks suddenly appeared on the empty sky, and the cracks expanded rapidly, and figures walked out one by one. The huge mental force field instantly enveloped the entire plane, making Su Nan and Gavin feel stuffy in their chests, and feel like they couldn't breathe. At the same time, the evil god in the fierce battle also suddenly looked up at the figure in the sky. This monster, which had been brutal and fearless since its appearance, now showed human fear on its face. It subconsciously took a step back, then let out a fierce roar, waved its claws to tear a crack in the void, and was about to get into it to escape. But the next moment, an invisible wave enveloped and fell, and the surrounding space solidified in an instant. The rift torn by the evil god also closed instantly. Dimension Anchor. Space Blocking Spell. This small 4-ring spell was cast by the True Spirit Wizard, but its power was extremely strong, and it instantly blocked the space of 1,000 miles. The evil god has been imprisoned in this world. The next moment, a huge black palm suddenly fell from the sky, pressing down on the evil god like a mountain. Where the black palm passed, invisible shocks spread out like ripples, and the surrounding void was torn and shattered, and everything in it turned into dust, and then reassembled in an instant. Over and over again, the originally bright sky suddenly appeared with dark clouds, rolling layer by layer, and endless surging pressure surged from it, making it almost impossible to stay conscious, even though it was very far away. Su Nan felt a surging pressure coming at him at this moment, which made his breathing stagnate, and it seemed as if a heavy boulder rolled down his chest, and he had the illusion of being unable to breathe. It's Wood of the Dark Throne. Gavin looked at the black giant palm with complicated eyes, with both fear and yearning on his face. The power of the Dark Law he controls is said to be a higher level power than the power of elements. Superior law power? Su Nan stared at the pitch-black giant palm, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Roar! As the giant palm pressed down, the pressure from all directions squeezed the evil god so that he could not dodge, and could only roar wildly. A large amount of green mist surged out of his body and surged head-on, under the eyes of the crowd. The pitch-black giant palm and the surging green mist collided fiercely in the void. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly erupted, and the terrifying air waves spread all around, twisting and tearing the void. After a moment of stalemate, The pitch-black giant palm broke through the green mist and fell on the evil god, carrying it to the ground like a meteor. Chapter 282 Civil War breaks out. Boom! The deafening sound of piercing clouds and splitting rocks resounded across the wilderness. A huge palm print with a depth of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared on the ground, as if a piece of it had been dug out of thin air, and the edges were covered with spider web-like cracks, which was extremely shocking. In the center of the palm print-shaped pit, the evil god was lying with bruises all over his body, with green blood flowing all over his body, and he looked extremely embarrassed. The damage caused by this blow to it was far greater than the damage it suffered when it was besieged before. Roar! The severe pain completely angered the evil god's ferocity. Seeing that it could not escape, it simply roared and rushed towards the sky, trying to kill the person who attacked. If you don't attack, this thing will belong to me after it is solved. A cold voice came from the sky. Don't talk big. You can't deal with this thing alone. Another voice with a faint smile sounded. As if a switch was pressed, a violent energy particle fluctuation suddenly erupted in the sky, and countless dazzling spells emerged one after another. The wizards watching the battle from a distance subconsciously widened their eyes and looked over, fearing that they would miss any scene. There are not many opportunities to see the true spirit wizard take action at such close range, and many people are a little excited. However, when the offensive really came, the extremely bright light occupied the entire field of vision. The spectators could only see a colorful scene and feel the magnificent and amazing energy particle fluctuations. When the vision was clear again, the figure of the evil god had disappeared. In the sky, more than a dozen streams of light rushed towards the direction of the cave, like falling stars and falling moons. Is it over? Bryce murmured, with a hint of confusion in his expression. Sudan sneered. After all, more than a dozen true spirit wizards attacked at the same time. If only 2 or 3 true spirit wizards joined forces, the evil god who had just been born might have a chance to escape. But when more than a dozen true spirit wizards appeared at the same time, the fate of the evil god was actually doomed. Looking at the direction of the cave, Sudan retracted his gaze and turned away. What happened next had nothing to do with him. It was time to leave. Not long after, Sudan found the temporary stationing place of the Star Alliance army. The wizards were working on building a plane channel. Seeing Sudan return, Lise and others immediately came to meet him. Without waiting for them to speak, Sudan said calmly, "Don't worry. The matter has been resolved." Everyone was relieved to hear this. At the end, Xiangwei couldn't help but ask curiously, "My lord, what happened?" It was an evil god. Sudan briefly recounted the incident, but concealed the process of extracting the power of the law, and only said that he guessed it was the source of the law. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Whether it is the source of law or the evil spirit, it is rare for ordinary wizards to see it. I didn't expect to encounter it at the same time in a small earth crystal plane. It seems that the earth crystal plane is going to become a hot commodity. The scepter sighed. Anyway, the source of law is not something we can interfere with. What we have to do now is to speed up the establishment of the plane channel and then leave the earth crystal plane. Sudan ordered. Yes, sir. After everyone dispersed, Sudan and Liz returned to the Starlight Wizard Tower, and the latter asked in confusion, "Do you think those true spirit wizards will fight because of the earth crystal plane?" "I know I can't hide it from you." Sudan smiled slightly. After working together for so many years, Liz can be said to be the person who knows him best in the entire Star Alliance. No one else. Just from the sentence just now, she realized her subconscious meaning. A main plane that can develop into a plane community is so valuable that no wizard force would be willing to let it go. Even so, they may not necessarily fight. They can develop the earth crystal plane together. That is also possible. But just in case, it is better for us to leave early. Sudan did not say much. After all, Lise did not have his memory of the future, and did not know that the earth crystal plane was the fuse for the outbreak of the wizard civil war. It was normal to have such an idea. Only he knew that the true spirit wizards would fight because of this. As for the reasons behind it, it was not important. What the Star Alliance had to do now was to leave the earth crystal plane as soon as possible to avoid being implicated. A battle involving more than a dozen true spirit wizards was more terrifying than a demon. Lise thought that what Sudan said made sense, so she nodded and said no more. More than an hour later, the plane channel was completed. The Star Alliance army immediately passed through the plane channel and returned to the Starlight continent. compared to the 22 hours it took to transport the troops. It only took 4 or 5 hours to return. When all the troops had passed through the plain channel, Su Nan looked back in the direction of the cave, just in time to feel the sudden explosion of violent energy particle fluctuations there. The intensity far exceeds the previous battle between the evil gods and wizards. Sure enough, they started fighting. Sudan's eyes flashed. He watched for a while, then turned and stepped into the plain channel. Next, he had to prepare for the civil war. And he was busy. The day after returning to the Starlight continent, Sudan immediately exchanged the resources obtained from the trade of the fragments of the God Corpse from the Wisdom Code, and invested all of them in the expansion of military forces. The first thing was to increase the number and rewards of puppet refining tasks, and speed up the expansion of the Golem Core. The resources traded with the Wisdom Code, plus the massive puppet wreckage obtained from the Black Cable Tower. There was no need to worry about the materials for refining puppets in the short term. After making up for the puppet losses in the battle for the God Corpse, the Star Alliance quickly began to form the Fifth Army. In addition, the repair of the Wizard Tower was also quickly put on the agenda. In order to strengthen the strength of the Star Alliance as soon as possible, Sudan specially issued a new policy, allowing his wizards to prepay a part of the contribution value and exchange the Wizard Tower in advance. And the difference would be paid in installments over the next 100 years. This policy was immediately supported by all wizards, especially wizards like Corey, Otto, Tatiana and Fleming, who had already accumulated most of the contribution points, exchanged for Wizard Towers as soon as the policy was issued. For those who had already exchanged their scepters for Wizard Towers, Picado and Chiangwei immediately replaced their small Wizard Towers with medium-sized Wizard Towers. Liz was no exception. The only large Wizard Tower seized from the Black Swordy Tower naturally became hers. In addition to the Wizard Tower, the construction of the Star Fortress was also in full swing. In the battle with the Black Swordy Tower, the Star Fortress had proved its combat effectiveness. At a time when the Star Alliance needed time to slowly accumulate Wizard Towers, the Star Fortress was undoubtedly the best supplement to the power of war creation. Similarly, the Flying Fleet must continue to be formed. In other aspects, the expansion of the Magic Pattern Knights can only proceed step by step. After all, even with the support of Dragon Blood Fruit and Dragon Blood Potion, it is impossible to cultivate knights in one fell swoop. It takes a certain amount of time. The Dragon Army is no exception. After establishing trading channels with the Wisdom Code and the City of All Things, Sudan purchased a lot of resources to speed up the cultivation of high-level sub-dragon species. For example, Dragon Crystal. This is a strange crystal that was born from the dead dragon corpse by chance. It contains the essence of the entire dragon corpse, and can greatly promote the growth of sub-dragon species. Thanks to this, the blood concentration of high-level sub-dragon races has increased significantly. Now there are as many as 2-digit sub-dragon races, with a blood concentration of more than 90% in the dragon forest, with a total number of tens of thousands. Having said that, blood evolution is still an insurmountable light card. The Star Alliance has only more than 50 dragons so far. Sunan estimates that it will take some time for the blood concentration of the sub-dragon race to increase further and reach the evolution node. After that, the number of dragons may usher in explosive growth. The witch hunting army will also continue to expand. In the Plane War, wizard-level puppets have always been the backbone. In particular, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance is far less than that of most second- and third-rate wizard forces, and wizard-level puppets are needed as supplements. Sudan's goal is to expand the witch hunting corps to tens of thousands. This is a difficult goal, and the resources required are an extremely large number. The Star Alliance currently has 2 planes, the Starlight Continent and the Wolf Tide Plane. These 2 planes alone are enough to support a third-rate wizard force. But it is still far from enough to expand. If the Star Alliance wants to develop rapidly, it still has to rely on the profits from the sale of magic stones at this stage. The early outbreak of the Wizard Civil War interrupted Sunan's plan. Originally, he was planning to try to take 1 or 2 planes before the Wizard Civil War came. In this way, with more territory and resources, the development speed of the Star Alliance can be taken to a higher level. It's a pity that plans can't keep up with changes. But if you think about it in a positive way, this Wizard Civil War may not be a bad thing for the Star Alliance. Sudan thought secretly. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the Star Alliance to enter the ranks of second-rate wizard forces without hundreds or thousands of years. But if they can capture several planes and sees more wizard towers in this war. This time can be greatly shortened. Maybe when the wizard civil war is over, the Star Alliance will be able to join the ranks of second-rate wizard forces. This is not impossible. In short, with sufficient resource support, everything is going on in an orderly manner. After arranging all matters and handing over the specific matters to the people below, Sunan turned around and devoted himself to cultivation. On the top floor of the Starlight Wizard Tower, next to the element pool, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the colorful crystal in his palm. This crystal carrying the power of the law is only the size of an egg, but its value is more valuable than a large wizard tower. At least if Sunan takes this law crystal out for trading, there will definitely be many wizards willing to exchange it for a large wizard tower. After all, with this crystal of law, the probability of being promoted to a true spirit wizard can be increased by at least 10% or 20%. Don't think it's only 10% or 20%. You should know that the probability of a normal third-level wizard being promoted to a true spirit is less than 1%. For this 10% or 20% probability, most third-level wizards are willing to pay a huge price. Even the descendants of the true spirit are no exception. But under normal circumstances, no wizard force will risk damaging the source of the law just to make a crystal of law that can only be regarded as a consumable. Sunan also happened to be able to synthesize the divine energy crystal on the spot as a carrier, so he was lucky to get one. After looking at it for a while, Sunan put away the crystal of law and called out the panel. Spirit condensation, 32.42%. Sunan estimated that according to the current cultivation speed, it would take about 300 years to break through to the third-level crystal. The encounter in the Earth crystal plane directly shortened his breakthrough time by more than 100 years. This is the biggest gain besides the crystal of law. Speaking of which, if the Wizard Civil War had not broken out until around the 2600th year of the Starlight calendar according to the original timeline, I should have broken through to the third level of crystallization by then. That's not right. In that case, I might not have the opportunity to discover the source of the law, and the breakthrough time would have to increase by more than 100 years. After a moment of thought, Sunan shook his head to gather his distracting thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to practice. Although he had left the Earth crystal plane, Sunan had been paying attention to the subsequent development of the incident. The appearance of the evil spirit in the Earth crystal plane caused quite a stir in the wizard world. The last time an evil spirit appeared was more than 3,000 years ago. In that incident, the evil spirit destroyed 3 separate planes, and countless biological races were destroyed. 5 true spirit wizards were dispatched later to kill the evil spirit. It was just that the evil spirit's luck this time was much worse than that of the predecessors. It happened to encounter the major wizard forces fighting for the corpse of the god, so it was killed by more than a dozen true spirit wizards as soon as it was born. However, before that, the evil spirit still brought considerable losses to the major wizard forces. According to the intelligence obtained from the investigation, in the battle against the evil spirit, the wizard towers destroyed by the major wizard forces reached double digits, and the number of wizards killed in the battle was hundreds. Even for large wizard forces, this loss is not small. It is worth mentioning that the descendants of the true spirit of the savage spirit died in this battle, and together with the Black Soto Tower, they became the only 2 wizard forces whose descendants of the true spirit died in the battle. Shortly after the Star Alliance army left, the armies of various large wizard forces successively entered the Earth crystal plane. As for what happened in the plane after that, outsiders had no way of knowing. Until 3 months later, many wizard forces joined forces to block the Earth crystal plane again. However, this does not mean that the struggle is over. But the major wizard forces do not want the war to destroy the Earth crystal plane, so they tacitly moved the battlefield to other places. In the year 2269 of the Starlight calendar, the Savage Spirit raided the Green Plane, which is one of the important subplaners of the Sky-Sea Plane community. The Sky-Sea Plane community is the territory of the Deep Blue Alliance. The 2 sides started a war. In the year 2270 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Spirit Clock Tower and the Bloodline Jungle broke out in the Wind Spring Plane. In less than 2 days, this unfortunate single plane was turned into a bloody battlefield, and the indigenous races were almost wiped out. In the same year, the Dark Throne frequently interacted with the Black Cable Tower, the Pale Mask, the Flame Mark Society, and other dark wizard forces, and it was suspected that they were going to wage war against the Wisdom Code. The outbreak of wars between multiple large wizard forces in succession plunged the entire wizard world into great turmoil. For a time, Everyone was in danger. Chapter 283 Unique Advantages. Wolf-Tide Plain. Dusk Valley. Dense black wolves lay on the ground, like a carpet covering the entire canyon, spreading to the far outside the canyon, all over the mountains, but unexpectedly quiet. Above the canyon, Sherman, Corey and Otto looked down at the wolf pack below, with a look of emotion. It took so long. And finally there are some results. Now the wolf pack should be able to go to the battlefield. After taking control of the Wolf-Tide Plain, the Star Alliance immediately started to develop the plain, mainly opening up secondary magic stone veins and studying the Dusk Valley. The former has been on the right track. The entire Wolf-Tide Plain has opened up more than 50 large secondary magic stone veins. The secondary magic stones produced each year have become a major source of income for the Star Alliance. The latter is relatively slow. When it first took over, the Dusk Valley could only hatch 45 black wolves a day and only one dusk wolf a year. This speed is naturally far from enough to satisfy Sunan. So after that, Sunan began to research and transform the Dusk Valley. The research and transformation of biological nests belongs to the field of biological transformation. And among the 4 skills mastered by Sunan, biological transformation happens to be the lowest level one, currently only level 5. Fortunately, he also has the means of magic cube synthesis. The whole transformation process still adopts the method of blood fusion. Extract blood from a large number of wolf packs for synthesis, and then feed it back to the Dusk Valley. Although the progress is outrageously slow, after more than 200 years of transformation, the Dusk Valley has been significantly strengthened. Today, the number of black wolves that can be hatched in the Dusk Valley every day has increased to 62. And the speed of hatching dusk wolves has also been reduced to 1 every 7 months. The increase in hatching speed is not particularly large, but the change in the hatching limit is very significant. The original Dusk Valley can control the upper limit of nest creatures of 434,800 black wolves and 285 dusk wolves. Exceeding this limit, the hatched wolf packs will not be controlled by the Dusk Valley, and will threaten the Dusk Valley in turn. But now the upper limit has increased to 913,200 black wolves and 602 dusk wolves. It has more than doubled compared to the original number. This number is already quite amazing. It is almost equivalent to a golem army, not to mention the 602 wizard-level dusk wolves. It is undoubtedly a powerful supplement to the military strength of the Star Alliance. It's a pity that the hatching time is a bit short. The black wolves have reached the limit, but the dusk wolves are far behind. There are only more than 300 now, Otto said with some regret. Almost. Shemin smiled. More than 300 dusk wolves, plus more than 900,000 black wolves. The wolf pack can play a role no less than 2 golem armies. With such a fresh force, the next battle will be smoother. After a pause, Shemin looked at Otto and asked, "By the way, are the Wisdom Code and the Dark Throne really going to go to war?" Otto's expression became more serious when he mentioned this, and he nodded. "It's almost certain. The Dark Throne has united with several dark wizard forces such as the Black Cable Tower and the Pale Mask. Recently, the army has been frequently mobilized, and people have been secretly sent to infiltrate the Holy Tree Plain community to gather intelligence. If nothing unexpected happens, they should use military force against the Wisdom Code. I heard that Sir Cyril suddenly visited today, probably for this matter." Shemin sighed and said, "It was originally just a small-scale battle, but I didn't expect it to turn into this situation." Adair said, "It involves a new playing community. No wizard force can let go, and the ownership can only be determined through war." At this time, Corey, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "This may not be a bad thing for the Star Alliance. Don't forget the capture of the Wizard Tower." Shemin was stunned, and then laughed. "That's right. 17 of the 18 Wizard Towers currently owned by the Star Alliance are captured spoils. If the Star Alliance relies solely on its own construction, it is estimated that it will take thousands of years to have so many Wizard Towers. From this point of view, war may not be a bad thing for the Star Alliance. The most important thing is that the Star Alliance can extract a lot of profits from the magic stone trade. Even if a large number of golem puppets and flying fleets are lost in the war, they can be quickly replenished and restored. Although Sherman still doesn't know where the Star Alliance gets the endless supply of magic stones. If the Dark Throne and the Wisdom Code really go to war, our Star Alliance will not be able to stay out of it." Sherman looked into the distance with a dim gaze. It seems that we will also have to participate in the battle soon. Corey said lightly. Only by participating in the war can you get more contribution points. It takes a lot of resources to be promoted to a second-level wizard. This war comes at the right time. Sherman and Otto had long been accustomed to Corey's radical personality. They were not surprised to hear him say such things. They just shook their heads and laughed. Let's go! After staying in the wolf-tide plane for so many days, it's time to go back and report. By the way, take a break for a while and conserve your energy for the next war. In the reception room, Sunan, Liz and Cyril sat opposite each other. The Dark Throne is coming with great momentum this time. It has joined forces with the Black Cable Tower, the Flame Mark Society, the Pale Mask and other 7th and 3rd-rate Dark Wizard forces. The comprehensive strength should not be underestimated. If we allow the other party to prepare fully before launching an offensive, we will inevitably be very passive. In view of this, we decided to take the initiative to attack. This is also the decision made by the Wisdom Society after discussion. Cyril's solemn voice echoed in the hall. Sunan did not respond immediately, but thought silently. The development of things was almost the same as he expected. The Wizard Civil War really broke out, and it came so fast that it was about to evolve into a full-scale civil war in just 2 years. The Wisdom Code has many affiliated organizations, and the Dark Throne has united many 2nd and 3rd-rate Dark Wizard forces. Once a war breaks out between the two, basically all wizard forces in the wizard world will be actively or passively involved in the war. A full-scale civil war will come. As an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Code, the Star Alliance will inevitably be involved. But Sunan has been prepared for this. The Star Alliance has also made many preparations for this so far. Compared with the unpreparedness of other affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code, the Star Alliance can be said to be well prepared. He even had the idea of using this war to strengthen the power of the Star Alliance. What does the Wisdom Society want us to do? After looking at Liz, Sunan spoke calmly. Cyril said solemnly, the Wisdom Society hopes that the affiliated organizations will help deal with the Dark Wizard forces outside the Dark Throne. At least suppress them so that they cannot interfere in the battle between the Wisdom Code and the Dark Throne. Of course, we will not let the affiliated organizations work in vain. In addition to supplying some resources for war consumption, after the war is over, we will also give corresponding rewards to the affiliated organizations based on their results. Cyril waved his hand, and 2 lists fell to Sunan and Maisha respectively. Sunan took a look and raised his eyebrows. It can be seen that the Wisdom Code has invested heavily. The value of the early resource supply alone is as high as tens of millions of intermediate magic stones. As for the later rewards, even if the Star Alliance did not gain anything in this war, it could get resources worth 20 to 30 million intermediate magic stones just by suppressing the opponent. And as the wartime prolongs, the early resources and later rewards will also increase accordingly. This is just the resources and rewards given to the Star Alliance. For second-rate wizard forces, like the 10,000-headed bird, the resources and rewards given will only be more. But this is normal. After all, the source of this war is the fight between various large wizard forces for the ownership of the Earth Crystal Plane. If the Wisdom Code wins, it can share part of the ownership. But second and third-rate wizard forces, like the 10,000-headed bird and the Star Alliance, will not get any benefits if they win, and will suffer heavy losses if they lose. If the Wisdom Code does not give them some sweet treats, even if the affiliated organizations have the obligation to assist in the war, don't expect them to really contribute. After quickly browsing the list, Sunan's face remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Who is the opponent of the Star Alliance?" "Black Soda," Cyril said in a deep voice, and seeing Lize's face change slightly, he quickly added another sentence. "Of course, the Star Alliance is not the only one to deal with the Black Soda. The 10,000-headed bird will also participate." Lize's expression then slowed down a little. Even if the Black Soda is placed among the second-rate wizard forces, it is definitely one of the top few. Let the Star Alliance deal with it alone. It is no longer a difficult task. The 10,000 birds belong to the same second-rate wizard force. If they join forces with it, they will have some confidence in dealing with the Black Soda. Seeing that Sunan did not raise any objections, Cyril continued, "The Black Soda currently controls a total of 22 planes. The Star Alliance only needs to attack 3 of them." "Which 3? Ulan Plane, Manro Plane and Shiga Plane." Sunan recalled and had a vague impression of these 3 planes. Unlike the previous Wolf-Tide Plane, These 3 planes have been under the control of the Black Soda for 4 or 5,000 years. And they all have local wisdom and civilization. After 4 or 5,000 years of cultivation by the Black Soda, the 3 planes can be said to be strong and powerful, far from being comparable to the simple wolf-type plane. Attacking these 3 planes is not an easy task. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked again, "Where are the true spirit wizards of the Black Sword Tower?" "There are 3 true spirit wizards in the Black Sword Tower. The Wisdom Society will send 2 true spirit wizards to join forces with the true spirit wizards of the 10,000 birds to contain them and ensure that they cannot interfere in the war." Sunan nodded secretly. The true spirit wizard is equivalent to a strategic weapon. If the timing of the attack is right, it can even easily change the direction of a large-scale war and add many variables out of thin air. Therefore, in a war between wizard forces, the first thing to do is often to contain the enemy true spirit wizards so that they cannot easily intervene in the war. After discussing for more than an hour and finalizing some details, Cyril said goodbye and left. After he left, Liz frowned and said, "The Black Soda is not an easy opponent to deal with. Unlike the Earth Crystal Plane at that time, the Star Alliance relied on Sunan means to have a huge advantage in the transportation of troops, and was not afraid of the Black Soda. But outside the Earth Crystal Plane, the Black Soda is an absolute behemoth for the Star Alliance. Even with the 10,000-headed bird as an ally, the pressure is not small. It is not easy to deal with. But most of the pressure is on the 10,000-headed bird. We are only responsible for 3 planes, and the pressure is still within the tolerable range." In Sunan memory, this wizard civil war lasted for more than 500 years. Although the current situation has changed, and the civil war broke out more than 300 years earlier, the big aspects should not change much. After all, the wizards of the 2 camps are not much different in strength, and it is impossible to decide the winner in a short time. During such a long period of time, the Star Alliance can rely on the high profits brought by magic stones to develop while fighting, and draw nutrients from the war to speed up the development speed. This is the unique advantage of the Star Alliance. However, these things cannot be analyzed clearly with Liz, and Sunan can only vaguely express some of his ideas. This war is expected to last for a long time, and we must be prepared for a protracted war. Don't stop the magic stone transaction. It's better to expand the scale. Use all the profits to purchase resources, and accumulate as many materials as possible. The consumption of the next war is estimated to be very huge. Lisa nodded, and said, "When the war breaks out, the resources of the Wisdom Code should also be tight, and the trading opening is estimated to be reduced. Then increase the purchase volume from the City of All Things." Sunan said without thinking, "It doesn't matter if the price is a little higher. Anyway, the magic stone transaction is almost equivalent to a cost-free business for him. As long as he can purchase resources, it doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive." "I know." Lisa nodded slightly. "How is the expansion of the army going?" Sunan brought up another topic. "It's going very smoothly." When Lisa mentioned this, she smiled faintly and spoke slowly. "The 5th Golem army has been formed, and the 6th is also being formed. There is sufficient supply of resources, and the progress is very fast. However, considering that we will be participating in the war next, we are expected to draw a large number of manpower, and the progress should be affected. In terms of wizard towers, in addition to the original 18 wizard towers, the 3 small wizard towers we built ourselves have just been completed recently, and were exchanged by our wizards as soon as possible. The number of star fortresses has increased to 75, and the flying fleet has returned to the level before the battle for the corpse of the gods, with a total of 13 fleets." Sunan nodded slightly. In the battle for the corpse of the gods, the flying fleet suffered heavy losses, and the number of remaining magic ships could only barely make up the number of 6 fleets. It is very good to be able to return to the level before the station in just 2 years. In general, the comprehensive combat power of the Star Alliance in war creations is now the best among the third-rate wizard forces. Of course, there is still a long way to go before becoming a second-rate wizard force. After all, the development time is too short. Considering the strength of the next opponent, Sunan couldn't help but think, should he prepare some means to deal with the war creations of the Black Soda, and preferably play a role in turning the situation in the upcoming battle? After all, the confrontation of war creations has a huge impact on the overall situation of the war. Chapter 280 for the trump card to open the situation. The Dragon Army has not changed at present, And there are still 58 heads, Lisa continued to say, interrupting Sunan meditation. Sunan came back to his senses, and was not surprised. After all, it has only been 2 years, and it is normal that no high-level sub-dragon species have evolved. What about the magic pattern knights, and the witch hunting corps? After the battle for the corpse of the god, we purchased a large amount of materials for making magic pattern structures from the Wisdom Codex. We increased the manufacturing of magic pattern structures as you ordered. The progress is very good. Now the official members of the Magic Pattern Knights have exceeded 100,000. And the total number of candidate members has increased to more than 700,000. 100,000 official Magic Pattern Knights are equivalent to 100,000 legendary combat forces. In some small planes with a lower level of development, such as the Starlight continent 1,000 years ago, it is enough to conquer the entire plane. Not to mention that there are more than 700,000 knights, or Grand Knight level candidate members. In terms of combat power alone, the current Magic Pattern Knights are equivalent to 3 or 4 armies. Liz then said, as for the Witch Hunting Corps, the total number of puppets is about 2,300 at present. Soon an expected target for the Witch Hunting Corps is tens of thousands. And 2,300 puppets are still a long way from the target. However, considering that it has only been 2 years since the end of the God Corps War, the number of Witch Hunting Corps has doubled, which is already very good. Besides, the Star Alliance has more than one wizard-level puppet unit in the Witch Hunting Corps, and also has the built-in puppet core of the Starlight Wizard Tower. The number of its wizard-level puppets has also increased to more than 700, including the third-level wizard-level combat power such as the Supreme Golem. In total, the Star Alliance now has more than 3,000 wizard-level puppets, far surpassing the general third-rate wizard forces. The reason why there can be such an amazing increase in just 2 years is that the Star Alliance has invested most of the profits it has obtained from the God Corps War. After listening to Liz's summary of the expansion of the Star Alliance military power, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. In general, compared to the battle for the corpse of the god, the military strength of the Star Alliance has been greatly improved. What are your plans for the attack on the Black Soda? Leisha said seriously. Although the Star Alliance army has expanded a lot, it is still a bit difficult to attack 3 planes at the same time. Sunan pondered, first focus on the Elan plane, and keep the other 2 planes in check. After conquering the Elan plane, we can deal with the other 2 planes. Leisha heard Sunan's purpose of defeating them one by one, and was surprised. Are you really going to take these 3 planes? Sunan smiled and said, it's so hard to have such an opportunity. If we don't take the opportunity to expand the territory of the Star Alliance, it would be a waste. In fact, from a safe point of view, the best way for the Star Alliance is to only contain the forces of the 3 planes of Elan, Shiga and Manro, so that the Black Soda cannot draw forces from these 3 planes to participate in the war. And there is no need to go all out to fight these 3 planes. Anyway, the Wisdom Codex only requires the Star Alliance to contain 3 planes, and does not require them to capture them. In this way, the Star Alliance can also suffer less war damage. But in this way, the Star Alliance basically can't expect to get too much benefit from this war. This is undoubtedly inconsistent with Sunan's goal of using war to strengthen its strength at the beginning. There are countless planes in the multiverse, but there are very few with high enough energy particle concentration and rich resources. And they are basically in the hands of various forces. Under normal circumstances, if the Star Alliance wants to expand its territory, it can only persevere in finding suitable new planes. This is not a simple matter. After all, there are so many forces watching, and once a new plane with rich resources is discovered, it will immediately attract many forces to compete. Another way is naturally to snatch territory from other forces. For example, the 22 planes controlled by the Black Soda are all planes with high energy particle concentration and rich resources. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the Star Alliance to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch planes from the Black Soda. But now is a golden opportunity. With the 10,000 birds holding back most of the Black Soda's power, the Star Alliance can take advantage of this opportunity to take over the 3 planes of Elan, Shiga and Manro. Once successful, the Star Alliance will have 5 planes in hand. After the Wizard Civil War is over, it is likely to be among the second-rate wizard forces. Liz naturally understands this truth, but it is difficult and risky to take over the 3 planes of the Black Soda. However, since Sunan has made a decision, she will not say more. After all, Sunan has never let her down so far. Let Liz be responsible for coordinating war preparations. And Sunan came to the laboratory to start thinking about the next arrangements. In fact, he is also very clear about what Liz is worried about. Even if the next thing to face is only the 3 planes controlled by the Black Soda. The Star Alliance combat power is still not an advantage. If the upcoming war is not to be stalemated, the Star Alliance must have a trump card that can open up the situation on the battlefield. And looking at the current combat power of the Star Alliance, the only one that can barely meet this standard is the Starlight Wizard Tower. After Sunan continuous upgrades and renovations, the Starlight Wizard Tower, whether it is the Tower Spirit, Elemental Pool, or the protective energy field of the Maze Lock and long-range firepower strike, is better than ordinary large wizard towers. Even if it is a 1-on-2 battle on the front battlefield, against 2 large wizard towers, Sunan is confident that he will win. But this is not enough. It would be better to strengthen the Starlight Wizard Tower to a higher level. Sunan summoned the 3-dimensional model of the Wizard Tower, and fell into deep thought as he looked at the illusory light and shadow in front of him. At this point, it is actually difficult for the Starlight Wizard Tower to go to the next level. The reason is that it is still subject to energy restrictions. Whether it is the protective energy field of the Maze Lock or the long-range firepower strike, it has now been upgraded and strengthened to the limit that the Wizard Tower can bear. It is not impossible to upgrade further, but that would exceed the energy load of the Wizard Tower, which would do more harm than good. As for the element pool, it is now on the verge of its limit due to the size of the Wizard Tower, and it is difficult to synthesize and strengthen it, unless it is replaced with a more efficient energy supply device. For example, the element furnace. In fact, Sunan had the idea of making a simple version of the element furnace before. The 2 most critical materials for making the element furnace are the magic stone essence mother and the element source crystal. He can easily synthesize the former himself. The latter can only be formed by condensing essence with a certain probability when the element giant elder dies. Although the explosion rate is extremely low, with his current strength, it is only a matter of time before he enters the depths of the element space and gets started. The real problem in front of him is that there is still no design drawing of the element furnace. Sunan has always asked people to pay attention to whether there are wizards in the starry sky tower of the city of all things who take out the element furnace as a bet. But so far no one has found it. It seems that we can only start from the wisdom code. Sunan! As soon as they met, Amy flew directly onto Sunan's shoulder, hugged his neck with her 2 paws, and meowed happily. It's been so long since we last met. Why don't you come to see me? Faced with the little guy complaints, Sunan smiled slightly, touched its head and said, the Wisdom Code headquarters is not something that outsiders can enter casually. If you want to play with me or Yin Long in the future, just come to the Starlight Continent directly. After comforting Amy, Sunan turned his head to look at Maisha. Lord Maisha. Long time no see. Long time no see. After not seeing each other for more than 200 years, Maisha looked unchanged, still looking like a quiet girl. As his strength increased, Sunan could feel more and more the amazing energy contained in Maisha's calm and dignified appearance. Just standing in front of Maisha, he had the illusion that he was facing the boundless starry sky. This is the true spirit wizard, a top existence that can rival the gods. I heard from Cyril that you have something to ask me. Yes. Sunan's expression became serious. I urgently need the design drawings of the elemental furnace. I wonder if Lady Maisha can help. I can pay the corresponding reward. As a true spirit wizard and a great scholar of the Wisdom Code, Maisha has a very high status. If Sunan had not had a relationship with her before, and she was the controller of an affiliated organization, it would not be easy to meet her. So he did not beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. You want to buy the design drawings through me through the Wisdom Code? Maisha's eyes flashed with a strange color. She didn't expect Sunan to meet her for this kind of thing. But she reacted quickly. She also knew about the plan of the Star Alliance, and the 10,000 birds to join forces to deal with the Black Sortie Tower. She immediately figured out that Sunan wanted the elemental furnace to prepare for the next war, and most likely planned to upgrade and transform the Wizard Tower, the Starlight Wizard Tower of the Star Alliance, which is more powerful than the large Wizard Tower, is no secret within the Wisdom Code. Sunan attainments in the field of magic item manufacturing are as profound as the Wisdom Code, and many people in the internal department highly respect it. That's right, Sunan admitted frankly. Maisha pondered for a few seconds, shook her head slightly and said, The design of the element furnace is a core secret in any wizard force, and it will not be sold to the outside easily. Even if it is sold, it will only sell the finished product. And the price is not cheap. Sudan's eyes flickered when he heard it. He certainly knew how precious the element furnace was. Although the Star Alliance could afford to buy it, the price to pay for it would definitely be very huge. At the moment when the war is about to come, it is not a wise choice to spend a lot of resources to buy the element furnace. Another thing is that even if the element furnace is purchased, it cannot be placed on the Starlight Wizard Tower. Only war artifacts of the size of the floating city can bear the true elemental furnace. Of course, if you can get the finished elemental furnace, you can reverse crack and imitate it. It is unlikely to imitate a finished product with the same function, without hundreds of masters who are proficient in magic item manufacturing and study it for thousands of years. It is impossible to succeed. But the success rate of imitating a copycat with a much weaker effect is still very high. And as long as the copycat is successfully imitated, no matter how weak the effect is, Sudan can use the magic cube to synthesize and upgrade it to the level that the Starlight Wizard Tower can bear. It's just that the process of researching and imitating will take a long time, and whether it can be successfully imitated during the war is a problem. After pondering for a moment, Sudan asked inquiringly, if you just want an energy supply device with a structure similar to the element furnace, but with much weaker functions. Do you know if there is one in the wisdom code? Maisha was slightly startled and asked, what are the specific functional requirements? Is there any standard? Sudan said seriously, it doesn't matter if the function is weaker than the element pool. Work and efficiency are two different things. What he wants is the high efficiency of the element furnace. As for work, it doesn't matter if it is a little worse. Anyway, it can be strengthened through synthesis. Maisha looked at Sunan in surprise, a little puzzled. What is the use of an energy supply device with weaker functions than the element pool? It has no effect on improving the combat power of the wizard tower. Although she was puzzled, Maisha did not ask any more questions. She pondered and said, there is nothing similar in the wisdom code. But if that's all, I have some experimental data here. They are the results of my previous research on the lower level substitutes of the elemental furnace. Although I have not been able to produce a finished product that can be used in practice, it should be able to inspire you. Sudan's eyes lit up and he smiled. Then I would like to thank you, Lord Maisha. You have done a favor to Amy, so I can still help you with a little help. Maisha stretched out her hand, and more than 10 thick books appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Sunan. Sunan did not look closely, and put them away directly. I heard from Cyril that you will launch an offensive in half a month? That's right. Sunan did not hide it. Not long ago, he had just met with Gavin of the 10,000 Birds to discuss, and decided to launch an attack on the plains under the Black Soda at the same time in half a month. Suddenly, Sudan's expression changed, and he asked tentatively, I heard that the Wisdom Code will send 2 true spirit wizards to deal with the Black Soda. I wonder who they are. Maisha smiled faintly. One is me, and the other is Lord Darius Ward. Sure enough, Sudan understood. He also had some impression of Darius Ward. This true spirit wizard happened to be Ronan Ward's father. Then, I wish Lord Maisha a triumphant return. Thank you for your good wishes. After leaving the Holy Tree Plain, Sudan couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had taken an Amy, so that he could get in touch with Maisha. With a true spirit wizard to take care of him, many things would be much more convenient when dealing with the Wisdom Code. Just like this time. If there was no Maisha, he could only purchase the finished product of the element furnace first, and then study and imitate the lower level substitute, not to mention the huge cost. It would also waste a lot of time and energy. Even so, it is not easy to convince the Wisdom Codex to trade the elemental furnace. With these experimental data, we should be able to develop a lower level substitute for the elemental furnace in a short period of time. And then we can synthesize and strengthen it. Sunan was inspired. If this road is successful, the Starlight Wizard Tower can continue to upgrade and transform, and become the ace of the Star Alliance on the front battlefield. After returning to the Starlight Wizard Tower, Sunan immediately devoted himself to the study of the experimental data. Chapter 285 Time Battle. On the vast plain, the army was gathering in an orderly manner. In the sky, a group of wizards looked down at the situation below, whispering to each other from time to time. Shemin, Corey, Otto, Ethan, Tatiana, Fleming, except for the second-level wizards such as Scepter, Rose and Ficado, who went to the meeting hall to attend the meeting. Almost all the core first-level wizards, with the highest status in the Star Alliance gathered together. I heard that we are going to attack 3 planes at the same time this time. Is it a bit arrogant? It is said to be a simultaneous attack. But there is actually a primary and secondary distinction. Our main target is the Yulan plane. The other 2 planes only need to contain the army of the Black Soda and prevent them from having time to withdraw. Speaking of which, what kind of plane is the Yulan plane? Everyone turned their heads and looked at Otto. Although Otto put most of his energy on cultivation after reshaping his body, he still participated in government affairs. Among all the people present, who has the most information? It is undoubtedly Otto, who once served as Liz's assistant. Seeing everyone looking at him, Otto smiled and said, "The detailed information has just been sorted out, and it should be sent to all wizards and legion commanders today." Tatiana said, "You tell us the bottom line first." "Yes, let us have a bottom line first," Fleming echoed. Seeing this, Otto did not refuse and said, "The situation in the Yulan Plain is actually similar to that of the Starlight Continent. Both are dominated by human races and have a unified regime. The country that currently controls the entire plain is called the North Empire, which is the Black Soda's acting ruling force in the Yulan Plain." Everyone's face showed understanding. In order to maximize the efficiency of resource development and collection, the plains controlled by wizard forces with civilized races usually support a unified regime and exercise ruling power on behalf of them. Just like the Star Empire in the Starlight Continent, with the typical black wizard style of the Black Soda Tower. The living environment of the people in the North Empire must not be much better, Shemin said thoughtfully. Atur nodded and said, "Indeed. The Black Soda Tower has been exploiting the North Empire to the utmost. And this exploitation has been passed on to the lower class people by the royal family and nobles of the North Empire. It is not an exaggeration to describe the living environment of the lower class as dire straits." Fleming sneered and said, "It seems that we are doing a good thing by attacking the Yulan Plain." Everyone also shook their heads and laughed. Tatiana asked, "How is the military strength of the Yulan Plain?" Atur pondered and said, "We haven't found out the details. The intelligence we have obtained so far shows that there are at least more than 15 wizard towers and more than 30 black rope giant ships stationed in the Yulan Plain all year round." "So many?" Shemin frowned. The others also restrained their smiles and showed solemn expressions. With such a strong garrison force in just one plane, it's no wonder that the Wisdom Codex wants the Star Alliance and the 10,000 birds to join forces to deal with the Black Soda. Considering that the Star Alliance has to dispatch part of its forces to invade the Shiga Plain and the Manro Plain, the number of war creatures that can really be used to attack the Yulan Plain is probably not as many as the Yulan Plain. Even if the Star Alliance still has a flying fleet to make up for the gap, it still can't gain an advantage. "Where is the puppet army?" Corey asked in a deep voice. "The exact number is unknown." Itil shook his head. "I only know that there is a fire scale Night Corps stationed in the Yulan Plain, which is similar to our magic pattern Night Corps. The members are all legendary fighters, and the number of people will not be less than 30,000. Shemin pondered. "This is not difficult to deal with. The magic pattern Night Corps now has more than 100,000 official members. Since they have decided to attack the Yulan Plain, the number of people dispatched will not be less than 50,000. It will not be a problem to deal with the fire scale Night Corps. The same goes for puppets," Ethan said. "No matter how many puppets there are in the Yulan Plain, there are only 2 armies at most. We still have an advantage in this regard." Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the Black Soda is a top second-rate wizard force, it is impossible for it to station a large number of puppets in 22 planes at the same time. It is already very good to have 2 million puppets in a single plane. The Star Alliance currently has a total of 5 armies, and the army used to attack the Yulan Plain will not be less than 2 armies. That is, 2 million puppets. In terms of wizards, although the number of Star Alliance is a little less, the existence of the Witch Hunting Corps can make up for this gap very well. In terms of wizard-level combat power alone, the Star Alliance may not be less than the 3 planes of Ulan, Manro and Shiga combined. In general, in terms of basic combat power and high-end combat power, the Star Alliance will not be at a disadvantage against the 3 planes even if it does not have a big advantage. The only problem is the war creation. War creations are extremely expensive and take a long time to make. The war creations of wizard forces, including wizard towers, are accumulated bit by bit over thousands of years. The Star Alliance, which has been rising for less than 2,000 years, has always been lacking in this aspect. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, Sherman wanted to ease the atmosphere and said with a smile, "But this is a good opportunity. If we can seize a few more wizard towers, we can also enhance the Star Alliance strength in war creation." When these words came out, many wizards' eyes lit up. The Star Alliance currently has only 21 wizard towers, but more than 400 wizards. There are too many monks and too few meat. Many wizards have not yet been able to own their own wizard towers. If they can seize more wizard towers in this war, they may have a chance to exchange for wizard towers. How can people not be tempted? With the leadership of Lord Sunan, this war will definitely be a great victory, Tajana said. Everyone nodded subconsciously. After the plane blockade was lifted, they came into contact with more and more external information. And the more they knew, the more they understood how incredible it was that the Star Alliance had grown from scratch to its current size in just over 1,000 years. And all this was done under the leadership of Sunan. The Star Alliance now has a blind trust in Sunan. As long as it is an order issued by Sunan, no matter how incredible it is, they will do their best to execute it. This time is no exception. This is the military force stationed in the Elan Plain. In the meeting room, Liz distributed the document to the second-level wizards present. And after everyone read it, she spoke in a concentrated voice. Due to time constraints, our manpower has limited intelligence collected. Most of the information about the Elan Plain is provided by the Wisdom Code. But the level of detail is also limited, and only a rough estimate can be made. The garrison forces of the plane under its command are undoubtedly the core secrets of any wizard force. Even if spies are sent into the plane to collect intelligence for many years, it is difficult to detect the complete deployment of the forces. All the wizards present understood this, so they didn't say anything after hearing this, but looked up at Sunan, who was sitting at the top. Looking around, Sunan tapped the handle of the chair with his fingers a few times, and said after a moment of silence, "Then follow the original plan. Take the Elan Plain as the main target, and the other two planes can be used for containment. Scepter, you lead the second army of the Golem Legion and the third and fourth corps of the Magic Pattern Knights to attack the Manro Plain. I will give you 3 small wizard towers and 1 medium wizard tower, 3 flying fleets, and 15 star fortresses. The Magic Pattern Knights are currently divided into 10 corps, each of which includes 10,000 formal members and 90,000 alternate members. Although it is just a containment, the scale of the invading army cannot be too small. Otherwise it may be swallowed up by the enemy in turn. And then support the Elan Plain. The consequences will be disastrous. Sunan must ensure that the military force attacking Manro and Shiga is sufficient to suppress the enemy and prevent the other party from withdrawing." "Yes, sir," the Scepter replied respectfully. "The army attacking the Shiga Plain will be led by Fakato, and the third army of the Golem Legion and the 5th and 6th corps of the Magic Pattern Knights will be drawn. You will also be given the same number of war creations." "Yes, sir," Fakato replied respectfully. The Scepter and Fakato are the most experienced and the most powerful wizards in the Star Alliance. They are responsible for the attack on the Manro Plain and the Shiga Plain respectively. And everyone is convinced. In terms of wizard-level combat power, you two will each draw 1/5 of the wizards and wizard-level puppets. The list of logistic supplies has been included in the document just now. You will be given 5 days to prepare for war as soon as possible. Remember, all you have to do is to contain. You don't need to win much results, while preserving your own strength. You can prevent the enemy from supporting other planes." The Scepter and Fakato replied in unison. After giving some specific details, the meeting ended. The wizards left in a hurry and made their own preparations. The meeting room was empty in a blink of an eye, leaving only Sunan and Liz. "Have you been researching the element furnace recently?" Liz asked. "Yes," Sunan nodded, and had nothing to hide from Liz. If the Starlight Wizard Tower wants to be further upgraded and transformed, it must make a breakthrough in energy supply. The current element pool has reached the limit of the Wizard Tower's volume and cannot be strengthened. I can only start from the efficiency aspect and see if I can make a simplified version of the element furnace. Liz's eyes flashed with emotion when she heard this. Upgrading and transforming wizard towers is not uncommon in the wizard world. For example, the descendants of the true spirits of the major wizard forces, if they do not have the ability to build a more advanced floating city, will choose to transform the large wizard towers on their hands. However, due to limited ability and resources, most people can only transform 1 or 2 aspects at most, or the tower spirit, the element pool, or the protective energy field of the maze lock, long-range firepower strike, or a built-in puppet army. This was the first time she had heard of an all-round upgrade like Sunan. Today's Starlight Wizard Tower is far superior to the large Wizard Tower, and it is even possible to divide it into a higher level, such as the super large one. Even so, Sunan is still not satisfied and plans to further transform it, and even plans to install a simplified version of the element furnace. That's the element furnace, the energy supply device of the floating city. Even if it's just a simplified version, its energy storage, output, and recovery rate must be far greater than the element pool. Lisa couldn't imagine if Sunan's plan really succeeded. To what extent would the Starlight Wizard Tower's combat power be strengthened? Perhaps this is the reason why Sunan is confident in conquering the Elan Plain. Thinking of Sunan's brilliant record in the past, Liz couldn't help but look forward to it. After calming down, Liz asked again, the transformation of the Dusk Valley has come to an end, and the wolf pack has reached the hatching limit. Should the wolf pack be used in this war? Sunan nodded in agreement, although the combat effectiveness of the wolf pack is not as good as the Golem Legion. It is still very good to be cannon fodder. The speed of hatching black wolves in the Dusk Valley is not slow. Even if more than 900,000 black wolves die, they can be hatched again in about 40 years. Sunan doesn't feel sorry for using them as cannon fodder. On the contrary, it takes more than 7 months to hatch a dusk wolf, and more than 300 years to hatch the upper limit of 602. The hatching time is long, so it must be used well. But the main force of the attack at the beginning is still mainly Golem, Sunan said. In essence, the plain invasion is actually a battle for time. While the opponent reacts and mobilizes the army, the invader sends as many troops as possible to gain a foothold in the plain and open up an outpost base. How smooth the early stage of the plain invasion is depends largely on how many troops the invader can transport before the opponent reacts. For example, in the Tide Plain, one of the reasons why Yushi was defeated was that the Star Alliance reacted too quickly. In just 2 or 3 hours, enough troops were mobilized to stop the invasion of the Dark Throne, making it impossible for them to quickly expand their outposts and build more plain channels to transport more troops. In this regard, the Star Alliance undoubtedly has a unique advantage. The actions in the Earth Crystal Plain have proved the great role of the Magic Cube in transporting troops. In just 24 hours, 53 star fortresses, 13 flying fleets, 2 golem armies, and 120,000 magic pattern knights were transported into the Earth Crystal Plain. In other words, as long as the Star Alliance wants, it can transport a golem army in half a day and then quickly launch a war. Unless the Elan Plain also builds a monitoring network and transmission network throughout the plain, like the Starlight Continent, the Elan Plain will definitely not be able to mobilize enough troops to fight in such a short time. And this time difference is enough for the Star Alliance to gain a foothold in the Elan Plain. The Wolf Pack is an intelligent life form and cannot be transported through the Magic Cube. It takes time to transport it into the Elan Plain, so the early attack is naturally still mainly based on golem puppets. When all the troops are transported, the Star Alliance should also open up a certain situation in the Elan Plain, and then they can use the Wolf Pack to cooperate with the army to launch a more fierce offensive. After discussing for a while, Liz left the meeting room to get busy. Sunan also had to study the element furnace and had no time to distract herself from other affairs. Most of the preparations before the war had to be coordinated by her, and she had been very busy in this short period of time. Sunan then left the meeting room and went straight to the laboratory. Chapter 286 11 times energy supply. The experimental data provided by Maisha was very detailed and very inspiring to Sunan. It took only a few days for Sunan to successfully produce a finished product. In the final analysis, the reason why Maisha shelved this research was not because of the failure of the research, but because the simplified version of the element furnace produced in the end was almost useless. Although the efficiency was high, the output power was not as good as the element pool, and the key cost was higher than the element pool. The cost-performance ratio was shockingly low. So after the research of the finished product, Maisha put the research on the shelf. If she hadn't listened to Sunan's request, she would have forgotten that there was such a research. However, for Sunan, who held the synthetic Rubik Cube in his hand, all the defects of this research were nothing. The synthetic enhancement of the Rubik Cube was enough to improve or even eliminate all defects. After producing a sufficient number of finished products, Sunan immediately carried out synthetic enhancement and soon got what he wanted. The top floor of the Starlight Wizard Tower, the control center. In the center of the wide hall, The original element pool has been abolished, replaced by a structure covering an area of hundreds of square meters. The entire structure looks a bit like a combination of a magic crystal forging furnace and a pool. It is cast from magic steel ingots and embedded with various magic gems, shining with a condensed luster under the light of the magic stone lamp. Sunan carefully embedded the last element source crystal into the structure. In order to get this element source crystal, he stayed in the element space for 5 days, and killed more than a dozen element giant elders before he was lucky enough to explode one. During this period, he was almost discovered by an element lord, and it took a lot of effort to slip away. With the emergence of a strong light, the lavender crystal transmission pipeline in front of him gradually lit up. A surging elemental energy surged out, filling the entire wizard tower in an instant. Feeling the rapidly rising concentration of energy particles in the air around him, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Number 1. Scan the status of the wizard tower. After receiving the command, the status of the wizard tower was scanned, and the scan was completed. A three-dimensional model instantly emerged, accompanied by dense text data. Wizard tower, starlight. Level, large, enhanced, current remaining energy, 5.68%. Intelligent auxiliary life. Tower spirit number 1, enhanced. Tower spirit number 2, enhanced. Tower spirit number 3, enhanced. Facilities, elemental furnace, simplified version. Floating ring. Central crystal energy transmission system. Living area. Warehouse area. Experimental area. Practice area. Meditation area. Planting area. Servants, Clay Golem X 1500. Water Fairy X 1140. Flower Fairy X 1266. Protective device, Mystical Lock Protective Energy Field, Super Large / Enhanced. Combat device, Spell Turret Type 3x300. Dissociation Cannon Type 3x30. Plasma Cannon Type 2x10. Pulse Cannon Type 2x1. Golem Legion, Adamantium Golem X 10,000. Touch Master Golem X 550. Secret Doll X 75. Shadow Steel Golem X 50. Diamond Golem X 30. Supreme Golem X 8. After upgrading to Elemental Furnace, the storage function of the element pool disappeared, because it was just completed. The energy of the element furnace is not yet full. Only less than 6% of the energy. But even so, the current energy scale of the wizard tower is almost catching up with the energy of the previously filled element pool. Sunan estimated that now that it is 100% charged, the energy is about 11 times more than the original. The original element pool is 150% energy capacity. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement, even if it is just a simplified element furnace with a lot of weakened functions. Its energy supply is not at the same level as the element pool. This is still a large element pool that has been synthesized and strengthened. If it is replaced with a standard large element pool, the energy supply is likely to be only 1/30th or even 1/40th of the simplified element furnace. With a new energy supply device, other facilities can be further strengthened. Sunan was full of joy, and after thinking for a while, he quickly made a plan. It will take at least several decades to upgrade and transform all the facilities. Besides, the war is imminent. Although most of the command can be handed over to Liz, he can't be a hands-off boss. There won't be much time to upgrade the wizard tower. It's better to upgrade some facilities first. From the perspective of attacking the enemy, it is undoubtedly more appropriate to upgrade the long-range firepower first. Upgrade the pulse cannon first. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan immediately got down to work. Ulan Plain, North Empire. A majestic city stands tall on the vast wilderness, with 13 city walls forming 13 regular concentric circles, guarding a black castle. This is Ulan City, the core of the entire Ulan Plain. Even Nor City, the capital of the military, political and economic center of the North Empire, is a small which compared to Ulan City, because this is where the wizards of the Black Soto live. Luke Harris had just finished his meditation and returned to the study when he saw Fabian hurriedly walking in. Lord Luke, there is a new order from the headquarters. Luke took the quill pen and wrote on the parchment, and said without raising his head, "Why? Are you urging us to withdraw troops again?" Unexpectedly, Fabian shook his head. "No. The headquarters told us not to withdraw troops for the time being." Luke paused, looked up at Fabian in surprise, and asked, "What happened?" The headquarters said that they found that the 10,000-headed bird was moving frequently, and it is very likely that they were ordered by the Wisdom Code to attack us. Just in case, the headquarters decided to stop withdrawing troops from various planes and let us be prepared. 10,000-headed bird? Luke sneered disdainfully. When did those guys who associate with wild beasts have the courage to fight us head-on? Luke was not very surprised by the actions of the Wisdom Code. It would be strange if the Wisdom Code was unaware of the Dark Throne's actions. And it would not be surprising to make some counterattacks for this. Just sending the 10,000 birds to deal with the Black Sora is too disrespectful. Pavilion said with a strange look, it's not just the 10,000 birds. According to the intelligence we have found, it seems that the Star Alliance is also involved. Star Alliance? Luke frowned slightly. In recent years, the Star Alliance has become famous. First, after the plane blockade was lifted, it repelled the attack of the Dark Throne and killed a candidate for the King's Robe Wizard. Then, it destroyed their Black Sora's army in the battle for the God's Corpse. Each of the achievements can be called brilliant, especially with the fact that the Star Alliance was born in the Starlight Continent that was blocked for 2,000 years. It is even more amazing, however, as one of the stepping stones for the rise of the Star Alliance. The Black Sora is very unhappy. Even if there are multiple Star Alliances, the 10,000 birds are still no match for us. Luke snorted coldly, thought for a while and said, pass down the order. All legions enter the first level alert state. Ready to fight at any time. Yes, sir, Pavilion responded respectfully, turned around and was about to convey the order. But before he walked out of the door, he saw a colleague running in with a solemn look. Sir Luke, the wizard stationed in the Cold Wind City has sent a message that a huge energy particle fluctuation appeared 30 kilometers southwest of the Cold Wind City. Preliminary investigation shows that there is an invasion by an enemy from outside the boundary. Luke's face was stern, and he looked at Pavilion and immediately understood. It seems that our opponents are very efficient and launched an offensive so quickly. Luke was not panicked, sneered, and ordered the visitor, pass the order. Let all cities within 1,000 miles of the Cold Wind City draw nearby garrison forces to the invasion site to stop the enemy. And never let them transport troops leisurely. Yes, sir. The person reporting quickly took the order. Luke then wrote down a few orders on the parchment, and then stretched out his hand and pointed. Black mist emerged in the void, interweaving to form 4 crows. Yeah. 4 crows landed on the table. Each picked up a piece of parchment and swallowed it whole, then flapped their wings and flew away from the study. After passing on the order to mobilize the army, Luke said to Pavilion, contact the garrison wizard in the Wind City and ask him to send the Magic Eye Bird to explore the situation at the invasion site. Pavilion nodded in response, turned around and went out, and returned after a while, with a bead in his hand. The bead was only the size of an egg, light gray, and countless lines in the middle intertwined to form an eye-like pattern. As Pavilion injected mental power, the bead suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and soon formed a phantom picture in the void. The picture is a bird's eye view from a distance. You can see that the plains are full of armies, and the knights wearing armor and riding black panthers are arranged in neat square formations. Next to them is a legion of golems standing still like stone sculptures in neat formations. Further away, golem puppets and cavalry are constantly pouring in and joining the formation. In the sky, thousands of giant metal ships are also suspended, surrounding 13 wizard towers, and more than 40 huge castles, like stars surrounding the moon. The moment Pavilion saw the appearance of the castle, he blurted out, Star Fortress. Luke narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Star Alliance. In the Earth Crystal Plane, Black Soto and Star Alliance had fought a battle, and were deeply impressed by the latter's Star Fortress. He also did a lot of analysis and research, so he naturally recognized it at a glance. Contact other planes immediately, Luke said suddenly. Pavilion reacted immediately and contacted other planes through internal means, and soon received a response. The other 21 planes were invaded at the same time. Among them, the invaders of Ulan, Shiga and Manro were the Star Alliance, and the invaders of the other 18 planes were the 10,000-headed bird. Sure enough, Luke's expression was cold. Attacking 3 planes at the same time. The Star Alliance really thinks highly of me. Luke stared at the screen, because the distance was too far, and it was blocked by the fleet that covered the sky. The location of the plane channel could not be seen clearly, and naturally it was impossible to observe the specific scene of the Star Alliance transporting troops. But Luke didn't care. A mere third-rate wizard force was attacking 3 planes at the same time. The invading force must be very limited. With the garrison forces of the Alan Plain, it would be no problem to deal with it. At this moment, a lightning suddenly struck the sky in the picture, and the next second the picture suddenly flashed and disappeared. It was the monitoring magic eye bird that was discovered and killed. Luke didn't care either. He stood up and said, "Call all wizards. Dispatch all wizard towers. And this time we must crush the hand of the Star Alliance." After suffering such a big loss in the Earth Crystal Plane, the Black Cable Tower had long been very angry with the Star Alliance. But it was only because of the Wisdom Code that they endured it. Now that both sides have torn their faces apart, and the Star Alliance has invaded the Alan Plain again, it is a good opportunity to take revenge, and destroy all the invading Star Alliance troops to relieve their anger. Pavilion nodded heavily, and turned to convey the order. Although the Alan Plain does not have a monitoring network like the Star Eye, it has set up teleportation arrays in major cities. Many wizards quickly gathered in Alan City. At the same time, the 16 wizard towers and 35 black-robed giant ships guarding the Alan Plain were also ready to go. After receiving your order, the Fire Scale Knights and the Golem Corps immediately set off and rushed to the Wind City. It is expected to arrive at the destination in 2 or 3 hours. In Luke's exclusive magic rope wizard tower, more than a dozen wizards gathered in the meeting hall to discuss the next action. Although the invasion of the Star Alliance was a bit sudden, the Alan Plain was originally preparing to withdraw troops to the headquarters and had already prepared for war, so there was no rush. In less than half a day, the armies from all over the country had already set out, on the way to stop the enemy. The speed was swift and resolute. "Have you found out the scale of the invasion from the Star Alliance?" Luke asked. The magic eye birds sent to investigate were all cleared by the Star Alliance. So Luke simply ordered the wizards of the Wind City to go out in person to investigate the military intelligence of the Star Alliance. Calculating the time, the intelligence should be delivered. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression moved, and he stretched out his hand to grab the void, and a black crow appeared out of thin air in his empty palm. As he clenched his 5 fingers, the black crow suddenly disintegrated into wisps of mist, and a piece of parchment fell from it. Luke grabbed it and unfolded it to read. However, after seeing the information on it clearly, Luke's face suddenly became gloomy. "My lord." Pavilion looked puzzled. Luke said with a dark face, "Just now, 12 cities including Lingfeng City and Wudong City have been captured by the Star Alliance army." As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the hall. Everyone looked shocked. After a long while, Pavilion finally reacted and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Lingfeng City has a 50,000 scale golem army stationed, and the golem army and regular army stationed in the surrounding cities add up to more than 100,000. How could it be captured so quickly after such a short time since the Star Alliance invaded?" Luke did not answer with a dark face, and threw the parchment to Pavilion. The latter took it and looked at it, and his eyes widened immediately. According to the intelligence description, the golem army used by the Star Alliance to capture the 12 cities was initially estimated to be more than 500,000. And at the same time, there were more golem armies heading towards other cities. But because they were farther away, they had not arrived yet. Judging from this, the Star Alliance actually transported at least 600,000 or 700,000 golem puppets to the Alan Plain in less than half a day. How did they do this? Chapter 287 let the Star Alliance show off for a while. The atmosphere in the hall was a little solemn. All the wizards were in doubt. Luke's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip. The wizard who had escaped from the Earth Crystal Plane after being defeated in the Earth Crystal Plane once said that the Star Alliance had transported an unusually large number of troops into the Earth Crystal Plane at that time, and it was very likely that they had mastered some means of quickly transporting troops. Luke didn't take it seriously at the time. Until then, he suddenly realized how exaggerated the Star Alliance so-called means of quickly transporting troops were. In less than half a day, at least 600,000 or 700,000 golem puppets were transported. This kind of means used in plain invasion is enough to catch any opponent off guard. Just like them now. Once the Star Alliance quickly gains a foothold and captures enough territory as an outpost, it will be several times or even dozens of times more difficult for them to repel the Star Alliance later. Thinking of this, Luke's face became even gloomier. Fortunately, he also knew that this was not the time to get angry. He took a deep breath to calm down and gave orders in a deep voice. "Let's go!" Buzz! In the dazzling magic light, many wizard towers and black-robed giant ships flew towards the end of the sky like streams of light. Frostwind City. After conquering the Wind City with thunder, the Star Alliance regarded this city as the center of the outpost base. Thousands of flying magic ships hovered over the town, casting huge shadows that made people tremble. No one was seen on the streets of the city. The local residents hid in their homes. Only fully armed magic pattern knights and golem puppets passed by on the streets. 13 wizard towers stood majestically above the former Wind City Lord's mansion. In the Starlight Wizard Tower in the center, a group of Star Alliance high-level people gathered together, listening to the battle reports coming from below with joy. Guang City has been captured. 2 first-level wizards from the Black Cable Tower were killed, and more than 3,000 enemy puppets and more than 43,000 human troops were wiped out. Iron Tower City has been captured. 3 first-level wizards from the Black Cable Tower were killed, and more than 2,000 enemy puppets and more than 35,000 human troops were wiped out. A huge black cable ship was found near Union City, and the 3rd Flying Fleet has destroyed it. Very good. Remember to recover the wreckage. Sunan waved his hand, asked the reporting magic pattern knight to retreat, and turned to look at Lize. How many towns have been captured now? 25. Lisa reported the progress slowly. With the city of Lingfeng as the center, all the towns within a radius of more than 600 kilometers have fallen into our hands. The Yulan Plain has not yet really sent out its main force. Our troops have a huge advantage over the garrisons in these towns, so the losses are minimal. So far, we have already had a golem army, 3 large golem corps and 3 magic pattern knight corps enter the Yulan Plain. It is expected that by the day after tomorrow, the golem corps and the magic pattern knight corps will be fully transported. And in 2 days, the Black Wolf Pack will also be fully transported to the Yulan Plain. Not bad. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. A group of Star Alliance high-level officials were also full of joy. No matter how this invasion war will go, at least in the early stages, the Star Alliance invasion was very smooth. Now that it has gained a firm foothold, the worst development is a stalemate with the Yulan Plain. The minimum goal of containing the Yulan Plain can be said to have been successfully completed. It is estimated that in half a day, we will be able to capture all the towns within 1,000 miles of Lingfeng City. The Star Eye Network and the Transmission Network are already being built. In addition, the scouts who went out to investigate found that a large number of golem puppets and human cavalry were surrounding us. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the Golem Corps and Fire Scale Knights guarding the Yulan Plain. They will fight with our army in 5 hours at the latest. It's quite fast. Sunan raised his eyebrows slightly. It took less than a day to quickly mobilize the army to come, which is quite fast. I think in addition to the transmission network, the Black Cable Tower has probably been preparing for war during this period, so it can react so quickly. Sunan pondered. Since the 2 main legions have been dispatched, the Black Cable Tower's Wizard Tower and the Black Cable Battleship should also be on the way. We have to fight a tough battle next. Everyone's expression also became solemn, just as Sunan expected. More than an hour later, the scouts reported that a large number of Wizard Towers and Black Rope giant ships were found more than 1,500 kilometers away from Lingfeng City. Sunan immediately ordered to set off 13 Wizard Towers and more than 40 Star Fortresses, under the protection of dense flying magic ships, flew away in a mighty manner. At this time, the occupied territory of the Star Alliance has expanded to more than 800 kilometers away from Lingfeng City. The Star Alliance army, which had just captured Yahan City, had not had time to rest before it discovered that a large number of Wizard Towers and Black Rope giant ships suddenly appeared in the distance and arrived above the town in a blink of an eye. The next second, countless spell rays fell from the sky, shooting many legendary puppets and magic pattern knights. Immediately afterwards, a large number of puppets flew out of the Wizard Tower and the Black Rope giant ship, landed in the city, and began to slaughter the Star Alliance army. When the Star Alliance Wizard Tower arrived in Yahan City, what it saw was the scene of its troops being wantonly slaughtered. The Black Rope Tower discovered the arrival of the Star Alliance reinforcements at the first time. The enemies met and were particularly jealous. Both sides immediately launched an offensive against each other. In an instant, countless artillery rays reflected each other, interweaving in the sky to form a crisscrossing death net. The deafening roar accompanied by the dazzling magic light almost covered the entire sky. The Black Rope Tower has a total of 16 Wizard Towers, including 2 large Wizard Towers, 5 medium-sized Wizard Towers, and 9 small Wizard Towers. The Star Alliance has 13 wizard towers, including 2 large wizard towers, 4 medium-sized wizard towers, and 7 small wizard towers. In terms of the number of wizard towers, the Star Alliance is undoubtedly inferior to the Black Solo Tower. However, the number of star fortresses of the Star Alliance is much more than that of the Black Solo Tower. With the help of the flying fleet, the overall combat power is not weaker than that of the Black Solo Tower. The two sides fought back and forth for a while, and it was difficult to tell who was better. Sure enough, it is difficult to gain an advantage in war creation. Seeing the battle situation, Sunan's eyes flashed slightly. The long-range firepower strike of the Starlight Wizard Tower has not been upgraded yet, which is not enough to form a crushing advantage on the front battlefield. Sunan did not intend to let the Starlight Wizard Tower be too prominent at this time, so as not to let the enemy take precautions. So he played in a conventional way. After more than half an hour of fierce fighting, both sides suffered losses, and the energy of the Wizard Tower was on the verge of exhaustion. So both sides called off the battle. Watching the Wizard Tower and the giant ship of the Black Cable Tower gradually going away, Li Zhe glanced at the ruined Yahan city and whispered, "We have to take steady steps next." Sunan nodded slightly. The Black Cable Tower has now realized that the war creations of the Star Alliance cannot gain an advantage, relying on ground troops alone. The advancement speed must be very slow. But it doesn't matter. The pulse cannon is already being manufactured. In a year or two at most, a more powerful pulse cannon Type 3 can be synthesized, which will break the current deadlock. Next, I will concentrate on improving the pulse cannon, and the battle command will be handed over to you. Sunan transferred the control of the Starlight Wizard Tower to Li Zhe. Don't rush to expand the occupied area. Just play it safe. Li Zhe knew Sunan's plan a long time ago, and nodded solemnly when she heard it. I know. Next we will focus on digesting the results of the battle. I will improve the Star Eye network and transmission network in the occupied area as soon as possible. Dark Dragon Plain. At the Black Soul Tower headquarters, there were tall towers everywhere, and various buildings were standing side by side, stretching thousands of meters away. From a distance, it looked like a giant black dragon entwined on the ground. Wizards in robes came and went between the buildings in a hurry, and there was an atmosphere of impending storm everywhere. In a dark giant tower thousands of meters high in the center, dozens of wizards gathered in a spacious and bright meeting room to discuss how to deal with the sudden war. I've said before that we shouldn't drag it out with those guys. If we had started the war earlier, we wouldn't be so passive like now. It's easy to say, but the guys of Pale Mask and Flame Mark are greedy and want most of the profits. If we don't fight for it, will we just give up the profits to them? Well, it's useless to argue about this now. The most urgent thing is to find a way to fight. What's the situation now? The 10,000-headed bird and the Star Alliance launched an attack on the 22 planes under our control at the same time. The enemy is aggressive and difficult to deal with. What do the three adults say? Lord Ryan and his men were held back by the Wisdom Code and the true spirit wizard of the 10,000-headed bird in the realm of truth. Among the opponents is Maisha Edwards. It is estimated that they will not be able to escape in a short time. When the name Maisha Edwards came out, there was a brief silence in the hall for a few seconds, and everyone frowned. Although Maisha Edwards has just entered the ranks of true spirit wizards, strictly speaking, she is only a newcomer among true spirit wizards. But her strength is stronger than some senior true spirit wizards, who have been promoted for thousands of years. It is said that she was forced to flee the Starlight Continent in a panic by a true spirit wizard of the Dark Throne. After she was promoted to a true spirit wizard, she immediately sought revenge and severely injured the opponent in a head-on confrontation with the true spirit wizard, almost killing him. After that battle, Maisha Edwards' reputation resounded throughout the wizard world, and her strength was recognized by many true spirit wizards. With her participation in the containment, it would be difficult for the three adults to get out. However, it is almost common sense that the first priority of wizard forces in a war is to contain the true spirit wizard. Everyone was not very surprised. They frowned and continued to discuss. The most urgent task is to concentrate our forces to fight the 10,000 birds. Among the 19 planes attacked by the opponent, including the Dark Dragon Plane, there are several of our core planes, and we must not allow them to lose. In my opinion, it is better to start with the weak ones, and then concentrate all our efforts on dealing with the 10,000-headed bird after dealing with the Star Alliance. No matter how weak the Star Alliance is, it cannot be dealt with in a short time. What if other planes cannot withstand the attack of the 10,000-headed bird during this process? That's right. The garrison forces of the 3 planes of Shiga, Manro and Wulon are more than enough to resist the Star Alliance. We can concentrate our forces to deal with the 10,000-headed bird first. Compared with the Star Alliance, the 10,000-headed bird is the enemy that we should pay attention to. Everyone talked about it in a flurry, each holding his own opinion, until a man sitting at the top coughed lightly. The hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads to look at the man at the top. There are not many descendants of the true spirit of the Black Soda. Only more than 10, among which Elliot and Lucius are the leaders. After Elliot died in the Earth Crystal Plane, the descendants of the true spirit of the Black Soda were basically led by Lucius. At a time when the 3 true spirit wizards were unable to escape from the realm of truth, Lucius naturally had the highest status and the most weight in the entire Black Soda. Lucius looked around and spoke slowly. I just received news that although the Star Alliance attacked 3 planes at the same time, the main target was the Elon plane, and only a small number of troops were sent to the other 2 planes. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Someone hesitated and said, "What is the Star Alliance planning? Are they planning to capture the Elon plane?" In their expectation, the most important role of the Star Alliance should be to contain part of the power of the Black Soda to reduce the pressure of the 10,000 birds. For this reason, the Star Alliance should do its best to balance the invasion forces of the 3 planes. But looking at the current situation, the Star Alliance does not seem to do so, but instead focuses on the Elon plane. There is no other explanation except that they want to capture the Elon plane. The Star Alliance has such a big appetite. Aren't they afraid of being overstuffed? Where do they get their confidence from? Too arrogant. Lucius raised his hand, interrupted everyone's discussion, and said slowly, Luke reported to me that the Star Alliance has mastered a method of quickly transporting troops. It caught Luke off guard at the beginning of the invasion and occupied an area of nearly 80,000 square kilometers in just 3 days. Everyone was shocked. No one expected the Star Alliance to be so powerful. A wizard said in doubt, the Elon plane. Lucius waved his hand to interrupt him and said lightly, "Don't worry. The Star Alliance just took advantage of the surprise." After Luke reacted, he had mobilized the army to curb the expansion of the Star Alliance. Although the Star Alliance cannot be expelled for the time being, it will not allow the Star Alliance to expand its victory. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no risk of the Elon plane falling, it will be fine. Lucius said expressionlessly, "We have to admit that the Star Alliance does have some strength. But that's all. And there's no need to worry. Our focus should still be on the 10,000-headed bird. Actually, this is good. We don't have to face the wisdom code head-on. If we just deal with the 10,000-headed bird, the pressure won't be too great. If we can annex the 10,000-headed bird, we can also go to the next level and further narrow the gap with large wizard forces." Hearing what Lucius said, everyone looked at each other, no longer raised any objections, and nodded in agreement. Lord Lucius is right. Then let's focus on dealing with the 10,000-headed bird first. Let the Star Alliance be more popular for a while. Chapter 288 hit the target with one shot. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded over the town. The dense spell rays tore through the void and hit the energy field on the surface of the wizard tower almost at the same time. In an instant, a large area of distortion appeared, and the entire force field fluctuated violently, as if it would collapse in the next second. Facing the siege of more than 300 magic ships and 2 star fortresses, the wizard tower of the Black Swordy Tower finally couldn't hold on after destroying more than 70 magic ships and prepared to break through. However, just as it was about to take action, the star fortress on the left suddenly shot out a dazzling and thick lightning, which hit the wizard tower like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The energy field of the wizard tower collapsed. Plasma cannon? Damn. How can such a turret be installed on a war creation that is not even a wizard tower? The Black Swordy Wizard in the wizard tower roared in shock and anger. Unfortunately, anger could not change the situation. After losing the energy field, the wizard tower was immediately exposed to the firepower of many war creatures. In an instant, countless artillery fire swept in and submerged the wizard tower like a torrent. Despite desperate counterattacks and destroying more than 10 magic ships, the wizard tower finally fell to the ground with bursts of green smoke. More than a dozen figures rushed out of the wizard tower, scattered and flew in all directions. However, the Star Alliance was well prepared. When they heard bursts of wolf howls, dozens of dusk wolves rushed out from all sides, roaring to stop the wizards of the Black Sword Tower. Following closely, the wizards of the Star Alliance also rushed out of the Wizard Tower and joined the hunt. Under the front and back attacks of the wizards and the dusk wolves, more than a dozen wizards of the Black Sword Tower were quickly wiped out. After putting the energy-consuming Black Thunder into the space ring, Sherman looked at the damaged Black Sword Wizard Tower not far away and smiled. After fighting for more than a year, this is the first time we have captured the Wizard Tower of the Black Cable Tower. A Tur walked over, also with a smile on his face. Sherman smiled and said, "There is no way. The Black Cable Tower is too cautious. The Wizard Tower rarely goes out alone, and it will flee immediately when it sees that the situation is not good. If it weren't for setting a trap this time, it would not be so easy to keep the opponent. For this operation, they prepared for more than 2 months, risking being ambushed in turn, riding a wizard tower and wandering alone on the edge of the occupied area, taking the risk of luring the enemy into the trap step by step. Fortunately, the final result was good, although nearly 100 magic ships were lost. Compared with the capture of a small wizard tower, this loss was completely acceptable. At this time, the battle in the town was also nearing its end. Countless black wolves ran and bit in the town, constantly killing the enemies who were still resisting, and turning a blind eye to the unarmed civilians and surrendered soldiers. After all the troops were transported to the Elon Plain, the Star Alliance changed its combat mode, using the Wolf Pack and the Golem Legion as the main attacking force, and the Magic Pattern Knights as the auxiliary, to attack the towns of the Elon Plain. Compared with the Magic Pattern Knights, which have a longer cultivation cycle, the manufacturing, hatching, cycle of the Golem Puppet and the Black Wolf is much shorter. So it is not a pity even if there are more casualties. Under the fierce offensive of the Star Alliance regardless of losses, the occupied area of the Star Alliance has expanded nearly 4 times in the past year. Although this area is less than 1% of the entire Elon Plain, it is already very good to achieve such a record when the war creatures are not dominant and can only rely on the ground army to advance. After eliminating the last bit of resistance in the town, Sherman left some people to clean up the battlefield, and then returned to the Cold Wind City base with the damaged Wizard Tower. Well done. After listening to Sherman and Otto's report, Liz smiled and nodded. The strength of the war creatures of the Star Alliance and the Elon Plain is not much different. The Elon Plain lost a Wizard Tower, and the Star Alliance will have an extra Wizard Tower after the repair is completed. The difference between the 2 small Wizard Towers is the difference. After praising Sherman and Otto, Liz asked them to leave, and then arranged for people to start repairing the Wizard Tower. After doing all this, she came to the laboratory where Sunan was. In the center of the spacious laboratory, there stood a huge turret. The surface of the metal material was engraved with dense and strange runes, and the nodes where the runes intersected were inlaid with various magic gems. Sunan stood next to the turret, seemingly making the final adjustments. "Is this the newly developed pulse cannon Type 3? Liz asked with interest. Sunan had known about her coming, and replied without even looking up, "Yes. It will be finished today." The synthesis of the pulse cannon Type 3 is not difficult at all. What really takes time is to produce enough pulse cannons for synthesis, and to test the compatibility with the Starlight Wizard Tower. The current pulse cannon Type 3 is the best choice for Sunan after many adjustments. The power of a pulse cannon is enough to reduce the protective energy field of the maze of a large wizard tower, standard and unreinforced, by more than 80%. If it is a medium-sized wizard tower, one shot can directly destroy the energy field and the tower. Its power is completely different from the pulse cannon installed in ordinary large wizard towers. However, such amazing power also brings amazing energy consumption. Even with the energy supply of the simplified element furnace, it can only support the pulse cannon Type 3 to fire 3 times at most. After 3 times, the remaining energy is less than 10%, and it basically loses its combat effectiveness. Sunan and Lizay mentioned the power of the pulse cannon Type 3. When she heard that this new weapon had been completed, Lizay's eyes lit up slightly. "With this weapon, we can change the current stalemate." Sunan nodded slightly, and then said, "In fact, considering the cost-effectiveness, the pulse cannon Type 3 wastes some energy. If the power of the pulse cannon Type 3 is appropriately reduced, other turrets are upgraded and improved, and the energy force field is used to fight steadily on the battlefield, the results achieved will definitely be better than simply using the pulse cannon Type 3. The pulse cannon Type 3 is powerful, but it only has 3 tricks, after which the Starlight Wizard Tower basically loses its combat effectiveness. If the energy consumed by the 3 pulse cannon Type 3 is used more evenly in attack and defense, the Starlight Wizard Tower will surely achieve more brilliant results in a single battle than destroying 3 Wizard Towers. However, to achieve this level, other facilities of the Starlight Wizard Tower must be further transformed. The time is too short, and Sunan does not have time to upgrade and transform in all aspects, so he can only use this method. Not long after, Sunan completed the last bit of adjustment and ordered Tower Spirit number 3 to control the golem to carry away the turret and install it in the Wizard Tower. And then asked Liz, "How is the recent battle situation?" "It's going well. Sherman and Otto have just seized a small Wizard Tower. It will take a few months to repair it, and we can get another Wizard Tower." "What about the losses of the ground army?" "We have sufficient resources. Golem puppets can be manufactured continuously. The loss of the Golem army is not large. The wolf pack has suffered a lot of losses in recent fierce battles. The death rate of black wolves has far exceeded the hatching rate." "What about the losses of the Black Soto Tower?" Lisa said without thinking. "It's more than us. The Elan plane has no biological nests, and it is impossible to extract a lot of profits from the magic stone trade like the Star Alliance, relying solely on the resources provided by this plane and the headquarters. It is absolutely impossible to be as crazy as the Star Alliance. The army will die a little less as time goes by. The military strength of both sides will only gradually increase. Even without the Pulse Cannon 3, Sunan believed that after 100 years, the Star Alliance would be able to gain an overall advantage in the war. When the Wizard Civil War is over, maybe they can capture the Elan plane. But he didn't want to wait until then. "It's time to increase the offensive," Sunan said. Leisha said solemnly, "We have found out the location of Elan City. It is more than 5,000 kilometers southwest of the occupied area. As long as we attack there, we will definitely force the garrison of the Elan plane to fight us head-on. Once we capture Elan City and destroy the command center, the enemy will fall into chaos in a short time," Sunan said without hesitation. "Then attack Elan City." As the order was issued, the Cold Wind City quickly became lively. A large number of magic ships and star fortresses set out from Cold Wind City, guarding the Wizard Tower and heading straight for Elan City. Tens of thousands of ground troops also marched to Elan City in a mighty manner. Elan City was the first to learn of the Star Alliance actions, while mobilizing troops to prepare for the battle. It also convened senior officials to discuss strategies. What is the Star Alliance planning to do? Are they planning to capture Elan City? Unlikely. They have tried before. In the past year or so, the Star Alliance and Elan City have also had several full-scale battles, but both sides could not do anything to each other, and they just lost troops in vain. Therefore, the Star Alliance has been advancing with more advantageous ground troops most of the time, and has rarely deployed a large number of war creatures at the same time recently. Now that the Star Alliance has suddenly come to such a battle, it is really confusing. Luke raised his hand to interrupt the conversation of the crowd and said in a deep voice, "No matter what the purpose of the Star Alliance is, since they want to fight, we can't retreat. Elan City is our base camp. Are they afraid of the Star Alliance?" Everyone thought so. So they stopped struggling and asked for battle. Soon, many wizard towers and black rope giant ships rose above Elan City. At the same time, a large number of golem puppets and knights also poured out of the city, deployed troops on the plains, and waited in full battle array. The golem army was located in the center of the array, and on both sides were countless knights riding on beasts that looked like horses, but with scales on their limbs. These powerful knights were dressed in fine armor, holding fine steel swords, with high morale and exuding awe-inspiring pressure. "Is that the Fire Scale Knight of Elan City?" In the Wizard Tower, Sunan looked at the elite cavalry regiment displayed on the light screen with an interested expression. In the past year or so, he spent most of his time on the synthetic pulse cannon, occasionally paying attention to the battle situation, which was also a major strategic direction. He rarely set foot on the battlefield. This was the first time he saw the Fire Scale Knights. "That's right," Liz said. "These Fire Scale Knights themselves have the power of a great knight. And the Fire Scale beasts they ride are no weaker than the Black Rock Leopard. Moreover, all of them are equipped with magic pattern structures, and their combat power is not much different from that of the magic pattern knights. The knight corps cultivated by the wizard forces are basically standard with magic pattern structures and exotic beast mounts. And they generally have legendary combat power. The Star Alliance magic pattern knights are not unique. If there is any advantage, it is that the proportion of knights equipped with second and third level magic pattern structures is higher. After all, the military expenditure invested is enough. In the interval between Sunan and Liz's conversation, the Star Alliance army had completed its rest and formation. Seeing this, Sunan immediately issued an attack order. Woo! The loud horn sounded and spread across the plain. As the sound echoed, the Star Alliance army began to advance slowly, like a huge beast crushing down. At the same time, a deep voice sounded above the head of the Elan City army. Attack! The next moment, the war drum sounded on the wall of Elan City. The army began to move slowly, gradually accelerated, and bravely faced the enemy with overwhelming momentum. The two armies collided fiercely like two turbulent torrents, and blood splattered in an instant, and bones and flesh flew everywhere. The deafening shouts of killing suddenly rose to the sky. Looking down from the sky, the front rows of the two armies had already been mixed up, fighting fiercely like a meat grinder. At the same time, the war creations in the sky also began to fight, pouring artillery rays at each other. Almost at the first sight, dozens of magic ships on the Star Alliance side collapsed and disintegrated, and a black-robed giant ship in the Black Cable Tower also fell to the ground with flames. Looking at the Star Alliance lineup, which was no different from the previous one, Luke's eyes flashed with doubt. He thought that the reason why Xingming took the initiative to attack Wulan City was that he had some trump card. But looking at the opponent's lineup, it didn't seem like it. It's probably just a test by the Star Alliance. Luke was completely relieved and focused on commanding the battle. The Star Alliance recent offensive has become more and more fierce. Since the opponent took the initiative to deliver it today, we must take this opportunity to weaken the opponent's strength. While the war was in full swing, the Starlight Wizard Tower always stayed at the back, suspended in the sky without moving, with no signs of moving out. Sunan stared at the Wizard Tower in the distance without blinking. It was a large Wizard Tower, and the surrounding Wizard Towers were guarding it in the middle like a moon surrounded by stars. And even another large Wizard Tower was no exception. If nothing unexpected happened, the people staying in that Wizard Tower should be the top leaders of Wulan City. Sunan waited patiently, watching the rays of artillery fire passing through the array of Wizard Towers and black rope warships, and occasionally landing on the large Wizard Tower, bit by bit wearing out the durability of the energy field. When he thought it was almost time, he finally gave the order. Number 1. Start the Pulse Cannon Type 3. After receiving the order, start the Pulse Cannon Type 3. Starlight suddenly appeared on the top of the Starlight Wizard Tower, and the light quickly expanded, turning into a dazzling light ball like the sun. The next second, a beam of extremely bright light suddenly shot out, piercing through the void like lightning, crossing a distance of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, and accurately hitting the heavily guarded large Wizard Tower. In the eyes of everyone, horror and astonishment. The energy field around the large Wizard Tower twisted for a moment, and then suddenly collapsed. How is it possible? Looking at this scene, Luke suddenly showed an expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 289, the first piece of meat. After being hit by multiple artillery rays in succession, the durability of the energy field of the large Wizard Tower, where Luke was located, had long dropped below 80%. So under the attack of the Pulse Cannon Type 3, it naturally collapsed in one blow. Sunan was not surprised at all. But Luke and others did not think so. The scene in front of them was completely beyond their cognition. They had never seen a Wizard Tower with long-range firepower that could destroy the energy field of a large Wizard Tower in one blow. The situation in front of them made them feel absurd, like a dream. What was that ray just now? Is that a pulse ray? But why is it so powerful? Damn it! What happened? The people who came to their senses were immediately panicked. Luke was also full of panic, and he did not expect that the Star Alliance actually had such a trump card. The energy field has collapsed. If it is hit again, won't the Wizard Tower collapse? As if to confirm Luke's thoughts, the top of the Starlight Wizard Tower in the distance lit up again, and the next moment a thick pulse ray broke through the air and attacked. Seeing this, Luke and others all changed their faces. Boom! The pulse ray penetrated the Wizard Tower without any surprise, and the majestic and violent energy then burst out, instantly destroying the energy transmission pipeline of the entire Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower hummed and fell down with green smoke. The wizards and wizard apprentices in the Wizard Tower immediately scattered and flew out of the tower. Boom! The wizard tower fell from the sky and landed on the ground behind the Highland city army. Many golem puppets and fire scale knights, who could not dodge, were instantly killed. And rolling dust was stirred up. Looking at the damaged wizard tower, Luke felt so distressed that he seemed to bleed. This is his wizard tower. It is so damaged that even if it can be repaired, it will cost a lot. The key is that he may not have the opportunity to repair the wizard tower. The violent energy particle fluctuations broke out again. Luke looked at the starlight wizard tower in the distance with horror. And the latter shot out another pulse ray. This time the target is a medium-sized wizard tower. The pulse ray almost unimpededly defeated the energy field and penetrated the tower. In a blink of an eye, there was another damaged wizard tower on the battlefield. Since he was promoted to a wizard, Luke has never seen this kind of fighting style. The battle between wizard towers. Which one is not pouring firepower on each other? Releasing puppet legions to fight. Fighting for a long time. Until one of the energy is exhausted or the energy field durability is 0. Then the winner is decided. Even if a large wizard tower fights a small wizard tower, it is impossible to destroy the latter with 2 strikes. The firepower displayed by the Starlight Wizard Tower at this moment has completely exceeded Luke's imagination. Seeing the war creatures of the Star Alliance taking the opportunity to approach, the surrounding wizards and wizard-level puppets also began to gather around. Luke didn't know that the situation was over. After a moment of uncertainty, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Retreat. In any case, the remaining 13 wizard towers must not be left here. Otherwise they will really have no power to resist. The other wizards naturally understood this truth. Although they were very frustrated and unwilling, they still did as they were told. Soon, the wizard tower of the Black Soto Tower began to retreat. The Ulan City army on the ground also gradually retreated. They actually planned to abandon Ulan City directly. These guys are quite decisive. The Black Soto Tower's neat retreat surprised Sunan a little. He sneered. And after the army symbolically chased for a while, he ordered the troops to retreat. After 3 pulse rays, the Starlight Wizard Tower could no longer continue to fight, relying on the remaining war creations alone. Even if the Wizard Tower in Ulan City could be retained, it would cost a huge price, which was not in the interests of the Star Alliance. Anyway, the advantage has been established. It is not too late to gradually erode the war creation power of the Black Sword Tower after the Starlight Wizard Tower is recharged. After the Wizard Tower and most of the ground troops evacuated, Ulan City quickly fell into the hands of the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance army moved into Ulan City and began to kill the remaining enemy troops inside. Looking at the towering city below, everyone in the Star Alliance was a little dazed. Is this a win? The war ended so quickly that everyone was a little stunned. What was that just now? Pulse cannon? Fleming's face still had a look of shock. Shemin, Otto, Cole, Tatiana and others all had similar expressions. The 3 pulse rays just now shocked not only the Black Cable Tower, but also them. When Sunan ordered the attack on Ulan City, they were still full of doubts about the purpose of doing so. They did not expect that the Starlight Wizard Tower had such powerful firepower. It should be the new type of pulse cannon developed by the teacher. Siaman thought for a while and said, everyone thought so. The transformation of the Starlight Wizard Tower is also famous in the Star Alliance. And it is even stronger than the large Wizard Tower. I just didn't expect this transformation to be so incredible. Even though the energy field of the Wizard Tower just now has been depleted, it can be destroyed with one blow. This power is simply terrifying. How amazing is its energy consumption? How does the Starlight Wizard Tower solve the problem of energy consumption? The more they think about it, the more incredible it is. And the more they respect Sunan. Inside the Starlight Wizard Tower, Sunan and Liz overlooked the Black City below. Among the many towns in the occupied area, the scale of the Wind City can be said to be second to none. But compared with the Ulan City, it is immediately dwarfed. This majestic city built by wizards, whether in terms of land area or defense system, is far superior to the Wind City. And the geographical location is also very advantageous. Right in the center of the Ulan Plain, located on the ground vein node, with the Ulan City as the center, it can radiate to any area of the Ulan Plain and make plans. Move the command center here, Sunan said. Ulan City will be used as the base in the future. Lisa nodded slightly. This is indeed a good place. After a pause, she looked at Sunan with a sharp gaze and asked, can we increase the offensive next? Sunan nodded with a smile, waved his hand, and a panoramic view suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. which was the full-terrain map of the Elan Plain. Today's war is undoubtedly a turning point that changes the situation. In the past, when the Star Alliance attacked towns, they had to take into account the Wizard Tower and the black-robed giant ship of the Black Cable Tower, and they were restricted in fighting. But from now on, the Star Alliance has the confidence to crush the garrison of the Elan Plain in war creations, and there is no need to worry about it. They can let go and fully capture the native towns of the Elan Plain. Now it is the enemy Wizard Tower that dares not fight them head-on. Otherwise, as soon as it appears, it will inevitably be hit head-on by the Starlight Wizard Tower. Repair the 2 captured Wizard Towers as soon as possible, and put them on the exchange list immediately after the transformation is completed. Soon and ordered, Lisa responded. The emergence of the prepaid installment preferential policy has increased the number of wizards in the Star Alliance who are able to exchange Wizard Towers. In addition, with the outbreak of the war, wizards have more opportunities to obtain contribution points, and a large amount of contribution points have been accumulated since the war. At present, there are many wizards in the Star Alliance who are eager to exchange Wizard Towers. As long as a Wizard Tower appears on the exchange list, it will be exchanged immediately, and there is no need to worry about unsaleable. Once the 2 Wizard Towers are repaired and put into use, the number of Wizard Towers in the Elan Plain of the Star Alliance will increase to 16, including 3 large Wizard Towers. The combat power of war creations has suddenly increased a lot. On the other hand, the number of Wizard Towers of the Black Soto Tower in the Elan Plain has been reduced to 13. The advantages and disadvantages of the war creatures of both sides suddenly reversed. Even without counting the Starlight Wizard Tower, the Star Alliance, which has 15 Wizard Towers, more than 40 Star Fortresses and thousands of magic ships, has firmly suppressed the Elan garrison in terms of war creatures. And as time goes by, the gap in combat power between the 2 sides will only widen further. Unless the Black Sortie Tower has new reinforcements entering the Elan Plain, the situation that the Elan garrison will fall into a disadvantage is already a foregone conclusion. However, Liz is not worried about this at all. The Star Alliance and the 10,000-headed bird have been exchanging intelligence, and even when the war on the Elan Plain was the most intense, they always paid attention to the situation on the other side. With the Star Alliance holding back part of the Black Sortie Tower's troops, the 10,000-headed bird and the Black Sortie Tower fought back and forth. It may not be possible to gain the upper hand, but it is still no problem to prevent the Black Sortie Tower from freeing up its hands to support the Elan Plain. As for other Dark Wizard forces, they are also fighting fiercely with the affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Code, and it is impossible for them to spare their hands to support the Black Soda. Even if they can, Leisha doesn't think that the Dark Wizard forces, which have always been selfish, will think of supporting their allies. If there is any surprise, it is only the Shiga Plain and the Manro Plain. If the Elan Plain is really in a critical moment, these 2 plains may withdraw troops to support the Elan Plain at all costs. However, if it really happens, it may not be a bad thing for the Star Alliance. If part of the troops of the Shiga Plain and the Manro Plain can be pulled into the quagmire of the Elan Plain and swallowed up in one bite, it will be much easier to attack these 2 plains in the future. Thinking of Sunan's statement that he wanted to take over the Elan Plain before attacking the Elan Plain, Leisha couldn't help but sigh. Although she supported Sunan's idea at that time, she actually felt that Sunan's idea was a little too optimistic in her heart. How easy is it to take down the Elan Plain? But now it seems that the Star Alliance has a great chance of achieving this goal. It has been proven that Sunan has never disappointed anyone. The simplified element furnace can hold more energy, but the time required to fill it with energy also increases. It will take about half a month to make up for the energy gap of more than 90%. Fortunately, the Elan garrison was scared this time, and it is estimated that they will not dare to let the Wizard Tower appear in front of the Star Alliance in a short time. Back to the laboratory, Sunan continued to work. This war proved the power of the Pulse Cannon Type 3, and also showed the importance of the firepower of the Wizard Tower on the front battlefield. Sunan originally planned to continue to upgrade other facilities of the Starlight Wizard Tower, but now he has changed his mind. Compared with ordinary Wizard Towers, the Starlight Wizard Tower is already completely crushing. Even if other facilities are upgraded, there will not be much change. On the contrary, if the combat power of other Wizard Towers of the Star Alliance is improved, it will undoubtedly have an immediate effect on enhancing the combat power of the Star Alliance war creations. Compared with the former, this approach is obviously easier to see results in a short time. As for upgrading the Starlight Wizard Tower, it will not be too late to upgrade it slowly after the Wizard Civil War is over. What's more, by then, if he can be promoted to a true spirit wizard, he can start preparing to build his own floating city. After thinking for a moment, Sudan quickly came up with a plan. First, strengthen the other wizard towers of the Star Alliance. First, the element pool. If you want to upgrade other facilities, you must first increase the energy supply. I can synthesize enhanced versions of various levels of element pools and put them in the exchange list. There are also maze-lock protective energy field devices and various turrets of Type 2 and Type 3. After making a decision, Sunan immediately took action. The most basic facilities can be handed over to the wizards below to make, and he only needs to be responsible for the synthesis. Therefore, the plan progressed quickly, and a batch of upgraded element pools, maze-lock protective energy fields, and turrets appeared on the exchange list not long after. The reason why most wizards do not hand over wizard towers to others, even if they are captured wizard towers, they have to modify them themselves before they can use them with confidence, is that they are afraid of being left with a backdoor. But there is no need to worry so much about the wizard tower facilities from their own forces. As soon as these upgraded facilities appeared, they were immediately exchanged. Sunan also freed up his hands to personally upgrade Lize's wizard tower. After the Starlight Wizard Tower, Liza's wizard tower also became the second large-scale wizard tower of the Star Alliance. Time passed, and half a year passed in a blink of an eye. Since there was no need to worry about the wizard tower and the Black Cable giant ship of the Black Cable Tower, the ground army's advancement speed was greatly improved. In just half a year, the occupied area of the Star Alliance expanded by more than 2 times. During this period, the wizard tower of the Black Cable Tower did not try to stop it. But after 2 consecutive battles, the Star Alliance seized a large wizard tower and 3 medium-sized wizard towers, and they retreated and never appeared again. In the year 2273 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance raided the capital of the North Empire, killing hundreds of royal family members including the Emperor of the Empire, and the capital fell. In the year 2275 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance occupied half of the Elan Plain. Facing the growing strength of the Star Alliance army, the garrison of the Elan Plain was no match at all, and they retreated every time they fought. In the year 2276 of the Starlight calendar, when the Star Alliance attacked Amber City, one of the large towns in the Wulon Plain, the Black Cable Tower reinforcements from the Shiga Plain and the Manro Plain suddenly appeared. 12 wizard towers and 42 Black Cable giant ships, together with the Wulon garrison, attacked the Star Alliance army from the front and back. However, the upgraded Star Alliance wizard towers are no longer as powerful as before. After a fierce battle, Luke, the leader of the Wulon Plain, died in battle, and the war creations of the Wulon garrison were completely wiped out. Shiga and Manro Plains were defeated, and only 5 wizard towers escaped in embarrassment. Great victory for the Star Alliance. After this battle, the offensive of the Star Alliance was irresistible. Wherever the Star Alliance army passed, the native towns either surrendered or fought to the death, but were blasted open by the wizard towers, and they often fell in less than a day. Almost every other day, the territory occupied by the Star Alliance would expand. In the year 2278 of the Starlight calendar, the last town of the Elan Plain fell into the hands of the Star Alliance, indicating that the entire plain was completely under the control of the Star Alliance. Just 8 years after the outbreak of the war, when many wizard forces were still deadlocked, the Star Alliance took the lead in breaking the situation, conquered the first plain, and bit off a piece of meat from the black soda. The news spread, and it set off a storm in the entire wizard world. Chapter 290, There is no way to deal with a small Star Alliance. The Star Alliance has captured the Elan Plain. When Gavin heard this news from Bryce, his expression was particularly complicated. In fact, as early as when he heard that Luke died in the battle, he guessed that the Star Alliance would be able to capture the Elan Plain sooner or later. But when this really happened, he couldn't help but sigh. When Gavin first cooperated with the Star Alliance, his expectation for the Star Alliance was only to contain the forces of the 3 plains of Elan, Manro and Shiga. But he didn't expect that the Star Alliance not only did it perfectly, but also exceeded the target and directly captured the Elan Plain. Bryce was also amazed, and said with emotion, "I never thought that the Star Alliance could capture the Elan Plain." It was obvious that the Star Alliance military strength was not superior at the beginning, and was even at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that they could turn the tables in the end? The Star Alliance strength is increasing too fast. Gavin's eyes flashed with a sigh. Others are getting weaker and weaker in the war. But the Star Alliance is getting stronger and stronger. As one grows stronger, the other grows weaker. And the Elan plane gradually becomes no match. Bryce wondered. The Star Alliance can grow rapidly because of the support of a large number of magic stones. But I don't know where they get so many magic stones from. Gavin thought thoughtfully. Maybe a large number of magic stone veins were found in a certain plane. In the past, there was also a wizard force that was lucky enough to find a large number of magic stone veins in a certain plane, and thus got on the fast train of rapid development. This kind of example is not one or two in the multiverse. Bryce thought about it, and felt that this was probably the reason. Anyway, if the Star Alliance conquers the Elan plane, it will be of great benefit to us. This news will most likely prompt the Black Soda to dispatch more troops to the Shiga plane and the Manro plane, which will make things easier for us. Gavin had a gloating smile on his face. I can already imagine the ugly face of Lucius. As Gavin expected, Lucius was in a very bad mood. It's not that he didn't think that the Black Soda might lose a plane in this war, and he was prepared for the worst. It was just that he broke his head. But he didn't expect that the Star Alliance, which he originally looked down upon, would conquer the first plane of the Black Soda. This made him shocked and angry. At this time, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was stagnant as if frozen. A group of Black Soda high-level people either frowned or looked solemn. And they were all silent. At the beginning of the war, they didn't think that the Star Alliance would be a threat, and they unanimously decided to deal with the 10,000 birds first. As a result, the development of the situation slapped them in the face. Instead, it was the Star Alliance, which was the least valued, that first made Black Soda suffer a heavy loss. After a long time, Lucius broke the silence and said, "Tell me, what should we do next?" A wizard coughed lightly and said, "I think we should withdraw some troops to support the Shiga plane and the Manro plane. When attacking 3 planes at the same time, the Star Alliance can capture the Elan plane. Now there are only 2 planes left, and most of them are not the opponent of the Star Alliance." However, as soon as the voice fell, someone immediately refuted. "I don't agree with this. We have finally suppressed the 10,000 birds. If we withdraw some troops, it may give the 10,000 birds a chance to counterattack, and the situation may be out of control. But if we don't support them, once the Shiga plane and the Manro plane are occupied, the Star Alliance will turn around to support the 10,000 birds, and the situation will become worse. In my opinion, why not mobilize the main force directly? Deal with the Star Alliance first, and then go back to deal with the 10,000 birds. No, this is completely self-defeating. The 10,000 birds are not fools. They must have been on guard against us doing this. Once we withdraw the main force, the 10,000 birds will definitely take the opportunity to intensify their offensive. And then the situation of the Elan plane being occupied may be repeated. Then what do you say we should do?" The discussion among the crowd gradually turned into a quarrel. Lucius listened to it. His face became more and more ugly and gloomy. And at the same time, he felt helpless deep in his heart. He suddenly realized that Black Soda couldn't do anything with a small Star Alliance. No matter what he did, there was a high probability that the situation would get worse. The small third-rate wizard force that he used to despise is now giving him a headache. "Okay, shut up," Lucius shouted impatiently, suppressing all the voices in the hall. He looked around coldly and said coldly, "Dispatch some troops to support the Shiga plane and the Manro plane, and let Heimdall and Kuewing guard the plane. If the Shiga plane and the Manro plane fall into the hands of the Star Alliance, they don't have to come back. As for the main force, continue to deal with the 10,000-headed bird. The Star Alliance is indeed a headache, but the 10,000-headed bird is obviously a greater threat to the Black Soda. Once the situation is disrupted, and the 10,000-headed bird has a chance to take advantage, the Black Soda may face a crisis of destruction. Then it will not be a matter of losing 1 or 2 planes. In any case, the threat of the 10,000-headed bird cannot be ignored. To put it another way, as long as the advantage can be gained on the front battlefield with the 10,000-headed bird, some troops can be withdrawn to support the Shiga plane and the Manro plane. For this, Lucius felt that the Black Soda could still do it. The premise is that the Shiga plane and the Manro plane can hold on until then. Wulan Plain, Wulan City. In the study of the city lord's mansion, Su Nan sat behind the desk and listened to Li Zai's report on the recent situation. After conquering the Wulan Plain, The Star Alliance did not rush to fight in the Shiga Plain or the Manro Plain, but calmed down to digest the results of the battle and integrate the Wulon Plain, and only withdrawn some troops to support the Scepter in Fakado. After more than half a year of integration, the Star Alliance has basically controlled the entire Wulon Plain and eliminated the various influences left by the Black Soda. As one of the main plains controlled by the Black Soda, the resources of the Wulon Plain are far richer than those of the Wei Plain, and are even better than the Starlight Continent, which has gradually recovered its abundance and has been operated and developed by the Star Alliance for a long time. Apart from anything else, the 2 medium-sized magic stone veins and 1 small magic stone vein alone are very surprising. In addition, the most valuable is the human race in the Wulon Plain. Whether it is to cultivate wizards or to cultivate the Night Core, the first prerequisite is to have enough population. Therefore, in the wizard world, plains with human civilization are often more valuable than plains of the same size with non-human races. For example, the Wolf-Tide Plain has a biological nest as a war weapon. But if Sudan is allowed to choose, he prefers a plain with a similar area and human race. The latter often means more wizards, apprentices, and magic pattern knights. Although the Black Soda has been exploiting the Wulon Plain very hard, it is still willing to invest. Lisa put down the documents in her hand and said with a smile, "The overall quality of the human race in the Wulon Plain is very good. On average, there are 7 or 8 knights in 1,000 people, and 3 or 5 wizard apprentices in 10,000 people. The Star Alliance has established a large number of knight academies in the Starlight Continent, and has planted and improved dragon blood fruit on a large scale and promoted it throughout the continent. After operating for thousands of years, the proportion of knights is only 2,000 or 3,000. The proportion of wizard apprentices is even lower, barely reaching 10,000. In comparison, the average quality of humans in the Wulon Plain is very impressive. But it is normal to think about it carefully. After all, the Wulon Plain is not like the Starlight Continent, which has just lifted the plain blockade for a few hundred years. It has been operated by the Black Soda for thousands of years, and the overall environment is naturally better. If the Wulon Plain is well managed, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance will definitely increase significantly after 1 or 200 years. Lisa smiled. The Star Alliance is not short of resources now. As long as there is a sufficient population, a large number of wizard apprentices can be trained quickly. As the number of wizard apprentices increases, the number of wizards will naturally grow rapidly. How are the captured wizard towers being repaired? They have all been completely repaired. They were all exchanged as soon as they were put on the exchange list. Many people failed to grab them, and are clamoring to quickly enter the Shiga Plain and the Manro Plain to seize more wizard towers. Sudan laughed dumbly. Sure enough, war is the driving force of development. What about the upgrade and transformation of wizard towers? It's also going smoothly. Basically all wizard towers have upgraded their element pools and long-range strike firepower. The people below are very active in this regard. After all, it is related to whether they can earn more contribution points in the next war. The protective energy field of the maze lock is relatively small. Only about 1/3 of people have exchanged for the enhanced version of the device, and even fewer have exchanged for other facilities. Sudan nodded slightly. After all, the time is too short, and the number of various enhanced versions of Wizard Tower facilities is still a bit small. Not enough to cover all Wizard Towers in the Star Alliance. But even so, the combat effectiveness of many Wizard Towers has been improved to a higher level. The Star Alliance now has a total of 44 Wizard Towers, and the number of Star Fortresses has increased to 68. The Flying Fleet suffered heavy losses in the war a while ago, and has not recovered yet. Currently, there are only 12 fleets left. However, in terms of war creations, the Star Alliance is already enough to crush the Shiga Plain and the Manro Plain. The development of the Wulon Plain must continue, and cannot be left behind. But it's time to enter the Shiga Plain and the Manro Plain. Liz asked, which plain will we focus on next? Sunan had already made up his mind and said without thinking, Shiga Plain. Unlike the Wulon Plain, although there are human races living in the Shiga Plain, there are not many of them, and they are not the mainstream race. Among them, the mainstream race of the Shiga Plain is a subhuman race called Dragon Orcs. Creatures with both dragon and orc blood. Adult dragon orcs have the power of a knight, and are extremely fierce and powerful. They are a race that is very suitable for being soldiers. The disadvantage is that the upper limit of their power is not high, due to the weak dragon blood in their bodies. Dragon Orcs can only reach the 4th ring legendary realm at most. There has never been a strong person at the level of Blood Knight or Elemental Knight, let alone the Wizard level. In the past, Wizards also conducted biological transformation experiments on Dragon Orcs, hoping to break through the upper limit of their power and reach the Wizard level. But in the end, the experiment was abandoned halfway through, just because in order to let the Dragon Orcs break through the upper limit of their power, the concentration of dragon blood in their bodies must be increased first. But if this is the case, why not directly use the sub-dragon species to breed a dragon? The latter may be even cheaper. In general, Dragon Orcs are a biological race that does not have much potential, but is still useful. The mainstream races in the Manro Plane are various giants, such as plateau giants, sand giants, hill giants, forest giants, swamp giants, etc. These giants can generally reach the level of great knights or even legendary knights. A few leader-level giants even have the power to compete with wizards. The disadvantage is that the reproduction rate is not high. According to the report of the Scepter, the total number of giants in the Manro Plane does not exceed 2 million, and the proportion of warriors is only about half. In addition, the environment of the Manro Plane is relatively harsh, and the resource richness is not as good as that of the Shiga Plane, and it is completely incomparable with the Elan Plane. The Shiga Plane has 2 small magic stone veins, but the Manro Plane has none. After comprehensive consideration, Sudan decided to take the Shiga Plane as the second target of attack. Taking this resource-rich plane earlier can also be developed earlier. Seeing that Sudan has made a decision, Liz has no objection. As the order was issued, the Star Alliance army quickly started to operate. Just in case, Sudan left 3 wizard towers, 8 star fortresses, a golem army and 2 magic pattern knight corps to guard the Elan Plane. In addition, 3 wizard towers, 10 star fortresses, and 2 flying fleets were sent to support the Manro Plane. The remaining troops all marched into the Shiga Plane. After nearly 10 years of war, although the Scepter did not gain an advantage in the Shiga Plane, it also gained a firm foothold and conquered a territory of more than 50,000 square kilometers. With sufficient buffer areas, the Star Alliance army did not need to rush to transport troops when entering the Shiga Plane. Upon arriving at the Shiga Plane, Sudan came to the Star Alliance army station as soon as possible. The Scepter and his wizards were already waiting in the meeting hall. "My lord." Everyone bowed and saluted. Sudan waved his hand, indicating that he did not need to be bound by etiquette. After sitting down at the head, he asked about the situation in the Shiga Plane as soon as possible. The Scepter was well prepared, and said slowly, "The acting ruling power of the Shiga Plane is an empire established by Dragon Beast Men, with Dragon Beast Men as the main ruling class. However, in my opinion, it is more like a super large tribe, with a total population of at least 20 million, and a formal army of about 3 to 4 million. Adult Dragon Beast Men have at least knight level strength. In other words, these 3 to 4 million troops are all knight level. But the people present did not care. After all, including the troops that will be transported in, the Star Alliance has a total of 3 golem armies in the Shiga Plane, which is 3 million knight level combat power, not to mention the magic pattern knights and the Black Wolf Pack. More importantly, the Dragon Beast Men cannot withdraw all their troops to fight, and they have to keep some troops to guard their nests. 3 million troops that can really be used to fight the Star Alliance are already very good. Only in terms of ground troops, the Star Alliance is stronger than the Dragon Beast Men.